Chapter 39, Ideas in Motion, ch 59. Breaking news. Shocking end to an era. Notorious criminal and ex-high counselor Morvain falls in a duel, the truth behind his demise. Breaking news. The duel that leveled a mountain. Wizarding world stunned by the unimaginable power unleashed. Breaking news. A new Dark Lord emerges. Fiendfire mastered by the Bloody Raven sparks global panic. Is Grindelwald's legacy returning? History on the brink of repetition. Breaking news. Two men and a woman sat around a table, eating what looked like a simple English breakfast. The quiet clinking of cutlery and the rustling of newspapers were the only sounds in the room, until a loud slam broke the calm. Bam! Who does this Skeeter woman think she is? Grindelwald, a third Dark Lord? What nonsense! The woman slammed her newspaper onto the table, the loud noise startling the man beside her and nearly making him choke on his food. He quickly grabbed the cup in front of him, drained it, then set it down with a thud while shooting her an annoyed look. Across from her, the other man showed no reaction to the little ruckus. He sat relaxed, a faint smirk on his lips, and slowly lowered the newspaper he was reading. He then shot a glance at the newspaper under the woman's hand. It was clear that whatever she had read had gotten under her skin, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious as well. The London Daily Prophet? Ali asked, catching his breath as he too glanced at the newspaper under Aisha's hand. Trash, Aisha snapped, her tone dripping with anger. She's just making things up, calling the boss the third Dark Lord. She paused, clearly more irritated. And the bitch can't even get the name right. Bloody Raven? Seriously. The man across from her chuckled softly, flicking his finger as the crumpled paper slid effortlessly toward him. Skeeter, huh? Quite the master of her craft, he said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Master? Aisha asked, turning toward him. Boss, are you okay? Maverick chuckled again, tossing the paper aside like it was nothing. No need to waste your energy on a little bug, he said with a shrug, his tone dismissive. He leaned back to sit more comfortably, then raised a brow at the two across from him. So, did we get the reaction we wanted? The two Magus exchanged a glance before nodding. A lot of the newspapers around the world were fine, but a few did label you as Grindelwald's second coming. Aisha huffed, then added, but overall, everything went as planned. I agree, Ali chimed in. Your teacher works fast, Maverick. The duel was just last night, and somehow he got the pictures and news sent to all of them in time to make it into today's headlines. Maverick hummed thoughtfully. Teacher has his ways, and the mixed reactions only make it better. Anyway, now the world knows about the mysterious Bloodraven, a powerful marquis just below the Seven Kings. Our goal is accomplished. He paused, then glanced between the two of them. Let's talk about your arrangements next. Ali and Aisha nodded seriously, knowing this was coming. While they had been there during the conversation between Maverick and Edward last night, they weren't entirely sure of the roles they were meant to play in all of it. Maverick paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts, then began to lay out his vision. For Ali and Aisha, he had big plans. He started by outlining their individual training regimens, each one tailored to suit their strengths and weaknesses. Next, he moved on to the roles they would play in launching his business. Step by step, he explained the meticulous plan he had crafted, covering everything from their responsibilities to recruitment and resources. It was a detailed roadmap, covering everything and enough to make them understand exactly what was expected of them. Over the next few days, his focus remained mainly on healing, though he still found time to teach the two Magus some practical magic that was new to them. It wasn't the full training he had planned. That would come later, once he took a break and finished up everything with the Alchemist Guild. Time passed quietly. Winter's snow gave way to spring, and soon the warmth of summer arrived, the sun shining brightly overhead. The sharp sound of an alarm broke the stillness of a room where a young man lay sprawled across a king-sized bed. His dark hair, messy and sticking out in all directions, framed his face. Dressed in nothing but simple shorts, he slowly rubbed his eyes, stretched lazily, and yawned before glancing around. The room was spacious, around 20 by 20 feet, with soft, warm lighting gently glowing from the ceiling. Along one wall, a sleek wardrobe and a tidy dressing table stood. 2 doors were set into the walls, one likely leading to the bathroom, the other to the outside. Across from the bed, a tall fireplace added a cozy touch to the modern decor. He grabbed a small remote from the bedside table and pointed it toward the corner of the room. A soft beep echoed as he pressed a button, making an unseen adjustment. After stretching again, he climbed out of bed and walked to the bathroom. A quick shower later, he dressed in a loose white shirt and black pants. A small machine on the bedside table hummed softly, resembling a coffee maker. He brewed a cup, savoring the rich aroma as it filled the room. With the cup in hand, he walked to the window and stepped out onto the small balcony. The cool morning air greeted him, and he took a deep breath. The rising sun bathed the world in shades of gold, casting a soft, glowing light over everything. Below, the street was just beginning to stir. Maverick stood there, sipping his coffee and enjoying the calm, when he sensed something approaching. He turned his head slightly to the right, and a small smile formed on his lips. "Who will to? Who woa? Shisui, come here," he called softly. A beautiful black owl landed gracefully on the railing in front of him. Maverick glanced at his trusted companion and gently rubbed its head. He noticed a rolled-up piece of paper tied to its feet and carefully untied it, taking it from the bird. "Give me a second, buddy," he murmured as he pocketed the piece of paper and went inside. A few moments later, he returned, carrying a plate and a cup of water, presumably for his feathered friend. The owl hooted softly and began pecking at the food, while Maverick unrolled the paper and read its contents. A small smile tugged at his lips as he finished reading, then glanced at his watch. It seemed whatever was on the paper wasn't urgent, as his expression relaxed. He stood there, watching his bird companion enjoy its meal while he too savored his coffee, taking his time. A few minutes later, once his coffee was finished, he headed inside again, placed the empty cup on the side table, and walked to the other door. Instead of a doorknob, there was a button on the wall beside it, which he pressed. With a soft ding, the door slid open, not to a hallway or the outside, but to the inside of an elevator. He stepped in, and the door closed behind him. Moments later, the door opened again, revealing a spacious room. Shelves lined the walls, neatly filled with various gadgets. The lights inside were dim, casting a soft glow over the organized items. Maverick walked toward a door across from him, situated between 2 glass windows that offered a view of the street outside. After stepping out, he closed the door behind him with a soft click, presumably locking it. A sign on the door read, "Closed," indicating that it was a shop. The street, which had seemed empty when he looked down from the balcony earlier, was now beginning to bustle. People were emerging from different doors, while others walked up and down the street. After all, Diagon Alley was rarely quiet between sunrise and sunset. The building he stepped out of was nestled between Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and a magical instrument shop, directly across from Flourish and Blot's stationery shop. It was a prime location, one he had managed to secure after paying a hefty sum of galleons to the previous owner. He began walking at a relaxed pace toward the entrance to the alley. The handful of people moving up and down the street seemed to completely ignore him, as if he were invisible, and in a way, he was. Before stepping out, he had cast a variation of the Notice Me Not charm, a trick he had picked up during his time in Japan. Unlike the standard version, this one worked on both wizards and muggles, making it incredibly useful. The walk was short, just 5 minutes, and before long he arrived at his destination, the back of the leaky cauldron. He didn't stop and walked through the magical entrance that led to the empty courtyard, continuing until he reached the bar area. There, he canceled the Notice Me Not charm he had placed on himself. He glanced toward the counter, where the bar owner, Tom, stood wiping a glass. At the long tables, only 3 people were having breakfast, their eyes glued to stacks of papers, today's news most likely. The place wasn't as bustling as usual, still too early in the morning for the usual crowd. "Master Caesar." He heard the familiar voice call his name. Tom, with his strange yet warm smile, walked over to him. "Mr. Tom," Maverick smiled back. "Can't you just call me Maverick like you used to?" Tom shook his head, but the smile never faded. "How dare I address a master alchemist so informally?" he said, gesturing. "Please come and have a seat." He walked over to one of the square tables near the corner. Maverick followed him, but before sitting down, he asked, "Mr. Tom, I'd like to use your fireplace," raising his watch to check the time. "In about half an hour, please." Tom gave him a brief, puzzled look before nodding. "Of course. The leaky cauldron is connected to most of the places in the British wizarding community. May I ask where, just to make sure the network has the link?" Maverick nodded. "Vice Headmistress McGonagall's office. I have an appointment with her today, and in her note, she asked me to take the fireplace here, which has a network link to her office in Hogwarts." "Ah, Minerva, of course her office you can get there," Tom responded. "Since I have some time still, I'd like to order a standard breakfast, please, like the usual, and today's paper, if you don't mind." "Of course, just one moment and it'll be ready." Tom turned to prepare the order. Once he left, Maverick leaned back a little more comfortably, his thoughts drifting back to the hectic past 6 months. Yes, 6 months had passed since that day when Bloodraven's name had spread like wildfire throughout the magical world. After the duel, Maverick spent a few days recovering, then decided it was time for a short break and headed home. Back in London, most of his time was spent with his new sister, Sarah. Though she seemed a bit down at first, understandably, since he had disappeared for a few days right after taking her into his family, she didn't stay that way for long. After a good, compelling excuse and, of course, a little help from his mother, he managed to cheer her up. Thanks to Michael, taking care of her identity wasn't an issue, and Sarah had become an official Caesar, even set to start school in September 1991. During the short break at home, he made it a priority to help Sarah gain better control over her powers, ensuring there were minimal chances for accidents, even in the worst-case scenario. He wasn't overly worried, though, as she was already more than capable of managing her abilities. Before ending the break, he had a heart-to-heart conversation with his family. He answered all their questions and reassured them that, despite being busy in the coming months, he would show up often, or at least whenever he was free. Next, he met with his teacher again. This time, Edward had brought along his alchemy mentor, Simon. Together, they headed to the Alchemist Guild to have his talent officially graded. It's important to note that becoming a master alchemist isn't something just anyone can achieve. Even the Star Alchemist exam requires specific qualifications before it can be attempted. Fortunately, he had 2 highly influential teachers backing him, one an ICW speaker, the other a master alchemist, making the process go smoothly. Starting as an apprentice, he steadily progressed, step by step, until he finally earned the respected title of Master Alchemist, one of only 10 in the world, now including himself. Even more impressively, he became the youngest to ever achieve the title. Coincidentally, the day he earned the title of Master Alchemist also happened to be the first day of the new year. As a result, the first headline of the year sent shockwaves through the magical world, leaving countless people in disbelief. Master Caesar. Master Caesar. Maverick was momentarily taken aback by the sudden call of his name. Instinctively, he spread his magical senses, but quickly retracted them, realizing it had only been a strange flashback. Turning to the smiling man, he nodded. "Sorry, Mr. Tom, I had a long night and didn't get enough sleep." Tom nodded in understanding. "Is that so? Please do take care of your health," he said in an oddly concerned tone before placing the plates on the table, offering a final nod and walking away. Once Tom had left, Maverick settled back into his chair and let out a deep sigh. He wasn't wrong earlier, he was indeed tired. It wasn't just from last night, the past few months had been a whirlwind of work. His business was starting to bloom in America. Maverick had applied all the modern-day marketing strategies he remembered, and his creations turned out to be an even bigger hit than he had anticipated. Fortunately, Maverick had enough capital to start, thanks to his teacher's investment. With his support, along with Ali and Aisha's assistance, he successfully recruited skilled individuals and began the manufacturing process. Mass production hadn't been difficult either. Although he had been just a teenager when he transmigrated, he still had some limited knowledge of modern production techniques from 2024. Combined with today's Muggle labor efficiency methods, it was enough to get the job done. His alchemical creations were not complicated to make, and it wasn't that other master alchemists couldn't have produced them either. It was simply that their thinking was too outdated. They had the skills but lacked the ideas. Now, his brand had become something for magicals of all levels, and because he was the first, he had the upper hand in capturing the market share. More importantly, none of the current products released had his magic suppression crystals embedded because they didn't require electrical circuits in the first place. They were pure runic alchemy. Once the completed products were introduced, Maverick was confident that no other brand would be able to come close to him. Today, his brand had expanded to France and, finally, to Britain, in addition to the United States. Even here, inside the bar, Maverick could see that the light sources, once only powered by candle flames, were now replaced by the gadgets his business had introduced. With Ali and Aisha managing everything, Maverick felt less concerned. Soon, he'd be able to leave everything to them and focus on other matters, with his role in the business solely centered around introducing new products. Time passed slowly as Maverick finished his breakfast, and soon it was time for his appointment with Minerva McGonagall. It wasn't technically a job interview, as he hadn't even applied yet. Just a week ago, he had sent Minerva McGonagall the book he wrote on introducing the basics of science to Muggle studies. It hadn't been difficult. During his travels, he had come across wizarding schools that taught more modern science, and he simply collected their teaching content. Finally, after mixing a bit from Muggle school books, he was able to complete the book relatively easily, even before his fight with Morvain 6 months ago. It was only recently that he had owled it to her, and in just a week, she had asked for an appointment. If she weren't intrigued, she wouldn't have invited him directly to Hogwarts. After finishing his breakfast and noticing the appointed time had come, he made his way to the fireplace inside the pub. Grabbing a handful of magical powder, he whispered softly, "Office of the Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, Hogwarts." With a flash of green flames, he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 40, A New Role, A New Path ch 60. Life for magicals in Europe 1,000 years ago was very different. Knowledge was controlled by the wealthy and powerful, while the majority of people turned to religion to explain the mysteries of the world. Faith guided their decisions, offering comfort but also creating deep divisions. These divisions often led to conflicts, and at times, full-scale wars as differing ideologies clashed violently. Back then, most of humanity shared a single belief. Magic, or any form of supernatural power, was not meant for mortals. Anyone discovered with such abilities was quickly labeled a servant of the devil or a demon. They were not just captured or imprisoned. Instead, they were sentenced to the cruelest fate of all, burned alive. For magicals, it was a dangerous time. There were no laws to protect them, and each witch or wizard had to hide their gifts from a world that saw them as a threat. Then, 4 remarkable individuals decided to change everything. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They refused to be treated as outsiders. Instead, they chose to stand together, separating themselves from the non-magical world that saw them as nothing more than evil, alien beings. They gathered witches and wizards from all over, offering them a safe place to live without fear. Together, they built a large castle, hiding it behind strong enchantments to protect it from non-magical people and the dangers of the world. This castle, located somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, eventually became known as Hogwarts. Not only was it a refuge where magical people could live without fear, but also a school where knowledge could be passed down for generations. Over the centuries, the castle faced many challenges but overcame them all. Today, it stands as one of the most prestigious magical schools in the world, a true testament to the vision and determination of its founders. It was another typical day. The sun began to rise, painting the sky with a soft orange glow. The castle stood tall and silent, its towers cutting through the lightning sky, their sharp edges softened by the morning haze. The first rays of sunlight slipped through the windows, casting long shadows across the ancient stone walls. High in one of Hogwarts' tall towers, the deputy headmistress's office was peaceful in this quiet moment. A middle-aged woman in traditional witch's robes sat at the desk, an open book in front of her. Her face showed deep concentration, as though she were studying something important. The soft rustle of turning pages was the only sound, while the morning light poured through the large window behind her, casting a gentle glow on the polished wood of her desk. The office was spacious, with stone walls decorated by a few carefully chosen items. Framed awards and trophies were neatly arranged atop a shelf filled with old-looking books along the right wall. A fireplace stood in the middle of the left wall, and on either side of it, shelves held a collection of antique magical items. Among them was a delicate, well-worn broomstick carefully placed apart from the others, as if it were the most prized possession. Behind her desk, above the large window, a portrait of a stern-looking witch hung, her gaze shifting slightly as though silently watching over the room. Through the window, the other castle towers and the grounds stretched out, offering a clear, wide view. It was a quiet, organized space that perfectly reflected its occupant, Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Turning the last page of the book, McGonagall let out a soft sigh, her expression thoughtful and pleased before snapping it shut. Her gaze lingered on the cover, the magic of science, and a small nod followed, as if confirming a decision. Her eyes moved to the fireplace, then to the only door of her office, before resting on the clock above it. She leaned back in her chair, settling more comfortably, and picked up another book from her desk to continue reading. Time passed slowly until she closed the book as well and sat up straighter, as if she was waiting for something to happen. Her eyes kept fixed on the fireplace, and just then, green flames flared up, revealing a young man dressed in a sleek mix of wizarding and modern clothing. Her expression softened into a welcoming smile as she addressed the new arrival. "Mr. Caesar, right on time, welcome to Hogwarts." She stood, walked around her desk, and extended her hand with a warm, firm gesture. "Thank you for the invitation, Professor." He shook her hand, offering a similar expression. "I've always wanted to see this legendary sanctuary built by the 4 warlocks." McGonagall gave a small smile. "A sanctuary indeed," she said, her tone thoughtful. After a brief pause, she added, "Please make yourself comfortable," gesturing to a chair. Maverick nodded, taking the seat as McGonagall moved to her own chair across from him. "Tea, or perhaps breakfast while we talk," she offered with a polite smile. "The house elves here are exceptional cooks." Maverick shook his head respectfully. "Just tea, Professor. I've already had breakfast, but thank you." She nodded and called out an elvish name, prompting a small creature to appear with a quiet pop. Moments later, their drinks were brought, and the house elf disappeared, leaving them alone for their meeting. "In just 2 years, you've accomplished so much, young man," the older witch began, offering a warm compliment. She raised her hand, showing the elegant wristwatch on her wrist to Maverick. "I bought this from your shop, Caesar's Magitech, when I visited the States last month." A small smile appeared on her lips as she met his gaze. "The ideas behind your products are remarkable. Functionally, there are similar inventions already, but the design and the way you've made them more convenient. Honestly, it's already transforming the magical world." Maverick let out a modest chuckle. "Thank you, Professor, but I can't take all the credit. It's the work of many talented witches and wizards in my company." McGonagall's smile grew warmer. "Humble, too, not many alchemists have that quality." It was true, alchemists, especially the old masters, were often known for their pride and arrogance. "Please, I hope that humility of yours stays with you, young man," she added, her tone firm but kind, before shifting subtly once more. "Well, I've had the pleasure of reading your book," she continued. Maverick nodded, the conversation now turning to the matter at hand, and he was honestly looking forward to her feedback. "It's quite thorough, I must say." She glanced between the book on her desk and him. "Are you suggesting it's too advanced, Professor?" "Perhaps," she said, leaning slightly back in her chair. "I shared it with Albus. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," Maverick said, waving his hand. "Was this speaker Dumbledore's impression, Professor?" "Ours, actually," she replied after a brief pause. "For first years, especially the children of pureblood families, it might be a bit overwhelming. But as an elective for 6th and 7th years, it would be just right." Maverick hummed, considering her unexpected words. He had written the book based on magical schools around the world that taught science, with some added knowledge of his own. To him, it seemed quite basic, but apparently it wasn't basic enough. He sighed, a hint of dejection in his voice. "I understand, Professor." McGonagall smiled at his expression, realizing he hadn't quite grasped the point. However, that was a conversation she preferred to have with someone else present. "This is what Albus and I believe," McGonagall continued. "Speaking of which, he would like to meet with you about this matter, Mr. Caesar." She paused for a moment before adding, "That is, if you're still interested in teaching here." Maverick's eyes lit up as he met her gaze and nodded without hesitation. "Of course, my words from 2 years ago haven't changed." McGonagall nodded appreciatively at his response. Truthfully, she would have considered Maverick for the position even if the book hadn't impressed her. His other skills, combined with the character she had grown quite fond of by now, made him an excellent fit for a professor in her eyes. She then heard him add, "I can adjust my schedule whenever Speaker Dumbledore is ready to meet." "That won't be necessary," she smiled. "In fact, Albus is expecting you now." "Right now?" Maverick asked, slightly surprised. This was Albus Dumbledore, after all. In his previous life, he had read enough fanfiction to feel a tinge of doubt about what to expect from the legendary wizard. The thought crossed his mind briefly, but he quickly pushed it aside. It didn't matter. He was confident in his abilities now. Besides, it was best to assume Dumbledore would be closer to J.K. Rowling's version rather than jumping to conclusions. "Yes, if you don't mind, we can head straight to his office," McGonagall suggested, her expression staying the same. Maverick nodded without hesitation, his mind made up. "Of course, Professor." McGonagall smiled and rose from her seat at his words. "Come, let's walk. You'll have a chance to see a bit of Hogwarts along the way." She stopped briefly before reaching the door as Maverick stood up as well. "The students are in their final exams right now," she added, her tone carrying a hint of weariness. "Please don't mind any odd behavior you might see." Maverick chuckled, finding her words a little amusing. "I've been through exam stress myself, Professor. I studied at Muggle universities too. I'm sure it won't be that bad." McGonagall's expression shifted to one of appreciation as she listened to his response, then softened. "True, I had forgotten you were homeschooled by that lion while attending Muggle schools." She paused, then added, "You must be the first magical to do so." A hint of admiration appeared in her gaze before she opened the door and gestured for him to follow. "Come along." A smile tugged at his lips as he fell into step beside her, walking side by side. She cast him a sideways glance as they walked. "I must admit, when I saw the headlines on New Year's Day, it gave me quite a shock." "Which part shocked you the most?" he asked playfully, giving a shy chuckle while his gaze swept across the grand surroundings of the castle. "All of it," she replied, amused, noticing how absorbed he was in his surroundings. "Muggle schools, Garlink's apprentice, master alchemist, you name it, you were the talk of the wizarding world for weeks." Maverick chuckled again. Fortunately, the fuss has settled down now. The older witch smiled at his nonchalance. Along the way, they didn't encounter any other professors, as it was still quite early. Only a few students shuffled by, none paying much attention to them, likely still half asleep. They walked at a steady pace, with McGonagall answering most of Maverick's questions as they passed through the castle, while he marveled at the surroundings. After a few minutes and a long climb up a set of stairs, they finally reached the top of the tower, where the headmaster's office was located. "Honey drops," McGonagall said, speaking to the gargoyle statue beside the door before glancing at Maverick. "Albus has a thing for sweets, you see." Maverick smiled and shrugged. "Everyone has their quirks, Professor." The door opened with a soft creak, revealing the cozy yet eclectic interior of Dumbledore's office. Maverick followed McGonagall inside, his eyes immediately drawn to the sheer amount of detail packed into the room. The circular space was bathed in warm, golden light streaming through tall, arched windows. The walls were lined with shelves crammed with books, peculiar instruments, and trinkets that seemed to hum faintly with magic. A large, ornate desk sat at the center, its surface cluttered with parchment, quills, and a collection of silver gadgets that whirred and clicked softly. Portraits of past headmasters lined the walls, their eyes following the two, some whispering to each other in hushed tones. What caught Maverick's attention most, however, was the overwhelming sense of history that filled the room. It felt alive, as if the very walls were steeped in centuries of wisdom and secrets. His gaze stopped at a magnificent bird perched on a stand near the desk, its fiery plumage glowing faintly in the dim light. It radiated power, a feedback his passive magical sense easily picked up. He had no doubt this phoenix was nothing like the turkey portrayed in the movies. Chapter 41, A New Role, A New Path II, ch. 61. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk in the headmaster's office, half-moon glasses perched on his nose. A parchment rested in his hands, and as he read, a knowing gleam sparkled in his blue eyes. He sat upright, dressed in a purple robe over a crisp white shirt and gray vest, exuding both authority and ease. His neatly combed hair, streaked with silver, added to his quiet confidence. Though he appeared to be in the prime of his life, there was a depth in his gaze that made him seem far older, wiser, someone who had seen more than his appearance let on. The sun had been up for a while, and this was usually when he took some time for light reading before joining his staff and students for breakfast. But today, he had a feeling his usual routine would be different. He set the parchment down and looked toward the door, as if expecting someone. Moments later, the door opened, and in walked his trusted deputy, Minerva McGonagall, followed by a young man he didn't recognize. Dumbledore's curiosity piqued as his magical senses, always sharp, noticed something odd. Nothing. The boy had almost no magical presence. His first thought was that this young man might not be a wizard at all. Then, he remembered a conversation with McGonagall from 2 years ago. He gave a small nod, silently agreeing with what she had said. He watched the boy walk in, his posture calm but alert. Every step was measured and deliberate. At first glance, he seemed like any other young man, but Dumbledore could tell, this boy, though unassuming, was far from ordinary. Setting his curiosity aside for the moment, he smiled warmly at both of them. "Minerva," he said in his rich, welcoming tone, "and you must be Mr. Caesar." Rising from his chair, he gestured to the seats across from his desk. "Please, take a seat." McGonagall gave a polite nod and sat down first, and Maverick followed with quiet confidence. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Speaker Dumbledore." The boy greeted him politely before settling into the chair. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Professor Dumbledore is fine, young man, or headmaster if you prefer. We had a brief chat before coming, but I thought it best to include you as well," McGonagall added, casting a glance at her mentor. A comfortable silence settled over the room as they all relaxed into their seats. "Well," Dumbledore nodded to McGonagall, then turned his attention to Maverick. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time, Mr. Caesar. But before we get into it, how about some tea, or have you had breakfast yet?" "Thank you, Professor, but I've already had breakfast and shared some tea with Professor McGonagall earlier." Dumbledore smiled gently and nodded. "Very well then, let's get to the matter at hand." He reached into a drawer, retrieved a book, and placed it carefully on the desk. "I understand you wish to teach Muggle science here at Hogwarts." Maverick subtly observed the famous wizard as he spoke. This was no frail old man, nothing like the typical wise wizard or a Gandalf figure. To the average person, Dumbledore would appear to be nothing more than warm, friendly, and effortlessly charming. But to Maverick, the calmness was almost too perfect, as if it had been honed over years of practice. That was his conclusion, formed from his keen observations and his familiarity with the character of Albus Dumbledore from the stories he had read in his previous life. There were no other subtle tells, no shifts in expression to analyze. His non-magical espionage skills were almost entirely useless against this quiet, controlled presence. Pushing the thoughts aside, he maintained his steady confidence and replied, "Yes, Professor. I believe it's necessary for the British magical community to learn more about Muggle science." Dumbledore's expression remained calm and measured, much like someone assessing a new staff member, as he listened to Maverick's answer. In truth, it wasn't far off. He leaned back in his chair, taking a moment before speaking with a thoughtful tone. "I've had a look at your work. It's impressive," he said. The research and attention to detail really stand out. It's clear you've put a lot of thought into putting it all together. He glanced briefly at McGonagall before turning back to Maverick. We've talked about this already, he said, and we both agree that the course materials are well-rounded. Maverick could tell there was a but coming, but he didn't interject, allowing the wise wizard to finish first. But before we go any further, I would be most curious to hear your thoughts. Why do you believe it is so important for British witches and wizards to take your course, especially when we already have something quite similar in place? Maverick gathered his thoughts at Dumbledore's question. He decided to be blunt and met the old man's gaze. The subject you're referring to, is it Muggle studies? When the headmaster gave a small nod, he continued. Professor, I've reviewed Muggle studies materials from several schools, and honestly, the Hogwarts curriculum. No offense, but it feels outdated, almost laughably so. He paused, watching for any reaction, but neither Dumbledore nor McGonagall refuted his claim. Their expressions remained neutral, and the older wizard even chuckled lightly. Maverick saw the amused curiosity in the old wizard's gaze before he asked, "That still doesn't explain why it's necessary to teach Muggle science to wizarding children." "Don't get us wrong, Mr. Caesar," McGonagall chimed in. "We approve of your book. In fact, it's a well-organized course. We're simply curious, why do you think it's important for it to be taught?" Maverick gave McGonagall a side glance before nodding and decided to go all out. He had prepared for this moment long ago and had the words ready. "Professors," he began, his gaze moving from McGonagall and fixing on Dumbledore. "I've visited every corner of the world, magical and non-magical. It surprises me that this country, whose magical history is so rich, is now one of the most, if not the most, backward developing magical communities in the world." Both Dumbledore and McGonagall raised a brow at his blunt statement, but chose not to interrupt. Maverick took their silence as tacit agreement and continued. "Muggle technology. It can't be ignored the way the British wizarding community is doing now," he said firmly. "It's advancing so rapidly that soon, I have no doubt, it will reach a point where it will seem indistinguishable from magic itself." This time, McGonagall couldn't help but interject. "Surely, that's a rhetorical statement, isn't it?" she asked, her gaze curious as she looked at him. Maverick turned his head, meeting her gaze directly. "I'm afraid not, Professor. Since Newton and Einstein, Muggle technology has advanced exponentially, frighteningly fast, even. Communication, entertainment, reconnaissance, energy, weaponry, every field has evolved at an incredible pace and continues to do so every day." He glanced at Dumbledore, but the old wizard offered no objection, only a slight gesture with his hand to encourage him to continue. "Do you know Stark, Professor?" "I do," Dumbledore replied, his tone thoughtful. "I've met the man on a few occasions. A brilliant mind, though unfortunately, his genius seems directed toward pursuits that are less admirable." Maverick nodded, continuing without hesitation. "First, it was Newton, then Einstein. Each of them revolutionized the way Muggles understood the world and shaped their technological progress. And now, I believe Stark is next. He's already proving it with his innovations." As he spoke, his mind briefly wandered. By the end of the year, if things followed the events of the MCU, the Stark couple would be killed by the Winter Soldier. He hadn't decided yet whether he would step in or not. That was a problem for another day. Right now, he needed to stay focused on the discussion. America, Russia, China, these superpowers have already started educating wizarding children about the wonders of science, Maverick said, his voice steady. "Everywhere I've been, it's already begun in their schools, except here, in Britain, headmaster." He paused, his gaze intensifying as he locked eyes with the older man. "When the inevitable happens, we'll be the only ones left behind, the only ones who haven't caught up with the rest of the world." The room fell into silence. Neither professor spoke nor refuted his claim. Maverick didn't press further either, letting the weight of his words settle over them. But before the silence could stretch too long, another voice broke through. "Are you implying that the secrecy will soon be shattered, boy?" The sound came from above and to his right. Maverick instinctively turned his head and saw the portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses staring at him, their eyes sharp and curious, as though he were an anomaly. Just as Maverick's gaze lingered on the curious faces in the portraits, Dumbledore's voice gently pulled his attention back to the living. "Well," the old wizard began, his tone thoughtful, "this isn't quite where I thought our discussion would be heading. But," he glanced briefly at McGonagall, who remained silent, though it was clear she was teetering on the edge of asking her own questions, "I can't say I disagree, young man." Maverick raised an eyebrow. That wasn't what he expected to hear from the old wizard. He glanced at McGonagall, but she didn't seem as calm or accepting as Dumbledore. It was clear she had something on her mind. Maverick heard the older man chuckle, and when he turned back, he saw an amused glint in Dumbledore's eyes. "We may be wizards who care little for how muggles are evolving," Dumbledore said with a trace of humor, "but we are neither ignorant nor stupid." He cast a glance at his deputy. "Isn't that right, Minerva?" McGonagall quickly regained her composure. Normally, she was calm and unshaken in any situation, but she realized she had slipped slightly today in front of this junior. Thankfully, her boss had stepped in. "That is correct," she said firmly. "Your claims hold some truth, and we haven't been blind to it either." Maverick cast a scrutinizing look at the two wizards. "Then why, may I ask?" At his question, Dumbledore sighed, a weary sound, as if faced with a task not impossible but undeniably difficult. "To be perfectly honest, we simply haven't had the time." Maverick raised an eyebrow. Two words came to mind: bullshit. Deciding to push further now that this topic had surfaced earlier than planned, he said, "Professor, isn't it ironic that the headmaster and deputy headmistress of such a prestigious school are guilty of procrastination?" Dumbledore burst into laughter, a deep, genuine sound that filled the room. Even McGonagall couldn't suppress a chuckle, though she shook her head at his audacity. A comfortable silence settled over the room, dissolving the earlier tension, until Dumbledore spoke once more. "I agree, Mr. Caesar. It would be a pleasure to have you join us as a professor at Hogwarts, though, I must say, our plans may differ slightly from what you have in mind." Maverick noted how effortlessly the old wizard steered the conversation in a new direction. He chose not to press further. This discussion could always resume at another time. Maverick's eyes lit up at Dumbledore's sudden declaration, and he met the older man's gaze. "Don't look so surprised, Mr. Caesar," Dumbledore said with a faint smile. "In truth, even if your book hadn't been as impressive, or if the discussion we just had wasn't as insightful, we still intended to bring you on board. In fact, had you delayed in sending your manuscript to Professor McGonagall, I would have instructed her to send you an invitation myself." Maverick cast a genuinely puzzled glance at both of them, and McGonagall met his gaze with a faintly amused expression. "Mr. Caesar, are you forgetting that you're a master alchemist, the youngest ever recorded in modern magical history?" she said, her tone carrying a hint of pride, even though she had no part in his accomplishment. That was simply who she was, a witch of great character, free from unnecessary feelings like jealousy. Maverick silently gave a mental 5-star review to the motherly witch before returning to the matter at hand. He now understood what both of them were implying, but he had never planned to become a professor of alchemy and still didn't. Without missing a beat, he responded firmly, "But, Professor, I wish to teach Muggle science, not alchemy." Chapter 42, A New Role, A New Path, ch. 62. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, 3 individuals sat at a large, ornate desk. Its occupants included Headmaster Albus Dumbledore in his rightful chair, with his deputy, Professor McGonagall, seated across from him, and a young man sitting beside her. Their conversation had started off simply, with easy questions and clear answers, but gradually it became more serious, spiraling a bit out of control. Currently, the young man sitting beside Professor McGonagall appeared deep in thought, while Dumbledore and the deputy headmistress watched him intently, their expressions making it clear they were waiting for him to speak. "Headmaster, I would like to teach Muggle science, not alchemy," the young man finally said, making his intentions clear to the 2 expectant people. Hearing Maverick clearly express his thoughts, the old wizard let out a tired sigh. He briefly glanced at Professor McGonagall, offering her a silent nod, before turning his attention back. Maverick noticed the subtle exchange between the 2 professors. It wasn't exactly discreet, and he could tell they were choosing their words carefully. "Mr. Caesar, please hear us out first," he heard Dumbledore say, and at the same time, he noticed McGonagall turn to him and clear her throat softly. "Mr. Caesar, we have no objection to you introducing Muggle science as a new course at Hogwarts. But as I mentioned earlier, the material is too advanced for younger students and would be better suited as an elective for 6th and 7th years." Maverick nodded slowly, recalling their earlier conversation. "Professor, just to clarify, does that mean I'll be joining Hogwarts as a professor of Muggle science?" McGonagall nodded, her eyes briefly flicking to Dumbledore, who returned the gesture with a confirming nod. Maverick observed the subtle exchange between them, then heard the old wizard offer his opinion. "Your book is an excellent resource, Mr. Caesar. By the end of the course, I have no doubt that our students will have a deep understanding of science and its potential. But as Professor McGonagall said, it's best suited for older students." Maverick frowned, noticing how the two senior magicals kept emphasizing only 6th and 7th years. He wondered what he would be teaching the younger grades and whether he would need to simplify his book even further. "What about the younger students, 1st years through 5th years?" "They'll continue with Muggle studies as they do now," Dumbledore explained. "However, if you're willing, we'd appreciate it if you could help update the curriculum to include some modern materials. Not to the extent of your book, of course." He paused briefly before adding, "But it will still be taught by the current Muggle Studies professor, not by you." Maverick tilted his head, processing the information. "So, just to clarify, I'd only be teaching 2 grades." Dumbledore hesitated, exchanging another glance with McGonagall. "About that." Maverick noticed, for the first time that day, a hint of uncertainty in the old wizard's expression. "Mr. Caesar," Dumbledore began, his tone softening. "Hogwarts hasn't had an alchemy professor in years, over a decade, in fact. As you're surely aware, it's an exceptionally rare field. Those who achieve 2 stars or higher in alchemy typically pursue careers in the private sector or their country's ministry. The work is lighter, the pay is higher, and teaching is rarely their first choice." Maverick raised an eyebrow. "Professor, aren't you a master alchemist yourself?" His question caused the wise wizard to pause briefly before letting out a light chuckle. "Ah, you are quite right. I am indeed. But as you well know, I'm also the headmaster of this school, the chief speaker at the ICW, and the president of the Wisengamot, and a number of other titles. As much as I would dearly love to return to the role of a formal teacher, my many other responsibilities keep me rather occupied." Maverick observed the old wizard carefully. There was not a hint of deception in his words. He took a moment to consider the situation. Being a headmaster alone was no small task, let alone holding all those other heavy positions. The room fell into a quiet silence once again. Neither Dumbledore nor McGonagall spoke further, simply watching Maverick as he sat in thought. Maverick finally accepted that Dumbledore truly wouldn't have the time to teach while managing multiple positions. At the same time, it became clear to him that they wanted him to take on the role of alchemy professor, while also offering him the opportunity to teach his proposed subject. However, he still had concerns, particularly about time. 2 subjects meant double the classes, which meant double the work of a regular professor. So before making up his mind, he needed to ask and clarify. "Professor, first of all, I apologize for not considering your situation and doubting your responsibilities." Maverick spoke sincerely. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling that it was no problem. "Oh, no need for apologies, my dear boy. No harm done." Maverick nodded and didn't dwell on it any longer, instead brought up the matter at hand. "Professors, I'm willing to agree, but I need to clarify a few things first." He glanced between the 2 elders. "Teaching 2 subjects sounds like a lot of work. How will you arrange my schedule?" Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged another glance of their silent communication. Sure enough, McGonagall turned to him and began speaking reassuringly. "Mr. Caesar, perhaps I wasn't clear earlier. Since alchemy hasn't been taught in years, it would begin with 1st years only. Muggle science, likewise, would begin with 6th years only. So, in the 1st year, your workload would be very, very light." Maverick nodded slowly, but that wasn't the answer he was looking for. What about in the future, Professor McGonagall? At some point, I would have to teach all 7 grades. We can assure you, Mr. Caesar, that you won't be overburdened, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. Minerva and I will figure out a solution. For instance, Hogwarts currently schedules classes so that 2 houses attend a subject together. We can adjust the schedule so that alchemy and Muggle science classes would include all 4 houses. This way, even as you take on more grades, your workload will be halved. Maverick considered their proposal. It made sense. Combining houses would reduce the number of classes he'd need to teach while still reaching all students. Once his doubts had been cleared, the decision no longer seemed difficult. He smiled at the 2 of them and nodded. Then I agree, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face lit up with relief, and even McGonagall allowed herself a small smile. Young man, you have no idea how much of a burden you've lifted from this old man's head, Dumbledore said, his face brightening. I've been searching for a suitable candidate for years to bring alchemy back to the school, and fortunately, a talented master alchemist has agreed. On behalf of Hogwarts, I truly appreciate your willingness. Maverick couldn't help but smile shyly. My pleasure, Professor, and thank you both for giving me the opportunity. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he glanced at his deputy, who wore a similar expression. Maverick saw them exchange another round of silent communication before the old wizard spoke to him again, with that tone, as warm and thoughtful as ever. Well then, my boy, I must say, this has been a most enlightening discussion. Now, is there anything you'd like to add, or perhaps something you might need? Whatever it may be, rest assured, this old man will do his utmost to make it possible. Maverick glanced between the 2, briefly searching his thoughts, wondering if he had overlooked anything. After a moment, his eyes lit up as he remembered something important he had intended to bring up later, but now seemed like a good time. Maverick smiled inwardly, then raised his hand. With a thought, a stack of papers appeared on the desk. Dumbledore and McGonagall both raised their eyebrows, intrigued. It seemed this young man had a habit of keeping his thoughts well prepared. They saw Maverick gently tap the paper stack with his index finger, and it immediately split into 2 stacks. Impressive silent, wandless casting, McGonagall exclaimed, her educator instincts kicking in. Maverick chuckled at her sudden remark, then slid 1 stack of papers toward Dumbledore and the other to McGonagall. This is my long-term vision, professors. In here, I have outlined in detail my plan to change this country's wizarding community for the better, and it all starts here at Hogwarts, with the children, bringing them all together. The 2 seasoned professors exchanged astonished looks. First, it was the idea of introducing science to bridge the gap between the wizarding world and modern advancements. Now, it had escalated to uniting the entire country's magical community. And with every question they asked, another book seemed to land in their laps. Maverick didn't realize that he was unknowingly giving the 2 seasoned wizards one headache after another with this single meeting. He misread their expressions, thinking they believed they had to go through the entire stack of papers. So, he quickly clarified, "You don't need to read everything right now, just the first page. It's a quick summary. Please take a look and let me know your thoughts." Dumbledore and McGonagall let out an inward sigh. Though this young man's ideas promised more headaches, they were ultimately for the greater good of the country's magical community. Setting aside their initial thoughts, each of them picked up the topmost paper from the stacks and began reading with curiosity. Maverick observed as time passed slowly. First, they showed curiosity, then shock, and finally, admiration in their eyes. "This is," Dumbledore started, but before he could finish, McGonagall interjected, completing his sentence. "Ingenious, truly." She turned to Maverick. "Your proposal here is remarkable, Mr. Caesar." Maverick smiled shyly and glanced at Dumbledore to see his opinion. "Minerva speaks correctly, Mr. Caesar," Dumbledore said. "If this can be pulled off, it will undoubtedly bring all the children of our school closer to harmony than ever before." He paused, seemingly thought of something, then added, "But this will also burden your schedule, Mr. Caesar. How do you plan to cope with it?" Dumbledore's remark was indeed valid, but fortunately, Maverick had already considered it when he first developed the plans. "Professor," he began, flashing a bright smile at the old wizard, "just give me an assistant to work under me, and that will solve the problem. And if it's a burden on the school's finances, I assure you that once you've read the entire set of papers, you won't mind giving me 10 assistants," Maverick added, joking lightly. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his curiosity growing as he looked at the stack of papers in front of him. After all, any plan that could potentially bring in more funds for the school was certainly most welcome. Maverick saw the old wizard wave his hand. "The school's finances are not a problem, Mr. Caesar. In fact, that sounds like a wonderful idea, and I agree." He paused, casting a glance at his deputy, gesturing for her to handle it. McGonagall turned to Maverick. "Just tell me what kind of witch or wizard you're looking for as your assistant." Maverick could sense McGonagall had no second thoughts about arranging an assistant for him, which made him wonder why other professors didn't have one. Was it because they were rejected, or simply because they never asked? He dismissed the thought and thought about how to respond to McGonagall. After a moment of quick thinking, he explained. "A good, disciplined graduate from this school, Professor. Preferably one to graduate this year. Good at Quidditch, and most importantly, someone who has no significant conflicts with other houses." McGonagall gave him a doubtful look. "If you want all of those boxes checked, Mr. Caesar, that may be a bit difficult." Maverick quickly waved his hand, realizing that was indeed the case. "I understand, Professor. It doesn't need to be all of the options. Just someone good at Quidditch and with a generally good relationship with everyone will be fine." "Well, that shouldn't be too difficult, should it, Minerva?" Dumbledore chimed in, turning to his deputy with a light smile. McGonagall shot him a flat look. A moment later, McGonagall sighed and nodded in agreement. "I'll try to hire someone before the next school year starts." Maverick smiled. Although it meant more work for her, he knew she would do her best to fulfill the task. "Well, now that this matter is settled," Dumbledore said with a thoughtful pause, "there is one other important issue that must be addressed." Both Maverick and McGonagall turned to him. "If we want to accomplish this, we'll have to speak with the other schools as well. Only if they agree will this be possible." Maverick nodded, understanding what Dumbledore meant. However, he had no doubt that the other schools would reject the proposal. Time passed slowly, and more than an hour had gone by since Maverick started explaining everything to the two senior wizards. He covered what needed to be done, how it would work, and the timeline to make it all happen. After that, Dumbledore and McGonagall briefed Maverick on what he needed to take care of before the school year began in September. Dumbledore then gave Maverick access to the Hogwarts fireplace network and even agreed to connect it to a private location of his choosing. To hire him, the master alchemist, the old wizard spared no effort in providing conveniences for him. Before Maverick left, Dumbledore asked him to return in a few days so he could give him a proper tour of the school, introduce him to the other staff and professors, as well as meet with the school board. Fortunately, Maverick didn't have to get involved in the formal process of registering Muggle science as a subject, as Dumbledore assured he would take care of it. Standing in front of the fireplace in Dumbledore's office, Maverick turned to the senior witch and wizard, both of whom had left him with a very positive impression. Dumbledore was no manipulative figurehead trying to brainwash others, and McGonagall was no mere follower who agreed with everything Dumbledore said. These two were nothing like the characters he had read about in the stories from his previous life. Then again, maybe he had just read too many fanfictions and ended up mixing up their personalities. He extended his hand first to McGonagall, shaking it before moving on to Dumbledore. Just as Maverick extended his hand and shook Dumbledore's, a sudden sensation washed over him, sending a faint, uneasy ripple through his body. It was something he shouldn't have picked up, especially not from the world's greatest white wizard. Dumbledore, as keen as ever, didn't miss the subtle shift in Maverick's demeanor. However, he kept his expression neutral, calm, with no outward reaction. He shook the boy's hand gently, then released it and met his eyes. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice," Dumbledore said quietly, "but it seems your perception is as impressive as your alchemy, Mr. Caesar." Maverick instinctively narrowed his eyes and fell silent, carefully gathering his thoughts. People had their own secrets, and as long as they didn't pose a threat to him, he wasn't the type to pry. He was just a little startled, considering this was Albus Dumbledore, after all. Finally, deciding not to address the strange sensation from the old wizard's left hand, he concluded it was none of his business. Noticing Maverick's silence, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and spoke slowly, his tone a touch dejected. "An accident," he said calmly. "I'll share the details with you another time, if you don't mind." Maverick quickly shook his head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind. Realizing he had taken a bit longer to gather his thoughts, he quickly explained, "Professor, I don't need to know, really. But if you'd like to share, I'd be glad to sit down for another chat sometime." McGonagall watched the exchange quietly, her expression shifting through several emotions. When Maverick finally responded so graciously, she smiled inwardly, appreciating his maturity. She was glad he wasn't a nosy person. Dumbledore's smile grew, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Ah, thank you, my dear boy," he said softly, pausing for a moment before continuing. "It has been a true pleasure to meet you. We shall have plenty of time to converse in the future. Until then, I shall see you in a few days." Maverick smiled in return, his respect for the two wizards deepening. He nodded to both Dumbledore and McGonagall, then stepped into the fireplace. A moment later, with a green burst of flame, he disappeared. As the echoes of the fire faded, Dumbledore turned to McGonagall, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "A remarkable young man, don't you think?" McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Albus, how I wish I had the chance to have been his teacher." Chapter 43, A New Role, A New Path IV, ch. 63. The last couple of weeks had felt almost like a dream for Maverick. Any devoted fan of the Harry Potter story would have felt the same. After all, it was his first time stepping into the legendary castle of Hogwarts and meeting the equally iconic Albus Dumbledore, names he had heard so much about in both his lives. At first, he didn't expect much to come from the visit, and assumed it would just be a simple meeting with McGonagall to talk about his book, and maybe bring up the idea of becoming a professor. But who would have thought? Not only was his book acknowledged by both the headmaster and deputy headmistress, but he also received confirmation of his appointment as a professor. On top of that, he managed to present his plans for the school much sooner than he had expected. After that first meeting, he returned to Hogwarts a few days later for a proper tour of the castle. McGonagall proved to be an excellent guide, taking him through the grand halls, the massive library, and the classrooms. She even showed him secret passageways and some of the school's hidden areas. Finally, he was formally introduced to the staff and professors. Their personalities mostly matched what he had expected, even if they didn't look like the actors he remembered from his past life. She gave him an overview of everything, and by the end, he had a clearer understanding of the Grand Castle and the responsibilities he was about to take on. There were still 2 months before the academic year began, giving him plenty of time to prepare. It was the last Friday of June. Today, he temporarily put aside his preparations for Hogwarts and his business affairs, as he had a very important appointment, a meeting scheduled 2 years ago with someone very important. The sun had been up for a while, and Maverick lay awake, his mind drifting through thoughts of the past weeks and the day ahead. Finally, he got out of bed, quickly went through his usual morning routine, and dressed in a simple outfit, a plain white long-sleeve shirt and brown pants. Standing in front of the mirror, he took a moment to look at himself. Over the past 2 years, he had grown a few centimeters taller, now standing at about 1.83 meters. He gave a satisfied nod at his reflection. He wasn't model-level handsome, but he didn't look bad either. If he had to describe himself, he'd say he resembled a younger version of Christian Bale, though his hair was a darker mix of black and chestnut compared to the actors. This place was located in the heart of Diagon Alley, where he had made significant upgrades, giving it a unique look that stood out from the typical style of the area. His apartment occupied the topmost floor, while the lower floor and ground level served as his shop and office, displaying and selling the products of his business. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was time. Casting a variant of the Notice Me Not charm and a disillusionment spell on himself, he performed apparition and vanished from the spot. Garling Residence, Manhattan, New York. It had been 2 years since Maverick last visited this familiar place, but the memories remained vivid in his mind. Even though he had only spent half a year here, it had been one of the most defining periods of his life, of growth, learning, and some very unexpected connections. As he stepped through the main gate, he couldn't help but smile at the familiar sight, the lush green stretching out in all directions, with the home standing proudly at the center. Sylvia was the first to greet him, just as he remembered, warm and full of life. Her husband Edward stood nearby, offering a smile and a nod. He and Maverick had met frequently over the past couple of months for business matters, so their greeting was quick and casual. After a brief but heartfelt exchange, they moved inside and settled into the cozy living room. Sylvia quickly offered to prepare something to eat, but Maverick insisted on waiting, as today was the day the exam results would be announced, and Isabella would be returning home with her transcripts to show her parents. This visit was meant to be a surprise for Isabella, as only her mother and father knew about Maverick's arrival. Though they hadn't seen each other in person for the last 2 years, they had often exchanged letters through Shisui, and their relationship had only grown stronger over time. They sat and chatted in the living room, and eventually, Maverick revealed the real reason for his visit. 2 years ago, along with his family and the Garling family, they had all agreed that Maverick and Isabella would get engaged as soon as Isabella finished school. For a normal Muggle family, this might sound too early, but for magical families, especially highly influential ones, their sons or daughters start courting a partner chosen by their parents from a very early age. This is because they prioritize forming strong, stable alliances that can benefit both families. In their world, magical abilities, political influence, and social status often hold significant weight, and securing a compatible and powerful partner is crucial for maintaining or enhancing these aspects. Early courtships allow time to carefully assess compatibility, foster trust, and ensure that the union will strengthen the family's position in the magical community. Additionally, such arrangements help avoid the complications that can arise from late or hasty marriages, giving both families a chance to build a lasting bond before formalizing the relationship. Today, Maverick had come to once again ask for Isabella's parents' blessing and to finally propose to her, making their relationship official. He didn't want to delay the engagement any longer, even though he knew Isabella wouldn't mind waiting. But once their relationship became official, she would at least be approached by fewer people trying to get on her father's good side through her. Furthermore, Maverick was already like a son to them, and they were like his second parents, so it came as no surprise when they immediately agreed and welcomed him with open arms, ready to officially make him a part of the family. However, it all depended on Isabella's answer. He knew she would agree, but he was still nervous to the core now that the time had finally come. Time passed slowly, and more than an hour went by as they engaged in light conversation. Maverick shared a quick recap of his travels around the world with the couple, as well as updating them on his current affairs, particularly the progress of his business and his recent acceptance as a professor at Hogwarts. Needless to say, they were happy for him on everything, even proud, like a mother and father would be of their child. Just as the clock struck noon, Maverick and Edward both sensed a magical fluctuation coming from the fireplace. Maverick immediately gave a quick nod to the couple, vanishing from sight as if it were planned. Not a moment later, the fireplace in the living room flared with green flames, and Isabella stepped into the house. Hidden under the invisibility spell, Maverick watched his childhood sweetheart, Isabella Garling, with quiet admiration. She had changed so much since the last time he saw her, maturing into a confident and breathtakingly beautiful young woman. Now 17, her golden hair was more radiant than ever, resembling her father's, and her graceful demeanor only enhanced her charm. Clad in the elegant Ilvermorny school uniform, her bright eyes sparkled with confidence, and her poised posture exuded an air of quiet strength. The sight made Maverick's heart skip several beats in a row, almost causing him to lose focus and disrupt the spell he had cast on himself. Isabella raised a brow as she stepped into the living room, noticing her parents sitting together with peculiar expressions on their faces. Her instincts told her something was off, but a quick glance at her father immediately dismissed the thought. What could possibly go wrong with him around? She mused silently. I got it, she said, waving the envelope in her hand and flashing a small smile at her parents. However, it was clear to them that her excitement wasn't as exuberant as it had been when she had received her owl results. Her parents exchanged a subtle look and easily guessed the reason behind it, but they held back from commenting. After all, the culprit was present, hidden from sight, and it wouldn't be long before things took a turn for the better. Isabella walked over to the sofa, sat down across from her parents, and placed the envelope on the table before leaning back. Shall we open it now? She asked, looking at them. Edward raised a brow at her, noting her emphasis on the word now, and understood what she was trying to say. However, he kept his expression neutral and pretended to be unaware, following the plan Maverick had set. Go ahead, I'm confident you aced it all, he said, grinning as he looked at his daughter. Yes, honey, open it. Sylvia chimed in enthusiastically, her tone laced with excitement as she played her part perfectly. Despite her parents' encouragement, Isabella's face briefly betrayed a flicker of disappointment, though she quickly masked it and began to open the envelope. At this point, she realized that the person she wanted to see, the one who had promised to be here on her graduation day, would not be here with her today. Trying her best to push the thought aside, her fingers moved with ease, and soon, she pulled out the parchment inside. After scanning its contents, a faint smile appeared on her face, and without a word, she held it out for her parents to read. Sylvia, unable to contain her curiosity, snatched it midair and quickly read through it. Her face lit up with joy and pride as she turned to pass it to Edward. Edward took the parchment, glanced at the grades, and nodded with a satisfied expression. He met his daughter's eyes, a beaming smile spreading across his face as he rose from his seat and opened his arms wide. Come here, kiddo, I'm proud of you, he said warmly. Isabella smiled back, her earlier disappointment faded a little, and rushed into her father's embrace. Sylvia joined them immediately, and the three shared a warm, heartfelt family hug. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere got interrupted by the soft, distinct chorus of piano notes playing in the distance. Musical notes, Ed Sheeran, perfect musical notes. Isabella focused, her head tilting slightly as she strained to hear. Do you hear that? She asked, her voice uncertain as her eyes darted between her parents. Sylvia exchanged a quick glance with Edward before replying, It sounds like it's coming from outside. Why don't you go take a look, sweetheart? Isabella shot her mother a suspicious look, narrowing her eyes as she sensed something was off. Her mother would never send her to check on something uncertain, especially while her father was present. She quickly turned to the man, but his expression was blank, too blank, and as his daughter, she was now certain that something was really off about all this. However, since both her guardians showed no objection, and her curiosity got the better of her, she decided there was no harm in checking and went ahead. As she neared the door, the melody grew louder, its notes carrying a soothing, almost magnetic charm. Without even realizing it, she found herself drawn into the rhythm, enjoying it more with every step. Once outside, the lush greenery of the garden greeted her, but her focus was entirely on the music that seemed to wrap around her like a gentle embrace. She quickened her pace, her curiosity driving her toward the source of the enchanting sound. In the shade of a large tree, she spotted a figure seated at a piano, his back turned to her. Her steps slowed, her eyes widening as her heart skipped a beat. The figure's back was familiar, so very familiar, yet there was something subtly different about it. As she stood rooted in place, the singer's voice filled her ears, blending perfectly with the soft, rhythmic notes of the piano. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowin' what it was. I will not give you up this time. Oh, darling, just kiss me slow, your heart is all I own. And in your eyes, you're holding mine. Isabella's breath caught in her throat. Her feet, seemingly of their own accord, began moving toward the figure. The lyrics washed over her like a gentle tide, each word carrying an unspoken confession, a tender appreciation that made her heart swell. Her steps slowed as she neared, not wanting to interrupt the melody. She didn't want the singing to stop. It was too beautiful, too perfect. The words spoke to her in a way that felt deeply personal, as though they were meant just for her. I have faith in what I see, now I know I have met. An angel in person, and she looks perfect. She began to hum softly along with the melody, her head swaying gently to the rhythm. By the time she reached the figure, she was completely lost in the moment, her heart pounding with a mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. She didn't dare interrupt, savoring every second until the music gradually faded into a gentle stop. She watched him turn around slowly, and her heart skipped a beat as the familiar face smiled at her. "Hi." He greeted her as he stood up, now towering a head taller than her, his eyes locking onto hers. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, but then her instincts took over. She reached out and pulled him into a long-awaited embrace. This time, Maverick didn't just pat her back lightly, as he had in her room a year and a half ago. He hugged her just as tightly, a clear sign to Isabella that the person she had unconditionally fallen for felt the same way about her. However, after a while, as they separated, bam, Isabella punched him firmly in the stomach. There was no warning from his magical sense, as if it had vanished, nor did his fighting instincts kick in. His eyes widened, his body instinctively bent forward, and he let out a cough. "That's for not coming to see me for 2 years." Cough, Maverick winced, closing one eye and offering a wry smile as he straightened up. "Okay, I deserved that." Isabella didn't say anything more. She just looked him up and down, her expression softening quickly before she pulled him into another hug. Maverick sighed with a smile, hugging her back and whispering in her ear, "I missed you." Isabella's face flushed and she whispered back, "I missed you too." When they separated again, Maverick reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. Isabella's eyes widened immediately. It was obvious what was inside. "Isabella," he said, locking eyes with her, his voice sincere and steady. "From the time we were children, every moment spent with you is something I'll cherish forever. The times we played together, the times we studied and learned, and even the letters we exchanged when we were apart. Through it all, there was one constant: my feelings for you." Her eyes stayed fixed on his, hanging onto every word. "I've thought about this moment every day for 2 years," he continued. "You're my inspiration, my partner. Isabella Garling, will you marry me and build a future together?" Tears welled up in Isabella's eyes, and a radiant smile spread across her face. She nodded, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Yes, 1,000 times yes." Maverick gently took her hand, his touch warm and steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside him. He slid the ring onto her finger, where it fit perfectly, as if it had always belonged there. As soon as the ring was in place, Isabella threw her arms around him again, her tears spilling onto his shoulder as she laughed softly. They pulled back just enough to look at each other, their faces inches apart. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. "I love you," Maverick said, his words carrying the weight of all the years they had shared and the promise of the future they were about to create. "I love you too," Isabella replied, her voice steady now, filled with certainty. From a distance, Edward and Sylvia watched silently, their smiles wide and proud as they held each other's hands, knowing their daughter's happiness was in good hands. Chapter 44, A New Role, A New Path ch 64. About an hour later, the family gathered in the dining room for lunch. The warm sunlight streaming through the windows cast a golden glow over the polished wooden table, where a feast of mouth-watering dishes had been laid out. Isabella sat beside Maverick, occasionally glancing down at her ring. Each time she caught sight of it, a silly smile tugged at her lips, and she'd quickly look away, biting the inside of her cheek in a futile attempt to contain her joy. Edward and Sylvia exchanged amused glances at their daughter, who seemed completely absorbed in her own world. It was a rare, genuine moment of pure happiness, and they couldn't help but share a warm smile as they quietly watched her. Maverick, who sat to Isabella's right, appeared more natural, but his smile, though subtle, lingered longer than normal, and his eyes often flickered to Isabella, softening with every glance. A moment of comfortable silence filled the room until Edward leaned back in his chair, glancing between his daughter and her soon-to-be fiancé. "Well, that is one magnificent-looking rock, and the color of the metal, it's not gold or silver, is it?" he asked, raising a curious brow at Maverick. Isabella's gaze snapped up from the ring, her cheeks flushing slightly. "What do you mean, Dad?" she asked shyly, unaware the question was directed at Maverick. Nothing, Edward said, feigning innocence as he reached for his drink, amused by his daughter's reaction. Maverick chuckled, leaning back slightly. The rock, he began, pausing for effect, is something I got from South Africa. As for the metal, a smirk tugged at his lips. I'll let you guess, teacher, but no, it's neither gold nor silver. Oh, Edward's curiosity was clearly piqued, and it wasn't just him. Sylvia and Isabella were now just as intrigued. If it's not gold or silver, then, Edward trailed off, giving Maverick a pointed look. Obviously, you're not cheap enough to give my daughter a random ring made of some common metal. Edward Garling, Sylvia cut in sharply, shooting him a glare before turning to Maverick. Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just being him. Isabella quickly joined in, giving her father a glare of her own. She glanced at Maverick, then down at the ring on her finger and smiled shyly. I don't care what it's made of, she said softly. It's perfect just the way it is. That's not what I meant, Edward said, his mouth slightly open, raising a finger before letting it fall. It seemed his wife and daughter had clearly taken sides. He sighed and looked back at Maverick. All right, out with it. Either you enchanted it heavily or it's made from some rare mix of metals. Which is it? Maverick chuckled, shaking his head. He glanced at his teacher. Yeah, it's enchanted. I did it myself. Same protective measures as the one you gave me, but you know better. He finished with a grin. Edward didn't doubt his student's alchemical skills, but he arched an amused brow. And the metal? He pressed. Maverick leaned forward slightly. Do you remember Rogers? Rogers, Edward repeated, narrowing his eyes in thought. If you're talking about that Rogers, then yes. A hint of melancholy crossed his face as he added, good man. He was. Seeing his teacher's reaction, Maverick briefly considered mentioning that Rogers might still be alive. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, deciding to steer the conversation in a different direction. He wasn't ready to mess with the bigger MCU plots just yet. If you know him, Maverick said, then you should also know about his shield. Edward tilted his head, puzzled for a moment, before his eyes widened momentarily in realization. Adamantium? Is it adamantium? Sylvia and Isabella exchanged glances, first looking at Edward, then at Maverick. They weren't sure what they were talking about, but judging by their expressions, it clearly seemed like something extraordinary. Not quite, Maverick grinned, shaking his head before letting the words drop. It's vibranium. Vibranium? Edward straightened up, leaning forward with a sharp look. How on earth did you get your hands on that? What's that? Isabella asked, glancing at her father, who seemed a bit less composed than usual. Edward shot a quick glance at his daughter. A very rare ore, it's the same metal used to make Roger's shield. But for us magicals, it's far more than just the strongest metal on Earth. He turned back to his student. You know, right? Maverick smirked. I'm a master alchemist, of course I know. Edward nodded thoughtfully. The only metal with a natural affinity for magic. He retrieved his wand and placed it carefully on the table. My wand has a small amount of vibranium infused with the wood. It's an incredible conductor of magic, far more efficient than materials like yew, holly, oak, or even elm. But, he paused, tapping the wand lightly, it's extremely rare, incredibly rare. Maverick chuckled sheepishly. I stole it. The room fell silent, everyone giving him a mix of stunned and confused looks. Stole it? Sylvia was the first to speak, her voice hesitant. Maverick glanced at her, then at Edward, before smirking. I stole it from a weapons trafficker, a big chunk of vibranium, and a whole stash of US dollars in cash. He paused and added, by the way, got any tips on how to wash the money? Edward blinked, ignoring the latter part entirely. Big chunk. Then, Maverick noticed his teacher's usual demeanor changing into something entirely different. An odd mix of eagerness and flattery, which didn't quite suit the usually domineering archmagus. He saw his teacher oddly cough, straighten up, and ask him in a weirdly sweet tone, my beloved student, if it's a big chunk, you wouldn't mind sharing with your dear teacher, right? Maverick bit back a laugh. He had never seen his teacher act this flattering, ever. He gave him an amused look. Sure, but you'll have to help me process the cash. Of course, Edward nodded eagerly. "Excuse me," Sylvia exclaimed, glaring at both of them. "Are you too serious right now?" She looked between her husband and Maverick, disbelief written all over her face. "Stealing? Money laundering? Who even are you people?" Maverick scratched the back of his head, glancing at Sylvia apologetically. "That, Aunt, I procured it from a very, very bad guy. Technically, I did the world a favor." "Exactly," Edward chimed in, his tone righteous. "My student would never steal." "Can someone explain what's going on?" Isabella interrupted, grabbing Maverick by the shirt. Maverick smiled and turned to his fiancée. "Well, you see, vibranium is an incredibly rare and expensive metal. For magicals, it's even rarer. Alchemical items made with it allow magic to flow dozens of times more efficiently than with any other material." He gestured to her hand. "Like your ring." Isabella blinked, her gaze shifting to the ring as he continued. "It's even better than the one on my hand. The runes engraved are far more efficient, making the protective measures function much better. I can confidently say its legs beyond the noble family's heirloom rings. In fact," he smirked slightly, "it should be much more powerful than your father's." Isabella's expression shifted from astonishment to pride, and a moment later, her face softened into a loving look. She didn't seem to care about anything else at the moment and gave Maverick a warm gaze. Maverick met her eyes and smiled. "You didn't think I'd settle for a typical diamond ring, did you?" Isabella shook her head. "No, I mean, I wouldn't have minded even if it wasn't, but thank you, Ricky." She leaned over from her chair and gave him a hug. "Cough." Edward cleared his throat, feeling like an awkward third wheel in front of his student and daughter. Blushing, Isabella quickly sat back in her chair, smoothing her dress as if nothing had happened. "Okay, never mind the stealing, or, sorry, procuring, of that metal or whatever," Sylvia interjected, her tone pointed. "But what about the money laundering?" She glanced between her husband and Maverick, clearly unimpressed. Edward raised his hand as if to calm her. "Don't worry, honey, it'll be handled through the goblins." He turned back to Maverick. "You might lose about 5%, but once they're done, it'll be spotless." Maverick nodded. "That's fine. I need no-mage capital urgently, and this will help me get started." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Why US dollars and not galleons?" Maverick shook his head. "Caesar's Magitech is expanding rapidly, so I can't touch the existing galleon capital I have. The dollars are for investing in no-mage companies and to start one of my own." "Oh," Edward leaned back, his mind recalling something they had discussed. "So, you're starting? Is everything going smoothly so far?" Maverick nodded but didn't comment on it. He then added, "I'll give you 5 kilograms of vibranium, teacher, and another 5. Help me find a buyer." Edward immediately shook his head. "No need to sell it for anyone else. I'll take all 10. He paused, taking a brief moment to think, then added, "How about $50 million? Maverick stared at his teacher, baffled. Edward chuckled as he leaned back. "Little Rick, you have no idea how valuable this ore is to magicals. I'd bet even the entire ICW treasury doesn't have a kilogram of it. Actually, you know what? Make it 70 million. "No, teacher," Maverick interrupted quickly. 50 million is fine, just help me clean the cash." Edward gave him a thoughtful look before nodding. "Deal," he said with a grin. Maverick retrieved a suitcase and 2 irregularly shaped pieces of metal, levitating them toward Edward. His teacher quickly snatched the vibranium with excitement. Edward didn't even glance at the suitcase before sending it to his storage ring. Instead, he examined the metal pieces with obvious delight, turning them over in his hands. After a moment, he sent them into his storage ring as well and looked back at Maverick. "I'll have the cash cleaned in a couple of days and transfer it, along with the 50 million, to your account." Maverick smiled and nodded. "Thanks, teacher." Edward cleared his throat again. "Just out of curiosity, how much vibranium did you manage to procure?" Maverick gave his teacher an amused look before replying, "About 50 kilograms or so." He half-lied, as there was actually over 100 kilograms safely stored in his independent storage dimension. Edward's eyes widened momentarily, but he quickly masked his surprise and asked, "Who the hell is this trafficker?" "A no-mage warlord named Ulysses Claw," Maverick said casually. "The guy had all sorts of dangerous weapons and drugs stashed on a warship. It happened about a year ago. I got the intel, rated it, took what I needed, and lit the whole thing up like a festival." Edward nodded, his expression neutral. His student's actions were well within his moral boundaries. In fact, he would have done the same in Maverick's position, and they both knew it. "You two can be completely unrecognizable sometimes," Sylvia said, shooting a pointed look at her husband and Maverick, her tone a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Turning to Isabella, she added firmly, "And don't you go learning such things from them." Isabella shrugged lightly. She trusted Maverick and, of course, her father. She knew they wouldn't cross any serious lines. She wasn't naive or foolish because Edward had taught her well about how the world worked. "All right, let's move on from the ring," Edward said, changing the topic. He looked at his daughter with a smile. "Now that you've graduated, when are you planning to start working on the thing you have always wanted to do?" The hours passed easily as they sat together, sharing stories and laughter. The cheerful atmosphere never changed, even when the conversation had touched some unexpected topics. It might have seemed like Sylvia had overreacted, but she wasn't naive. She and Edward had been married for many years, their bond of love and trust strengthened by the challenges they had faced together. She trusted his every decision completely, even if his methods occasionally seemed unorthodox. Another topic that came up was the engagement celebration and how to announce the news. It was important to make sure the right people knew that Isabella was now taken, to keep the unwanted attention at bay. Without such an announcement, there would be no end to the so-called hyenas who might try to vie for her affection. After discussing the matter, they agreed to hold a small engagement ceremony in 3 days, inviting close friends and family from both sides. Time passed, and soon 3 days had come and gone. On the 4th day, a few select newspapers reported the engagement of the Garling heiress. The news was mentioned, but not on the front page. Rather, it was tucked away in the social column, a brief mention amid other stories, just as Edward and Maverick wanted, enough for those who needed to notice to take note. Aside from the union of the young couple, the articles highlighted on the important individuals who attended the celebration ceremony. Among them were well-known figures like Albus Dumbledore, Agilbert Fontaine, the Scamander couple, Simon Walker, Sarah Walker, and a dozen or so great magus. Maverick's father, the Prime Minister of Britain, accompanied by 2 great magus-level wizards, was also highlighted. This was another move they had planned, presenting the engagement as more than just a simple union, but a political and magical alliance, ensuring no one would question the decision. After all, there would always be idiots who thought they knew better, and Edward would rather avoid those nuisances than answer them. One thing was clear from all the articles. This was a gathering of those with substantial influence in the wizarding world, and the name Maverick Caesar was once again brought to the forefront of the wizarding community. Chapter 45, Harry Potter and the Unremarkable Stone, ch. 65. The leaky cauldron buzzed with life as the morning sun streamed through its grime-streaked windows. The clinking of mugs, the hum of conversation, and the rustling of newspapers filled the air, blending into the cozy, bustling atmosphere it was known for. Inside, Tom, the pub owner, stood behind the counter wiping a mug with a rag, flashing his usual wide smile, nodding now and then to customers at different tables, greeting them as if they were old friends. While in front of him, a young witch moved skillfully through the crowd, balancing a tray full of drinks and pastries as she dodged the loud customers laughing over their jokes, performing her job with ease. Amid this lively bustle, a figure sat alone at the table near the corner. He appeared South Asian, brown, and middle-aged, and his presence seemed almost negligible to everyone else, as not a single occupant was seen looking in his direction, not even to offer a nod to include him in sharing their jokes. That was except for the waitress who was walking toward his direction. "There you go, mister." "Con," the man said, offering a polite smile. "Thank you, young lady." The witch flushed slightly, her cheeks warming as she straightened. You're welcome," she managed to stammer, looking away from the eyes that seemed to have made her lose her composure. It had been a few months since she had started working as a waitress at the Leaky Cauldron, and she was now used to dealing with all sorts of customers. It wasn't unusual for some of them to try to get her attention. However, she was a young woman just above 20, and the wizards who did so were either 3 times her age or thoroughly unremarkable in appearance. She had dismissed every attempt, but today was different. Though the person she had just served didn't seem to be seeking her attention, she couldn't help but wonder, why couldn't it be the other way around? Why couldn't she take the initiative instead? After all, it's not every day that a man this handsome, carrying an air of elegance, would come and sit for a meal in this dilapidated old pub. However, just as she placed the food and drinks on the table, he thanked her and subtly, but politely, indicated with clear words that her presence was no longer needed. Unfortunately for her, it seemed the handsome man was not here to make new friends or enjoy the company of the opposite sex, bringing an end to her hope for a more engaging exchange. Letting out a soft sigh, she turned and walked away, unwilling to linger or push further. Though disappointed, she briefly wanted to glance back. After all, some men like to act mysterious at first. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, her footsteps paused, and the idea vanished completely. She continued with her duties as if nothing had happened, the only difference being that now she, too, seemed like everyone else, ignoring the inconspicuous corner as if nothing were there. Khan enjoyed his food quietly while observing everything happening inside the pub. His face showed no particular expression, just blank, as if nothing of interest was around him. Until, half an hour later, he briefly lowered the newspaper he was reading and glanced toward the entrance, a slight gleam in his eyes. He saw a massive figure duck through the low door, followed by a smaller one. The atmosphere seemed to pause as all the occupants looked at the pair with keen interest, while the bustling noise filling the pub almost faded to silence. Khan wasn't interested in the others' reactions. His attention was focused on the smaller figure beside the giant man. The child seemed very curious about everything he was seeing, as if this place was something extraordinary, like a first-time experience of witnessing something incredible. Khan's eyes flicked to the boy's face. Round glasses, messy black hair, and a lightning-shaped scar barely visible beneath his tousled hair. A slight smirk tugged at his lips. It's finally here, he thought. The brief silence inside was broken by the scrape of a chair as a witch stood abruptly. Her voice trembled with excitement as she gasped and then said, "Bless my soul, Harry Potter." The name hit the room like a spell. Instantly, the atmosphere changed from mundane to once again electric. Wizards and witches alike turned in their seats, eyes wide with awe, their whispers growing louder. Some very exaggerated reactions came from the occupants, as Khan watched a wizard fumble with his hat, spilling his drink, while a witch clutched her chest, as if she might faint. He watched the excitement unfold as, one after another, witch and wizard alike approached the boy, shaking his hand and offering flattering words. As the giant man and Harry Potter made their way toward the back of the pub, Khan finally made a move. He stood up from his table, placed a few coins on top of his newspaper, and quietly followed the pair toward the back entrance. His movements, like before, was ignored by everyone else, as if he wasn't even there. The giant man, whom he knew was Hagrid, and Harry Potter walked into the empty courtyard. Khan was a little behind, but his attention never left them. He watched as Hagrid made a few gestures, tapped the wall with his wand, and opened the entrance to the heart of magical Britain, Diagon Alley. Khan kept his distance, not too far but not too close either. He walked slowly, discreetly following the pair through the bustling streets. Once again, despite moving through the large crowd, people walked past him without any acknowledgement, as if they were deliberately avoiding him. Minutes passed like this. Khan stayed some distance behind the half-giant and the boy, following them as they walked passing stall by stall, occasionally listening to their conversation. When they reached a place that looked different from all the other stalls, he focused more on their conversation. "Hagrid, what's this place?" he heard the boy ask, looking at the multiple-story building that appeared much busier, with more people coming in and out than at the other places. "That right there, Harry, is called Caesar's Magitech," Hagrid said, gesturing toward the busy building. "A recently famous store that sells all sorts of magical gadgets. It's become quite popular around the world." The half-giant leaned down a little, lowered his voice, and cupped his hand by his mouth as if sharing a secret. "Tell you what, Harry, I'm actually friends with the owner." Hagrid straightened up, puffed out his chest, and flipped his thick coat proudly. He raised his eyebrows at the boy, clearly expecting a reaction of awe or admiration. Khan watched their interaction, a subtle twitch forming at the corner of his eye as he observed the half-giant acting more like a child than the child standing beside him. The pair continued down the street, bypassing the other stores until they reached Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Khan watched them enter the grand building, but he stayed outside. After a moment, he moved to a quieter corner where fewer people were moving about. Raising his right hand, he focused on a bracelet-like object wrapped around his wrist. Slowly, his entire body disappeared, turning completely invisible. He then snapped his fingers, casting another spell on himself. Since he was already invisible, it seemed as though nothing had changed. However, he knew this spell added another layer of invisibility on top of what the gadget on his wrist had already provided. Now, with his already inconspicuous presence further amplified by several layers of invisibility, he returned to the bank and positioned himself a short distance from Gringotts' entrance. There, he stood silently and waited. About half an hour later, he spotted the half-giant and the boy exiting the bank and heading toward the wand shop. Once again, he followed, observing their movements closely. From the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, he saw the boy separate himself from the half-giant. Harry Potter entered the shop alone, while Hagrid turned towards the pet store, which was a couple of minutes away. Khan's attention then changed solely to the half-giant as he increased his pace following him, now making it clear who his true target was. When Khan got a couple of meters closer, he flicked his fingers, casting a spell. A few seconds later, his pace quickened, and he was walking side by side with the half-giant. His expression turned solemn as he made his move. While walking beside Hagrid, Khan reached for the man's thick coat, gently moved it aside, and slipped his hand into the inner pocket. There, he carefully retrieved a small pouch. If anyone else had used an invisibility spell and attempted the same, the veteran half-giant would have surely noticed his jacket moving, let alone something being taken from the inner pocket. But it seemed that nothing was out of place, as if Khan's actions had gone completely unregistered by the giant man's 5 senses. Khan didn't stop moving after retrieving the pouch. He maintained the same pace, walking beside Hagrid. As he did, he carefully took the content of the small bag and cupped it in his palm. It was a red stone, not as shiny as a ruby, nor as plain as a simple crystal. He didn't do anything with it or to it, other than holding it firmly while keeping pace for about half a minute. However, during that brief time, his expression changed several times, starting with excitement, then to confusion, followed by curiosity, before finally settling into a look of understanding. They were now halfway to the pet store, and Hagrid had yet to notice anything amiss. Khan placed the stone back into the pouch, then carefully reached once again for the half-giant's thick jacket. He repeated his previous actions in reverse, slipping the small bag back into the inner pocket from where he had taken it. There, he stopped following and watched for a brief moment as Hagrid moved ahead and finally entered the pet store, also known as the Magical Menagerie. Khan then turned around and walked toward an alley where people seemed to be deliberately avoiding. As soon as he entered, he stopped, glancing to his left and right before his invisible figure vanished from the spot. Whoosh! The soft thump of apparition echoed in a small, brightly lit room furnished with only a desk and a comfortable-looking chair by the wall. A figure materialized into view as he canceled the magic cast on himself and walked over to the chair. He slumped down tiredly, as if he had just completed a heavy task, then leaned back comfortably, resting his head while looking up at the ceiling, looking thoughtful. A sigh escaped his lips, followed by a triumphant smile as he murmured to the air, "Finally." Just then, his expression changed. "Is it time already?" he murmured again, before straightening his posture. His brows furrowed uncomfortably as his appearance began to change. A few twitches and some uncomfortable movements later, his middle-aged, Indian-looking self disappeared completely, replaced by a young white man with dark chestnut hair. Maverick let out another sigh as he leaned back in the chair, recalling the eventful morning he had just experienced. It was now the 31st of July, 1991, as far as he remembered, and according to the many exaggerated storybooks he had read about a certain wizard, it was also the birthday of Harry Potter, also known as the Chosen One. He recalled every bit of the Harry Potter first book and the first movie he could remember, and knew that today would be the day Hagrid would take the young wizard around Diagon Alley to gather supplies for his freshman year. He also remembered that the half-giant would be retrieving a very valuable item from Gringotts as per Dumbledore's request, and that particular item had been the target of his actions today. The Sorcerer's Stone, or Philosopher's Stone, whatever it was called, was believed to be an alchemical artifact with incredible properties. From what he recalled, it was said to have the power to extend one's life and transform any element into whatever the holder desired. Two incredible abilities, one's that Maverick, with his cheat that could replicate extraordinary items' extraordinary characteristics, wanted for himself at any cost. However, acquiring the stone while it was at Hogwarts would be difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. Moreover, doing so would risk drawing the attention of one powerful and very nosy archmagus, which he had no interest in, or rather avoid entirely. Therefore, the best chance to get his hands on it without anyone noticing would be during its transport, when it was far away from the school. Luckily for him, he had knowledge from beyond the fourth wall, and knew exactly when and where the stone would be before it made its way to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But he didn't want to take any chances of being discovered, even though he was confident that he could pull off the task. So, he devised a plan involving several layers of precautions to ensure that, even if he were to be discovered, the name Maverick Caesar would be the last anyone would think of. He used the Polyjuice potion to transform into another man, someone entirely random, halfway around the world, and gave himself a new name. He then cast the Notice Me Not variant spell to dim any attention directed at him, just enough to go unnoticed, but not completely. But when the moment to take action arrived, he quadrupled the layers of precautions, using magic suppression and invisibility twice, once through his magic and once from the alchemical bracelet, effectively erasing his magical presence while becoming completely invisible. Finally, at the last moment, he cast the illusion spell to manipulate the nearby people's perception, as well as the half-giant Hagrid's sense of touch and sight, ensuring that nobody, not even Hagrid himself, could see, hear, or feel anything other than what he intended them to. After that, it was simple. He took the stone from Hagrid's pocket, held it in his hand long enough for his system to register it, then returned it to Hagrid's pocket and disappeared from the scene as if nothing had happened at all. Now that he was alone in this remote place he had prepared, far from anyone, he finally went through the multiple system prompts that had appeared the moment he touched the famous creation of Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 46, Harry Potter and the Unremarkable Stone, ch. 66. Item, Sorcerer's Stone. Extraordinary characteristic, life enhancement. Grade, excellent. Extraordinary characteristic, transmutation, semi-permanent. Grade, basic. First of all, the Sorcerer's Stone displayed multiple characteristics, unlike a normal magical item. But this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, so Maverick wasn't overly surprised. The other items that had prompted multiple characteristics were his very own alchemy products, the ring and the bracelet, that his teacher had given him. From this, he concluded that extraordinary characteristics could be replicated multiple times from such items, though he had yet to test the theory in practice. Nonetheless, the two characteristics the Sorcerer's Stone displayed were, in simple terms, unremarkable. However, that didn't mean they weren't important. Maverick just expected the stone to have better traits, maybe even mythical grade, given all the attention over it. After all, this was the same stone that had inspired an entire book, with its name in the title. Unfortunately, things don't always turn out as you expect. He focused on the first characteristic, transmutation, semi-permanent. The name matched the rumors about the stone being able to turn any metal into gold, but according to the system, the change wasn't permanent. He wondered if Flamel had exaggerated its abilities, or if the transformation simply lasted for a very long time, but not indefinitely. Either way, he trusted the system's judgment more than old stories. On top of that, The characteristic was labeled as basic, which made him lose interest in copying it. Then there was the excellent grade characteristic, life enhancement. From the name, it once again aligned with the rumors of the stone granting a long lifespan. However, much like the earlier characteristic, this too seemed to be a watered-down version, prolonging life rather than granting literal immortality. But an excellent grade trait was still much better than some basic ability. Moreover, Maverick had come to a realization: very, very few items ever prompted an excellent grade. Almost 99% of the items he had tested so far turned out to be basic grade. This made him wonder what kind of item the system would regard as mythical grade. The Deathly Hallows, perhaps, or maybe the Infinity Stones. It was a curious thought, but one for another time. He then focused on the next set of prompts, the ones that had appeared when he made up his mind earlier to copy the excellent grade characteristic. Do you want to use one extraordinary characteristic point to replicate excellent grade characteristic, life enhancement? Following that came the system's way of informing him it had something else in mind, much like what had happened when he replicated the extraordinary characteristic of Scamander's suitcase. Unable to integrate extraordinary characteristic. Converting extraordinary characteristic to an integratable state. Conversion complete. New extraordinary characteristic, vitality. Replicating extraordinary characteristic. Extraordinary characteristic, excellent grade vitality, unfused. Now, the new trait had been added to his list of extraordinary characteristics, but with the unfused remark. This was one of those cases where he was genuinely thankful that the abilities he replicated did not integrate with his body immediately. Otherwise, there would be a whole lot of other factors he would have to consider when copying a new ability. He let out a long breath and stood up from the chair, his expression changing to one of full concentration. Before proceeding with the fusion, he extended his vast magical sense outward, ensuring there wasn't a soul nearby. Satisfied, he turned back to the chair, flicked his finger, and transfigured it into a comfortable-looking bed. His transfiguration skills were no joke. At his advanced proficiency, the magic would last for hours, and he assumed the integration wouldn't take longer than that. After all, this wasn't a breakthrough in rank. After that, he lay down comfortably, taking a deep breath in before exhaling slowly to prepare his mind and body for what was to come. Once he felt ready, he brought up the system panel and willed the new characteristic to fuse. He felt the effects of the system at work almost immediately. It was like an itch, or like tiny creatures were crawling all over his body, both on the surface and inside. It was very uncomfortable, but not unbearably painful. The sensation continued, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. Eventually, he closed his eyes and turned off the active magical sense he had extended outward, thinking of maybe try and relax to not feel the flow of time. Seconds turned to minutes, and minutes turned to hours. He was no longer lying on the bed, as it had been transfigured back to its original form. Now, he sat reading a book, trying his best to distract himself from the irritation. Unfortunately, it didn't work either, as his face was seen twitching every so often in response to the pain. Putting the book aside, he racked his brain for another way to distract himself, but nothing came to mind. Finally, he decided to simply wait out the process and endure. And so, he waited patiently as the system worked its miracle, integrating the trait and transforming his body on a cellular level. At the same time, the crawling irritation across his body started to change, mixing with pain and getting stronger with each passing moment. Fortunately, his pain tolerance was no longer as weak as when he ranked up to Great Magus, and he was able to persist even when the pain reached its peak. Another hour later, the discomfort and pains slowly started to fade away and eventually disappeared completely. However, due to the accumulated fatigue from enduring the pain for so long, he couldn't immediately tell what had changed in his body. Thankfully, the system finally gave the prompt that the characteristic had been fused, meaning he could now get a more detailed description from the system interface. Before that, he first cast a quick cleaning spell on himself, getting rid of all the sweat from his skin and clothes. Then, he sat comfortably on the chair once again and turned his attention to the system. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Great Magus. Magical Energy, 7,826 plus. Points, 2,559. Extraordinary Characteristic Points, 0. Extraordinary Characteristics. Excellent Grade Spellcasting. Excellent Grade Independent Expanded Dimension. Excellent Grade Flight. Excellent Grade Vitality. Talents. Magical Energy Manipulation, Advanced Plus. Magical Sense, Advanced Plus. Spatial Rift, Advanced Plus. Dominant Spirit, Advanced Plus. Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Alchemy, Advanced Plus. Potions, Intermediate Plus. Spells. Acquired Master Proficiency. Fiendfare Plus, Illusio Lunam Lectorum Plus. Acquired Advanced Proficiency. Flipendo plus Bombarda Maxima plus Expelliarmus plus Saner Vipra, Advanced Healing, plus Pratigo plus Finite Incantatum plus Petrificus Todellis plus Stupefy plus Patronus Charm plus Episci, Healing, plus Reparo plus Revelio plus Disillusionment plus Wingardium Leviosa plus Occlumency plus Legilimency plus Apparition plus Mirror World Spell plus Confundus plus. He took a brief look at the status screen, and the first thing that caught his eye was that his magical energy had increased noticeably by more than 1,000 units. He clearly remembered it being around 6,500 just this morning, meaning this was directly related to the new extraordinary characteristic. His mind quickly came up with a few hypotheses, but for now, he set the thoughts aside and turned his attention to the new addition on his system panel. As he focused, the system provided a brief description of the new ability. Extraordinary Characteristic, Excellent Grade Vitality. Note: improves recovery, endurance, and physical resilience. Increases resistance to injuries and greatly enhances the body's natural healing process. Healing factor increased by 1,000%. Cell degradation rate decreased by 500%. Judging from the system's remark alone, his physique had gained an overall boost in all of its positive functions. He was already a great magus, which meant his biology was far superior to that of a regular human. Now, with the enhancement from the vitality characteristic, he figured he was physically much stronger than even the peak of great magus, and possibly even close to the physique of an archmagus. Nodding in understanding, he decided to run a little test and retrieved a blade from his storage ring. Swish! With a swift movement, he swiped the blade across the skin of his arm, using enough force to make a cut that would normally affect a regular great magus. A faint white mark briefly appeared on his skin before disappearing in seconds. He arched an eyebrow at the result, then repeated the action, applying more force with the next swipe. Swish! This time, a clean cut appeared, followed by blood starting to gush from the capillaries. But within moments, the bleeding stopped, and the cut began to heal visibly before closing completely in seconds. A typical great magus would need at least 15 minutes to half an hour for a cut like that to heal completely. But for him, it happened almost instantly. Just like the system had remarked about his healing factor now being 10 times more powerful. Sending the blade back to the storage ring, his thoughts once again turned to his magical energy. It had increased by over 1,000 units, but more importantly, this was the first time an extraordinary characteristic had directly affected his magical energy. This wasn't difficult to figure out. After all, every time his magical energy increased, his physique showed a corresponding improvement. So, it wouldn't be wrong to assume that the same could happen in reverse. Putting all that aside, another important detail he noticed while looking at the system panel was that he could now promote himself to the rank of Archmagus if he wanted to. However, if he ranked up now, he would be left with only 100 or so points, which was simply not enough, especially considering there was a good chance of awakening 2 new talents upon promotion. Perhaps after the end of the year, he thought. After giving it more consideration, he decided it was better to wait. More time passed, during which he performed some final tests on himself and gained a solid understanding of his new capabilities. One point was very clear to him. Apart from the 7 speakers, There should not be any witch or wizard alive in the world right now who could match him in magic or power. But Maverick was by no means arrogant or overly proud of this fact. There was still so much he didn't know about this world, not to mention the things he does know. To put it simply, witches and wizards were just one group of extraordinary individuals, and there were many others out there. So, if there ever came a time when he would feel even slightly confident about his strength, it would be after reaching the rank of Archmagus. At that point, he would at least have the capital to voice himself among his own kind. Until then, today's accomplishment was just another step forward on his path toward realizing his ambitions in this grandiose universe. Chapter 47, A New Year Ahead ICH 67. The soft crackle of firewood echoed through the room, its golden flames casting a warm glow on the dark stone walls of the fireplace. It continued, steady and unchanging, until suddenly the flames flared into a vibrant green. They roared to life, rising high as a young man stepped out smoothly, the green flames swirling briefly around him before settling back into their calm state. The day after integrating his new characteristic, Maverick made his first stop at Hogwarts. Like every other professor, he had his own exclusive office, complete with a private flue point for easy access whenever he needed. His office was a unique blend of old and new, with aged bookshelves and sleek, modern furniture seamlessly coming together in perfect harmony. It was brightly lit, unlike the typical rooms of other Hogwarts professors, with ceiling-mounted enchanted lights, products of his own brand, filling the space with a warm glow that made the room feel more inviting and welcoming. Walking to the center, Maverick paused for a moment, taking in the changes that had been made just as he had requested. Thankfully, McGonagall had no objections to him personalizing as long as it stayed within the confines of this room. A smile tugged at his lips. It felt far more comfortable now, a refreshing change from the medieval vibe it had before. He glanced at the digital-looking clock mounted on the wall, nodded in acknowledgement, and made his way to the door. This visit was simply to submit the lesson plans to McGonagall and get an update on certain matters they had discussed during their first appointment. Stepping out, he found the hallways empty, with not a soul in sight. No surprise, considering it was the school holidays. His footsteps echoed off the stone walls as he walked steadily toward the only place where his passive magical sense detected any presence. A couple of minutes later, he arrived at his destination, the Grand Hall. As he approached, the heavy oak doors swung open, revealing the iconic space where even the ceiling was said to be bewitched. It was the heart of the castle, the place where students and staff gathered daily for meals. But today, the 4 long tables reserved for students were empty, and only the staff table was set with food. 2 of his colleagues were seated, enjoying their breakfast. As he approached the raised platform where the staff table sat, he was met with the familiar faces of the 2 professors, McGonagall and Flitwick. "Professor Caesar, we didn't expect you to return so soon." Maverick heard McGonagall's sharp yet kind tone as he climbed the few steps to the stage, and saw the witch looking at him questioningly. "Good morning, Professor Caesar. Minerva's right, you know. We still have a whole month before the school starts." Flitwick chimed in as well, following McGonagall's comment. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he listened to the 2 professors. They seemed surprised by his return so soon after his engagement, considering there was still a month left before the school term began. However, discussing his personal life wasn't why he was here today. He approached the long table with steady steps, offering a polite nod as he greeted them. "Good morning to you too, professors," he said, then settled into a seat beside Flitwick before addressing their comments. "Isabella's busy with her own things, and I have a lot on my plate as well. Besides, we're young and not in any rush," he said, keeping the explanation short. The 2 professors were adults, sharp enough to understand what he meant. It seemed he was right, as he noticed them exchange glances and nod. Just then, a delicious-looking English breakfast materialized in front of him on the table, and he picked up the fork and spoon. But before taking a bite, he first glanced sideways at the deputy headmistress. "Professor," he asked, looking curiously, "what about the matter with the other schools? Have you and the headmaster visited any yet?" McGonagall arched a brow and smiled amusedly. So that's why you're here, to see if we've been procrastinating again. Maverick smiled sheepishly and shrugged, digging into his food. He heard the half-man beside him let out a low chuckle as well. The senior witch gave a thoughtful nod before clearing his doubts. Well, to answer your question, it's going rather well. She spoke while gracefully cutting into the food on her plate. Albus and I have already received confirmation from Germany and France. Severus is on his way to Durmstrang, and, she glanced at Flitwick before adding, Filius will travel to Coldovstoritz this week. It's a rather isolated place compared to other magical schools, Flitwick added, shrugging at the mention of his task. McGonagall raised an eyebrow at him. Don't you have a good relationship with Headmaster Volkov? Oh, I do, Flitwick replied, popping a small piece of sausage into his mouth. But this is official business, a whole other matter entirely. He turned to Maverick with a knowing look. You've really thrown us all a lot of trouble this summer, young man. Maverick chuckled as he sliced into his breakfast. It's just the beginning. This year will be hectic, sure, but by next year, the schools will be the ones eager to join. You'll see. McGonagall eyed him thoughtfully, her lips curving into a small smile. I certainly hope so, Professor Caesar. Flitwick chuckled. Well, I can't imagine Severus signing up for this every holiday. I can already hear him grumbling. The three of them shared a soft laugh, the sound echoing lightly in the nearly empty hall. As their chuckling faded, McGonagall turned back to Maverick. How are you coming along with your lesson plans? At her question, Maverick set down his fork and spoon, then retrieved a small stack of papers from his storage ring, floating them over to her. Roughly finished, he said, picking up the cutleries once more. I've organized the materials after referencing lesson plans from other schools' alchemy teachers. McGonagall took the papers, gave them a brief look, and then stored them in her own ring. She glanced at him with an approving smile. I thought it might take you longer, considering this responsibility was rather suddenly placed on your shoulders. Maverick returned her smile. The resources were there, I just had to organize them. The senior witch's face softened with satisfaction, and after a moment, she glanced at them both with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. I must admit, I am very much looking forward to the start of the school year. Quite right, Flitwick nodded, briefly glancing to both his sides. It's going to be very interesting, he added, carrying the same enthusiasm as McGonagall's. They chatted more on various topics, the conversation flowing easily as they took their time, enjoying breakfast. It was rare for the hall to be this empty of students and teachers, and for McGonagall and Flitwick, it was a rare moment to relax and savor the peace. After breakfast, Flitwick made his way to the Russian School of Magic, while Maverick followed McGonagall to her office to review the lesson plans he had prepared. Time moved slowly, and the days of August passed one by one, leading up to the 1st of September, 1991. The bustle of King's Cross Station greeted him as he stepped into the thrumming heart of London. Looking around, he saw families saying quick goodbyes, travelers pulling heavy bags, and a few people rushing past. There was a mix of excitement and nervousness on their faces, which made the station feel alive. But he wasn't here for these busy platforms meant for non-magical travelers. His destination was hidden, tucked between platforms 9 and 10, out of sight to anyone who didn't know where to look. Today, he wore a simple yet modern and a very Muggle outfit. A crisp, plain white long-sleeved shirt loosely tucked into brown trousers rolled above the ankle, with gray and white sneakers completing the look and adding a confident touch. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, both in mind and body. This was the day, the beginning of it all, and it was important to pause for a moment and take it all in. A while later, he stood just outside the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. His eyes moved from side to side, his sharp magical sense scanning for the hidden magic. It didn't take long before he detected the runic work, a beautiful piece of art. Not the wall itself, but the intricate runic ward embedded within it. A knowing smile tugged at his lips as he looked ahead at the magical wall that concealed platform 93-4. He knew exactly where to step. He walked forward, taking steady steps as he approached the barrier. With a smooth motion, he passed seamlessly through the wall. The world blurred for a moment, the sounds and sights swirling around him before it all reassembled. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a different platform, one hidden indeed from the ordinary world. It was quiet here, away from the rush of the Muggle side. He was early, though, and he knew it would soon become just as busy, if not more so, as students and their families began to arrive. He took a moment to observe the Hogwarts Express. It didn't look much different from the one shown in the movies, but still, it appeared quite majestic, gleaming under the morning sun. With calm and deliberate steps, he walked along the platform, observing the few families who were also here early. He spotted a group of young students, likely first years, clutching their trunks nervously while their parents stood beside them, probably offering last-minute advice not to cause trouble. Nearby, a mother and father embraced their daughter with pride before the bittersweet parting. He walked past them, the steady rhythm of the train's whistle in the background, and a few steps later, he reached the train. Without hesitation, he stepped inside and was greeted by the soft hum of voices and the faint scent of aged wood, mixed with the subtle aroma of old leather. Passing by a couple of cabins, Maverick noticed a few students, likely seniors, already on board and unpacking. He overheard snippets of conversations about who would win the Quidditch Cup this year and the new alchemy course being offered. But Maverick wasn't interested in engaging with anyone right now. He was here simply to experience the experience. After all, as a teacher, it was important to take the train to school at least once, to truly understand what the students went through. He picked an empty cabin toward the back of the train, and the door slid open with a soft click. As he stepped inside, he glanced around, neatly polished seats with velvet cushions and curtains swaying gently with the motion of the train. It was peaceful, for now at least. Settling into the seat by the window, he leaned back comfortably, allowing the momentary silence to soothe him as he observed everything through the glass. Chapter 48, A New Year Ahead II, CH 68. It had been nearly an hour since Maverick boarded the Hogwarts Express, which was scheduled to take the students to the school for the new academic year. Looking out the window from his cabin, he saw the platform crowded with families bidding their final farewells, while the train had steadily begun to fill up. Students from first years to seventh years were settling into cabins in groups, and his had been opened a few times as well. However, perhaps because he looked a bit older or because of the way he dressed, like an outright Muggle, no one seemed interested in joining him. Even the Muggle-born first years opened and shut the door in a flash, which felt even sillier, likely because they assumed he was a senior student, and their timidity got the better of them. Shaking his head with a small smile, his attention returned to the families and their children outside on the platform. He had already noted a few noteworthy names boarding the train, though some key characters had yet to make an appearance. Just then, he spotted a group stepping through the enchanted wall. They all had reddish-brown hair, and it wasn't difficult to guess they were the Weasley family. But among the group of redheads, he noticed another boy he was all too familiar with. Maverick glanced between the boy who lived and Ron, and it was immediately obvious how much smaller and frailer the protagonist actually was. It was clear he hadn't had a pleasant childhood, and Maverick couldn't help but briefly consider doing something about the situation. However, he decisively dismissed the thought. He wasn't ready to interfere with the plot just yet. Perhaps he would, once he felt more confident in his personal strength. "Call me a coward if you want, but I'd rather know my hand than bet blindly," he thought inwardly. He watched as the Weasley family gathered in a tight circle, exchanging hugs and promises of good behavior from the children. Mrs. Weasley's voice carried through the bustle, faintly audible even from inside the cabin. Maverick couldn't help but chuckle, understanding, at least in part, why her children feared receiving a howler from her. He leaned back in his seat, a smile tugging at his lips as he thought about the troubles he might soon face from the pranking professionals. Then, his attention changed from the platform to the door of his cabin as his senses caught two people approaching. They were young, likely freshmen. Maverick adjusted his posture, retrieving a book from his ring and beginning to read. Perhaps, he thought, pretending to be a nerd might convince a student to share the cabin with him, or at least help whoever opened the door overcome their timidity. A knock came from the other side, but before Maverick could respond, the door slid open, revealing two young witches staring at him curiously. He sat leaning comfortably, one leg crossed over the other, with a book in his right hand resting casually on the knee of the raised leg. From the corner of his eye, he first noticed the taller girl, her wide-eyed stare fixed on him without a hint of subtlety. When he turned his head toward them, her mouth shaped into a small O of surprise. Beside her, the other girl too seemed a little taken aback. Though she tried to hide it behind a blank expression, his sharp eyes didn't miss the subtle flicker of emotion in her eyes. The first thought that crossed his mind was whether he looked too pretentious, pretending as he was. But the thought was quickly dismissed when he caught a barely audible squeak from one of the girls. "So handsome," she muttered, only to slap her hands over her mouth in mortified realization. "Ah, one of those who lets their mouth run before their brain," Maverick thought to himself. They both looked like first years. The taller one had dark hair and an air of eagerness, while the other, shorter and more reserved, had neatly arranged blonde hair and an observant gaze that spoke of caution. An awkward silence passed until Maverick arched a brow and gave them a friendly nod. "Looking for a cabin?" he asked, breaking the tension. Though one of them seemed like she might give him a few headaches, he still asked politely, noticing they hadn't left immediately after opening the door, unlike the previous students. He saw the taller girl blink and quickly turn to the blonde, as if seeking approval. However, her head bobbed like a pigeon the entire time, making the silent exchange far from subtle and making it clear what she was trying to say. Maverick noticed the corner of the blonde's mouth twitch, betraying her mild exasperation, before she gave a small, reluctant nod. Finally, they stepped inside and settled into the seats across from him. "Thank you," the dark-haired girl said, her eyes fixed on Maverick with a fascinated expression that made him inwardly sigh. He had prepared himself for the chance that some teenage witches might let their hormones override their common sense, but running into one so quickly, and a first year, no less, already had him worried about the trouble and headaches he might have to deal with. Swallowing his thoughts, he kept his expression neutral and offered a polite nod. He wasn't going to go all edgelord on some little girls, not to mention they were going to be his students. "I'm Tracy," the dark-haired girl introduced herself as soon as she sat down, her voice full of enthusiasm. "And this is my best friend, Daphne Greengrass." Maverick had already guessed their names, recognizing the family crest subtly engraved on the ring the blonde wore. "My name is Maverick. Are you both freshmen?" he asked, offering a kind smile. "Yes, senior," Tracy replied brightly. It was clear she was the outgoing type, while the blonde beside her seemed more introverted, or perhaps she was simply trying to maintain a mysterious air. "We just turned 11, and we're so excited to start school. Can you tell us a little about it? Is it true that the potions professor doesn't wash his hair?" Her words came out so randomly, as if she hadn't even thought before speaking, and the last part left him momentarily frozen, his mouth slightly open, unsure of how to respond. After a beat, he shook his head, silently mourning Snape's reputation. "First of all, I'm pretty sure Professor Snape washes his hair, and I'd advise you not to spread that rumor around," he said, maintaining his polite expression. "As for Hogwarts, do you really want me to spoil everything, or would you rather discover its greatness for yourselves?" He glanced between the two girls. This time, Tracy didn't respond immediately. Her brain caught up with her mouth, allowing her a moment to think. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a polite knock came from the door. Tracy was about to shout, "Come in," but paused as she saw the senior across from her move his arm. Maverick extended his finger and flicked it to the right, making the door slide open smoothly. A wizard with neatly combed hair stood in the doorway, looking a little shy. "Ah, sorry, I thought it was empty," he said, his voice soft. He appeared older, probably a third or fourth-year student, but Maverick couldn't recognize him. Before the boy could close the door, Maverick quickly called out, "Please come in. There's one spot here beside me." The boy hesitated, scratching his head, then shrugged and entered, settling beside Maverick. "I'm Maverick," he introduced himself quickly, not wanting the boy to have second thoughts and leave. He figured it might be better to share the potential headaches that the little witch across from him might cause during the journey. He flicked his finger again to the left, causing the door to slide shut. "They are Miss Tracy and Heiress Greengrass," he added, gesturing to the two girls across from him. None of the three students responded immediately, all of them staring at him with surprised expressions. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before he could ask what was wrong, Tracy exclaimed, "That was wandless silent casting. So cool, was that the unlocking spell?" "Stupid, the unlocking spell doesn't close doors," Daphne finally spoke, rolling her eyes at her friend's comment before turning back to him. All three stared at him, their expressions almost identical, as if they were waiting for him to explain himself. It seemed that his simple use of magical energy was an impressive feat to these students. After giving it some thought, he realized it made sense, as the use of pure magical energy wasn't something most wizards had seen. But he wasn't about to give them a lecture on that. "Ah, that, just a little trick I learned," he said, chuckling sheepishly and scratching his head before quickly changing the subject. "So, what's your name?" he asked, glancing at the boy sitting next to him. The boy seemed a little lost at first, gathering his thoughts. My name is Roger Davies, a third-year Ravenclaw." Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he tilted his head, studying Maverick's face. "Senior, I don't remember seeing you before in the higher grades." Maverick let out a sigh, realizing that his hope of keeping his identity as a professor a secret until they arrived at Hogwarts might not be possible. Or so he thought. "Oh, are you the new assistant to the alchemy professor? I heard from my father that Hogwarts was looking for a teaching assistant from the recent graduates." Maverick swallowed back what he was about to say and decided to humor them. "I am indeed related to it. Yes, I'm not exactly a student, just catching the train to experience the journey since I graduated from another school." Maverick saw different expressions from the three of them. Daphne Greengrass looked at him with a doubtful gaze, while Roger Davies first showed confusion, then nodded in understanding. Tracy, however, seemed to believe his words at face value, believing every letter. "That is so cool. So should we call you professor or assistant professor? Where did you go to school?" Her words were cut short by the sudden whistle of the train, and all four of them turned toward the window. As they watched, the platform seemed to move as the train's wheels began to turn, and they felt the motion as the engine started pushing the massive express forward. "It seems we've started moving," Maverick said, breaking the brief silence. The cabin was once again filled with the hum of conversation. Mostly, it was the three of them talking, while Daphne Greengrass listening intently and occasionally nodding along to their words. 2 hours passed, and the cabin grew quieter. Maverick was reading a book, as were Daphne and Roger, while Tracy, now resting her head on Daphne's shoulder, had finally tired herself out and was nearly drifting to sleep. The peaceful, rhythmic sound of the train continued, carrying them toward their destination until... Bam! The door of the cabin was abruptly slid open with a loud thud. "Have you seen a toad?" a voice called out. Chapter 49, A New Year Ahead III, CH 69. The rhythmic hum of the engine filled the air as the Hogwarts Express moved steadily along the tracks toward its destination. 2 hours had passed, and the students were now settled, each engaged in their own activities. The older students were busy catching up with their friends, while the first years were enthusiastically making new ones. While most cabins buzzed with lively chatter, a few were quieter, with some occupants engrossed in books and others taking naps, lulled by the soothing rhythm of the train. In one of the rear cabins, 4 people shared the space, seated 2 by 2 across from one another. On one side, a girl quietly read a book, while her companion rested her head on her shoulder, seemingly asleep. Across from them, a young man and a boy were each immersed in their own reading. But then, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly shattered as the door slid open with a loud thud, startling the half-asleep girl upright from her comfortable position. The intruder, oblivious to the rudeness of their actions and the impact on the occupants, stepped in as if it were their own room and almost demanded, "Has anyone here seen a toad?" while looking at the 4 of them. Maverick glanced at the small figure out of the corner of his eye. His magical sense had already alerted him to the girl's approach, so her sudden and abrupt entry didn't catch him off guard. Bushy brown hair, a slightly round face, and some very noticeable front teeth. Yes, he was 99% certain this was the know-it-all lioness, and she looked much more like the Hermione Granger described in the books than Emma Watson from the movies. The memory of this exact moment from the film flickered in his mind. The girl barging into a cabin, asking about a toad, only back then, it was the protagonist and her future husband she confronted. The cabin remained silent as the new occupant stood there, seemingly unable to read the room. "Listen here, girl." Tracy's patience seemed to have run out as she reprimanded her, her tone laced with clear annoyance. "Next time you decide to enter other people's cabins like that, at least knock. Don't just barge in as if we owe you something." Maverick didn't intervene, letting the children handle it themselves. He too felt a twinge of annoyance, but reminded himself that this was just an 11-year-old girl. He watched as she stared at Tracy with wide eyes while being scolded, her expression slowly crumpling. Before long, her eyes welled up with tears, which began to spill down her cheeks. Maverick couldn't help but wonder what had given her the audacity to act so boldly earlier, if she was this timid to begin with. Without a word, the future Minister of Magic, at least in the original work, turned and ran out as if she had just received a scolding from her mother, leaving the 3 students staring after her, baffled by the sudden turn of events. The little episode passed in under a minute, and the peaceful atmosphere once again returned to the cabin. Daphne huffed and returned to her book, while Roger shrugged and resumed his reading. Tracy, however, seemed to have lost her sleepiness, though she now appeared more confused than tired, still processing what had just happened. Her scolding came from being startled and annoyed, but she hadn't intended to teach the culprit a lesson harsh enough to make her shed tears. She glanced at the most senior among them, as if hoping he could make sense of the situation. Maverick sighed as he felt her gaze fall on him. "She's likely a witch new to all things magic, new to all of us," he said, explaining as best he could. "You didn't say anything wrong, and you shouldn't worry just because she cried after your advice. Witch or muggle doesn't excuse her blatantly rude behavior," Daphne added, glancing at Maverick after his comment. Maverick raised his hands and shrugged. "We learn from our mistakes." "You sound like my dad," Tracy interrupted with a chuckle. "How old are you anyway, senior?" she asked. Maverick smiled back. "I'll be 21 this November," he said, then closed his book, sending it to his storage ring, then pulled out a stack of cards. "Wanna play a card game to pass the time?" He darted his gaze between all 3 of them. Tracy agreed first without hesitation, and then Maverick noticed Roger close his book as well, seemingly agreeing to the suggestion. Maverick then glanced at the greengrass heiress, and both Tracy and Roger followed his gaze. He saw her let out a sigh before closing her book and making it disappear into her heir's ring. "Wonderful," Maverick smiled, then began sorting the cards equally while explaining the game he had in mind. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were about to start playing, there was another tap at the cabin door. With a flick of his finger, Maverick repeated his earlier motion, sliding the door open. "Good morning, children. Would you like to buy some sweets?" asked a cheerful lady, standing behind a cart loaded with magical snacks. Maverick didn't let any of the children pay, instead waving his hand to buy enough snacks for all 4 of them. He noticed Daphne's reluctant expression, likely due to her pride as the greengrass heiress, but he politely insisted they accept his gesture. Fortunately, they were only children, so it didn't take much convincing before they relented. Soon, the 4 of them were enjoying the snacks while playing the card game Maverick had taught them. "Interesting piece of alchemy," Maverick remarked, holding up a box containing what appeared to be a frog, a chocolate frog. "Most people buy them to collect the cards," Tracy said, glancing at him as he studied the small box. "You get 1 card in each pack." Maverick didn't open the box, nor did he feel like eating it, it just felt odd to him. Instead, he handed it to Roger, who accepted it with a grin. The game continued as they chatted about various topics. Maverick spoke about Ilvermorny, carefully wording his stories to avoid revealing too much about his background or the fact that he had been Edward's student. Although his mentorship wasn't exactly a secret, he wasn't ready to discuss it here and now. Roger shared stories about Hogwarts, mostly about Quidditch, but at Maverick's suggestion, he held back from spoiling too much for the 2 first years. By the way, I heard the Savior is starting school this year too, Tracy said, throwing in a comment as the conversation flowed. He should be on board right now, in another cabin, Daphne added, tossing a card onto the table. The boy who lived, huh? The third-year Ravenclaw paused thoughtfully before joining in. I wonder which house he'll be sorted into. He's heir to House Potter, so probably Gryffindor. Like his parents, Daphne replied, showing off her knowledge. How'd you know? Roger asked, giving her a curious look before it hit him that she was the heiress of one of the oldest and most ancient magical families in the country. As the Greengrass heiress, it was obvious she would know such things. My father told me, she explained, not offended by the question. I've been taught about world politics and the ancient families, both local and foreign, since I started learning to read. Roger nodded, looking thoughtful before his gaze fixed on the girl again, though he seemed unable to voice what was on his mind. The smart, blonde little witch noticed his hesitation right away, looking at his face. Say what's on your mind, Senior. Maverick watched their little interaction and noted how polite and unusually mature the 11-year-old Greengrass girl's speech was for her age. Her parents must have carefully educated her from a very early age, he thought to himself. Well, Roger finally said, you're probably the first pureblood I've seen being this friendly with me, a half-blood, spending the entire journey. I mean, that's very rare. He paused, as if remembering something, and added with a little chuckle, the Weasley twins don't count. Daphne huffed, though not rudely, just a little shy. My best friend is a half-blood like yourself. Besides, my family isn't like those idiots who value blood over facts. Tracy, sitting beside her, smiled and hugged her from the side, making the already shy little blonde's face flush even more. Well, it was really nice meeting you both. And you too, Senior. I mean teacher. Professor Assistant. Roger scratched his head, smiling embarrassedly after stumbling over his words, making the three inside chuckle at him. He glanced back at the two girls once more and added confidently, I mean, if you two freshmen need any help, you can come and find me anytime, regardless of which house you're sorted into. Maverick watched quietly, not adding anything to the children's conversation, his expression pleased. This was one of his main goals for the school, and by coincidence or not, he had somehow come across and gotten to know some very like-minded children on the very first day. His mind worked quickly, and right then and there, he made plans for the three of them to take on more active roles in the new events that would take place this year. The conversation continued, along with the card game they were playing, accompanied by shared stories, laughter, and the occasional snack. Even the cautious-looking Greengrass witch eventually relaxed her composure as the four of them grew more comfortable with one another. Before they knew it, hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the sun began its descent toward the west. As the sky began to darken, an announcement echoed through the train, instructing students to get ready, put on their uniforms, and prepare for their arrival at Hogsmeade Station. Daphne, Tracy, and Roger left to change into their robes, while Maverick stayed behind since he had no need for a uniform. Senior, aren't you going to change into? Tracy blurted out as soon as she returned to the cabin, but stopped halfway, realizing he didn't have to. Ah, I forgot you weren't exactly a student. A moment later, Daphne returned, dressed and ready, while the boy took the longest. A few minutes after that, Roger returned as well and saw the three of them arching a brow at him, which left him confused about what had happened. Took your time? Did you put on makeup? Sure enough, the little witch Tracy couldn't help but jab, making Maverick chuckle lightly, and even the blonde sitting beside Tracy smirked. What? Why would I? Apparently, the third year in the House of the Smarts didn't catch the freshman's sarcasm. Fortunately, Maverick spared him from any embarrassment. Did you meet some friends? You took a while after going to change. Oh, Roger had a look of realization before adding, I did. They thought I hadn't boarded the train because I didn't find them. He chuckled while explaining. They settled once again and waited, until finally, just before it grew completely dark, the train let out a loud whistle and came to a stop, signaling the end of their journey. The senior students in the other cabins rushed to get out first, quickly making the aisle outside noisy. The four of them waited in theirs for a while at Maverick's suggestion, only getting up from their seats when the bustling sounds of students walking down the train's narrow walkway began to calm down. As they made their way toward the exit, some students eyed the group. Well, they were looking at Maverick, as if he were something completely out of place, not wearing the Hogwarts uniform or anything resembling magical attire. But Maverick didn't mind the stares and steadily followed behind the three little ones. Chapter 50, A New Year Ahead IV, ch 70. Hogsmeade, believed to have been founded in the 10th or 11th century around the same time as Hogwarts, is the only wizarding village in Britain where witches and wizards can freely use magic without worrying about Muggle interference. Its residents are said to be entirely of magical origin, making it a welcoming place for the wizarding community. It is also a special place for the students and teachers of Hogwarts. Located close to the school, it serves as a retreat where young witches and wizards, under certain conditions, are allowed to visit on weekends. It is also the final stop for the Hogwarts Express, where students disembark before making their way to the school's front gate. Of course, first years are an exception, as they have a different journey awaiting them. First years, please follow me. Come on, first years, this way. Maverick heard a loud voice calling out as he approached the train's exit. Ahead of him, students were hurriedly disembarking one by one onto the Hogsmeade platform, and the train was quickly becoming empty. The children soon began to separate. The senior students headed off toward another area, likely to meet another professor or staff member who would guide them through the main gates of Hogwarts, while the first year stayed, gathered near Hagrid. Maverick saw the half-giant holding a lantern, greeting and counting the young first years as he walked up and down the platform, ensuring everyone was accounted for before leading them to their next destination. From what McGonagall had told him, Hagrid was in charge of the first-year students and would be taking them to the school using a different form of transportation. It was a traditional method meant to give them a feel for how students traveled to Hogwarts when it was first founded by the four founders. Of course, Maverick already knew this from the story's memories. So far, everything seemed to be happening just as it had in the tale. Glancing around, he saw many of the first-year students were staring at him. It was to be expected. After all, he was much older and not even wearing a school uniform. Some looked at him with curiosity and confusion, while a few showed blatant disdain, likely because of his attire. He sighed inwardly, suspecting those few to be noble, so-called pureblood fanatics. Just then, Maverick heard a mocking voice cut through the hum of the crowd. "Look who we have here. Are you a lost squib?" Maverick turned to see a blond boy walking toward him, a smirk on his face. Two others followed closely behind, almost like bodyguards. He didn't need anyone to tell him who the idiot and the two bigger idiots behind him were. It was obvious. The three of them walked with a sense of superiority, looking Maverick up and down with obvious disdain. Maverick raised an eyebrow but didn't respond, slipping his hand into his pocket. He wasn't going to engage with them. This was just childish drama, and he had no interest in entertaining it. As expected, when Maverick didn't react the way they had hoped, presumably showing timidity or some kind of response, they scoffed and shifted their attention elsewhere. The blonde boy's gaze then happened to land on Daphne and Tracy, who stood behind Maverick. "Greengrass, so you're here as well, and I see you're still with your... Ah, if it isn't Daddy's little princess." The blonde boy, who Maverick assumed was Draco Malfoy, sneered at Daphne condescendingly. However, whatever insult he was about to finish was smoothly cut off by Tracy, who shot back with even better mockery. What did you just call me, you stupid mud?" "Shut up, Malfoy," Daphne interrupted sharply, looking more like a little dragon than Draco himself. "Who I am with is none of your business. Bugger off with your goons and find someone as idiotic as you to bother." Maverick watched the brief exchange and compared the two young heirs. Daphne Greengrass carried herself with impressive maturity, embodying the demeanor of a true noble, while young Malfoy acted like a typical spoiled rich brat. However, he understood that their behavior was a reflection of their early upbringing, and as their teacher, it was his responsibility to educate them, rather than judge or discriminate based on their current actions. That said, he wasn't going to show the extreme patience of Dumbledore, nor would he act like Snape. Draco huffed, pointing a finger at them, but couldn't even come up with a counter. The boy's behavior reminded Maverick of the arrogant young master characters from Chinese novels, only worse. At least those characters had the guts to exclaim, "courting death," while little Malfoy couldn't even handle 2 sentences in a confrontation he had started. He stomped off, his followers trailing behind him. While briefly distracted by the children's drama, Maverick failed to notice the giant man approaching his way. "Professor Caesar," Hagrid's booming voice called out, snapping his attention as he turned his head toward him. "I see you took the Hogwarts Express with the little ones. Are you taking the boats as well?" Hagrid asked with a friendly smile. Maverick sighed. He had planned to, but now that his identity as a professor had been laid out in front of everyone, he changed his mind. "Wait, so you're not an assistant teacher?" Tracy asked, looking up at him. Maverick glanced over and saw that both she and Daphne seemed taken aback. "I had a feeling that name sounded familiar. The master alchemist's surname is Caesar, but since your first name isn't usually mentioned in the newspapers or by the public, I didn't recognize it," Daphne said calmly, looking at him. Maverick played innocent, offering them both a sheepish smile. "Sorry, kids, I didn't mention it earlier." "Don't worry, Professor, and it's not like you lied," Daphne responded politely, with no trace of childish reaction. Maverick sighed inwardly at her response. Her behavior almost seemed programmed at times. The Greengrass family's method of education, too, seemed to have some flaws, but he believed a smart witch like Daphne would find a balance as she grew older. He shrugged the thoughts aside and turned to Hagrid, who was now standing beside him. "Good to see you again, Mr. Hagrid." "Professor, so will you take the boats with us as well?" Hagrid repeated his earlier question. Maverick shook his head, offering a polite smile to the half-giant man. "No, I'll go with the senior students. You should take the first years to the school quickly. I'm sure Professor McGonagall is waiting outside." "I see," Hagrid said, nodding his head. "Well, I'll see you at school then, Professor." Maverick nodded in return, gave a quick wave to Daphne and Tracy, and then headed toward the older students, who were now a little farther away. But after covering a little distance, he turned and walked in another direction, coming to a stop near a quiet corner. He then retrieved a black long coat from his storage space and draped it over his shoulders, presenting himself in a more wizarding fashion. Then, casting an invisibility spell on himself, he flew toward the castle, aiming to arrive before anyone else. A short while later, he entered the Hogwarts Great Hall and found most of the professors already gathered and seated at the long teacher's table. McGonagall and Rolanda Hooch were absent, likely because one had gone to greet the first years while the other guided the seniors. Walking steadily, he climbed up the elevated stage, giving a polite nod to his colleagues. The only one among them he hadn't met and wasn't familiar with was Quirrell, the new hire, just like himself. "Ah, Professor Caesar. Welcome," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "I thought you said you would be arriving with the freshmen," he added with a curious smile. "Thank you, Headmaster. Well, I changed my mind and decided to welcome the students like everyone else," Maverick said with a shrug. "I see," Dumbledore replied, pausing briefly before turning his head to the right. "Please, allow me to introduce you to Professor Quirrell," Dumbledore said, gesturing toward a timid-looking man wearing a turban who was seated next to Professor Snape. "Our new professor for defense against the dark arts." Maverick turned his head, meeting the man's eyes, and gave a polite nod. "It's a pleasure, Professor," he said, keeping the greeting short. Quirrell offered a nervous smile, stumbling over his words as they exchanged brief pleasantries. Maverick didn't bother to comment on the man's attempts to appear humble. He pretended not to know anything, and after the brief exchange with the man, he walked behind the table and settled into a seat between the headmaster and Professor Flitwick. However, something felt off to him. His sharp magical senses didn't pick up anything unusual from Quirrell, as if the man were completely ordinary. For a moment, he wondered if the plot had changed, but then quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't hard for someone skilled and knowledgeable to hide their presence, and if Voldemort was anything, he was certainly both. Nonetheless, Maverick was certain Voldemort had some connection to the man. His eyes flicked briefly to the large turban on Quirrell's head, noting the faint smell of garlic lingering in the air. It wasn't as strong or exaggerated as described in the films, but it was unmistakably there. Shaking off the thoughts, Maverick settled comfortably into his seat. He engaged in light conversation with both Flitwick and Dumbledore, who inquired about his experience on the train and how he found the journey overall. Time passed slowly, and about 10 minutes later, Madame Hooch entered the hall, followed by students from 2nd to 7th year. The quiet atmosphere of the hall changed instantly from that point as their chatter filled the room while they took their seats at their respective house tables. Many students cast curious glances toward the staff table, particularly at Maverick and Quirrell, two new faces among the familiar ones. The news of Hogwarts starting alchemy course had spread across the English wizarding community, and the hiring of a master alchemist had generated even more buzz. It was clear that the students' curious gazes were mostly because of that. Maverick didn't mind the attention and continued the light conversation with the two professors on his left and right. Meanwhile, Madame Hooch made her way to the stage, giving him and everyone else a nod before taking her place at the staff table. Another 15 minutes or so passed, and Hagrid entered the hall, making his way to the staff table and taking his seat as well. Moments later, the large oak doors swung open once again, and Professor McGonagall came in, leading the first-year students. She walked all the way to the elevated stage, climbed the few stairs, then stopped and turned to face the group. "Please wait here," she instructed, signaling for the first-years to remain still. Next to her on a stool was the famous sorting hat. Maverick had encountered it before and even checked its extraordinary characteristics. It wasn't anything special, with a basic grade storage ability and a basic grade mind-reading characteristic. He had no intention of replicating any of that. As he looked down at the group of first-years, Maverick noticed Daphne and Tracy glancing up at him. He gave them both a smile and a polite nod in return before focusing on McGonagall. He saw her take a parchment, hold it vertically, and address the students. "Now, when I call your name, you shall come forth. I will place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses." She gave the young ones a brief moment to register her words, then glanced at the parchment again and read out a name. "Hannah Abbott." Maverick watched as a familiar young witch walked timidly up the stage and sat on the stool beside McGonagall. The deputy headmistress then placed the sorting hat on the girl's head. After a brief moment, the hat called out loudly, "Hufflepuff." Glancing at Dumbledore beside him, Maverick murmured, "Headmaster, is there any chance I could study the sorting hat? I just had a very interesting idea." Dumbledore, his eyes fixed on the students, responded after a brief pause, "That, I'm afraid, you will have to ask the hat itself, my boy." He sighed and refocused on the ceremony. He understood that the old wizard had politely declined his proposal, but he planned to do exactly as the headmaster had suggested and would ask the hat itself. Perhaps he could convince the thing, he thought. Moreover, it wasn't a lie that he had a very interesting idea for a new invention after seeing the hat again today. Something that could become very useful and practical for him in the future. The names were called one by one, and slowly the first-years were sorted into their houses. The only noticeable moment came when Harry Potter's name was called. The hall fell into silence, with only hushed whispers filling the air, creating an atmosphere of anticipation as if the lottery numbers were being drawn. After the hat's decision, the hall erupted in cheers, especially from the Gryffindor table, with the scene unfolding almost exactly like in the books. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, and so was Ronald, while Tracy and Daphne were placed into Slytherin. With everything following the script, the entire sorting ceremony felt a bit bland to him. Chapter 51, A New Year Ahead v. CH 71. Ding, ding, ding. McGonagall tapped her cup sharply, the sound ringing through the hall and instantly silencing the students' excited chatter, causing the 4 long tables filled with hundreds of students to turn toward the staff table in unison. Now seated to Dumbledore's left, the deputy headmistress stood up, her calm and confident presence instantly drawing the room's attention. "Before we start with the feast, the school's headmaster would like to say a few words," she said, smiling kindly at the students before sitting down. Just as she sat, Dumbledore stood up from his majestic chair. His eyes moved from left to right, passing over every table. I have a few start of term notices that I wish to announce. First years, please note that the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students, and a few of our older students ought to remember that, as well. Maverick observed the students as the hall listened intently to the headmaster's words. He couldn't help but wonder how many of them actually took his warnings to heart. No magic is to be used between classes and in the corridors, Dumbledore continued. Also, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, he gestured to the elderly man sitting at the far left of the staff table, has asked me to remind you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to anyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. The silence in the hall grew eerie, as a few hushed whispers echoed the space. Dumbledore paused again, either for dramatic effect or perhaps to observe the students' reactions. Maverick wasn't sure. His mind drifted back to a memory from his previous life upon hearing the last warning given to the students. He vaguely remembered from the Harry Potter movies that the old wizard had asked some of the teachers to help set up security measures in the forbidden third-floor corridor. Even Quirrell himself had assisted with the traps. However, it seemed that nothing of that sort had happened here, not that he knew of anyway. He hadn't been called upon for such a task, nor had it been mentioned by any other teacher to him. It made him wonder, was it that Dumbledore didn't trust him, or had the headmaster simply chosen not to include him in his little game with Quirrell? Either way, Maverick wanted nothing to do with it and was glad he had not been involved. Dismissing his thoughts, he refocused on the present as the initial warnings and advice came to an end and the new announcements started. Dumbledore had just finished introducing Quirrell as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, and the students' enthusiasm was sparked once again. The hall erupted into applause, some students standing and others even whistling. The noise continued for a while, gradually fading into silence only when Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture, gathering everyone's attention. As you may have heard, his voice resonated through the vast hall. Hogwarts has reintroduced the ancient and esteemed subject of alchemy into its curriculum. He let the words hang in the air for a moment. The mention of alchemy sparked a ripple of murmurs across the tables, with students exchanging whispers filled with curiosity. And with that, Dumbledore continued, we are honored to welcome one of the youngest and most accomplished alchemists of our time. A master in his craft and an innovator who has chosen to share his wisdom with us. He turned and gestured toward Maverick. Professor Maverick Caesar, please join me in welcoming him to Hogwarts. The hall erupted in thunderous applause, the sound rolling through the room like a tidal wave. Maverick felt the weight of hundreds of eyes on him as he stood from his seat, offering a polite smile to the headmaster before inclining his head in a courteous nod to both the students and staff. The applause lingered, louder and longer than the previous announcement, before gradually subsiding into a respectful silence once more. I trust that Professor Caesar's time here will inspire greatness in all of you, but that is not all. Dumbledore paused, sweeping his eyes across the 4 long tables. Some of you may have noticed that this year we've introduced a new elective course. For those 6th years who chose to take the subject, the new course, Muggle Science, I am pleased to announce that Professor Caesar will be the one leading it as well. Another round of applause echoed through the hall, and after a moment, it came to a sharp halt as the headmaster raised his hand. Now for the last, and perhaps the most exciting announcement for you children before we begin the feast, Dumbledore said, turning to Maverick. I would like to call on Professor Caesar, the man behind the ideas you're about to hear, to explain them to you all. He gestured for Maverick to stand before taking his seat, while the applause rose, now mixed with whispers of curious excitement. Maverick stood to his feet, nodded politely to the headmaster, and focused his attention on the hall of students. The applause slowly faded into a hushed silence as every witch and wizard, student and professor alike, turned their attention to him. First of all, I would like to add a little something to the headmaster's last announcement. Maverick's steady, calm voice echoed, amplified throughout the hall. For the Muggle Science elective, students from any year, whether you're a 1st year or a 7th year, are welcome to sit in my class as long as it doesn't conflict with your other lessons. He glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation, then turned back to the students. Now, with that out of the way, let me share some details about the exciting event we have planned for this year. The students all perked up their full attention on him, causing the hall to fall completely silent. This year, there will be a Quidditch tournament held at the school, separate from the traditional four-house tournament. This additional tournament will feature a single all-star team made up of students from all houses who will compete in an inter-school tournament against other schools. The tournament will begin at the end of November, with the participating schools being Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, Durmstrang Institute, Coldofstorets, and, of course, Hogwarts. Maverick did not let the applause begin and continued his speech without pause, keeping the excitement already bubbling in the students' eyes from fully erupting. The team selection will start 1 month from now, with the list to be finalized before Halloween. The tournament will be hosted by Hogwarts this year. However, starting next year, it will be held at different schools, selected through a fair and random draw. Now, I'm sure you have many questions about this sudden announcement, so I invite the prefects from each house, along with the Quidditch team captains, to come to my office this Saturday after dinner. I will clarify any doubts and provide a more thorough explanation of everything, and after that, you can share the details with everyone. Now, I don't want to keep you all starving, so that will be all for now on this matter. He gestured to Dumbledore to take over and announce the start of the feast before sitting down. But before Dumbledore could even stand, the hall erupted into a tsunami of applause, mixed with loud chatter from all 4 tables. Dumbledore, who had been about to stand, paused mid-motion and sat back down, allowing the hall to settle. He cast a helpless glance at Maverick and sighed. After a moment, when the applause finally quieted, he rose to his feet, amplified his voice, and cleared his throat, finally bringing the hall's attention to him. "Thank you, Professor Caesar," Dumbledore nodded to Maverick, a gesture on behalf of the school. Then, with a warm smile, he spread his hands toward the students and added, "Now, let the feast begin." The moment those words echoed through the hall, the empty golden plates and cups magically filled, and the room erupted into lively chatter. Most students eagerly discussed the newly announced Quidditch tournament, while only a handful mentioned the 2 new courses. At the same time, they eagerly dug into the spread of mouthwatering food and drinks that seemed to materialize out of thin air. At the staff table, Dumbledore turned to Maverick seated beside him and gave him a grateful glance as soon as he sat down. "Thank you, Professor, for keeping it brief." Maverick nodded, returning the smile. Just then, the staff table's empty plates began to fill up as well with delicious food and drinks, causing everyone's faces to brighten with smiles. With Dumbledore taking the lead, everyone eagerly dug in, enjoying their meals while engaging in conversations with one another. "So, how confident are you that this event will be a success, Professor Caesar?" Professor Aurora Sinistra, seated next to McGonagall, asked curiously, leaning forward and casting a sideways glance at Maverick. Maverick turned his gaze to the astronomy professor. "Very confident. My company will be releasing a new product at the end of this month called Magic Vision. It's inspired by Muggle television, but far superior. The picture quality is many times clearer, and it will be used to broadcast the tournament worldwide, giving the participating schools unparalleled exposure in the magical community. This will not only heighten the excitement surrounding the event, but also bolster their reputation by highlighting their athleticism, skill, and dedication to magical sports, earning them greater recognition within the wizarding community. Also, uniting students from different houses and schools will cultivate stronger camaraderie. It will bring them together in pursuit of a shared goal, fostering a sense of pride and belonging to their respective schools." He paused briefly, and seeing the witch nod in agreement, he added, while turning his focus back to his plate in front of him. "There is also the benefits of cultural exchange. Hosting teams from different countries and backgrounds would allow students to learn about each other's magical traditions, cultures, and playing styles. This could lead to cross-school collaborations and the sharing of knowledge in other areas as well. And like I said, this event will be broadcasted to a lot of eyes. Outstanding players could gain recognition from professional Quidditch teams or sponsors, potentially earning scholarships or professional contracts. This would raise the profile of each school's athletic program. And finally, The tournament would serve as a way to strengthen ties between rival schools, creating a friendly atmosphere for competition. It may also provide a platform for resolving old rivalries or misunderstandings in a healthy, competitive environment. All the professors, except for Dumbledore and McGonagall, widened their eyes in genuine surprise. Everything Maverick had mentioned, and more, had already been detailed in the proposal he had submitted to the headmaster and deputy headmistress. It was this thorough presentation, full of facts and data, that had convinced Dumbledore and McGonagall to support the idea. Without it, they wouldn't have spent the entire holiday visiting other schools, tirelessly working to persuade them to participate in the event. That is very eye-opening, Professor. Truly, what you've introduced will no doubt go down in the history of this school. No, in all of Wizarding Europe, Professor Sinistra remarked, finally convinced after hearing all the facts. But you're also using the school and the tournament to promote your business, aren't you, Professor Caesar? Maverick caught the emotionless voice coming from the far left side of him. He looked over to see Snape, who was cutting into the food on his plate, arching a brow at him, glancing in his direction. Maverick wasn't particularly close to the potions professor, having interacted with him only a few times since joining Hogwarts. His bluntness didn't bother him, especially since Dumbledore and McGonagall had already approved the arrangement, albeit with certain agreements in place. "It's a fair deal," Dumbledore interjected before Maverick could respond. "Professor Caesar is sponsoring the tournament in its entirety, covering all expenses." This made all eyes turn to him once more, prompting him to have to say something in return. Maverick sighed, taking a brief moment while his gaze swept across the table, and then began to speak. "I am a businessman, ladies and gentlemen. Of course I'm going to use this opportunity to showcase my products, but as the headmaster pointed out, this will not be a loss for the school. My company will bear all costs, from organizing the event, to food, to even providing the brooms and jerseys for the students of Hogwarts." He paused for a moment, making sure they understood well enough not to raise the question again, then continued with a smirk. "Besides, I guarantee you that in 2 or 3 years, companies will be practically crawling over each other to get a piece of the action, lining up to beg the headmaster for sponsorships." With a chuckle, Maverick glanced back at Snape, locking eyes with the man to see if he dared to use his favorite skill on him to check if everything he'd said was true. Snape didn't, or rather, he just didn't have the balls to try it on an adult, preferring to stick to intimidating children instead. Maverick didn't have any personal grudges against the greasy bat. In fact, he even felt a bit of sympathy for the man, especially considering how his story ended in the original story. However, that didn't mean he agrees of Snape's immature behavior, like blaming a son for his father's mistakes or being a complete dick to every student who wasn't in Slytherin. He was here to change this outdated, decadent ways of the school, and to do that, this man-child behavior of Snape was the first thing that needed to go. Brushing the thoughts aside for now, Maverick shrugged and turned back to his plate, casually adding, "Of course, that won't be happening. See, the headmaster's already signed a long-term contract with Caesar's Magitech. We're the exclusive sponsor for the tournament, so no other company's getting in on this." A moment of silence passed at the professor's table as they all glanced at him once again, as if seeing him for the first time. "Cough." The headmaster cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Then it was Flitwick who burst into laughter, getting the attention of even some of the students. Maverick raised an eyebrow at the man, listening as he spoke. It was obvious he was trying to change the topic. "By the way, how did you manage to replicate Muggle technology like that?" Maverick smiled, then glanced at the charms professor. "I'd be happy to share the principles if you're willing to take a magical oath not to disclose what you learn." "Cough. Cough, cough." Flitwick paused mid-bite, nearly spitting out his food as his eyes widened. He hadn't expected that a seemingly casual question would lead to a request for a magical oath. Magical oaths were no trivial matter, and they were treated with the utmost seriousness in both dark and light circles. Quickly swallowing a sip from his drink, he asked, "Is it truly that serious?" drawing the attention of the other professors. Maverick met their curious gazes, remaining calm as he explained, "Absolutely. I believe this is the first time in history that an invention like this will be introduced to the magical community. Its potential goes far beyond broadcasting live events. It could be used in schools, hospitals, and even news organizations. However, the full details will be unveiled at the launch event. And as the owner of the company, I am formally inviting you all to attend the launch and see it for yourselves. That sounds wonderful, McGonagall said, glancing at him with an amused smile. She had noticed the brief tense exchange but didn't seem bothered by it. To her, it was nothing more than a harmless squabble, and she trusted her colleagues to be mature enough not to behave like children. Moreover, she was genuinely curious after Maverick's quick explanation of the magic vision, which he said would be like Muggle television. "When will it take place?" she asked. "On the 30th of this month in America, where Caesar Magitech's main office is located. The event will occur in the evening." "Well, we can't all go now, can we?" Dumbledore added, cutting off any immediate agreement from the table. His sharp senses had already caught the sight of mouths half open in eager response. "Some of us must stay and look after the children," he continued with a knowing smile. A chuckle escaped Maverick as he observed the surprised faces of the professors, and soon the rest of the table joined in, the atmosphere lightening and returning to harmony. The feast continued, the hall alive with the hum of student chatter, while the professors at the staff table carried on with their own animated discussions, marking the beginning of this new academic year as one to remember for them all. Chapter 52, When Magic Meets Logic I, ch. 72. The morning sunlight poured through Hogwarts' tall windows onto the old stone hallways, marking the dawn of a new day with its warm, golden light. The castle was already buzzing with life as young witches and wizards made their way through the corridors, some walking leisurely, others hurrying along, their robes swishing behind them on their way to the great hall for breakfast. Their chatter was cheerful and lively, much of it still revolving around the grand feast from the night before. And at the same time, inside the alchemy professor's office, Maverick was putting the finishing touches on the lesson plan for his first class for later today. His schedule wasn't particularly busy. The magical science class for 5th years, held at 10 o'clock in the morning, was only scheduled 3 times a week, while the alchemy class for freshmen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon ran 4 days a week. Therefore, compared to other professors, his teaching hours can be said to be quite flexible, as he never had to teach more than 2 classes a day, at least not this year. And true to his word, the headmaster arranged for his classes to include all 4 houses together, unlike the normal practice of pairing 2 houses per class. Dumbledore had ensured that Maverick was assigned 2 spacious classrooms, each large enough to accommodate an entire grade, sparing him the hassle of constantly setting up and packing away materials for each subject. He cast a quick glance at the digital-looking clock on the wall and saw that it was still breakfast time. Soon, the students would be heading to their first classes, and he still had 2 hours before his own began. Leaning back, he settled more comfortably into his seat, his mind briefly recalling the events after the previous evening's ceremony. The banquet had gone much better than he expected, and he was pleased by the overwhelming enthusiasm that followed his little speech. As soon as the ceremony ended, while the students were escorted to their common rooms and the teachers returned to their duties, he, instead of staying at the school, used the Flu network for a quick visit to his home. This wasn't a special privilege solely for him, as he had now come to understand that every professor had their own private Flu point as well in their office. Yet another little detail that differed from the original story, as he couldn't recall J.K. Rowling ever mentioning this in her books. Or perhaps it had been mentioned, and he simply couldn't remember. Back home in London, Maverick spent the rest of the evening with his parents and sister, catching up on things around the house. More importantly, he wanted to hear about little Sarah's first day at school. This was the main reason for his quick visit, as he didn't want her to think he had forgotten such an important day. To add to the excitement, he gave his family a little show, sharing the atmosphere of Hogwarts during the opening ceremony. Needless to say, they were all impressed by the grandeur of it all. Finally, when the time came to retire for the night, he sank into the comfort of his own bed to sleep, before returning to school after breakfast today morning. The castle was never dull, always alive with the hum of student activity throughout the day. One could always spot some roaming the corridors, bags swinging over shoulders, books clutched tightly, and conversations flowing about everything from Quidditch to the timetable. Maverick arrived at his classroom ahead of everyone else. After making a small adjustment to the seating arrangement, he sat comfortably on the edge of his desk, one foot on the floor and the other gently swinging, waiting for the students to arrive. His classroom was arranged a bit differently from the typical Hogwarts layout. The desks were neatly arranged in rows, each row slightly inclined, starting from the second to provide a better view. A large blackboard dominated the front wall, while the professor's desk featured a large globe of Earth, surrounded by simple scientific-looking instruments like pendulums in various lengths, a few meticulously placed gears and levers, and a collection of metal rods, each marked with measurements. The walls were adorned with enchanted charts featuring simple diagrams of elements that shifted and changed, alongside basic drawings illustrating fundamental concepts like motion, energy, and force. The room felt both modern and magical, a seamless blend of two worlds that perfectly suited the course to be taught there, where magic and science coexisted in harmony. The students soon began entering the classroom, each casting a curious glance at him as they noticed him leaning leisurely on the teacher's desk. He was dressed in a brown long-sleeve shirt, loosely tucked into black trousers, and greeted each student with a small nod and a friendly smile, projecting a confident yet inviting presence to make them feel more comfortable. He soon began to notice that the number of students entering had surpassed the actual number who had chosen the course as an elective. Most of them were seniors, with a few he was sure were from the freshman batch sorted into houses the night before. The stares directed at him only grew more frequent, and the witches, in particular, seemed to care little about hiding their curiosity. He could hear their whispers in hushed tones without even relying on his magical sense as they found their seats. He didn't need to strain his ears to know what they were saying. It was mostly a mix of curiosity about the new professor, speculations about his background, and, of course, the inevitable discussions about his appearance. More and more students trickled in, and to his surprise, the room quickly filled beyond his expectations. Some were familiar faces, like the two Slytherin witches he had met on the train and Roger Davies, who sat at the very back of the class. Two redheads who looked alike were also there. The little Miss Know-It-All sat at the very front, as if she were one of the students who had actually taken the elective. Moreover, she didn't seem to remember seeing him on the train, or perhaps it was Tracy's mouthful, which had made her tear up on the spot, that caused her to not register everyone else who had sat in the cabin at the time. The additional students sitting in the class didn't trouble him, though, in fact, he was pleased to see such interest. However, he didn't yet realize that most of the extras were witches, nor did he suspect that their main reason for attending wasn't to actually learn anything about science. As the clock on the wall chimed the hour, the last few students hurried to their seats, and a hush fell over the room. He straightened his relaxed posture, pushing himself off the desk and walking to the front. The classroom was quiet now, filled with expectant faces. "Well, good afternoon to you all," he said, keeping his voice confident yet inviting, a little something he picked up from the old goat leading the school. "Let's begin." However, just then, the doors swung open once again, and in walked a few people Maverick wasn't expecting. Headmaster Dumbledore himself, along with his deputy, the arithmancy professor, and Professor Flitwick. They all smiled at him in unison, the same expression as if they had practiced it before coming in. "Please, don't mind us," Dumbledore said with that characteristic twinkle in his eye. "We're just a few curious souls who just so happen to have some free time. And you did say anyone interested in joining your class was most welcome yesterday." Maverick arched an eyebrow, then shrugged and gave them an inviting nod, gesturing with his hand for them to take a seat as well. "Please, it'll be my pleasure to have such distinguished students attending my lesson," he chuckled. The rest of the students, however, now seemed a little stiffer, especially the extra attendees. Their previously easygoing expressions had changed, with some subtly tugging at each other's robes and exchanging glances, as if they were already regretting stepping into the classroom the moment the lineup of teachers appeared. It was a bit of a funny scene, but he quickly turned his focus back to the task at hand. "Before we get started, let me introduce myself," he began, subtly amplifying his voice to ensure he had everyone's attention. "I'll keep it short, as I'm sure most of you have heard a thing or two about me by now." A small smile played on his lips. "But for those of you who haven't, my name is Maverick Caesar. I was born here in Britain to two wonderful, amazing people with absolutely no magic in them. None that I know of in the family line, either. I have completed multiple levels of Muggle education, and completed my magical studies alongside it." He paused briefly before continuing. "What many of you might not know is that I actually homeschooled the entirety of Owl's and Newt's curriculum." The students exchanged curious glances, and some murmured under their breath. This was something very foreign to the British wizarding community, where the idea of homeschooling wasn't really a thing. He continued, pacing slowly from one side of the room to the other. "My magical mentors were Simon Walker, Sarah Walker, and Edward Garling, and finally took my Owls and Newts at Ilvermorny School of Magic in America." He paused, stopping at the center before turning to face the class, his eyes sweeping across the students. "Magic! It has fascinated me from the day I awakened it, just as I'm sure it has for all of you. Yet, even after discovering I was a wizard, the things I learned at Muggle schools, the curiosities I grew, the greatness of science, it never left my mind." The students and teachers all saw Maverick's expression grow more passionate and thoughtful. "It was my curiosity for both that eventually brought me here, as a teacher at this wonderful school of magic." He cast a quick glance at the teachers seated at the back, his gaze pausing briefly on Dumbledore, before offering a small, appreciative nod. The classroom had fallen silent, all giving their full attention to him. This was a little trick he had picked up from his own teachers, a small story before the lesson to capture the students' focus. He allowed the moment of stillness to hang in the air for a short while, relaxing his expression as he slipped his hands into his trouser pockets. "Science," he began, pausing with a chuckle. "I'll try my best not to make this class dull, especially for those of you from Muggle backgrounds who already know a thing or two." He paused, glancing briefly at a few students, his eyes passing by little Miss Gryffindor, whose eyes shone brighter in concentration than anyone else in the class. "This will be a class of science and magic, and trust me, when they meet, that's when the real magic begins." He gave a small wink to the whole class, just enough to spark their curiosity. Chapter 53, When Magic Meets Logic II, ch. 73. Maverick stood confidently at the front of the classroom, his eyes sweeping across the rows of curious students. "We're here to uncover what science really is, then dive into what makes it different from magic, what they have in common, and, most importantly, what happens when the two come together." He was a professionally trained espionage agent, skilled in the art of precise word choice, subtle body language, and compelling expressions. By using these skills, he made it feel like the students were hearing an exciting story, naturally capturing their attention. "So, what is it that Muggles call science?" he asked, pacing slowly across the front of the classroom. "Is it of any use to us, or could we even use it in the first place?" The room was silent. "This year," he continued, his voice softening slightly, "we will come to understand the answers to these questions, piece by piece. And today, I'll explain what science is in the simplest way I can. After that, I'll show you a glimpse of the endless possibilities it holds. Possibilities that, I hope, will change how you see the world." He paused, giving the students a moment to absorb his words, and waited to see if anyone had questions. No one did. "All right, let's begin with the simple question. What is science?" He gave the students a moment to think. "Yes," he asked, nodding toward the little witch in the front of the class, whose hand shot up immediately. "Science is understanding how things work," she answered, doing her best to sound confident. "Exactly," Maverick said, pointing at her with a smile. "Miss Know-It-All for a reason," he thought, his eyes glinting with approval. "What's your name?" "Hermione Granger, Professor," she replied, fidgeting slightly, now aware that the entire class was focused on her. "Well, Ms. Granger, 5 points to the House of Lions." Her face brightened immediately. The earlier stiffness disappeared as she beamed with pride. Maverick turned to face the class again. "Science is about understanding the world," He paused, then added with emphasis, through logic. Science is, in the simplest of terms, cause and effect. He flashed a small smile at the students. Why did I say through logic? Well, let's think about magic for a moment. He glanced across the students. Magic is not logical. You cast a spell and something happens according to the spell you intended, or in other words, according to your intent, but you can't explain why, it simply does. Magic does not follow logic the way science does. The students looked puzzled, their brows furrowing. Only the teachers seemed to understand. Maverick knew it would take more than a simple explanation to make these young witches and wizards grasp the difference. This was an unfamiliar concept to them. He turned and walked toward his desk, the students' eyes following him in eager anticipation. He picked up a small ball, prearranged for the demonstration. Returning to face the class, he tossed the ball into the air twice before looking back at Hermione. "Here, catch," he called. She was startled but quick with her reflexes, easily snatching the ball out of the air. Maverick nodded in approval, a smile forming on his lips. "Now," he said, addressing the class once more, "you all saw me throw that ball to Ms. Granger. The logical explanation would be that the force from my hand," he gestured with his hand to illustrate, "made it move through the air and she caught it. This is cause and effect, or as the Muggles phrase it, the law of motion, a basic principle of science that applies to everything." He studied the faces of the students and noticed that only a few seemed to understand, while most still looked uncertain. "Now watch," he said, retrieving his wand, which everyone saw him pull from the holder strapped to his wrist. As all the students watched in silence, Maverick flicked his wand, and the ball floated from Hermione's hands and back to him. "Did you all see that?" he asked, holding up the ball. When he looked at their expressions, he realized they had misunderstood. "I'm not talking about the levitation charm, I'm talking about how it happened. There was no force or reason that made the ball float to me, it just did. That's because of magic. Unlike science, there's no clear cause and effect explanation for it. Instead, the cause is replaced by my will. And that, children, is what magic is, shaping the world with your will." He paused, teasing the class. "Now, you might ask, what's so impressive about cause and effect, or this so-called law of motion in science when magic, like what you saw just now, can cause things to happen at will?" The students exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, but Maverick could see they were starting to grasp the subtle difference between magic and science. His voice softened. "That simple action of me swinging my hand to throw the ball, the force that made it move, understanding the how and why behind it is called science. Muggles have done just that, figured out the principles behind this law of motion, why and how the ball moves the way it does when thrown. And let me tell you, this has allowed them to do things that even we, magicals, would consider impossible." None of the students' expressions showed that they believed the last part of what he had said. Of course, it was expected. Magicals were a proud bunch, even if they disagreed with one another. They wouldn't easily believe that science could do things that magic could not, just because he said so. He decided it was time for the next demonstration, and held the ball out in his palm, showing it to the class. Without any wand or incantation, he made the ball float for a moment before transfiguring it into the shape of an aircraft. It was small, about a meter long. A few students gasped, and even the professors appeared genuinely impressed by the seamless transfiguration. "Who can tell me what this is?" he asked. A few hands shot up. "An airplane." "Correct," Maverick said, smiling. "This here is an aircraft. Of course, the real ones are much, much bigger than this. It's used by Muggles as a means of transport through the air. It can fly faster than the quickest broomstick, and it's larger than even the biggest dragons alive today. It can also fly continuously for longer than any dragon and weighs as much as 500 tons, that's over 1,000,000 pounds. The students stared, unsure of where Maverick was going with the explanation. Maverick glanced toward the teachers sitting at the back of the room. "Professor Flitwick," he called, and the small half-goblin teacher, who had been lost in concentration, looked up, startled. "Ah, yes, Professor," Flitwick responded, his voice slightly flustered. "Very simple question, Professor," Maverick said. "You are one of the few great maguses in the world, one of the most powerful people alive today. Would it be possible for you to levitate 10 Hungarian horntails at the same time? What? Flitwick blinked, confused by the randomness of the question, but quickly collected himself in almost the next moment. The other professors, including Dumbledore, chuckled in amusement. Cough, the charming professor of charms cleared his throat. I mean, I could maybe manage 2 or 3, but 10 would be impossible. He glanced at Dumbledore, perhaps headmaster. Unfortunately, levitating 10 dragons is beyond even me. Dumbledore interjected with a smile, his eyes twinkling as he looked across the class. Maverick noticed that the students were now looking at Dumbledore and Flitwick with awe and admiration. You see, children, what I'm trying to say is that with science, it's possible. Using science, it's possible to make an aircraft, which is dozens of times more massive than the largest dragons, fly at incredible speeds, much faster than the fastest Quidditch broomsticks. While the most powerful among us just admitted that it would be impossible for him. The students listened intently, their expressions growing more serious. By understanding cause and effect, by learning the logic behind why things happen, Muggles are able to do incredible things. Maverick continued, his tone passionate. That is science. Learning the mysteries of the world, the how and why behind everything that happens around you every day. He paused, glancing at the students, who now seemed to finally grasp what he was trying to say. One of the students, a 6th year who had actually chosen the course as an elective, raised his hand. Please, Maverick gestured for him to speak. Professor, you say Muggles studied this force that, after you throw a ball, it moves through the air and falls somewhere else. But I don't understand how it can move a big object like an aircraft. Excellent question. Maverick clapped, looking at him appreciatively. Remember what I said about Muggles naming this force a law? He asked, looking at the student, then across the class. They all nodded after a moment, and he continued. Well, this law isn't something they invented. They just figured out how it works. Also, the reason why such a heavy object like an aircraft can move through the air involves a lot of complicated scientific knowledge, like aerodynamics, gravity, relativity, combustion, and more. These are also laws of science Muggles have studied and learned to manipulate. Only when all of these laws work together does the aircraft fly. But even if you study with me every day for the next 2 years, I cannot teach you exactly how it functions. All you need to know is that these scientific laws work together to make it possible. And the law of motion can be said to be the core principle of it. It's like in magic. Without magical energy, even if you have intent, emotions, the correct incantation, the best wand, and knowledge of the skill, you cannot cast magic. The student who asked the question nodded, though still more puzzled than realization from the looks of it. I know it sounds complicated. That's why we're here. Over these next 2 years, I'll simplify and teach you the most important laws of science. I will teach you the basics of Muggle biology, chemistry, and physics, so when you graduate, you'll have a more profound understanding of everything you see. It can even help you in magic, because remember what I said in the beginning, it's when science and magic come together that the real miracles happen. Maverick observed the expressions on all of the students. If he had to guess, he'd say that they had understood about 30% of what he had explained the whole time. But he wasn't disappointed, because with his last demonstration, he was sure that all of the students would realize the greatness of science. He smiled, looking at the silently listening class. I have one last demonstration to show you today. It's also related to the law of motion, but on a much grander scale. And let me tell you in advance, this will blow your mind. The students perked up, their attention fully locked in. Even those who had seemed bored before were now focused and intrigued. All right, if you would all focus your attention on me, please stand up and close your eyes. Professors, that includes you, he said, glancing across the students before turning to the teachers. The students and teachers rose to their feet, following his instructions, some with curiosity, while the teachers wore expressions of amused anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds. The classroom was utterly still. 3 seconds. With a casual wave of his hand, he transfigured the tables and chairs, making them vanish, while the inclined rows leveled seamlessly into a flat surface. Using precise magical energy manipulation, he ensured everyone remained steady, preventing anyone from losing their balance. Simultaneously, he flicked his finger, casting the spell, Illusio Lunam Lectorum, now at master-level proficiency, and silenced any noise that would have accompanied the transformation. However, for this demonstration, he used a watered-down version of the spell, ensuring that the professors present could easily dispel it with a mere thought if they wished. He had no intention of revealing the full extent of the spell's capabilities. At its master proficiency level, the spell was so refined that he could manipulate all their senses with just a simple gesture, confident that even the Archmagus Dumbledore would be fooled for a time. Moreover, if a wizard of Dumbledore's rank were caught off guard and not directly attacked, they would remain unaware of the deception for as long as he desired. And if even an Archmagus could be deceived so thoroughly, there was little chance that anyone of a lower rank could resist his arrangements. "Do not be alarmed by what you see," he said calmly. "And slowly open your eyes." As the students obeyed, a collective gasp filled the room, some students even grabbing onto their friend, while only a few thought to remain calm. In their perspective, they were no longer in the classroom, nor weren't even inside any contained space. Instead, they found themselves hovering in the air, or so it seemed, and below them lay the entirety of Hogwarts Castle, its grandeur fully visible. "Do not be concerned. This is a variation of a confusion spell I created," Maverick explained. "For those of you who have experienced watching a memory through a pensive, you may understand what's happening now. And for those who don't know what a pensive is, allow me to explain. It's an alchemical creation that allows you to view another person's memories, immersing you as if you were there in that very moment yourself. Likewise, you are now in an illusion spell. What you are seeing is the world in my mind. You're still inside the classroom, but your sight and hearing are being manipulated by me." He glanced at the professors, who were watching him with a mixture of amazement and curiosity. "If it helps, breaking free from this illusion is quite simple. Just close your eyes and focus for a moment to break free from the illusion, and it will cancel the spell," he reassured them. This was true and intentional. Once again, he had no intention of revealing the full extent of the spell's capabilities. For the professors, a quick pulse of magic will easily release you as well. But I suggest you all hold off for now, or you might miss what I'm about to show you. With a subtle smile, he continued, "In this demonstration, I want to show you the power of scientific laws, how the law of motion, which we discussed earlier, works on a much grander scale." Spreading his arms wide, he added with an excited expression, "Beyond that, this will also give you a glimpse into the perspective of the world through the eyes of a Muggle. And by perspective, I don't mean mere guesses or theories. I mean actual facts, what they've discovered about this world, and even beyond it." The students listened intently, their amazement still fresh as to what they were seeing. Many turned their heads and bodies, whispering to each other as they looked around in all directions, trying to absorb the surreal scene unfolding before them. "I need all of your attention on me now," he said, amplifying his voice so it reached every person present. "This will be a journey, one I assure you will stay with you forever as an unforgettable memory." He waited until everyone's focus was solely on him, then with a smile full of excitement, continued, "We are about to go on a journey." He raised his head to the blue sky, to the stars. Chapter 54, When Magic Meets Logic III, ch. 74. Inside one of the classrooms at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, something quite extraordinary was happening. To an omniscient observer, the classroom would seem completely empty of desks and chairs, leaving only an open space where students stood scattered. Their heads turned in every direction, left, right, up toward the ceiling, and even down at the floor, as though they were seeing something entirely different from the reality in front of them. And in a way they were. "I need all of your attention on me now," Maverick called out, his voice magically amplified to carry across the room. Only a few students seemed to notice his voice, as the strange scene in front of them had completely captured their attention. He didn't hurry them, and instead allowed time for everyone to process and calm down. The four professors were calmer than the students, but the admiration in their eyes was hard to miss. He saw them smile warmly as they slowly walked toward him, coming to a stop beside him with expressions of clear appreciation. What ingenious magic, Professor Caesar, McGonagall remarked, her smile warm and motherly. You must teach me the principles behind this. I can already think of so many ways it could be useful for teaching the students. Maverick had no objections to sharing knowledge with the professors, however, it would be a very weakened version of the spell. With his current mastery and understanding of its principles, he could easily create a simpler version, one that only affected sight and hearing, and not the other senses. His mastery and knowledge came from the miracle of the system, so he had no worries that the professors could develop it to the level of his real spell. Because the advanced proficiency is a level of understanding which is extremely profound in the recognition of the system, one that cannot easily be achieved simply by studying the spell in one's free time. Not to mention his proficiency is even beyond advanced level. He smiled brightly at her, showing a hint of shyness. Thank you, Professor. This spell was developed by me and teacher Edward with inspiration from a lot of sources, like the pensive, as I mentioned earlier, and I would be happy to share the notes with you. He glanced at the other professors as well, all of you. The professors nodded in thanks, offering some more praise as they waited marveling at the result of his magic that was unfolding before them. Meanwhile, the students gradually began to calm down, and a few moments later, their excited chatter faded into hushed anticipation as they turned their full attention back to him. Well, now that you're all ready, let us continue. Just as he thought he could finally move along with the demonstration, several hands shot up eagerly, their owners practically vibrating with curiosity. Letting out an inward sigh, Maverick gestured to one of the students whose hand was raised so high it looked as though they might take flight themselves. Yes, go ahead. Professor, the little wizard's voice trembled with excitement, are we really just under a confusion spell, and not actually flying over the school? The other students followed, nodding vigorously with the same unspoken question. Maverick took a moment to glance around the children, his eyes sweeping over the curious faces before he answered. I can assure you we are still inside the alchemy classroom. If you take a good, deep breath, you'll notice the familiar scent of the classroom is still there. No wind, no open air, just the same old stone walls. The students took a deep breath, their expressions changing from doubt to realization as the familiar sense reached them, nodding with their curiosity momentarily satisfied. All right, if the rest of you had the same question, I trust your doubts are now clear. He continued without a pause. Today, in our final demonstration, I will show you some of the principles of science that Muggles have studied and learned to use, on a much grander scale, of course. And at the same time, I will reveal some of what Muggles have discovered about our world. To do this, he said, his voice brimming a little, we will have to take a journey. The students' faces glowed with anticipation as they listened intently to him speak. Even the Weasley twins, who had somehow ended up in this class for some strange reason he doesn't know and whom he had thought might cause a ruckus, were behaving like model students, giving him their undivided attention. Now, if you look down, he said, gesturing toward the floor, you can see our school, Hogwarts. If I had to guess, our current height is about 1 kilometer above the tallest tower. The students followed his gesture, their eyes sparkling as they took in the sight of the castle below for the umpteenth time. From this distance, he continued, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, it looks rather small, doesn't it? The students nodded, some grinning while others still too awestruck to speak. Now that their professor had pointed it out, the castle did seem incredibly small from this height, more like a toy model than the vast, sprawling fortress they called school. Okie, he said, his voice rising slightly, we shall go higher now. And again, do not be alarmed because you think we are ascending, but this is just an illusion. Think of it as moving pictures, not your actual selves. With a graceful wave of his hand, the scene around them began to shift once more. The ground fell away, and the students felt as though they were soaring upward, higher and higher, until the castle was nothing more than a speck below them. Despite his reassurance, some of the students instinctively grabbed onto their closest neighbor as their bodies' reflexes kicked in. The scene darkened as they passed through a wispy cloud. A few yelps of excitement or fear escaped the children as they rose higher still, until they were floating in the vast emptiness of space, the earth hanging below them like a brilliant blue and green painting. Maverick stopped their ascent and gave the students a moment to take it all in. They stared down at the planet, their faces a mixture of awe and wonder, murmuring to their friends in hushed voices as if speaking too loudly might shatter the illusion. After a moment, Maverick spoke again, his voice amplified slightly to carry over the murmurs. "Our world's atmosphere is divided into several layers," he explained, "and as you go higher, the air begins to thin until, eventually, there's nothing left to breathe. We are now above the atmosphere, in a layer Muggles call the thermosphere, about 500 miles above the surface, which, if this was real, you would die in moments." With another wave of his hand, the illusion shifted once more, showing the Earth half in daylight and half in darkness. The students watched, transfixed, as the sun set on one side of the planet, casting half of it into shadow. "As you can see," he said, "the sun has set on this side, leaving it in darkness, while the other side remains bathed in light." A witch near the front raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Maverick nodded, gesturing for her to speak. "Professor," she asked, her voice trembling with curiosity, "what are those glowing lights on the dark side?" Maverick smiled, pleased by the question. "An excellent observation, but before I answer, let me ask you this. Can any of you spot Hogwarts from here?" The students peered down at the Earth, their eyes scanning the surface. After a moment, they shook their heads, though a few pointed vaguely in different directions, their guesses wild and hopeful. "The correct answer," Maverick said, his smile widening, "is that you cannot. From this height, Hogwarts would be smaller than a grain of sand. But those lights you see, those are Muggle cities and towns. Because Muggles use electric lights to illuminate their streets and homes, the sheer number of them makes it possible to see their settlements even from here." Even the professors standing beside him were no exception, as this kind of perspective was a first for them as well in their entire lives. "Unfortunately," Maverick continued, "wizards rely on lanterns and flames for light. While charming, their glow isn't bright enough to be seen from such a distance. And because our settlements are smaller and more scattered, they remain invisible from here." The students glanced back and forth between Maverick and the Earth below, their expressions slowly changing as they processed the information. For many of them, it may as well be the first time they had truly considered the scale of the Muggle world and the sheer number of people who lived in it. "It's rather amazing, isn't it?" Maverick said softly, his gaze fixed on the planet below. "Even from this distance, we can see that the world is alive, bustling with civilization, and for that, we have the Muggles to thank." The students all nodded in unison. In the face of undeniable facts, there could be no arguments, unless one wanted to make a fool of themselves. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sound was some soft murmurs as they stared down at the Earth, their perspective forever changed. Suddenly, a sharp yelp broke the silence, cutting through the awestruck murmurs. "Professor," a voice cried out, trembling with alarm, "what is that? Something's coming our way." All heads turned in the direction the student was pointing. In the distance, a small object was growing larger as it hurtled toward them. Gasps rippled through the group as the object rapidly approached, its metallic surface glinting in the sunlight. "That," Maverick said, his voice calm but amplified to carry over the rising chatter, "is what Muggles call the International Space Station." As he spoke, the massive structure zoomed overhead, its speed faster than anything that had ever seen. The little witches and wizards ducked instinctively, their faces a mixture of shock and wonder as it passed just above them. Maverick couldn't help but chuckle at their flustered expressions. Author's note: ISS was launched in 1998, but here I've made changes to the timeline of its launch. The International Space Station, he continued, is a massive mechanical structure built by Muggles and launched into space to study various scientific phenomena. It's about the size of a Quidditch pitch and orbits the Earth at a speed of, he paused, his eyes twinkling, 17,000 miles per hour. To put that into perspective, at that speed from this distance, you could travel halfway around the world in less than an hour. Hands shot up immediately, most of them from students with no Muggle background. Maverick scanned the room and pointed to a witch with short, spiky hair and dark, curious eyes. "Yes, miss." "Tonks, Professor," she replied, her voice eager. "Can you explain how Muggles send such a huge thing all the way up here, and how does it move so fast?" Maverick studied her for a moment, briefly recalling the name and some memories. Without showing no outward expression to it, he answered, "Well, Miss Tonks, the full explanation would take quite a while, but I'll give you the short version. Muggles invented a machine called a rocket." With a wave of his hand, a three-dimensional projection of a rocket appeared in front of the class. The students leaned forward, their eyes sparkling with fascination. Unlike the aircraft we discussed earlier, rockets fly straight up into space. Attached to these rockets are parts of the said International Space Station. Muggles send multiple rockets into space, each carrying different sections of the station, and then they assemble it all together like a giant puzzle. What you just saw flying past us is the result of their efforts. He paused, letting the information sink in before continuing. As for your second question, why it moves so fast, that's due to the laws of gravity and motion, among other scientific principles. He glanced around the room and saw their expressions perk up with curiosity. To explain gravity in simple terms, think of it as the pull between two objects. For example, when an apple's stem weakens, it falls to the ground. That's gravity at work. It's what keeps us grounded on Earth. Without it, we'd float around aimlessly, drifting in all directions, up, down, left, and right. Muggles have studied this fundamental law, along with many others, and used them to understand and manipulate the motion of objects, like the space station. He smiled warmly. For those of you in Muggle science, we will delve deeper into these concepts later. For now, just know that what you're witnessing is the result of centuries of Muggle ingenuity and discovery. The students all nodded, looking thoughtful. Tonks gave a small nod of understanding, though he knew that just this simple explanation wouldn't clear her doubts completely. "Now," Maverick said, his voice taking on a more adventurous tone, "our journey is just beginning, children." He turned and pointed toward a glowing orb in the distance. "Look that way. What do you see?" "The moon," several students exclaimed in unison. "Correct," he said, his eyes gleaming. "Now relax and just enjoy the experience." With a graceful wave of his hand, the illusion changed once more. To the students, it felt as though they were moving again, this time toward the moon. Gradually, the lunar surface grew larger, its craters and plains becoming more distinct as they drew closer. Maverick turned to face the class, showing an expression of quiet excitement. "From this side," he said, gesturing toward the moon, "you can see it growing larger as we approach. But if you look behind," he paused, allowing the students to turn and gaze back at the Earth, "you'll notice that our home is growing smaller." The students gasped, their eyes darting between the moon and the shrinking Earth as they turned their heads back and forth. The sight was utterly mesmerizing, a view, quite literally, out of this world and beyond anything they had ever imagined. "We are now traveling incredibly fast," Maverick continued, "even faster than the International Space Station you saw earlier. Because the distance between the Earth and the moon is nearly 400,000 kilometers. To give you a sense of scale, you could fit about 30 Earths in that gap." One of the students, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, clearly not even registering what he had just said. "Professor, are we really going to the moon? This is so cool, I can't believe this is happening." Maverick chuckled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Yes, we are going to stop by the moon, but very briefly," he said, his voice warm and reassuring. "This journey will take us much, much further, and let you see the true majesty of the universe we live in." The students erupted into excited murmurs, their faces alight with anticipation. Maverick cast a quick glance at the professors beside him and saw that they, too, were equally thrilled, if not more curious about what was to come next. The journey was far from over, and the wonders of the cosmos awaited. Chapter 55, When Magic Meets Logic IV, ch-75. The group of students and teachers watched in amazement as the moon came closer, its silvery gray surface showing countless craters and jagged edges, with shadows becoming clearer and more detailed. Excited murmurs filled the air, but then faded when their perspective stopped, and the class became completely captivated by the sight before them. "Observe the many impact marks on the surface," Maverick began after giving the students a moment to take in the scene. "The craters you see were formed by meteorites, rocks from space, colliding with the moon's surface." He watched as they all stared in fascination, letting a moment of silence pass until one of them tentatively raised a hand. "Go ahead," he gestured for the student to speak. "Professor, why doesn't Earth look like this? I mean, the moon looks like it's been hit by so many meteorites." "An excellent question," Maverick said with a pleased smile tugging at his lips. "The answer is a bit complicated, but I'll explain it as simply as I can. It's because of a combination of scientific principles, gravity, motion, and something called air resistance. Understanding these concepts fully requires grasping the basics first. That is the main objective for me teaching this Muggle science class, to help you make sense of such phenomena. And I promise, by the time you graduate, you'll be able to answer these questions on your own." The student who asked the question perked up happily, likely one of the 6th years who had chosen the course as an elective. Maverick smiled and then glanced around, noticing the growing curiosity in the room. "Well, I shall explain anyway and try to keep it as simple as possible," he paused before continuing. "Earth doesn't look like the moon because our planet has what you call an atmosphere, or air, surrounding it. For example, think of a quaffle in Quidditch. When you throw it, it starts off fast, but as it travels further, it slows down and eventually stops or is caught. That's because of air resistance, the force of the air pushing against it. In the case of meteorites, when they enter Earth's atmosphere, air resistance slows them down, or even burns them up, before they can hit the ground." He let that words linger before adding, "This same principle, air resistance, the principles of this air resistance is applied by Muggle to their inventions made to fly, like airplanes. Their designs account for these forces, and while we, as wizards, often overlook such things, Muggles spend every day studying these laws of nature, using their knowledge to create and innovate." With a flick of his hand, he then projected a 3D image of the Wright brothers' first airplane, animating it as it wobbled into the air. "This is how Muggles learned to fly. Over time," he waved his hand again, and the image changed to show the evolution of airplanes. "They went from wooden contraptions like this to massive metal machines capable of carrying hundreds of passengers. And all of this happened in the span of less than a century." Dismissing the projection, he turned back to the scene. He noticed the students, and even the teachers, seemed a little different, their expressions perhaps showing a newfound respect. It might have been the first time they truly grasped just how extraordinary Muggle ingenuity could be. "All right, let us move on," he smiled while saying, then with a simple gesture pointed toward the Earth. "Look at our home. I mean, really look at it. From this distance, it seems so small, almost like a moon itself, doesn't it?" The students turned their gazes to the floating orb, their expressions ranging from awe to quiet reflection. Maverick let the moment linger before raising his hand again. "Let's move a little farther away." And with a wave, their perspective changed once more. The Earth and its moon shrank further into the distance until both were visible, the moon orbiting its larger companion in a steady motion. "As you can see, the moon is about 1/4 the size of the Earth. Observe its movement." He made another subtle gesture and accelerated the time flow. The Earth spun on its axis, while the moon traced its elliptical path around it. Notice how the Earth's rotation causes night and day? The sun's light bathes the Earth, and whichever side faces it experiences daytime. A few students nodded, their faces lighting up with understanding. "And the moon," he continued, "why does it revolve around the Earth? Does anyone know?" The silence stretched, but this time, no student seemed to know the answer. Maverick smiled, then continued. "It's because of gravity. The Earth's gravity pulls the moon toward it, keeping it in orbit. At the same time, the moon's momentum keeps it from crashing into the Earth. It's a perfect balance, like a dance between two partners." He snapped his fingers, conjuring another projection before the class. The students straightened, their attention caught by the glowing, three-dimensional animated image of a bludger tethered to a string. Taking the string in his hand, Maverick began to spin in a circle. "Imagine the bludger is the moon and the string represents gravity. As I spin it, the string keeps the bludger from flying away." He quickened the motion, the bludger whirring in a tight loop. "Now, what do you think happens if I let go?" One hesitant hand rose, a curly-haired girl in Ravenclaw robes. "It would fly away, Professor." "Exactly. Maverick released the illusionary string, and the bludger shot off, zooming past the students before vanishing with a faint pop. Without gravity, the moon would fly off into space, no longer held in orbit around the Earth. The class murmured in realization, even the professors standing at the back nodding in understanding. This balance, Maverick explained, between gravity pulling inward and motion pushing outward is what keeps the moon circling the Earth instead of crashing into it, or flying away. It's as if the moon is constantly falling toward the Earth, but missing it because of its spiraling speed. He paused, scanning their faces. And this balance isn't just about orbits. It creates tides. The moon's pull on Earth affects our oceans. Without it, life as we know it would be drastically different. A hush fell over the group as the weight of his words sank in. Then Maverick smiled, his tone softening. Understanding these principles helps us appreciate the wonders of our world. With a subtle turn, he pointed toward two faint dots in the distance. Now look there, see those two glowing specks? That's Mars, and over there Jupiter. The illusion changed again, their vantage point moving closer to the red planet. Maverick spoke as they traveled. The distance between London and New York is about 3,500 miles. The distance between Earth and the Moon, he paused, gathering their curiosity, 250,000 miles. And Mars, it's over 150 million miles away. As they approached, the red planet came into view, its dusty surface shimmering faintly under the magical light. The students leaned forward, expressions alight with wonder. "Professor," a Gryffindor blurted out, unable to contain their excitement, "is this really what Mars looks like?" Maverick chuckled. "Indeed, Muggle telescopes have captured images detailed like this, but we'll save that for another lesson. For now, enjoy the view." The Weasley twins exchanged grins, their whispers carrying just enough for Maverick to catch. "This is brilliant, Fred. Who knew coming to see the new professor in action would amount to such a show?" "Absolutely, George. The best decision we've made since joining Hogwarts." Maverick allowed himself a quiet laugh before giving the class a moment to soak it all in, their excitement filling the space like a tangible energy. "I know this is all very fascinating, but it's time to move on, children," Maverick called out after a moment, drawing the students' attention back to him. "All right, first I want you all to take another look at our home over there," he said, gesturing with his hand. "That tiny dot over there, that is our home." He paused, letting the image of the distant Earth sink in before continuing. "Just like when you look at the night sky and see Mars as a small, glowing dot, from here, our home appears as nothing more than a speck of light." He waved his hand again, and the scene began to shift. "Now, as we move closer to Jupiter, which is about 500 million miles away from Earth, that little dot representing our home planet will become fainter and fainter." The illusion kept on changing, pulling them faster, until Jupiter came into view in all its majesty. "This is Jupiter. It's the largest planet in our solar system, so massive you could fit over 1,000 Earths inside it. 500 million miles away from where we live, just imagine how far that is." The students murmured in amazement, their eyes glued to the colossal gas giant. Maverick offered a few more facts about Jupiter before moving them further into space. He showed glimpses of Saturn's iconic rings, the icy blue of Neptune, and finally zoomed out to reveal the entire solar system. For the first time, the students saw all the planets revolving around the sun in their elliptical orbits. They stared in awe, marveling at the sheer vastness of the system and how small Earth seemed in comparison. Maverick allowed the scene to linger before the illusion changed once again. The sun, once stationary, began gliding forward through the black expanse of space. Around it, the planets continued their intricate dance. "Professor, why is the sun moving?" a student asked, their voice filled with curiosity. Maverick smiled. "The answer lies in the same force we've been talking about. The same force that makes an apple fall from a tree, that keeps the moon in orbit around the Earth, and that causes the planets to revolve around the sun. The same principles of science Muggles are studying and using what they have learned to invent incredible innovations that has allowed them to transform their way of life, moving from traveling by horses and boats to sending massive structures into space, all in just a span of decades." He gestured toward the sun. Watch how these very laws of science unfold on a grand scale. Just like how the Earth moves through space because of the Sun, too, moves through space, pulled by something far greater than itself, something so vast and mysterious that Muggles have only just begun to understand it. He turned to the class. Observe this magnificent dance. Even those of you studying astronomy may not have seen the solar system from this perspective. Gasps of amazement filled the room as the students watched the Sun leading its family of planets through space, spiraling forward like a shepherd guiding a flock. The Sun doesn't stay in one place, he explained. It moves through space, pulling the planets along with it in a grand, magnificent spiral. After a moment, the illusion expanded, pulling back farther. Tiny pinpricks of light began to appear in the distance, gradually brightening. Maverick gestured toward the stars coming into view. These are stars, just like our Sun. Some are smaller, others much larger. Some are blue, some are red, and many are the same color as our Sun. And there are countless billions of them scattered across. So many, in fact, that I can't even begin to project the unimaginable numbers in this illusion. The murmurs grew louder as more stars appeared, filling the space around them. Maverick didn't wait for any questions this time and continued, pointing to one star before zooming in briefly. Each of these stars has its own solar system, with planets and moons orbiting it, just like ours. With a dramatic motion, Maverick zoomed out even further. The stars blurred, stretching into countless lines of light, and the students' gasps grew louder as they turned their heads in every direction, watching the scene unfold before them. The countless dots of light began to shift, transforming into glowing clouds, until at last, the Milky Way galaxy emerged in all its glory. Its spiral arms stretched across the scene, resembling rivers of light flowing through the vastness of space. What in the world is that? It's like a giant vortex. The murmurs of students filled the space as they watched the familiar, yet unfamiliar shape unfold before them. Maverick noticed even the professors were visibly intrigued, barely able to restrain the flood of questions forming in their minds. "This is a galaxy," Maverick said softly, his voice carrying through the room, subtly enhanced by his magic to echo with dramatic effect. "Our galaxy, our home, the Milky Way. It contains billions of stars like our Sun and trillions of planets like the ones in our solar system. It's so vast that traveling by any normal means would be impossible." "Professor, can you give an example like you did before?" a student asked eagerly, looking at him with anticipation. Maverick smiled, his gaze sweeping across the class of adults and children, all now hanging on his every word. "The fastest thing Muggles have measured is light," he continued. "Light can travel 300,000 kilometers in 1 second. Can you imagine how fast that is?" He paused for a moment, letting the information sink in before chuckling lightly. "Well, imagine you are light. That means you can travel around the Earth 8 times in just 1 second. And the speed of light over a whole year, that's almost 10 trillion kilometers. And our galaxy," Maverick gestured toward the swirling expanse before them, "is so vast that light would take 100,000 years to cross it. What you're seeing there is 10 trillion kilometers multiplied by 100,000. That's how immense it is." The room fell silent as the students processed the numbers and the size of the vortex of stars in front of them. However, the unimaginable scale that had just been explained to them left them with nothing but speechlessness. Maverick let the image linger, watching as complicated expressions slowly spread across the children's faces. When he sensed it was time, he spoke again, his voice soft but imbued with meaning. "Remember to always remain humble, no matter how powerful you think you are, whether because of your family name or your individual achievements. On the grand scale of the universe, you are smaller than even a speck of light." The students all nodded in unison, with no questions in their eyes. For many, this was the first time they truly grasped how vast, complex, and extraordinary the universe was. If only they knew, this was just the beginning. Chapter 56, When Magic Meets Logic v. ch. 76. The word galaxy was something the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts rarely came across. Even in their astronomy lessons, the focus was on the movements of nearby planets, the phases of the moon, and the magical influence of the stars. Planets, stars, and even constellations with their mythological names were studied more for their links to magical rituals, prophecy, or historical significance than for any real understanding of scientific ideas like distance or size. So, when it came to grasping the scale of what lay beyond the solar system, or rather, not even the solar system, but simply beyond Earth's atmosphere, their understanding could be considered practically non-existent. Now, standing in wonder as they gazed at the vast, sprawling beauty of the Milky Way, the word vast had truly come to life for them. They had left Earth behind, passing the moon, the planets, the sun, and even other suns. They had learned facts that stretched the limits of their minds, distances so vast they were almost impossible to grasp, and sizes so enormous they felt unreal. What they saw wasn't just images or lines from a textbook. It was something they had witnessed and experienced as a journey, step by step. For the first time, they truly understood how big the universe was, how complex, how beautiful, and how unbelievably vast it could be. While the students were still processing everything, the adults who were more collected took the moment to clear up some of the thoughts running through their minds. Needless to say, the four professors were just as impressed as the students by everything they had seen. Moreover, they all agreed that the class had been one of the most enlightening experiences of their lives. Even Dumbledore, with all his centuries of accumulated wisdom, admitted that much of what Maverick had shared was entirely new to him. Before long, the students turned their attention back to him, eager for more. However, Maverick had no intention of continuing beyond what he had already shown them. He believed that what they had seen was enough to make them think differently about science and its possibilities. "I know you're all eager to see more," he said, "but unfortunately, this is where we'll end the demonstration for today." The students' faces fell, and a few hands shot up, but he gently stopped them. "If your questions are about what you've seen today, you're welcome to join the next Muggle science class. I'll answer them then." He glanced around at their eager faces. "But before we finish, I want to revisit the main point of today's lesson." The room fell silent. "First, come closer," he instructed, beckoning the students toward him as he prepared to undo the transfiguration. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the desks, chairs, and inclined floor smoothly returned to their original state, noiselessly and seamlessly within moments. With a dramatic final clap of his hands, and as the sound echoed, the students watched in astonishment as their perspective rippled and dissolved like smoke, fading away until they were back in their familiar classroom. "Without realizing it, you've all been standing and enjoying the lesson with me for nearly an hour," he said with a small chuckle, seeing their dazed expressions. "So please, take your seats first." The students spread out across the classroom and settled into their seats, though their faces showed reluctance as they realized the entertaining lesson had come to an end. Now, at the start of the lesson, I explained what science is, and I'd like to end with the same idea. But this time, I'm sure you'll understand it better. Maverick spoke, looking at the faces turned toward him with undivided attention. "We've learned today that science is all about understanding everything happening around us," he began. "We've seen examples right here, like why an apple falls from a tree instead of floating up, and examples farther away, like why the moon orbits our world instead of crashing into it. We've also realized that by studying these concepts, you can truly understand the world around you. And once you understand it, you have the power to change it, improve it, or use that knowledge to create something entirely new." The room was silent as the students absorbed his words, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Maverick smiled, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him, knowing he had sparked something in them, who had been in the dark all this time about the outside world. Time passed slowly, and before long the bell chimed, signaling the end of the class. "To the sixth years who chose this course," Maverick said, sweeping across their attentive faces, "before our next class, write a brief summary of what you've learned today. Keep it simple, just explain in your own words what science really is." He gave them a warm smile, the lesson winding to a close. "Well, that's all for today." Reluctantly, the students began filing out of the classroom, their hesitation clear in the way they lingered, the unwillingness to part with what they'd just experienced. And once the last student had exited, only the professors remained. Professor Caesar, Dumbledore said with a warm smile as the group gathered around him, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. This has been one of the most enlightening experiences I've had in quite some time. McGonagall nodded in agreement. The headmaster's right. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such expressions from students when leaving class, instead of their usual eagerness to be done for the day. The other professors nodded in agreement, each offering their congratulations. Well done, Professor, Flitwick said with a twinkle in his eye. You've certainly left an impression. Quite a remarkable lesson, added Professor Septima with a warm smile. I'm sure the students will be talking about this for a long time. Do you have any other classes today? McGonagall asked. Maverick nodded. I have alchemy with the first years in about an hour. Hopefully, they'll be just as interested as this class was. Dumbledore smiled kindly. I have no doubt they will be, Professor. You've proven you're more than capable of capturing their attention. Thank you, Headmaster. Honestly, the students' reactions were much better than I expected. I was worried they might not be interested in such an unfamiliar subject. You've underestimated yourself, Flitwick said with a chuckle. After what they saw today, I doubt any student would skip your class. If anything, you can expect an even larger crowd next time. Maverick laughed, shaking his head. Well, let's hope they're not just coming for the spectacle, he replied with a grin. I'd like to think they're here for the learning, too. Well, I don't know about you all, but all that time feeling like a student again has made me starving, Dumbledore chuckled, his eyes twinkling. That reminds me, Professor Caesar, McGonagall said, turning to him. I didn't see you at breakfast today. Maverick smiled, shaking his head. I had a quick breakfast at home, needed some time to clear my mind before the class, so I went back last night and returned this morning. I see, McGonagall nodded. Well, you're joining us for lunch then. Maverick chuckled, of course. The group made their way to the Great Hall, where lunch was already underway. Meanwhile, word of the Muggle science class began to spread through the castle like wildfire. Students from all 4 houses whispered about it in hallways and common rooms, each retelling more elaborate than the last. What had started as talk of illusions turned into rumors of an actual journey through the stars. Some were even claiming that the professor had taken them flying into space, with no mention of it being an illusion at all. Though not everyone believed the tales, even the skeptics couldn't deny their curiosity. After all, it wasn't every day that a professor's teaching methods became the talk of Hogwarts. As Maverick sat in the Great Hall with the other professors, he noticed the curious glances directed his way. Whispers filled the air like a low hum, and students would nudge their friends, sneaking quick looks at him before returning to their meals. You've become quite the celebrity today, McGonagall remarked from her seat beside him, a small smile playing on her lips. That was honestly faster than I expected, Septima remarked. We came straight here from the class. Maverick merely smiled, unbothered by the swirling rumors and curious glances. His mind was already focused on his next lesson with the first years that afternoon. After lunch, Maverick returned to his office, savoring a brief moment of peace to clear his mind. About an hour later, feeling refreshed, he headed to the alchemy classroom, prepared to begin the next class on his schedule. Chapter 57, The Alchemist's Guide I.Ch. 77. The sun had passed its peak, bathing Hogwarts corridors in bright afternoon light as students chatted and made their way to their classes. The topic of everyone's gossip was the new elective course professor, with whispers of his unconventional teaching style and how fascinating the first lesson had been for those who attended spreading quickly through the castle. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis strolled side by side at an unhurried pace, heading toward their next scheduled lesson. One spoke softly, while the other's voice brimmed with excitement. Their conversations centered on the most recent gossip spreading through the castle. Seriously, these rumors are getting more and more ridiculous every time I hear them, Tracy said, throwing a sideways glance at her companion. Daphne shrugged casually. It was bound to happen. People love exaggerating. But Tracy paced a little faster, then turned her sparkling eyes to meet her friends. That magic was really incredible. Do you think he'll teach us something like that? Daphne rolled her eyes. Do you seriously think that's some basic first-year spell? Besides, he's not the charms professor. Tracy grinned mischievously. Still, what if we just ask him to teach us? Her voice took on a playful, persuasive tone. Daphne sighed, shaking her head. I don't think you've listened to a word I've said. The two Slytherin witches soon reached their destination, and the moment they opened the door to the classroom, a wave of bustling noise hit their ears, making it feel as though they had stepped into Diagon Alley on a busy afternoon. They paused in their tracks, momentarily taken aback by the sheer energy of the room. The classroom was large, dimly lit, but not so much that it was difficult to see across it. Rows upon rows of desks and chairs were arranged in a half-moon shape, each row slightly inclined from the one before it. It resembled a set of stairs leading down, with the teacher's space at the center, just a large desk and a chair behind it, facing an open area in front that was somewhat larger than the rest. The layout was familiar to the two girls, who recognized it as similar to the Muggle science classroom, though this one was noticeably bigger. And rightfully so, because students from all four houses filled nearly every seat, their voices overlapping in an excited hum that made the classroom feel more like a celebration than a lesson. Blimey, Tracy muttered, her eyes widening slightly. Aren't there a bit too many? It's not surprising. Professor Caesar's alchemy lessons combine all four houses. They made their way through the crowded room and slipped into a pair of empty seats, catching fragments of animated conversations around them as they settled in. Needless to say, the professor's name was on every witch or wizard's lips, talking about his earlier class as if they had been right there with him. The two girls tried their best to ignore the gossip-filled chatter and glanced around the class, attempting to spot the subject of everyone's conversation, but to their disappointment, he was nowhere to be seen. The professor's not here yet, I guess. We still have a few minutes, Daphne responded to her friend, keeping her calm as she settled into her seat. Hey, Greengrass. But then she heard a familiar voice, annoyingly familiar, call out her name from the right. Turning her head, she saw the pompous blonde looking in her direction. I heard you two were the only Slytherins who went to Professor Caesar's class. Is what they're saying true? Daphne raised an eyebrow, but then a memory surfaced, and she couldn't help it as a rare smile tugged at her lips. Professor now, wasn't he supposed to be a squib, or have you forgotten calling him that to his face? She saw her idiot housemate visibly stiffen, sitting there at a loss for words. As for Malfoy, it could be said that he hadn't had the best start since stepping onto the train for school. First, it was the famous boy who lived giving him no face in front of his entire year. But the worst of it all was that he had let his arrogance get the better of him and insulted someone he most definitely should not have. He had been trying to forget about it, but the embarrassing memory he had worked so hard to bury since yesterday resurfaced once again, and he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He remembered all too clearly how his father had warned him to tread carefully around certain individuals. Maverick Caesar, the new professor and a master alchemist, was one of those people. His father had emphasized repeatedly that his soon-to-be professor of alchemy was the kind of wizard even the Malfoy family couldn't afford to offend. But of course, he hadn't known that when he had first met the professor. His sharp tongue had gotten the better of him, and in his usual arrogance, he had called the man a squib before even knowing who he was. Now, every time he remembered it, a wave of mortification washed over him. I didn't mean it like that, Draco muttered, looking anywhere but at Daphne. Daphne's smile widened, though her voice remained smooth. Of course you didn't, but you did. She saw the Slytherin blonde gulp, hesitating to speak. Whether out of fear or something else, he finally looked at her with a pleading expression. Can you help me apologize to him? You know I wouldn't have said it if I'd known earlier. Even for someone as introverted as Daphne, she couldn't help but find the blonde boy's current embarrassing behavior amusing, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant self. Then, a loud burst of laughter erupted beside her, and she didn't need to look to know it was her friend Tracy, nor why she had finally lost her battle to keep it in. Honestly, Tracy said, rubbing the corner of her eye as if wiping away an imaginary tear of laughter. For a second there, I thought someone was impersonating Draco Malfoy. Then, she barely held back another fit of laughter. Then I remembered you sticking your stinky foot in your idiot mouth yesterday. Unbeknownst to them, and to any student present in the class, Maverick was already there, listening to their chatter the whole time while casually leaning against his desk. He shook his head with a smile, then turned his attention away from the group of Slytherins and glanced at his wrist to check the time. It was almost time. He glanced over the sea of students once more, counting at least 100 or more in the room, far more than what had been depicted in the books. Perhaps this was the correct number, he thought, recalling an interview with J.K. Rowling where she mentioned that Hogwarts had about 1,000 students at any given time. He dismissed the thought with a shake of his head. There was no point in dwelling on such details. This was his world now, not the one from a storybook. With a final glance around the room, he snapped his fingers. The sharp sound rang out like a thunderclap, echoing through the classroom and instantly silencing the chatter. Just as he was about to cancel the disillusionment on himself, the classroom door swung open with a loud thud, startling everyone. At first, Maverick thought another group of teachers had come to observe his class again. But then he saw 2 young wizards hurrying in, looking like they'd just run a marathon. The students, who had just been silenced by Maverick's sharp snap, also turned their heads toward the newcomers. "Whoa, this is way bigger than Professor McGonagall's classroom," one of the boys exclaimed, his eyes wide as he took in the room. He seemed completely oblivious to the heavy silence and all the eyes now on him. "I don't see the professor. Let's just find a seat," his companion said quickly, ignoring the comment and urging him along. "Right, the first boy glanced around, and only then did he notice the entire room staring at them. "Harry, why's everyone staring at us?" "Well, that's because," Harry muttered, "we're bloody late, now hurry up and move." The 2, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, started walking down the rows of desks, glancing left and right as they searched for empty seats. "Merlin's beard," Ron grumbled after a moment. "Why do the only seats left have to be in the front row?" "Doesn't matter, just go." The pair quickly made their way to the front, ignoring the whispers that followed them, and slid into the only 2 vacant seats. They both let out a sigh, as if they'd just narrowly escaped something worse. "Late again, honestly, Ronald, Harry," a familiar voice called in a clipped tone. "You're going to cost us points. Again." They turned to their right and saw their bushy-haired housemate sitting in the same row, separated from them by another girl. "We got lost, again," Ron defended, throwing up his hands. "This school's too bloody big, you know. You can't blame us for that." "At least this time, I don't see any cats," Harry added with a sly grin, earning a muffled laugh from Ron. Hermione huffed and crossed her arms. Maverick watched the so-called Golden Trio, Hermione Granger and her 2 dumb friends, with faint amusement. He wondered if he should pull a stunt similar to McGonagall's dramatic entrances just to see their reaction. But before he could entertain the thought further, another equally idiotic voice cut through the classroom. "Potter, I told you it wouldn't do you any good hanging around with that Weasley fool." Draco Malfoy's drawling tone carried from somewhere behind them, dripping with his usual arrogance. Ron didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Somehow, Malfoy's voice had the kind of quality that etched itself permanently into his memory after that single unpleasant encounter. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy," Ron snapped, spinning in his seat to glare at him. "At least I didn't call the professor a squib. The whole bloody school knows about it now." The room erupted into a chorus of chuckles, with several students casting Malfoy pitying glances while others smirked at his expense. Draco, for once, had no retort, and his face flushed a bright shade of pink as the sting of humiliation settled in. Ron, encouraged by the laughter and feeling like the hero of the moment, stood up on his chair. He stretched out his arm dramatically, pointing a finger at Malfoy as if delivering a theatrical proclamation. "That's right, you called Professor Caesar a squib," he declared, his voice ringing out over the murmurs. "And you know what? I heard it from one of your slimy snake friends. So you better behave, Malfoy, or I'll remind the professor about it every 10 minutes of the class." Ron puffed out his chest, clearly expecting another wave of laughter to follow his bold display. However, the reaction he expected never came. The seconds ticked by, and instead of laughter, the classroom grew unsettlingly quiet. Frowning, Ron opened his eyes and glanced around. That's when he noticed the other students weren't looking at him anymore. Their eyes were fixed somewhere behind him, their expressions ranging from sheepish to downright panicked. "Mr. Weasley," came a calm yet sharp voice that sent shivers down Ron's spine. Chapter 58, The Alchemist's Guide, IICH 78. "Mr. Weasley." The calm, sharp voice sliced through the silence, causing Ron to flinch and sending a shiver down his spine. He didn't need to turn around to know who had spoken. He had walked right into one of the professor's traps. Hundreds of eyes were on him, some curious, others amused, but most flicked between him and the figure behind him, filled with pity. The weight of their stares made his stomach drop, and heat rushed to his face in embarrassment. He swallowed hard and turned slowly, finding the person everyone at Hogwarts had been talking about standing casually in front of his desk, watching him with amusement. Gulp. Professor I. Would you mind sitting down first, Mr. Weasley? Contrary to what he was expecting, the professor's tone wasn't sharp or reprimanding. Instead, it was calm, almost kind, as though they were speaking to him gently. So he hurriedly stepped off the chair and sat down properly, but his eyes were fixed on the desk, too embarrassed to look up. He cast a quick sideways glance at his friend and noticed Harry also had his head down. Was Harry trying to spare him the embarrassment of suffering alone? He thought. His chest swelled with emotion and his eyes stung with the urge to cry, touched by how much his friend, no, his best friend, seemed to care for him. Unbeknownst to Ron, Harry's reluctance to look up had nothing to do with standing by him. He was just terrified that the professor might have overheard his earlier comment about the cat. It was when Ron stood on the chair to argue with Malfoy that Maverick canceled his disillusionment charm. He was honestly speechless at the little redhead's foolish behavior and couldn't help but wonder how this idiot managed to conquer the smartest witch of their generation. Nonetheless, he had no intention of punishing them over some silly argument. If anything, he preferred to see his students get along. Detention, in his eyes, was nothing more than overtime babysitting, a waste of time he could spend far more productively. Walking to the center of the classroom, he glanced over the rows of curious faces, pausing briefly on each one and observing the students while offering the best professor smile he could muster as possible. He didn't want to play Snape or McGonagall and would rather be someone more approachable in the eyes of his students. He saw the sea of faces, some exchanging glances, some looking expectantly at him, while others leaned forward slightly, all waiting for him to speak. "Good afternoon." A soft hum of his greeting was returned, but only a few seemed to speak. "Well, it seems only a few of you think this beautifully bright afternoon is good, isn't it?" "Good afternoon, Professor." This time, the whole class spoke in unison, and Maverick nodded to everyone, his expression showing approval. "Welcome to the class of alchemy. Before we get started, I'll give a short introduction of myself." He then repeated what he had said in the last class, telling the students a bit about himself, his education, and his background. The students all listened attentively, with only a few noble airs whispering among themselves at the mention of his Muggle education and his teacher. He didn't mind, though. Scrutiny was inevitable. After all, they had grown up knowing almost nothing significant about the world outside their own. Well, with that out of the way, let's begin. Then, wasting no time, he posed his first question, making sure to maintain a kind smile as he glanced across the rows of students. "Can anyone tell me what alchemy is?" Swish. A few hands shot up, and he pointed to a young wizard with the Ravenclaw badge pinned to his uniform, gesturing for him to speak. "Please state your name first." The boy stood up, trying his best to look as confident as possible. "I'm Terry, Professor, Terry Boot, and alchemy is crafting magical items." Maverick smiled warmly at the boy and he gestured for him to sit. "An excellent answer, Mr. Boot. 5 points to Ravenclaw." Mr. Boot's answer, though a bit reductive, is a correct description. Alchemy is the magical art of transformation and creation. It involves the careful crafting of magical objects, using runes to channel and direct magical energy, and applying charms to imbue those objects with specific properties. It's a comprehensive approach to magic that demands both precision and creativity. He turned his attention to another raised hand at the very front, looking eagerly at him. "Yes, Ms. Granger." "Professor," Hermione inquired, "is it the same runes that are taught in the elective course Ancient Runes?" Maverick nodded. "Very observant. To answer your question, Ms. Granger, ancient runes are indeed used in the creation of alchemical items. In fact, most multi-purpose magical items are created using ancient runes. However, for this class, until the elective course begins, we will only be using basic runes." He explained further. The main difference between ancient runes and basic runes is that ancient runes let you inscribe much more complex instructions and handle greater magical power. Basic runes, on the other hand, are simpler. Think of them as the basics, without the same depth or flexibility. For example, if basic runes are like simple numbers from 0 to 9, ancient runes are more like a mix of numbers, letters, and symbols, making it possible to create more advanced magic. He paused, looking around the room before turning back to Hermione. "Does that make sense?" "Yes, Professor," Hermione replied, looking satisfied as she sat back down. Maverick continued. "To make a product that can be considered an alchemical creation, it must have two properties: runes and charms. The crafting can be either natural or man-made, but you will rarely see naturally formed objects turned into alchemy without any alteration to their structure. In fact, it's nearly impossible because the process of carving runes changes the very structure of the object. In this class, we'll mostly focus on the basic set of runes. Now, I know that might sound boring, but it won't just be about memorizing symbols and their meanings. We'll also be creating alchemical equipment as we go," he added, watching as the students all perked up, exchanging excited whispers at the mention of creating their own alchemy. "As for charms, I believe that part will be handled perfectly well by Professor Flitwick. In fact, in my class, I'll be referring to his lessons to see which charms you've learned and plan the practical lessons accordingly." He smiled. "And finally, we will dedicate one day of every month to learning the art of crafting, and it'll be more fun than it sounds." "All right," he clapped his hands together. "Today is the first day, so I want to make it memorable for you. First, please take out your basic runes textbooks and turn to page 78. The room came alive with the rustling of pages and the soft thuds of books being placed on desks. Maverick waited while scanning the room until every student had their book open. What you'll see there is the basic rune for light and illumination. Today, we're going to use this rune to create a basic alchemical light source. He noticed the student's eyes light up at the prospect of diving straight into creation, and a smile tugged at his lips. "Observe carefully," he said, extending his hand. With a deliberate motion, he cast the flagrate spell, moving his finger through the air to draw a symbol, a simple, angular shape resembling a flame with a single line rising upward. The students gasped, their eyes sparkling with wonder as they watched Maverick effortlessly use magic. "This is Luxus," Maverick pointed at the glowing symbol. "It's a basic rune that represents light and illumination. When inscribed correctly and infused with magical energy, it can produce a steady, glowing light. Unlike ancient runes, which can sometimes create complex, self-sustaining enchantments, Luxus requires a direct input of magic to function. Think of it as a match. You need to strike it to produce light, but it won't burn on its own." As he spoke, he walked over to his desk, where stacks of smooth, flat stone cards were neatly arranged. Each card had one side made of stone and the other covered with a crystal-like surface. With a wave of his hand, the cards floated into the air one by one, hovering briefly before gently descending onto each student's desk. "What kind of spell was that?" one student whispered to another. "Maybe a very advanced variant of the levitation charm," came the reply. Maverick sighed inwardly, realizing once again how much he took his own magical abilities for granted. To these children, even the simplest acts of magic for him were extraordinary. The room became a buzz of whispers and murmurs, but he needed to continue with the lesson. "All right," he amplified his voice slightly to cut through the chatter. "You can discuss everything else later, but for now, I need your attention." He walked to the center of the room, holding a similar stone card in his hand. "In your list of required materials, there should be carving instruments. I hope everyone has them with you." He glanced around and nodded to see that no one seemed to have forgotten. On your desks are special stone cards made from materials used in carving practice. They are also half-complete alchemical products, which I hope to see finished by each and every one of you before the end of the lesson. The students picked up the cards, turning them over in their hands and examining both sides carefully. You'll notice a faint mark outlining the symbol you see above me on the silver side, Maverick continued. I want you to use the glyph blade to carefully carve over it. Now, the glyph blade itself is an alchemical tool, much like a wand. Instead of casting spells, its purpose is to channel your magic into the carving you make. Otherwise, it would just be a simple mark on the stone. He paused, looking seriously over the class. Please be careful with the blade. Don't rush. You have 15 minutes, and it's just one symbol that is already outlined for you. Seeing the students nod in acknowledgement of his warning, he relaxed his expression, and his lips curved into a smile. I'll walk around to each of you in the meantime to check your work. You may now begin. Following his instructions, the students buzzed with excitement, chatting eagerly to one another about the work they were about to do. Maverick saw the little redhead's face light up with a peculiar gleam as he spoke to Harry. Harry, this is so cool. I bet Fred and George are gonna be super jealous that we actually became alchemists today. You're not gonna become an alchemist in one day, Ronald. We're merely just carving over an outlined symbol. Do you even know the ranks of alchemists? Sure enough, it was his future wife who put him in his place, even before Harry had even thought of a response. Ron glanced at Hermione irritably, then at Harry, before whispering to him, "Mental, that one. How does she even have time to listen to other people when she's so focused on what she's doing?" Harry sighed, honestly speechless, not knowing what to say. He didn't want to take Hermione's side over his friend, but he also knew Ron's earlier comment sounded stupid. Just focus on the work, Ron, before the professor comes and checks, Harry said in the end, carefully holding the glyph blade as instructed in his textbook. Chapter 59, The Alchemist's Guide, ch. 79. The alchemy classroom buzzed with the quiet murmur of students and the steady sound of activity. Most of the class was hunched over their desks, faces set in deep concentration, while others whispered to their neighbors, discussing the work they were about to start. In their hands, each one held a peculiar object, something between a spatula and a quill, no longer than a hand, sleek and black in color, with one end pointed to a sharp tip, etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shine faintly. They handled it carefully, eyes focused on the rectangular card in front of them, occasionally glancing at the textbook beside it, as if checking the instructions. Meanwhile, Maverick moved steadily between the rows of desks, scanning the students' work as he went. His footsteps came to a stop beside a Gryffindor student, noticing the young wizard looking far too nervous for the task he assigned. He saw the boy's eyes flicker nervously between the card on his desk and the glyph blade in his shaking hands, struggling to keep the sharp tip steady. "Good afternoon," Maverick spoke as softly as possible, careful not to startle the already nervous boy. Despite this, the little wizard wearing the Gryffindor badge on his uniform flinched in surprise and sat up straight, like a soldier caught off guard. Fortunately, he managed to keep a grip on the sharp blade in his hand without sending it flying across the room. Maverick frowned inwardly. This was an unusually strong reaction, as if the boy had been on edge for much longer than just the work assigned to him. "Are you all right?" he asked, keeping his tone as gentle as possible. "Why, yes, Professor," the boy stammered, stumbling over the words. "What's your name?" he asked, making a mental guess about the boy's identity. "Neville, Professor, Neville Longbottom." Sure enough, this is the hidden child of prophecy, Maverick thought, recalling the early descriptions of his character in the books. It seemed to fit well with his current behavior. "You can relax, Mr. Longbottom. Do you have any doubts or difficulties with the carving?" Neville hesitantly glanced up at his professor before quickly lowering his head. "Why, yes, Professor. I mean, I don't have any difficulties." Maverick didn't press further. "Then can you resume the work? I hope you don't mind if I take a look." At his words, the Longbottom heir's hands trembled slightly before he forcibly steadied them, gulping nervously and giving a hesitant nod. Watching the boy once again attempt to carve the symbol's delicate lines, Maverick decided to offer some assistance. The few students who had been quietly observing the exchange saw Maverick raise his hand and open his palm. Over his palm, a ball of white mist began to form and swirl, gradually morphing until it took the shape of a beautiful raven. Gasp! A collective audible intake of breath rippled through the room as the students stared in astonishment. Whispers broke out among them as they pointed toward Maverick, making others turn their attention as well. Soon, the classroom buzzed with the hum of chatter, all eyes casting toward him. Maverick sighed inwardly, thinking he might be getting too used to performing advanced magic casually, and probably should watch out for any audience while doing so. Shaking his head while ignoring the students' murmurs, he let the raven flap its wings and slowly land on Neville's shoulder. The boy was already wide-eyed, staring at him, but as soon as the patroness landed on his shoulder, his expression softened, and a faint smile formed. "How do you feel, Mr. Longbottom?" I feel happy, Professor." "Good," Maverick nodded. "What about your nervousness? Is it better now?" Neville paused for a moment, his eyes lighting up with realization. "It's gone, Professor. I've never felt this relaxed before," he said, turning his head to gaze at the shimmering raven perched on his shoulder. Maverick smiled. "Then, could you please get back to work? I'll stay and watch." The little Longbottom nodded, and reluctantly moved his hand away from the raven and grasped the glyph blade. With a deep breath, he pressed the sharp tip against the stone card and began to carefully trace the faintly outlined symbol. "You're pressing a bit too hard there," Maverick said, kneeling beside him. "Remember, the glyph blade channels your magic, not your strength. A lighter touch with precision is what you should aim for, not force." Neville nodded, taking the advice to heart, and adjusted his grip, his brow furrowing in concentration. Giving a nod of approval to the young man, Maverick stood up and glanced around. He saw that the rest of the class had now stopped working and were staring at him, whispering among themselves. "You can all talk, but please do so while working," he said, raising his voice just enough to be heard by everyone. "If there are any difficulties, raise your hand and I'll come to help." Whoosh! 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 The hands went up like a wave, and Maverick wasn't sure if it was because they were all struggling with the task or if something else was going on. He pointed to a familiar Slytherin girl, Ms. Davis. "Professor, this is discrimination. Why does the Gryffindor?" Before she could finish, her friend quickly covered her mouth, but Maverick realized what was going on with the entire class. He glanced around the classroom, then let out a sigh. "I might end up regretting this," he thought, before raising both hands in a dramatic motion. As the students gasped, 2 spheres of white mist began to form over his palms, swirling before growing in size. They grew steadily, from the size of tennis balls to basketballs, and then even larger. Whoosh! With a soft burst, the 2 mist spheres exploded outward, and the scattered smoke began gathering into different pots around the room. There were about 100, and as the smoke swirled, it took the shape of ravens, flapping their wings as they flew to each student, landing gracefully on their shoulders. The murmurs in the room grew louder, and some, like the loud redhead in the front, even started laughing loudly like a baboon. Maverick amplified his voice and spoke in a serious tone. "Don't expect this in every class. It's your first day, so think of it as a little something from your professor. Now, focus back on your work. You have only 10 minutes left of the 15 I gave you to finish the task." "Daff, look, it's so beautiful, I feel so happy, ahaha." Even Daphne, who was usually aloof, couldn't help but smile at the sight of her friend, laughing stupidly while playing with her feathery companion. She glanced at her own raven, twinkling her fingers through its form. "I've seen my father perform a corporeal patronus," she said thoughtfully. "He would take time to gather his emotions first before casting it, but this, I don't think there are any records of anyone performing the spell this effortlessly. No wand, no chant, it was like breathing for him." "I know, right?" Tracy giggled. "Hey, let's ask the professor to teach us the spell." Daphne chuckled. The patronus charm was clearly having the desired effect on her, but she wasn't about to fall into the same level of crazy as her friend. No, maybe some other time, she replied with a smirk. The professor will still be teaching us for another 7 years. We've got time. For now, let's focus on the work. I'm already halfway done. Ah, this is boring, Tracy pouted but complied, getting back to work. Meanwhile, in the front row, Hermione Granger was giggling as she played with her own white bird of mist, just like most of the other students. What an incredible spell. It's making me feel so happy and so confident. She glanced to her right and called to her recently made friend, Susan, do you know what spell this is? The girl wearing the Hufflepuff badge on her uniform nodded happily. It's the Patronus Charm, a very advanced spell. Aunt Amelia once showed it to me. A little further away, the two Gryffindor troublemakers were struggling to stop laughing. One had started, and the other, unable to control himself at the sight, joined in, both of them laughing like two little crackheads. As all this happened, Maverick stood at the back, watching his class caught up in the chaos he had caused. A regretful look crossed his face. This was not my brightest idea, he thought with a sigh. Fortunately, as the most sensible among the young witches and wizards began working on their cards, the rest eventually followed suit. Soon, and 10 minutes later than the time he had originally set, the children managed to finish carving the runic symbols onto their stone cards. He walked back to the front of the class and glanced across the rows of students who were all showing bright smiles. I take it everyone is done. The entire class erupted in a loud, "Yes, Professor," with some even shouting it. He glanced to the side, where the redhead was grinning like a fool. The urge to drag him to detention flared up for a moment, but he quickly buried the thought, convincing himself it's not worth it. The Patronus scattered around the room remained beside each student, as he hadn't canceled the magic yet, unsure of the consequences. However, he made a mental note to never repeat such an act in future lessons. Now, if you could all please be silent, he said, trying to steer the class back on track. We just had a fun practical moment, but it's time for the theory part. Looking around, he saw the students obliging to his request, quiet, but still smiling brimmingly at him. He sighed inwardly and moved on to the next part of the lesson. As I mentioned at the start of this lesson, alchemy involves crafting, runes, and charms. He paced slowly in front of the class. The crafting was already done to the cards before they were handed to you, and what you did was add the final rune to the runic circuit. You'll learn more about runic circuits in your second year. But for now, all you need to know is that as long as the rune you carved was properly imbued, the runes on your stone card should now be complete. Finally, after pacing back to the center once again, he said, "Now, we move on to the final part, the charm." Chapter 60, The Alchemist's Guide IV, ch. 80. Alchemy Classroom. Standing amidst the sea of quiet yet overly enthusiastic students, Maverick smiled faintly and began explaining the third step in basic alchemy. We now move on to the final part of today's lesson, enchanting. The students exchanged glances, nodding excitedly to one another. It was common knowledge that alchemy required years of practice and dedication to produce even the simplest functional item. Yet here they were, about to complete their own projects. Even if it was just a basic item, the thought filled them with pride and excitement. This step, Maverick said as he started pacing slowly, is what brings your creation to life. The rune you've carved and imbued forms the foundation of its structure. But a structure without purpose is lifeless, isn't it? Even though the joyous emotions from his Patronus still resonated with them, it didn't affect their ability to give their full attention to his explanation. "Professor," called Hermione Granger from the front row, her hand shooting up, "could you explain what you mean by the structure?" Maverick smiled and walked over to her desk. He picked up the stone card she had been working on, the Luxus rune carved neatly into its surface. "The structure," he said, holding the card up for the class to see, "is represented by this card." He returned to the center of the room, with Hermione's work in hand. Slowly, he levitated the card, raising it halfway to the ceiling. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he cast an enlarging spell. The card grew steadily, reaching nearly 2 meters in height, hovering in the center of the classroom, large enough for everyone to clearly see the intricate details. He made it rotate slowly, halting when the carved rune faced the students. "Ms. Granger," He glanced at Hermione, who was now blushing slightly, but still focused intently on his demonstration. Has done excellent work carving the Luxus rune precisely along the outline. He gestured to the rune on the enlarged card. The purpose of this alchemical creation is simple: to make a glowing magical item. This card has already been crafted into its shape before it was given to you, so the first step was completed for you. Keep in mind, the structure doesn't have to be a card. It could be a ball, a cube, or even an irregular shape. What matters is how you want your creation to look, and whether it's possible to carve runes on that particular shape. The students listened carefully, absorbing the information. The second step, Maverick continued, is adding runic instructions. In a simpler term, carving the rune. That step is also complete now, as you've all carved the Luxus rune onto your cards. He gestured to the enlarged card hovering above him. There are other runes hidden on your cards, but for now, don't worry about them. Think of the runes as pieces of a puzzle. The one you carved was the final piece that made it complete. He paused again while scanning the room to see if anyone was having difficulty understanding. When he saw none, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, let's move on. The third step is adding a magical spell to provide energy to the structure. The charm activates the runes, allowing them to function as intended. However, it's not as simple as waving your wand and casting any spell. The charm must match the runic instructions. In other words, you can't use a levitation charm on an item designed to glow. The runes are specific. They have meaning and react to specific types of magic. He paused, looking thoughtfully at the students to make sure they understood the meaning, then decided to emphasize the point once more, as it was the most crucial element of any enchantment. Remember, children, runes are precise magical instructions. Each one has a purpose, and they respond to specific spells. The process of charming the runes requires focus and precision. You can't just wave your wand, cast some random spell, and expect it to work. He paused again, scanning the room for any signs of confusion while tapping his wand lightly against his palm. The students seemed fully engrossed in the lesson, and there was no hint of confusion in their expressions. Even little Weasley was bobbing his head like a chicken, his face showing he understood. Although, that remained to be seen. The process of charming runes isn't as straightforward as casting a spell. To enchant this stone card, he gestured to the enlarged hovering card above him, you'll need to focus on what the rune is meant to do. It's like having a conversation with your magic. The rune asks for guidance, and your charm provides the answer. If your focus wavers or your intent isn't clear, the enchantment might fail. No, it will fail. The students watched intently as the card slowly descended, landing gently in front of the class. The elevated seating gave everyone a clear view of Maverick's demonstration. I'll use the Lumos charm, he said, raising his wand. But unlike casting it in the air, enchanting requires direct contact with the crafted item. He held up the wand for emphasis. Before I begin, I focus on the rune in my mind. I think about its meaning, its purpose, and what I want it to achieve. The Luxus rune represents illumination, so I concentrate on that idea. Then, I channel my intent into the spell. He flicked his wand gently over the stone card, clearly enunciating, Lumos, as he tapped the rune. Instead of the typical white light glowing from his wand, the students gasped as a soft, radiant glow spread across the card's surface. The light traced the lines of the Luxus rune, filling them in slowly until the entire shape gleamed brightly. Moments later, the glow faded from the rune itself, and the crystal embedded on the other side of the card began to emit a steady, brilliant light. And there you have it, he said, hovering the glowing card back into the air and turning it for the students to see. The charm has activated the rune, and the card is now a functioning magical item. The runes instructed it to glow, and the charm made that possible. He smiled at the wide-eyed students. As you can see, the card is glowing much like a Lumos spell. Moreover, it will continue to do so for as long as the runes can draw ambient magic from the environment and stay powered. Even if you aren't holding it, as long as the item is in a magical area, it will continue to shine. But if you're in contact with it, the runes will prioritize drawing magic from you. But don't worry, it's negligible. Runes, especially in simple creations like this, are incredibly efficient. You could hold it all day and not feel a thing. That's because this, now completed alchemical creation, is the simplest of simple alchemy, with the most basic instructions. And these instructions can be transformed into anything because runes are just like a language. You can ask to do very complicated things by modifying the instructions. For example, to stop glowing at certain times, glow in different colors, or blink at different intervals. You can do anything once you begin to understand the beautiful language of alchemists. He smiled brightly at the eager rows of children. Imagination will be the only thing that can hinder a dedicated alchemist, and I have confidence in all of you to reach apprentice level before your owls. The students murmured excitedly, their fascination clear as they exchanged eager glances, barely able to contain themselves, itching to try it on their own. Now, Maverick said with a quiet chuckle, looking at their expressions as he brought the card down, it's your turn. Take your wands, focus on your rune, and picture its purpose. Speak the incantation clearly and let your magic flow into the stone. If you're not familiar with the Lumos spell, raise your hand and I'll assist you. A ripple of movement followed as students reached for their wands, their faces a blend of excitement and nervousness. The room buzzed with whispered incantations and concentrated energy as they began their attempts. The Lumos spell was one of the simplest spells, so basic that even Muggle-born students could often learn it just by reading the instructions in their textbooks. With nearly a month between purchasing their supplies and arriving at Hogwarts, most Muggle-born students had already mastered the spell before even stepping foot in the castle. As for the young witches and wizards from magical families, knowing how to cast Lumos was practically a given. It was a spell they learned early, often taught by parents or older siblings. Therefore, only a handful of students raised their hands, struggling with the charm itself. Even for them, it was quickly grasped once Maverick provided one-on-one instructions. Time passed slowly as the classroom filled with focused murmurs and occasional flickers of light. To Maverick's surprise, the first to succeed wasn't Miss Know-It-All or a Ravenclaw, but Neville Longbottom. The shy Gryffindor's card began to glow softly, filling him with visible confidence. Well done, Mr. Longbottom. Maverick approached his desk, clapping his hands and offering an approving smile to the boy. 10 points to Gryffindor. Thank you, Professor, Neville replied, brimming with pride. This wasn't due to the effect of the Patronus on his mind. No, this was Neville's own talent. The Patronus had simply allowed him to relax by keeping his mind from dwelling on depressing thoughts, and with that, Neville was able to succeed. The other students turned toward Neville, some surprised, others envious, but above all else, they felt inspired. Not long after, Hermione Granger's card began to glow brightly. Maverick had reset her card after the demonstration, removing his earlier enchantment, so this success was entirely her own. Excellent work, Miss Granger, Maverick nodded approvingly, approaching her desk. Very impressive of you to achieve a near-perfect harmony between the rune's purpose and your intent with the Lumos spell. Hermione beamed at the praise. Though she didn't quite grasp the technical terms, she knew it meant something good. Let's see, Maverick hummed, chuckling at the expectant girl. Another 10 points for the Lions. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley, sitting not far from Hermione, muttered his spell with such intensity that his card sputtered like a bulb short-circuiting. Easy, Mr. Weasley, Maverick advised as he passed by. Relax your grip and focus on the rune's meaning. He had to give it to the kid. Ron was clearly trying his best, from what Maverick could see. The Potter orphan, on the other hand, was the 5th fastest of nearly 100 students to manage the enchantment. It was clear the boy was exceptionally talented, and the only thing that had held him back until now was his unfortunate upbringing, lack of magical knowledge, or magic itself. As the minutes went by, more students succeeded. Tracy Davis let out a delighted squeal when her card lit up, while Daphne Greengrass nodded in satisfaction, trying her best to maintain a calm expression but failing miserably as a smug smirk tugged at her lips. Maverick moved among the rows, offering guidance where needed. Steady now, remember your intent, that's it just like that. Eventually, every student managed to produce at least a faint glow on their card. Maverick returned to the front of the room, clapping his hands lightly to draw their attention. "Well done," he said warmly. "You've all taken your first step toward becoming alchemists. It's not an easy path, but you've done remarkably well for your first attempt." He let his eyes sweep across the classroom, taking in the proud smiles and the way many students still stared at their glowing cards with a mix of wonder and pride. Remember, enchanting isn't about rushing or forcing the process. It's about creating a connection between you, your magic, and the object you're working with. The better that connection, the better your results will be. While the students excitedly chatted and exchanged proud glances, Maverick glanced at the watch on his wrist and saw that the class was nearly over. He allowed himself a smile as well, then gave the students a moment to enjoy their sense of accomplishment. When it was almost time to mark the end of the class, he cleared his throat and gave one last look at the students. "All right, everyone, that's all for today. Well done. Remember, this is just the beginning. If you have any doubts about runes, you can always find me in my office." As the students gathered their things and filed out of the classroom, many of them stopped to thank him, their voices filled with genuine appreciation. They didn't even realize that he had already canceled the patronus charm that had spread across the class. Their genuine feelings of accomplishment and joy were enough to sustain the positive emotions, making them oblivious to its disappearance. "Thank you, Professor," Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass said, one smiling politely while the other grinned widely as they walked up to the front before heading out. Neville approached as well, giving him a grateful look. "Thank you again, Professor," he said with a voice filled with appreciation. Maverick nodded to all the students, offering a smile of his own and a few kind words to those who personally came up to his desk before they made their way out. The last few students trickled out, leaving Maverick standing leaning at his desk, satisfied with the day's progress. Chapter 61, Contest of Skill and Glory, ch. 81. Time gradually moved on, and Maverick found himself settling comfortably into his role as a professor. Teaching the 6th years, the major aspects of science had been more enjoyable than he expected, especially watching the teenagers become mesmerized by an entirely new world that had been right beside them all along. At the same time, the alchemy classes focused more on memorization, with the initial lessons centered on runes. Yet, despite the subject's early dull phase, the students displayed a surprising eagerness to learn. And some students, like Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, and a few others, displayed real potential in grasping the complexity of the language of runes, showing enough talent to become 2-star or even 3-star alchemists if they chose to pursue a career in it. Maverick even considered the idea of taking some of them on as apprentices. However, not right now, perhaps in a year or two, when they had matured more and if they still showed the same enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the buzz about his 2 classes stuck around for several days, spreading from students who had attended to those who hadn't, from juniors to seniors and vice versa. But like all gossip, it eventually began to fade. By the time the weekend approached, the whispers surrounding the name, Professor Caesar, had all but disappeared, replaced by discussions of other ongoing or upcoming events. Time passed slowly, and soon the first weekend arrived. It was now Saturday evening, and Maverick sat in one of the Hogwarts classrooms, accompanied by 3 others, with the desks arranged in a circle for what appeared to be a meeting. On one side sat Maverick and another man in formal wizarding attire, while Professor McGonagall and Madame Hooch sat across from them, with 4 empty chairs between them on either side. "Thank you for accepting the appointment, Mr. Stephen, on behalf of Hogwarts, the headmaster, and myself," Professor McGonagall said kindly, smiling at the man, now identified as Stephen. He appeared to be in his 40s, with neatly trimmed black hair and a lean, strong build. "No, thank you, Professor," Stephen replied, smiling back at the deputy headmistress. "I've been feeling rather bored since I retired last year. That is, until my friend here came to visit me last month." "I see." McGonagall raised an eyebrow and glanced briefly at Maverick, then back at Stephen. "If you don't mind my asking, what were your plans after retiring from professional Quidditch?" "Honestly, I've had this idea for a while, even before my last year with the Ballycastle Bats," Stephen said thoughtfully. I wanted to coach a team after my playing career ended. Then, when Maverick came to me last month and asked me to coach the Hogwarts team, I thought this would be a great start. He smiled. Besides that, coaching the Quidditch team of the most prestigious magical school in the world would be a great honor for me. McGonagall nodded, a hint of pride in her expression. It was, after all, a compliment to her school. What other superstar friends do you have, Professor Caesar? Madame Hooch asked teasingly, glancing between the two men before settling her gaze on Maverick. It's just Stephen here, Maverick chuckled. And we've been friends for only about a year. Before that, I didn't even know he existed, because, I'm not a fanatic fan of Quidditch. That's right, Stephen added with a grin. He came to my grandfather to tweak his broom, and that's how we met. He had a freaking king's broom of all things and wanted some custom work done on it. Honestly, I was skeptical at first. What young man could get his hands on one? I thought he might be some pretender, so I asked him to test his skills against mine. He chuckled again. But then I was shown why he was a student of an archmagus, because my 3-time world champion flying skills were toyed with by him. I've never seen someone maneuver in the air like that. Maverick smiled a little shyly but didn't deny it, simply shrugging. Then he noticed McGonagall and Hooch staring at him with wide eyes. How in Merlin's name can you fly a king's broom? McGonagall exclaimed. Forget that, how did you even get one? Madame Hooch added, equally astonished. Maverick remained calm, smiling faintly. He had decided to gradually reveal some of his abilities to McGonagall and Dumbledore, especially now that he was nearing the rank of Archmagus. Some of the things he might need to do in the future in front of them couldn't simply be explained by saying he was talented in pure magic control. I have the license to fly it, and the broom itself was a gift from my teacher, he explained, then looked at McGonagall with a knowing smile. Besides, you should know how skilled I am at magical energy manipulation. McGonagall didn't know what to say and simply nodded after a moment, recalling a few things. Madame Hooch, however, looked puzzled, glancing between the two for an explanation. His teacher is Speaker Garling, and to him, it won't be much of a hassle to get one such broom, McGonagall said, and Hooch nodded in recognition. And she hesitated, not wanting to overstep by revealing things without Maverick's permission, but seeing his nonchalant smile that seemed to say he didn't mind, she continued. He's exceptionally advanced in magical energy manipulation and magical sense. So, it's fair to say Professor Caesar can handle it. Madame Hooch blinked in disbelief, turning to Maverick. You're serious? So young, my goodness. He's not a great magus, McGonagall clarified quickly. Like I said, he's just extraordinarily talented at controlling pure magic. She turned to Maverick again, but froze when she saw his faint smirk. You are, aren't you? She asked cautiously, her eyes wide, thinking that her mentor's earlier suspicion might in fact be true. Maverick studied her for a moment before chuckling. Does it matter? Anyway, we're not here to talk about me. He turned to Stephen, but then his gaze turned toward the door. It seems our guests have arrived. Right on cue, there was a knock at the door, then with a wave of his hand, Maverick caused it to open. You can all come in. 8 teenagers in uniforms, 2 from each house, entered the room slowly after receiving permission. But the next second, one of them let out an excited yelp. Morgana's tits, is that Mario Stephen? The other students gasped as well, their eyes sparkling as if they were seeing a famous celebrity. And that was indeed the case. Mario Stephen was a well-known figure, being the captain of the Ballycastle Bats Quidditch team, which had won the European Quidditch League over 20 times. Stephen himself had won it a few times and even triumphed in the World Championship 3 times with the Irish national team, so it wasn't an unexpected reaction from the children. Mr. Kaplan, that will be 20 points from Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the room like a train, barely a second after the curse slipped out. Honestly, I expected more from a Hufflepuff such as yourself. The boy in question, who had accidentally cursed out of excitement, immediately covered his mouth, as if he could somehow take back his words. Stephen didn't react much, as he was now used to this kind of reaction from people and Maverick, just watched the little drama amusedly. All of you, please take your seats, as we still have dinner to attend, and I don't want our guests to starve by keeping this meeting lingering longer than it should." McGonagall gave her authoritative stare at the group of teenagers, causing them to hurriedly oblige and step toward the empty chairs. The two girls in the group, a Slytherin witch with a prefect badge and a Hufflepuff, quickly rushed forward, taking seats beside Maverick and Stephen, respectively. The others followed, all eager to avoid sitting next to Professor McGonagall. Unfortunately for the Hufflepuff boy who had cursed earlier, he ended up right beside her. Once they were settled, Maverick stepped in. "Thank you all for taking the time to come to this. Let's call it an informal gathering." He smiled kindly, easing the tension in the room. "As you've probably guessed, this meeting is about the inter-school Quidditch tournament kicking off in November. The 8 of you, each house's prefect and Quidditch team captain, have been chosen to assist us in team selection and, more importantly, to relay important information about the tournament from the organizers to your fellow students." Just then, the Slytherin witch sitting beside him raised her hand, eagerly, looking slightly impatient. Maverick opened his mouth to acknowledge her, but Professor McGonagall's voice cut through like a whip. "Put your hand down, Ms. Farley. This is not a class. Listen first, and there will be ample time for questions afterward." The Slytherin witch dropped her hand immediately, her cheeks flushing, and Maverick gave her a reassuring nod before continuing. "Now, as I was saying, this tournament will include 4 of Europe's most prestigious magical schools. It'll be structured in 3 rounds. The first in November, the second in next year February, and the championship in early May. It'll follow a league format. In the first round, each team will compete against every other team once. The top 3 teams with the most wins will advance, while the team with the fewest wins will be eliminated. If there's a tie in wins, we'll use total scores to determine rankings. And if even that ends in a tie, the team with the fewest fouls will be declared the winner. The second round will follow the same format, with the top 2 teams moving on to the final." Maverick paused, letting the students take in the information. This isn't just a one-time event. The school administrations, along with the other participating schools, have agreed to make this an annual tournament. Moreover, we expect the number of participating schools to increase, but we won't make it more than 6. The host school will rotate each year, chosen by a fair draw after this inaugural competition. He then gestured toward a sleek, crystal-like device placed a little further away from them. "This tournament won't just be watched by those sitting in the stands at Hogwarts. It'll be broadcast live to all participating schools and key locations across the countries. This," he pointed to the device, "is called Magic Vision. It's a new product my company is launching at the end of this month. Think of it as a magical version of Muggle television. It allows people to watch live events from anywhere, even across borders." His tone turned more serious as he looked at each of them in turn. "This competition will have a lot of eyes on it. For those students dreaming of a career as professional players, this would be a great opportunity to shine. Scouts will be watching. Apart from that, we'll also have important guests in attendance, so I expect nothing but the best behavior from all the students. As leaders, it's your responsibility to ensure Hogwarts presents itself well. We can't afford any missteps in front of the world." He glanced at Stephen, who had been sitting quietly beside him. "I'm sure you all know Mr. Mario Stephen," Maverick said, a hint of a smile returning. "No introduction needed. He's agreed to coach the all-star team we'll be selecting for Hogwarts." Stephen nodded in acknowledgement, smiling at the students. "We'll start trials next week," Maverick continued. "The process will be structured. Basic skill assessments first, speed, accuracy, reflexes, followed by mock matches to see how students perform under pressure. All will factor into the final selection." Stephen nodded as Maverick continued explaining. "Once the team is chosen, they'll train under Coach Stephen's guidance to prepare for the tournament. This isn't just about winning. It's about representing Hogwarts on a global stage. I expect full dedication from every student who makes the team." He turned to the prefects. "Your role is to ensure that every student interested in trying out knows about the trials. Any Hogwarts student can apply, even first years who aren't currently on a house team. Blood status is irrelevant. I don't care if they're Muggle-born or pureblood. Talent can come from anywhere, and we don't want to overlook anyone who could make a difference." Maverick glanced at Stephen. "Steve, do you have anything to add?" The Quidditch veteran shook his head. "I think your explanation was clear. As for the training regimens and everything else, I'll speak directly to the team after the trials." Maverick nodded, then took a breath, softening his expression as he looked at the 8 teenagers. This is a big opportunity, not just for the school, not just for those who dream of playing Quidditch at the highest level, but for all of you as well. By being part of the organizing team, you'll gain valuable experience, something you can even add to your resume when looking for a job after school. He paused, considering an idea before adding, "I can also hand over the financial management of the Hogwarts team to you, procuring jerseys, broomsticks, and other necessities, if you're up for the challenge. My company will be sponsoring the tournament itself, so to keep things fair and avoid any accusations that might arise if we were to secure the win, it cannot also sponsor the Hogwarts team. However, I can connect you with businesses so you can take the lead in securing the best possible sponsor. This will be an excellent opportunity for you to gain hands-on experience in management." He glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was watching him with a satisfied smile. Of course, Professor McGonagall will supervise, ensuring everything runs smoothly. She has managed this school for decades, and her guidance would be invaluable to you. McGonagall nodded in agreement. She was the kind of witch who genuinely wanted the best for her students, and when it came to their benefit, she wouldn't hesitate to support them. Maverick watched as the students' expressions gradually shifted throughout his explanation, from curiosity to intrigue, then to genuine excitement, and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. "Let's make it count," he said, finally glancing around the room. "Any questions so far?" The discussion carried on longer than expected. Because of this, McGonagall arranged for dinner to be brought into the room and served during the discussion, coordinating with the house elves to make it happen. At first, the conversation revolved mostly around fangirling over Stephen, but fortunately, the man was patient and answered all students their questions. Needless to say, they were thrilled to have him as the school team's coach. Eventually, the talks shifted back to the tournament, with all the prefects, Quidditch team captain, and teachers sharing their opinions on how to ensure a fair selection process for the school team. Even Marcus Flint, the Slytherin team captain, behaved rather well during the conversation. In contrast to the arrogant and prejudiced image portrayed in the movies, he showed no objection to selecting players based on talent rather than blood status. Perhaps it was because he was a massive fan of Stephen and didn't want to make a bad impression, or maybe it was McGonagall's presence keeping him in check. Either way, Maverick didn't particularly care. Even if Flint was hiding his true thoughts, as long as he didn't cause trouble, that was all that mattered. The meeting concluded, finalizing most details, including the date for the trials, which were set for the following weekend. McGonagall agreed to make the schedules of the 8 students more flexible throughout the year, as long as they didn't slack off in their studies. By the end, everyone was satisfied. The prefects were eager and excited to take part in the organizing team. The Quidditch captains were thrilled about the tournament, looking forward to the team selection trials, and excited about being trained by a famous Quidditch superstar. The teachers were pleased with how smoothly everything had gone. Stephen then flew back to his home to return on the trials day, and everyone went back to their respective quarters to conclude the evening. Chapter 62, Trial of Unity I, ch. 82. Excitement buzzed through the halls of Hogwarts in the following week as more news about the inter-school Quidditch tournament, mentioned during the opening ceremony, began to spread across the school. Inside every common room, eager discussions about the upcoming trials filled the air. Students speculated about who would make the Hogwarts team, and the hype grew even stronger when they learned that the tournament would be watched by people from all over Europe. Every young witch or wizard who could fly a broom was tempted to try out, hoping for a chance to make the final team. Even the first years were eager to prove themselves. There were no restrictions on who could participate, as the notice on the official board clearly stated that anyone was welcome to join the trials. After all, what young child wouldn't want a shot at fame? Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, the next weekend arrived. Saturday mornings were usually quiet during breakfast in the Great Hall, as there were no classes. But today, the hall buzzed with infectious energy, as students chatted excitedly about the big event to be held right after breakfast. The trials were set to begin at 9:30, so by 9 o'clock, the Great Hall had mostly emptied as eager participants and spectators alike made their way to the open grass field outside the castle. The prefects took charge, organizing the students by their houses, and before long, nearly a third of the large lawn beside the school was filled. However, contrary to what they remembered about the grassy area, it was no longer just an open stretch of green. They looked up and saw numerous glowing hoops scattered across the field. Each hoop was marked with a number and emitted a faint green light. Some hoops hovered few meters above the ground, while others floated high in the air. It was only last evening that Maverick, along with Professor McGonagall, created the trial course based on Stephen's design, and for them, being elites in the art of transfiguration, bringing his vision to life was no trouble at all. "Are we supposed to ride broomsticks and fly through these hoops?" one student asked, looking up while tugging at his friend beside him. "The hoops are numbered, and look, hoop number 7 is only a meter above the ground. If you're not careful when coming down from hoop 6, you might crash," another student added, pointing out his observation. "Wait, there are even harder ones. After flying through hoop 11, you have to turn left immediately, or you'll miss hoop number 12, a third student exclaimed. While the students discussed and debated the best way to navigate the course, Maverick and his team of teachers also arrived at the area. He and Stephen were tasked with overseeing the students' talents, while McGonagall and Hooch were there to observe as school leaders. Madame Pomfrey was also present, needless to say, ready to assist in case of any accidents that might occur. "Looks like we've got our work cut out for us." Maverick couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at the large crowd of students now looking their way, clearly talking about them. Stephen scanned the crowd and smiled. "They've got good energy. I'm sure there's talent here, given the numbers." "Please keep things under control, both of you," Pomfrey muttered, eyeing Maverick sternly. "Don't make things too dangerous for the children, even if you and Minerva are sure to prevent any accidents. Just last week, I had one brought to the infirmary after a flying lesson." At her comment, McGonagall remembered the accident and asked, "How is Mr. Longbottom now?" "He's been discharged, but I'm worried something similar might happen again, especially with this many students," Madame Pomfrey said, her voice tinged with concern. "We'll keep our senses alert, Poppy. Besides, we have Mr. Stephen here and Professor Caesar as well, who is apparently even more skilled at flying. They'll be ready to take action at any time," McGonagall said in hopes of reassuring the worried-looking healer. "That reminds me," Maverick added, tilting his head. "I heard Mr. Potter showed some impressive flying skills for his first time." McGonagall sighed, shaking her head. She gestured toward the crowd. "He's over there, along with some of my other young lions. I suspected his friend would drag him here, but I wasn't expecting half of Gryffindor's first years to show up." Maverick chuckled. "Well, good for you, Professor. At least Gryffindor has a bigger talent pool." He then turned to Pomfrey. "Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey, we'll make sure the students stay safe." He glanced at Stephen, who gave a firm nod. "We'll do our best," Stephen assured. When the students' chatter quieted into hushed murmurs and finally stopped, Maverick took the lead, stepping forward, amplifying his voice, and he began to address the crowd. "Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I want to remind you all of something very important," he said, his voice carrying across the field. He looked at the crowd of expectant faces focused on him, his expression turning serious as he continued. "The purpose of this trial is not only about selecting the best among you at Quidditch for the school. It is more about setting aside your house rivalries and choosing a group that will represent Hogwarts as one team. The team will include students from all 4 houses, regardless of your status or your blood. So, I want you to leave aside any house conflicts or other disagreements you may have and think of yourselves as one group, representing one school. Because during the tournament, the eyes of all Wizarding Europe will be upon you, and they will see you only as students of Hogwarts, not as Gryffindors, Slytherins, or any other house. Just Hogwarts. The team chosen from among you will carry the weight of our school's reputation. So, I want you to take this seriously. Remember, this isn't just a game. Well, it is, but you know what I mean. A few students chuckled, but most nodded solemnly, understanding the meaning behind the words. Now, let's talk about how today will go, Maverick continued. First, I'd like to introduce someone who needs no introduction, though I'll give him one anyway. This is Mario Steven, 3-time Quidditch world champion and your new coach for the Hogwarts All-Star team. The students erupted into applause and cheers, while Steven raised a hand in acknowledgement and flashed a smile at the crowd. Maverick continued, giving a moment for the excitement to settle. Today, we'll be testing 3 key areas: flying skills, reflexes, and endurance. These are the foundations of any great Quidditch player, and we'll be putting you through your paces to see who's got what it takes. Only 14 of you will make the team. 2 keepers, 6 chasers, 4 beaters, and 2 seekers. 7 starters and 7 bench players, as per international rules. We won't be discriminating based on age, house, or anything else. The best will make the team, plain and simple. The students exchanged glances, some looking nervous, others determined. Today, we'll focus on endurance and flying skills, and by the end of the day, 28 of you will be selected, 4 for each position. Next weekend, we'll hold mock matches, where we'll randomly split the 28 players into 4 teams. Coach Steven, Professor McGonagall, and I will observe closely. Every move, every decision, every bit of effort you put in will count, and then we'll select the best 14 out of you. He finished the explanation, leaving the rest to be addressed next week for the selected players, and then focused on his storage ring. He pulled out a dozen or so flying brooms, handing 1 each to Steven, Hooch, and McGonagall, and placed the rest neatly arranged in front of him. Glancing back at the sea of eager students ready to begin, he offered a reassuring smile to ease the tension. Now, before we get started, let me explain the conditions to pass the trial. He gestured to the rings hovering above the ground. I'm sure many of you have already guessed the purpose of the numbered hoops in the sky, but let me explain anyway. Your objective is to start from the ring numbered 1 and fly through each ring in order, all the way to ring number 30, without skipping a number or hitting the hoop walls. Don't worry about getting injured if you hit a ring. They're made of transfigured magical mist, and they'll only change color to red if you make contact while passing through. Even if you hit a ring, just move on to the next one and try to finish in the shortest time possible. We teachers will observe your flying skills, how quickly you can finish, and how many rings you can pass through neatly without touching the hoop walls. He paused and glanced at the prefects, who were standing at the front of each house group. Prefects, please send 1 student from each house when I give the signal, starting from the left, Slytherin house first. Looking back at his colleagues, he gave them all a final nod and signaled for Gemma Farley to send the first student forward. Chapter 63, Trial of Unity II, CH 83. Mr. Flint, I'm surprised you've chosen to go first. Are you ready? Maverick asked, raising an eyebrow as the Slytherin Quidditch team captain stepped forward. The boy nodded confidently. The position of the school team's chaser will be mine, Professor. I'll show everyone why we've won the last consecutive school cups. Maverick chuckled softly. He didn't mind the boldness, if anything, he appreciated the confidence. Starting the trial with a demonstration from a seasoned player like Flint seemed like a good thing anyway. Good luck, Maverick said with a smile, stepping aside to let Flint prepare. Meanwhile, the students whispered among themselves, discussing Flint's decision to go first. Their thoughts mirrored Maverick's in some ways, though with a touch of skepticism. Tisk, this guy's a real idiot, volunteering to go first, one student muttered under their breath. Doesn't he know that the later you go, the more advantages you'll have? You can observe and learn from others' mistakes. Another student shrugged, looking uneasy. I don't know. I feel like the more I watch, the more nervous I'll get. A third student chimed in, crossing their arms. Yeah, but going first also means you set the standard. If Flint nails it, the rest of us will have to work twice as hard to impress the professors. Another voice piped up from the back, sounding defensive. Or maybe he's just confident. Not everyone needs to overthink everything. Sometimes it's better to just go for it. A Gryffindor nearby smirked and added, confident or not, I'm not letting a Slytherin show us up. If Flint can do it, so can I. It's all about strategy, a Ravenclaw added after thinking thoughtfully. Watch the angles of the hoops and plan your turns in advance, that's the key. The chatter continued, a mix of nerves, confidence, and competitive spirit filling the air, until Professor Caesar's magically amplified voice rang out for everyone to hear. The trial has officially begun. The first contestant is Mr. Marcus Flint from Slytherin House. Cheers erupted, mostly from the group of Slytherins, as Flint mounted his broom, gripping it tightly and ready to take off. Ready, set, go. Flint kicked the ground and shot forward like a rocket, his eyes locked on the hoop numbered 1. He passed through it flawlessly, his movements sharp and precise, drawing gasps and cheers from the crowd of students. Maverick raised a brow as he watched Flint's takeoff and the skill he displayed. He turned his head slightly and noticed that even Stephen standing beside him looked impressed by the precision and control Flint had over the broom. He's worthy of being the Slytherin team captain. Stephen nodded in agreement. Pretty good, but there's room for improvement, he added thoughtfully after a moment before jotting down a few notes. When the Slytherin seeker zigzagged through the air and neared the 15th ring, Maverick turned his attention back to the crowd and gestured to the prefects to send the next student. This time, it was the Gryffindor's turn to step forward, and before long, a familiar face made his way to the starting point. Get him, Oliver. Don't lose to Flint. The little witches and wizards of Gryffindor House cheered as Oliver Wood walked up and stopped in front of Maverick and Stephen. Not bad, Maverick commented, fixing his eyes on the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, who exuded the same confidence as Flint had before him. Both were captains of their house's team, and it was clear that neither was willing to let the other hog all the spotlight. Flint will probably take the chaser's position, so it's up to you to show whether you've got what it takes to secure the keeper's spot, he added, offering a few words of encouragement as he handed the boy one of the neatly arranged brooms. Get ready. When I say go, you can take off. Moments later, just as Marcus Flint passed through the 20th hoop, Maverick gave the signal, and Oliver Wood took off toward the first ring. Wow. Go, Oliver. The Gryffindors shouted their support, their cheers just as loud and enthusiastic as those coming from the Slytherins beside them. And among their group, Ronald Weasley was practically bouncing with excitement, pointing at the sky with a fanatic look on his face. Just look at Oliver, Harry. His flying is as skilled as that slimy snake's. No, he's even faster. He's already passed the 5th ring. Harry nodded with a hum, but his expression was more anxious than the frantic excitement radiating from his friend. He couldn't help but feel the pressure as he watched the two seniors display their impressive skills, all while remembering the mission he had come here to accomplish. Just yesterday, he had been taken to the office of his head of house, Professor McGonagall, along with Oliver Wood, and was offered a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team as their seeker. It had all happened so suddenly. After the little accident during his first week, then being invited to join the practice, and finally being offered an official spot on the team. After thinking about everything, Harry realized he had a natural talent for the sport and for flying in general. Unlike his studies, where he often felt like he was playing catch-up with everyone else, having come to Hogwarts without any prior knowledge of the wizarding world, Quidditch had given him a sense of confidence like nothing before. For the first time, he felt like he had something he was genuinely good at, and now he wasn't satisfied with just being his house's seeker. He wanted more. He wanted to be the school team seeker, or at least secure the reserve position, and was determined to make it happen by showing his skills today. Well, that was until he saw Flint and Oliver fly at their best. Watching their precision, speed, and control, he finally realized the level of competition he was up against. Meanwhile, look, number 22 turned red. Wait, it's green again. The comment came just as Flint passed through the 22nd hoop. The Slytherins looked worried watching the scene and started speculating about what may happen next. Does that mean he failed? He must have touched the wall of the ring, right? That's why it turned red for a moment. No, another student replied quickly. The professor said to keep going even if you hit a ring or miss one. His score might be lowered, but it's not a fail. As the students debated his performance, Flint, up in the air, didn't seem to notice that he had brushed against the ring. Whoosh! His focus remained sharp on the course ahead, nearing the finish line, determined to set a record that no student today can beat. With a graceful dive through the 29th ring, he took a sharp turn to the right and smoothly passed through the final one. Roar! He heard the loud cheers erupt from below and slowed down before coming to a stop, finally glancing down. His housemates were all clapping and shouting his name, and even some students from other houses joined in. His eyes then landed on another figure who had started while he was halfway through the trial. He couldn't help but raise a brow at the impressive maneuvering he was witnessing. Oliver controlled his broom with ease, turning left, right, up, and down as if he were walking, weaving effortlessly through ring after ring. He was already halfway through the course, and it was clear that this rival of his would very likely become the school team's keeper, his future teammate. Flint, you can come down now. Fly around the rings instead of going through them and land next to us. He suddenly heard a voice in his ear, the voice of Professor Caesar. Looking down, he saw the man nodding at him and figured the professor had used some kind of voice transmission, magic he wasn't familiar with. On the ground, Stephen made some notes before glancing at Maverick, who also turned to him. That was good, honestly. I'd be surprised if we see anyone better, but we'll see. For now, this boy, Flint, would be my pick for Chaser's position. Maverick smiled. He is the captain of Slytherin's Quidditch team, after all, but who knows? There may be some surprises, he said, glancing toward the Gryffindor group. His eyes landed on a figure watching Oliver, still in the air with a solemn expression. Let's move on. There was already a Ravenclaw wizard in position, and Maverick gave the signal for him to start. Time moved on, and under the enthusiastic atmosphere of the trials, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Over 100 students had been tested so far without any accidents, but there were still about twice that number waiting for their turn. Fortunately, this was a 2-day event, and he was confident he'd be able to test each and every student by the end of tomorrow. For today, there was still time, as the trials would continue after lunch. Go and take a rest, Mr. Finnegan. You did well. Maverick turned to see McGonagall comforting a first-year student who had just finished his round. The boy looked dejected, clearly unhappy with his own performance. He nodded reluctantly and ran toward the group of Gryffindors, while the next in line stepped forward and stood before them. Professor, I'm ready. The red-haired boy gave his affirmation, and McGonagall took the lead, handing him a broom. Meanwhile, Maverick's attention was on the 3 figures who had yet to finish their round. Apart from grading their flying skills, his main focus was ensuring that no students had any accidents. He didn't relax his vigilance for a moment, carefully observing every witch and wizard during their flight. Remember to be careful and don't try to fly faster than you can control, McGonagall advised. She then looked at Maverick, waiting for his signal. A few moments later, he retracted his gaze from the sky and gave her a small gesture, telling her she could let him start. The Weasley twin, whom Maverick wasn't entirely sure which one, mounted the broom and got into position. Maverick watched with a hint of anticipation in his heart, wanting to see his skills. After all, they were key characters in the books, and they were said to be exceptionally good at flying. So far, not many names he was familiar with had taken their turn. Among the crowd, he could spot Harry, Ron, Cedric Diggory, Angelina, Roger Davies, and many others who hadn't yet tested their skills. He was looking forward to seeing how each of them would perform and whether they might surprise him. Chapter 64, Trial of Unity II, ch. 84. Whoosh! A small figure sliced through the air like an arrow, shooting straight up through the 17th obstacle before making a sharp right turn without much change in speed. His grip was tight on the broom handle, his body leaning forward, and his eyes focused like an eagle locking onto the next target. The 18th hoop was just ahead, and he leaned forward even more before accelerating toward it. His mind was so fixed on the task that not even the roar of the crowd below, chanting his name like a riot, caused the slightest reaction to distract him from achieving his goal. The trials had been going on for over half a day, with the sun already past its peak. During all this time, he had watched his friends and seniors take the test before him, never participating himself, just observing every twist and turn, every little trick they used to navigate through the trial, and noting down every technique he could use to make his turn count and succeed. Even though he hadn't had the chance to practice the things he had observed and taken into account, he had played them out in his mind countless times. Moreover, he was confident he could pass all 30 obstacles if he played it safe and flew cautiously. But that wasn't enough, because taking it easy simply wasn't an option. The competition was fierce, and only 4 people would be selected for the seeker position he was aiming for. Wow. Amazing. Harry. Harry. The voices were full of praise, even a little hysterical, filling the air. The atmosphere at the scene had reached its peak, with Gryffindor's cheers louder than anyone else's, echoing everywhere. With every turn Harry took, the crowd grew more and more excited. This was genuine appreciation for talent, because no one had expected him, a first year, someone supposedly with 0 flying experience before coming to Hogwarts just 2 weeks ago, to fly as impressively as the seasoned players from the senior grades. To top it all off, this was Harry Potter, the savior, the boy who lived. Seeing him display such remarkable skills captured everyone's attention, even from the rival houses, more than any other contestant had before him. Maverick had even halted the contestants scheduled after Harry from flying until he finished, simply because of the way Harry had taken off too fast for the boys' level. The last thing he wanted was to put the savior in danger, and he wanted to be fully concentrated during his entire run. And true to his thoughts, Harry flew fast, nearly pushing the limits of the broom he'd been given, but surprisingly controlled, with the finesse of experienced players like Flint and Oliver. It wasn't quite at their level, but it was definitely better than most, even surpassing the Weasley twins who had finished the trials earlier. The twins, who presumably had the chance to practice flying all the time at home and had been flying since they were children, didn't even come close to the skill Harry was displaying at this moment. This kid is 11 years old. Watching the impressive maneuvers, the veteran Quidditch legend was also taken aback and couldn't help but voice his doubt. Standing beside him, Maverick smiled and shrugged before glancing at McGonagall to respond. Yes, Mr. Potter is a first year. Sensing the gaze and hearing Stephen's comment, she spoke clearly, addressing everything. In fact, he's never flown a broom in his life until a week ago, perhaps 3 or 4 days of practice in the last 2 weeks, but that's all. Stephen turned his head sharply before asking again, "You mean the kid has never flown in his entire life up until a few days ago?" It was clear he was finding it hard to believe. After all, this kind of talent was nothing short of monstrous. He himself couldn't claim to be that good at that age. "It should be true," Maverick chimed in, adding more details. "To be honest, the boy should be new to everything magical until recently. This is," he paused, then added with a smile, "this is just raw talent, worthy of being the chosen one." "The chosen what?" Stephen asked, confused, tilting his head. He then saw McGonagall raise a brow at his friend and remark, "I didn't take you for one to believe in such things, Professor Caesar." Maverick shrugged, smiling amusedly as he saw them all growing serious. "You have to admit, he's exceptionally gifted. I don't care much about prophecies, but he's definitely got the talent to rival that maniac Riddle." Cough. "Professor, anyways, please concentrate. Potter's about to reach the last 5 rings." McGonagall quickly steered the conversation away from the taboo subject. Madam Hooch and Healer Pomfrey adopted thoughtful expressions listening to the conversation. But they knew better than to talk more about it, especially after seeing their deputy dean's knowing look. As for Stephen, he seemed even more confused now, but he knew how to read the room and when to press further, or not. At this time, Harry had just passed through the 27th hoop, which was positioned the highest from the ground. The 28th hoop was to the left, and Harry made a sharp turn immediately after passing through, using his body's weight while gripping the broom even more tightly to avoid being thrown off by the momentum. You must know that the entire trial from start to finish took over 10 minutes, even for Flint, who finished the fastest. All that time, gripping tightly without giving your hands a break could strain them to the point where it would start to feel like a burn. And Harry Potter was not a physically fit boy, so for him to keep going nonstop like that could only be attributed to the boy's sheer willpower. The cheers from the young wizards did not stop. Instead, they grew louder and louder. Up until now, apart from Flint, only Harry had managed to pass with the fewest hoops turning red. Ronald Weasley, Harry's best friend, had already started to lose his voice from all the shouting and cheering. It was clear he was genuinely rooting for him. His own trial, however, had been a disaster. One of the few who had fallen off their broom after trying to bite off more than he could chew by attempting sharp turns like the senior students. Fortunately, Maverick, Stephen, and McGonagall had acted quickly. Those who lost their grip on their broom were either caught midair by Stephen or safely lowered to the ground with a levitation charm by McGonagall and Maverick, preventing any accidents. Just then, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. At this moment, Harry was seated on his broom, the whistling wind rushing past his ears as he moved at high speed, but his expression was anything but good. He had just passed the 29th hoop and made a sharp dive toward the 30th, which was positioned 10 meters below. But the fatigue in his arms and body had long reached its limit. The decisive downward turn, combined with his forward momentum, nearly sent him tumbling off the broom, but at the last moment, he managed to grip the handle tightly and continue his descent. His vision was already beginning to blur, and his arms felt like they were on fire, but he refused to give up. Just one last hoop to pass through, one last push before he could bring the broom to a stop and finally rest. His determination remained unshaken despite his body's protests. With sheer willpower, he made it through the final hoop. But just as he was about to slow his rapid descent, his body finally reached its breaking point. His vision went black. Gasp! The students' shouts erupted, many screaming in fright. To pass through the last hoop, one had to dive straight toward the ground. Though Harry had successfully passed with a green light, he had lost his grip on the broom and was now plummeting, his descent accelerated by the momentum of his earlier dive. There were about 50 meters between the final hoop and the ground. At that height, gravity would bring him down in mere seconds, making the panic coming from the crowd completely justified. Even Professor McGonagall looked visibly scared and had already drawn her wand and pointed it toward Harry. Stephen, on the other hand, knew that the distance was too great and the fall too fast for him to reach in time. Still, he immediately buckled down on his broom, ready to take off in a desperate attempt. Potter is falling too fast. Help, professors, help. Amidst the panic screams and rushed movements, a sudden deafening boom shook the ground. Maverick had vanished from his spot, leaving behind a small crater where he once stood. A powerful gust of wind, mixed with dust and debris, scattered outward, making his colleagues who stood beside him stumble. In the blink of an eye, he was already rocketing toward Harry like a human missile. Just as Harry was about 5 meters from the ground, Maverick reached him, catching the boy while carefully slowing his momentum to avoid injury from the impact. With Harry in his grasp, Maverick gradually came to a halt, hovering midair. He immediately cast a diagnostic spell, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious boy. Fortunately, he detected nothing serious, only extreme exhaustion and no serious injuries. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, he conjured a ball of water in midair, allowing it to fall over both of them, cooling Harry's overheated body. With the boy still in his arms, held in a secure carry, he hovered for a moment before a small smile tugged at his lips as Harry's eyes began to slowly open. Still floating, Maverick willed a construct of pure magic beneath his feet, forming a stable platform. He gently placed Harry onto it, then guided the floating platform toward where his group stood, heading to show him to Madame Pomfrey. Maverick himself was an accomplished healer, arguably even better than Pomfrey when it came to diagnostic and healing spells. However, since the others were unaware of this, it was better to let Pomfrey conduct her own examination to reassure them rather than him stating that Harry would recover after a good rest. "Professor, what just happened?" Harry mumbled, barely able to open his eyes in a weak, almost inaudible voice. Maverick let out a small sigh. "That was a dangerous move, Mr. Potter. You should have watched your stamina and not pushed your body beyond its limit. Luckily for you, you nearly managed to survive crashing into the ground at high speed, breaking every bone in your body. What? His words didn't even register with the already exhausted boy, so Maverick decided not to lecture him himself and instead left that task to McGonagall and Pomfrey later. As the construct carrying both of them began to move, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, directed at both of them while chanting Harry's name even louder than before. Harry! 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 As soon as Maverick landed, Madame Pomfrey rushed to Harry's side, crouching beside him as she pulled out her wand. With a decisive flick of her wand, the experienced healer cast a diagnostic spell under the worried gazes of McGonagall and the others, and carefully examined the boy's condition before sighing in relief a few seconds later. She then cast Maverick an appreciative glance before speaking thoughtfully, "Good work, Professor Caesar." The water helped stabilize his heartbeat and lower his rising temperature. Turning to Harry, she had half a mind to reprimand him for his recklessness, but seeing his half-lidded eyes barely holding onto consciousness, she swallowed her words. There would be time for scolding later. She turned back to Maverick, then glanced at McGonagall before stating, "I'll take him to the hospital wing. He needs energy replenishment and proper rest." McGonagall's expression was still tense as she asked, "Is he all right? Anything serious?" Pomfrey shook her head. "He's completely exhausted. Barely any energy left in him. I doubt he can even properly hear us right now, but nothing serious. He'll be fine after a full day's rest." McGonagall let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding, and so did several others. Then, her gaze shifted to Maverick, and her eyes softened. "Thank you, Professor Caesar. You saved my student's life." Maverick quickly shook his head. "He's my student too, Professor, and besides," he turned to Stephen, who now looked relieved, "I think we found our reserve seeker." Stephen blinked before nodding, a small smile tugging at his lips. "I think so. I mean," he glanced at McGonagall before adding hesitantly, "if he can promise not to be reckless with his body, and also improve his physical fitness, then I'd say he's a solid pick even for the full team. But there are a few other good candidates too. We'll see after next week's mock matches." Maverick didn't argue. The final decision was Stephen's to make, and he had no plans to interfere. As the cheering students slowly began murmuring amongst themselves, Maverick spotted Ron Weasley, Oliver Wood, and Percy Weasley approaching, all looking concerned. Ron arrived first, panting slightly from running. "Professor, is Harry all right?" His eyes flicked anxiously to Pomfrey, who was still waving her wand over Harry. She didn't look up as she responded. "Harry Potter is fine. He's just exhausted. I'll take him to the hospital wing so he can rest. You may come if you wish and stay with your friend." Ron nodded without hesitation, following her as she levitated Harry toward the castle. Oliver and Percy did not follow, and after being reassured that Harry would be all right, they returned to the crowd. Meanwhile, the teachers and Stephen prepared to continue the trials. They still had a couple of hours left before the designated time to end for the day, and there were plenty of students waiting for their turn to showcase their skills. Chapter 65, Sneaky Teachers, Sneaky Students, ch. 85. 2 days passed, and the trials to select the 28 players for next week's mock games had ended smoothly. Apart from a small incident involving Harry Potter, nothing alarming occurred, and by the end, both students and teachers seemed pleased with the results. But there were a few notable names selected by Coach Stephen that drew mixed reactions from both students and teachers. Among them were second years Fred and George Weasley, as well as Cedric Diggory, the pretty boy who was to become Hufflepuff's Quidditch team captain next year. However, the biggest surprise of all was a first-year student and the standout star of the trials, Harry Potter himself. Nobody, not even the rival teams, protested his selection, as he had proven his skill by matching Flint's record, successfully passing 29 out of 30 hoops with green, and did so in nearly the same timeframe. All 4 of them still had a gap between themselves and the top senior players, but Coach Stephen remained optimistic. He believed they had great potential and was confident that with effort and dedication, he could shape them into fine players before the tournament, as long as they passed next week's assessment. Finally, the person most delighted was, of course, Professor McGonagall. Seeing so many talented Quidditch players from Gryffindor, she was absolutely thrilled. She couldn't stop smiling as she gathered the team together and praised them nonstop for their impressive skills. On Monday, the busy routine of learning for the students and teaching for the professors resumed. Only Maverick had the most free time, with only 2 classes, each an hour and a half long, spread over 3 days a week. The other 2 days were even lighter, with just 1 class in the morning. However, he was plenty occupied with other things. During his free time, he would head home to visit his family or stop by his company to check on the business and oversee things, especially now with the upcoming release of his new product at the end of the month. After teaching his 2 classes, he left the school and didn't return until after sunset. That evening, he had a meeting with the headmaster, giving him a brief summary of the trials held over the weekend. When he mentioned what had happened with Harry, Dumbledore didn't seem too concerned. He simply advised against pushing the students too hard, but was otherwise very pleased with how things were going. By the time Maverick left the headmaster's office, it was already past curfew. As he walked toward his office, he suddenly sensed 2 fluctuations of magic at the level of mage apprentices, clearly 2 students moving suspiciously through one of the corridors. With midnight approaching, it was almost certain they were out past curfew, sneaking around where they shouldn't be. Feeling a little bored, he decided to see who they were and began moving in their direction. To his surprise, the closer he got, the more they seemed to move away, as if they could somehow sense his approach, almost like a form of magical sense. But that would be impossible for mere mage apprentices. There was only one explanation: they were using an alchemical tool to track his movements. A smirk tugged at his lips as a sudden playful urge to catch the 2 little mice took over. He quickened his pace, already having a good idea of who they might be. After all, as an upright and responsible professor of the school, it was only right for him to discipline students who were misbehaving, wasn't it? So, in the next second, he snapped his fingers, letting the disillusionment charm wash over him. With a smooth flick of his wrist, he followed it up with a silencing spell, ensuring his movements and sounds disappeared without a trace. There was nothing he could do about being detected by an alchemy tool, at least not unless he got his hands on it and made a few tweaks. That was part of the reason he was about to play this game of cat and mouse. By studying the tool, he could also create a countermeasure to prevent anything like this from detecting his name again in the future. Once everything was in place, he observed the 2 little troublemakers' movements. He saw that they had stopped somewhere on the 3rd floor, likely hiding, he thought with a smirk. Then, with a decisive push of his body, he shot forward like a silent arrow, zigzagging through the corridors and up the stairs. In just a couple of seconds, he was already standing in front of the 2, who, to his surprise, were also under disillusionment. "Huh, did you feel anything just now?" He heard a faint whisper coming from behind the statue in front of him. "What? No, but I think there's something wrong with the map, Fred." Although Maverick couldn't see them with his eyes, he could follow their actions just as clearly from this close, using his magical sense. "Look," the professor's name disappeared suddenly. "Disappeared?" "No, George, he's not disappeared. His position has changed. He seems to be." Maverick heard their whispers falter, followed by an audible gulp, and a sudden urge to laugh stirred within him. But he held it back and continued to watch their next move with amused curiosity. "But I can't see anything, Fred." "Idiot, if we're under disillusionment, then so can the professor." There was an awkward silence for a few seconds before the drama continued. "What if this is just our imagination, Fred? Maybe the map's damaged." "You're right, George. Professor Caesar can't possibly be here and not say anything by now." They whispered to one another, their thoughts in perfect sync, like 2 sides of the same coin. "Okay, let's go back." Hearing this, Maverick quickly dodged to the side, sensing them move like 2 cartoon characters, bent over and walking on tiptoe. Every few steps, they would stop to glance at the map, look nervously over their shoulders, gulp, and then move again, hoping the name they were seeing on the map following behind them was just a glitch. Maverick did his best to hold back the laughter bubbling in his stomach, deciding it was finally time to reveal himself. Just as the 2 redheads turned forward and started moving again, Maverick canceled his disillusionment and cleared his throat, calling out to them. Good evening. Fred and George froze on the spot and slowly turned their heads while their faces broke into ridiculous smiles. Professor, we were just. They were met with their professor looking amusedly at them with an eyebrow raised, clearly not by accident. They tried to come up with an excuse, but seeing the smirk on Maverick's lips grow wider, they struggled to rack their brains to think of anything to say. Well, shall we take a walk? I'm sure you can explain on the way, Maverick said, chuckling. He decided to spare them from the embarrassing torture. A couple of minutes later, the Weasley twins were seen walking on either side of Maverick. Their previous anxiety had disappeared, as they realized Maverick wasn't pressing the issue and simply seemed to be escorting them to the common room. Instead of worrying, they were now talking leisurely as they walked. Well, I heard you like to make joke props. You know, that's also alchemy, and it can't be done without knowledge of rune circuits. Who did you learn from? Maverick asked casually. It's Dad, Professor, Fred said with a grin. He loves to tinker with muggle stuff and always tries to mix it with magic. We learned basic runes from him when we were little. Oh, interesting, Maverick thought. So you both like alchemy. He saw them hesitate before Fred, on his right, added, We love creating joke gadgets, Professor. That's right, but we don't want to lie and say alchemy is our favorite subject, but we do love creating things. Maverick appreciated their honesty and thought that both of them could be useful in the future. At their age, being able to understand basic rune circuits and create simple gadgets without formal education in the subject was nothing short of genius. He then finally asked them what he had actually wanted to know. By the way, how did you both know I was coming? Maverick asked, keeping his tone casual. I could sense through magic that you were aware of my movements. At his question, the twins exchanged a glance before nodding, silently coming to an agreement. For them, things weren't complicated. If they felt they could trust someone, they tended to be open. Maybe they thought they couldn't fool him with an excuse, or perhaps it was just that they felt a sense of trust from him. Whatever the reason, they decided to come clean. We saw you on a map, Fred said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a rolled-up parchment and handed it to Maverick. We got this from Filch's office. It's called the Marauder's Map, and it shows everyone in Hogwarts and their movements. Maverick raised an eyebrow, looking like he was surprised. Of course, he knew all about the Marauder's Map, but the twins had no idea about that. May I take a look? The twins nodded in unison, handing him the rolled-up parchment. Maverick unfurled the map as they walked, without any halt in their pace. It seems blank, he said, glancing at the empty, rugged paper. Well, that's because, Fred started. You need a secret phrase, George finished. They then stopped walking, and Maverick let them demonstrate. George raised his wand, waved it, and spoke the familiar words, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The parchment immediately came to life as black ink materialized, forming a detailed map with names and footsteps moving all around. Fascinating, Maverick couldn't help but say. It was true, even for him, a master alchemist, the map was a real masterpiece. It was hard to imagine that it had been created by a bunch of students during their leisure time. The twins noticed the genuinely interested look in their professor's eyes and exchanged a satisfied smile. After a while, Maverick rolled the parchment back up. Instead of handing it back immediately, he gave them a mischievous smile, holding it for just a moment longer. It was only then that the twins realized, despite Maverick being just a few years older than them and seeming easygoing, he was still a professor. A reluctant smile formed on their lips, regret clear in their expressions, and they finally nodded to Maverick for the inevitable confiscation they thought was about to happen. After a while, Maverick burst into a chuckle, letting the tension ease, and spoke. Let me borrow this for a few days. You know I'm a man of alchemy, so when I see something this interesting, I just have to see how it works. But I promise to return it in a few days, and I'll keep it a secret and pretend I know nothing about this, Maverick said, smiling and giving a wink at the end. The brothers' eyes immediately lit up, and they started bobbing their heads like chickens in agreement. Finally, a professor who understood their feelings, they thought excitedly, and even their eyes turned a little moist. Maverick's eyes twitched at their exaggerated reaction, and he quickly resumed walking, picking up the pace to send these two troublemakers back. After a few minutes of walking, they reached their destination. "I'll let you know when I finish studying this," Maverick said, and his tone turning serious before adding, "But I don't want you spying on professors, even after you get it back." The brothers nodded quickly, their faces serious for a moment before their usual mischievous grins returned. Maverick sighed. "All right, off you go," he said, waving his hand dismissively. Just as the fat lady in the frame opened her mouth, they heard him call out one last time. "Oh, and that will be 10 points from Gryffindor for each of you." Fred and George immediately turned to plead, but to their astonishment, there was no one there. "Wait, where did he go?" Fred asked, his voice confused. "I don't know, Fred. Let's just go in," George replied, equally bewildered. The twins stood there, confused for a while, until they finally shrugged it off and entered the common room. Chapter 66, The Best of Hogwarts, ch. 86. After escorting the Weasley twins back to their common room, Maverick headed straight to his office without any detours. Settling into the comfort of his chair, his first order of business was to examine the map for any extraordinary characteristics. But within moments, his anticipation turned to disappointment. The map had only one feature: a basic-grade, radar-like function that worked solely within the confines of Hogwarts. He had hoped for something more, like a minimap, but it seemed his expectations had been too high. Still, the map wasn't entirely useless. By studying it, he could figure out how to prevent his name or presence from being detected by such magical items in the future, and that, at least, was something. After some thought, he decided to keep the map for a few days, tweak it a bit for good measure, and then return it to the twins. Letting out a sigh, he rolled up the worn parchment, set it aside, and finally collapsed into bed, drifting off to sleep. Time passed slowly, and before anyone knew it, the weekdays had come and gone without anything out of the ordinary happening at school. The only noteworthy thing was the constant buzz about Quidditch and the team selection set for the following week. And so, on Saturday morning, the entire school gathered at the official Quidditch stadium to spectate this highly anticipated event. The 28 players were divided into 4 teams based on their positions, and the first match began quickly, without any complications or protests about the team assignments. Although there were rivalries and even grudges between the students, they didn't show it in front of Stephen and seemed to have a good impression of his choices. Most of them were seniors from the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades, so they weren't as immature as the freshmen who would turn everything to a fight. Throughout the match, Stephen remained completely focused on their performance. As the referee and in control of the flow of the game, he thoroughly tested their speed, precision, teamwork, and adaptability. And the players gave their all, knowing that their performance would decide whether they earned a spot on the final team. Just before lunchtime, the first game between the first 14 players ended amid loud cheers and chatter from the audience. However, unlike regular Quidditch matches held on this field, there were no calls of house names, just the roar of Hogwarts and the cheers of individual student supporters. After lunch, the remaining 2 teams took to the field for their turn. This match was just as competitive as the morning round, each player pushing themselves to their limit, determined to make an impression. Cheers and gasps echoed from the stands as the audience, students eager to witness the best their school had to offer, watched with rapt attention. But just when they thought the trials were over, Stephen had one last test in mind. Without tracking scores, he set up a final match, rotating all 28 players frequently. This time, the focus wasn't on competition but on individual performance, how well each student could handle unexpected shifts, adapt to different teammates, and hold their ground under pressure. By the time the final match ended, exhaustion was clear on the players' faces, but more so was the anxiety about the selection. Stephen gathered them all together and launched into a long, coach-like speech. He didn't outright tell them which players would be selected and which would be eliminated, but gave an encouraging speech, urging everyone to work hard. He reminded them that every year, the team would be chosen through a similar process, and their efforts now would lay the groundwork for future success. His words seemed to ease the tension among the students. While some still looked disappointed, the promise of future opportunities softened the blow. With that, Stephen dismissed them, allowing the players to rest and the audience to disperse back to their common rooms. However, the real decision-making was yet to come. Later that evening, after dinner, Maverick, McGonagall, Stephen, and Madame Hooch gathered in a classroom to deliberate over the final team selection. The mock matches had showcased each student's skills, and with their talents so evenly matched, the decision was more difficult than they had expected. Nonetheless, it had to be made, as only half of the 28 players would make the final cut. After about 2 hours of heated discussion, they managed to select a balanced team of 7 starters and 7 reserves. The team consisted of Marcus Flint as the captain, with Oliver Wood as the vice-captain, filling the positions of seeker and keeper. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, along with a Ravenclaw student named Grant Page, was selected as the reserves for their roles. For the chasers, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, Roger Davies and Jeremy Stretton from Ravenclaw were selected. For the beater positions, Peregrine Derrick, a 7th year from Slytherin, and Maxine O'Flaherty secured spots on the starting team. Similarly, the reserve team was carefully chosen to maintain a balanced mix of players from all 4 houses. After some discussion, they decided to announce the 14 names on the notice board the next morning rather than announcing them publicly. This way, any disagreements or complaints would be handled individually, rather than dealing with a large group of students confronting them all at once. If anyone had concerns, they would have to approach Coach Stephen or the professors separately. Within moments, whispers turned into excited chatter as the names on the notice board were read aloud, and reactions began to spread throughout the corridor. By the time breakfast started, the Great Hall was buzzing with excitement. Congratulations and cheers erupted for those who had made the team, while others expressed their disappointment, quietly consoling one another. "Harry, you got in," Ron Weasley exclaimed, clapping his friend on the back. "Well, as a reserve, but still." Harry grinned, though a small part of him wished he'd made the main team. Still, he couldn't deny the satisfaction of being selected, even if he was a substitute. After being congratulated by Ron, Harry found himself surrounded by his housemates, who were eager to share in his achievement. For once, he felt genuinely pleased to be in the spotlight. Unlike before, when whispers and stares followed him due to the mysterious fall of the Dark Lord, this recognition felt different. This time, it was about something he had done, not an event shrouded in mystery that he had no memory of. It was a welcome change. At the same time, Harry Potter was getting showered with attention. The other students who had been selected, as well as those who were eliminated, were experiencing similar scenes. Some were being congratulated, their friends patting them on the back and exchanging excited words. Others, however, took the news of their elimination with a quiet acceptance, making comments to themselves about what they could have done better. And there were those who received words of encouragement from their peers, a few offering reassurance that they would have another chance next year. "I was this close," a 7th-year Hufflepuff sighed, gulping down his drink before setting the glass on the table with a soft thud. "Next year, I guess." He gave a small, rueful smile, clearly disappointed but trying to make light of it. "You won't have a next year," his friend pointed out. "Don't remind me," he groaned, slumping back in his seat. At the Slytherin table, Marcus Flint smirked, basking in the attention. "Of course I made captain. Who else could lead this team?" At the Ravenclaw table, a group of students analyzed the selections with sharp scrutiny. "Diggory as a chaser, huh?" one mused. "Didn't expect that." "He is good," another admitted, listening to the comments around him. "Good as you, Roger?" A third student chimed in, glancing at Roger Davies, who, like Cedric Diggory, had secured a chaser spot on the full team. "We're a team now," Roger replied thoughtfully, avoiding a direct answer. "If he's better than me, then that's a plus for the team." "Tusk, you're really taking this teamwork thing seriously, huh?" "Of course," Roger said, his expression firm. He was an avid fan of Stephen and had a high opinion of the new professor, whom he had met earlier on the train. Now that they were both leading the school team, Roger was determined not to disappoint them. And at the Gryffindor table, a group of seniors surrounded a burly boy, discussing his selection as one of the beaters. "I knew you'd make it," one of them said, clapping him on the back. "Yeah, but I have to stay on top of my game," Maxine O'Flaherty replied, his expression more determined than celebratory. Coach said if he's not satisfied, he won't hesitate to switch us out for the reserves at any time. Instead of feeling pressured, he grinned at the end. Well, I won't let that happen. No quaffles getting past us without a fight. That's the spirit, another Gryffindor cheered. While the Great Hall buzzed with students commenting on the team selections, the staff table remained relatively quiet. Maverick, Stephen, and McGonagall sat together, observing the excitement with quiet interest. Since it was the weekend, most professors were either out of school or busy with other tasks, leaving the table mostly empty except for the three of them. They had come prepared, half expecting raised voices or complaints, but it seemed the results had been accepted more smoothly than they'd anticipated. Well, this has gone much better than expected, Maverick said, looking ahead with a hint of relief mixed in his voice. McGonagall gave a small nod while scanning the Great Hall. Indeed, it seems most of them have accepted the results. She smiled before glancing at Stephen on her left. Thank you, Coach Stephen. Her approving smile grew wider. I hope we can secure the cup with these boys and girls. Stephen chuckled, setting down his goblet. That's the plan, Professor. Chapter 67, Purity and Peril I, ch. 87. After the lively feast, students and teachers scattered to their respective spaces, chatting about the coming days with excitement. Back in his office, Maverick first loosened his robe and, with a casual flick of his wand, sent it floating to the hanger, making himself more comfortable. He then strolled to the window, gazing out over the darkened grounds toward the forbidden forest. A quick glance at his watch made him nod to himself, as if confirming something only he understood. It was almost 10 in the evening here, which meant it was around 5 o'clock in New York. His meeting with his company's board of directors, one he had been postponing for days, was scheduled soon. They had important matters to discuss, especially the upcoming release of Magic Vision and a few other business concerns. Earlier that day, he had spoken with Ali, the man overseeing most of his company's operations, to set up the meeting for sunset. That still gave him more than an hour. Plenty of time to enjoy a quiet moment after a long, eventful day. Or so he thought. As his gaze drifted absently over the grounds, a flicker of movement caught his sharp eyes. A shadowy figure, slipping quickly toward the forbidden forest. Maverick frowned. His passive magical sense didn't extend that far, and he wasn't about to recklessly probe it actively outward without knowing who it was. But recalling some memories, he had a strong suspicion of whom it might be. The next moment, he retrieved the Marauder's map from his storage ring, unfolded it, and scanned the parchment. There, just near the edge of the castle's detection range, a single name was moving toward the trees: Quirinus Quirrell. Interesting, he thought. The map, of course, showed nothing of the noseless wanker latched onto the man's head. Apparently, it didn't register a leech of that sort as a separate life. Maverick tapped his fingers against the edge of the map, considering his options. He still had time before his meeting, and really, he wanted to see the novice village boss in action. With a smirk, he folded the map, tucked it away, and turned toward the window. With a few precise gestures, his combat suit wrapped around him, its enchantments activating instantly. The fabric shimmered briefly before rendering him invisible, its concealment charms suppressing any trace of his presence. He followed up with a few additional spells, silencing his footsteps, dampening his magical aura, and reinforcing the invisibility effect. Then, without hesitation, he stepped onto the windowsill. A moment later, he leapt into the night, soaring soundlessly toward the forbidden forest. The forbidden forest was deathly silent, the usual rustling of nocturnal creatures absent, as if they sensed something unnatural lurking in the darkness. Quirinus Quirrell tiptoed cautiously through the undergrowth, his breath shallow, his every step careful not to snap a twig beneath his boot. The hood of his robes was pulled low, concealing the grotesque presence latched onto the back of his head, the fragmented soul of Lord Voldemort. The air was cold, unnaturally so. Whether it was the chill of the night or the presence of his master, Quirrell did not know. He could feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the temperature. "You are too slow, Quirrell," a hissing voice sneered inside his skull. "Fumbling through the forest like a frightened child. Do you think the unicorns will simply lie down and wait for you to slit their throats?" Quirrell swallowed hard, His hands trembled as he steadied himself against a tree. I am being careful, my lord," he whispered hoarsely, afraid of being overheard even though he knew they were alone. The centaurs patrol this area, if they catch us." "Excuses," Voldemort spat. "I did not choose you to be a pitiful, stuttering fool just to watch you scurry around like a frightened rat." Quirrell winced. He had tried. He really had. But hunting a unicorn in the dead of night, all while enduring the Dark Lord's relentless scorn, was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. They pressed forward, Quirrell moving more quickly now, both out of fear and urgency. The moonlight barely pierced through the thick canopy above, casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. He clutched his wand tightly, his knuckles white. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he saw it. A unicorn. It stood in a small clearing, its silver-white coat glowing faintly under the moonlight. It was young, perhaps barely past foalhood, its movements graceful yet cautious. It lowered its head to drink from a small stream, completely unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows. Quirrell's heart pounded, his breath caught in his throat. "Now, Quirrell," Voldemort commanded, his voice seething with impatience. "Do it." Quirrell hesitated. Quirrell's grip on his wand tightened, his fingers damp with sweat. The unicorn was so pure, so defenseless. Its mere presence made him feel wrong. "Fool, do not make me repeat myself." Voldemort's voice lashed through his mind, sharp and cold. "Strike it down, I need its blood." Quirrell flinched at the command, his body trembling, but he forced himself to act. With a quick thrust of his wand, he cast a blasting curse. The spell shot forward like a thunderbolt, but at the very last moment, the unicorn moved, just enough to avoid instant obliteration. The blast struck its side instead, sending it tumbling onto the damp forest floor. The creature reared back, letting out a piercing, heart-wrenching cry before its legs buckled. It collapsed, its luminous silver blood already pooling beneath its broken form. Quirrell swallowed hard, his stomach twisting. "Fool, just use the killing curse." Voldemort spat, his frustration simmering. "Must I guide your every pathetic action?" I'm sorry, master," Quirrell stammered. I shall do it now." His wand trembled as he raised it, mouth dry, ready to cast the green light of death. But Voldemort stopped him. "Enough, it has nearly met its end." Quirrell hesitated, then slowly lowered his wand. His hands still shook, but he let out a shaky breath. It was done. The forest fell silent. Within the rustling of trees, unbeknownst to them, a hidden presence watched their every action from the shadows. Maverick remained perfectly still, his invisibility spell keeping him hidden among the thick foliage. He had followed Quirrell through the forest, tracking his movements with ease. Neither Voldemort's wraith nor the timid professor had noticed his presence. Now, as he stared at the fallen unicorn, something twisted in his chest. It was so small, so pure. Its silver blood began to pool beneath its drying body, shimmering under the moonlight like liquid stardust. His fingers twitched at his side. A part of him wanted, no, ached to interfere, to stop this. He had the power to do so. He was nearing the rank of an archmagus, and the Voldemort currently leeching off Quirrell was nothing more than a wraith. A mere shadow of the Dark Lord he once was. There was no threat here. And yet he did not move. Not because he was afraid, not because he was bound by the script of destiny, but because this needed to happen. The world needed Voldemort to return. The wizarding world needed chaos, needed fear. Only then would they be desperate enough to rally behind a true leader, someone strong enough to bring them together under one rule. Maverick exhaled slowly, forcing his emotions aside, and watched as Quirrell knelt beside the unicorn's corpse, scooping a handful of silver blood before shakily bringing it to his mouth. He could see the hesitation, the revulsion flickering across Quirrell's pale face, but it didn't last long. "Drink, you pathetic fool." Voldemort's voice slithered through the air, laced with disgust and impatience. Quirrell flinched at the command, his lips pressing together in a tight line. Then, with a visible shudder, he obeyed. The first taste made him gag. He coughed, nearly spilling the shimmering liquid from his hands, but another sharp hiss from Voldemort silenced his resistance. His next gulp was steadier, and the one after that more desperate. The unicorn let out a weak, yet piercing wail. Its silver eyes seemed to be dimming with the last embers of life, but somehow he felt it was staring directly at him. Was it a coincidence, or had it sensed his presence? A strange, uncomfortable weight settled in Maverick's chest. He had seen death countless times, had caused it when necessary, yet something about this creature, its purity, its helplessness, made him hesitate. But this was not the time to play hero. Not yet. Perhaps, once Voldemort had taken what he needed, there would still be time to save it. So he waited, silent as a phantom, watching as Quirinus Quirrell knelt beside the dying unicorn. The timid professor hesitated for only a second before scooping up the shimmering silver blood with his hands and drinking greedily, gulping down mouthful after mouthful like it was the rarest delicacy. Maverick's magical senses stretched outward, studying them both. He could feel the shift, the slow but undeniable strengthening of the parasite attached to Quirrell's body. With each drop consumed, Voldemort's presence became heavier, darker, his aura clawing its way back from the brink of nothingness. But it didn't bother him. Even if Voldemort fully latched onto Quirrell, even if he claimed every last scrap of the professor's vitality, the most he could muster was the strength of a beginner Great Magus. And that was nothing to Maverick. 10 minutes passed in eerie silence before Quirrell finally staggered back to his feet. His face, once gaunt and pale, now held the faintest hint of life. His breath no longer came in ragged gasps, and his stance was steadier than before. Then from the back of his head came a low, sibilant hiss. "Kill it, and save the rest of the blood for a later time." Maverick exhaled slowly, finally making up his mind. Just as Quirrell raised his wand, preparing to cast the killing curse, a heavy, distorted voice echoed through the trees, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. "Leave," the voice rumbled, resonating through the dense forest and vibrating the air around them. Quirrell froze mid-motion, his eyes darting frantically in every direction. It was only one word, yet the meaning was clear in the tone. It was either oblige or perish. Voldemort's voice then followed, louder and more insistent, roaring in his mind. "Up, you fool, it's up there ahead of you." Quirrell hesitantly raised his wand, his breath shallow, and slowly turned his gaze toward the direction he was commanded. There, in the misty gloom of the forbidden forest, hovering above the trees under the moonlight, was a figure, a tall, imposing silhouette draped in black. Chapter 68, Purity and Peril II, ch. 88. "Kill it, and save the rest of the blood for later." Voldemort's cold, dispassionate command sealed the creature's fate. The unicorn lay sprawled on the forest floor, its silver blood gleaming in the moonlight, its breath shallow but still there. Maverick had watched in silence until now, but this was enough. He exhaled slowly, positioning himself above Quirrell, his voice slipping into the deep, eerie resonance of the Bloodraven. "Leave." The word echoed through the trees, thick with unspoken menace. Quirrell had his wand ready for the final strike, but suddenly froze. His fingers twitched, and his body went rigid. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, he took an unsteady step back, his eyes darting frantically through the darkness. Maverick had laced his voice with a sliver of his dominant spirit, just enough to push, just enough to make Quirrell feel that obeying wasn't a choice, but a command. Then Voldemort's voice lashed through Quirrell's mind like a whip. "Calm yourself, fool. Look up ahead of you." Quirrell's breath came quick and shallow as he slowly lifted his wand and turned his gaze in the direction he was ordered. He saw a tall figure cloaked in black, hovering just above the trees. Its silhouette was sharp against the moonlight, watching with eyes as red as blood. Quirrell's eyes locked onto the figure, and in that moment he felt as though he had been stripped bare, exposed down to his very soul. Who are you?" he stammered, and instinctively took yet another step back. And there was no response to his question. Instead, he saw it descend slowly to the ground and hover just about a meter from the ground. The timid professor tightened his grip on his wand, gulped, and forced himself to speak again. Who are you?" His voice was steadier this time. You realize you are trespassing? I am a professor at Hogwarts and—" A low chuckle interrupted him. "The Forbidden Forest," the figure said, voice deep and resonant, "does not officially fall under Hogwarts jurisdiction. Even the castle's wards do not extend this far." Quirrell faltered. That was true. The forest was dangerous, largely untamed, and beyond the castle's protective magic. He opened his mouth to respond, but the figure spoke again, this time with unmistakable mockery. I must say, I never thought Hogwarts had such low standards. Hiring a wraith-infested dark wizard to teach children? It laughed, the sound rich with contempt. I always hear Dumbledore was incompetent, but this... He left the words unspoken. Quirrell stiffened, feeling a surge of indignation. But before he could gather himself to respond, Voldemort's voice rang sharp and commanding in his mind. "Let me speak." Quirrell hesitated, his breath hitching. "Now, Worm." His body jerked against his will as Voldemort forcibly seized control. Slowly, rigidly, Quirrell turned. His trembling hands rose to his turban, fingers fumbling slightly as he unwrapped it. Maverick's eyes twitched under the mask. He had seen a similar scene in the movie, but watching it in real life was something else entirely. The pale, grotesque face that emerged from the back of Quirrell's head was even more disturbing in person. A long, uncomfortable silence stretched between them as Voldemort's sunken, snake-like eyes locked onto him. Maverick, still hovering just above the ground, stared back, unflinching. Then Voldemort spoke. His voice was slow, thoughtful. "I did not expect there to be a new Archmagus." Maverick responded immediately, his voice thick with the ancient resonance of the Bloodraven. "If you think that," he said, "then you're even more stupid than I thought." Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Who are you?" Maverick tilted his head slightly. "I should be the one asking you, right? Who are you anyway?" Voldemort's voice became colder. "Do not test my patience." Maverick chuckled darkly. "I am merely here to meet the leader of the Centaurs." He quickly invented a reason and spoke. "Imagine my surprise when I found a wraith lurking in Hogwarts." His voice turned sharp, mocking. "I recently had to deal with someone like you, a wizard dabbling in demonology. And yet, here you are. What a coincidence." Voldemort's expression twisted, his pale features contorting with rage. "A wraith?" he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. "Is that truly what you think I am? I am Voldemort, the Dark Lord." The name alone struck fear into the hearts of millions, so much so that they dared not even speak it. "Oh," Maverick smirked under the mask. "So you're that guy. The only king? Wait, no, calling you a king would be an insult to every archmage. After all, you were brought down by an infant." He let out a sharp, derisive laugh, the sound distorted and heavy through his mask, dripping with mockery. To Voldemort, the metallic echo made it even more cutting, as if the very air was amplifying the insult. "Now look at you," he continued, "a parasitic remnant of the once mighty wizard. How the mighty have fallen." Voldemort's features darkened, but then, out of nowhere, his tone changed, silkier, more persuasive. "You clearly possess great power. I could grant you even more. Wealth, knowledge, magic beyond your imagination. Stand by my side and..." Maverick cut him off with an even louder, sharper laugh. "You," he scoffed, "you are in no position to offer anything. Look at you." He gestured lazily. "A whisper of what you once were. You're not even qualified to stand as my equal, let alone my superior." Voldemort's face contorted in fury. "You dare?" "I'm honestly surprised you're even alive," Maverick continued smoothly, as though Voldemort hadn't spoken. He leaned forward slightly, his crimson-tinged eyes gleaming. "I'm curious. How did you survive? How did the great Lord Voldemort come to this, clinging to the back of a little magus like a parasite?" That was it, Voldemort's patience snapped. "You insolent," he roared, forcing Quirrell's body to raise his wand. "Avada Kedavra." A jet of sickly green light erupted from the tip. Maverick didn't move, at least not in the way Voldemort expected. With a flick of his finger, a metallic shield materialized in front of him. The killing curse struck its gleaming surface and dispersed instantly, vanishing as though it had never existed. The shield shimmered, its deep bluish sheen fading just a moment later as it began reverting to its original state. A near-perfect mimicry of vibranium, one of Maverick's more advanced transfiguration experiments. He could form it, but its structure was too unstable to last long. But he didn't need it to, as it was a perfect counter to the killing curse, perhaps even a bit excessive if he was being honest. Lowering his finger, He looked at Voldemort while curling his lips in amusement under the mask. Oh, how the mighty have indeed fallen. He shook his head, his voice rich with mockery. Once, the Dark Lord's name was feared across the wizarding world. Now, you're not even a shadow of that name. That body you're parasitizing can't even muster the power of a great magus. Pathetic. Voldemort seethed, his snake-like nostrils flaring. Watching Voldemort get riled up like this, Maverick's amusement grew even more. But he forced himself to hold back his thoughts as he had more important things on his schedule for the evening. Besides, he had no plans to take down Voldemort now. He wasn't even sure if it was possible, because Voldemort might just flee from Quirrell's body at the last minute, which would make the plot unpredictable for him. Voldemort had no knowledge of Maverick's thoughts. He only saw the figure in front of him, its crimson eyes narrow dangerously at him. Then suddenly, the weight of the sky pressed down on his already broken soul, causing his snake-like pupils to widen in disbelief. He had only guessed before, but now he was sure. This is, dominant spirit, so you are indeed a new archmagus. The heir of Slytherin stammered uncomfortably, but despite this, he did not lower his gaze. Evil as he was, his will was as firm as a mountain. If he were at his peak, Maverick figured he would have to unleash his spirit with full force to bring about a reaction. But that was an if. Right now, the Dark Lord was nothing in front of his eyes. I don't have time to play with you, Maverick said in a dismissive tone. The indifference in his voice only fueled Voldemort's rage even more. How dare this unknown wizard speak to him like that? Not even Dumbledore had ever dared to address him so disrespectfully, Voldemort thought, his mind burning with raw anger. You insolent, he hissed, but then cut himself off. His anger burned hotter with every second, but beneath that fire, a cold, unwelcome truth gnawed at him. He was not at his full strength. The figure before him, whoever he was an archmagus. And even if that assumption was wrong, he knew better than to pick a fight in his current state. The distorted voice once again cut through the tension. Disappear, Riddle, you are not welcome here. Voldemort stiffened, his snake-like eyes glowing red with anger. The one thing he hated more than anything was the reminder of his Muggle heritage, and this figure in front of him knew about it. But before he could voice how this mysterious figure knew that information, he heard it speak again. If we truly fight here, Maverick said, the old monster in the castle might sense the magical fluctuations. I'm sure neither of us wants that to happen. He let the words settle, watching as Voldemort's expression darkened further. Leave and never return to harm the unicorns again. If you do, I will hunt you down. A moment of silence stretched between them. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with malice. You think you can order me? He spat. You overestimate yourself. I will return to my full strength soon enough, and when I do, you will regret this arrogance. Maverick tilted his head slightly. We shall see. Voldemort bared his teeth, but after a tense pause, he turned. His form lifted off the ground, his lower body shifting into black smoke as he glided through the air. His dark robes billowed like living shadows, and within moments he vanished into the night, his flight spell carrying him swiftly away. Maverick waited, watching the space where Voldemort had vanished. Only when he was sure the Dark Lord was far enough did he exhale quietly and turn his attention to the wounded unicorn. Kneeling beside the creature, he placed a hand gently on its pale, silver blood-stained fur. The unicorn was barely clinging to life, its breath shallow. Without hesitation, Maverick muttered an incantation, channeling healing magic through his fingertips. A soft, golden glow enveloped the unicorn's wounds, sealing them slowly but steadily. But it wasn't enough. He reached into his storage ring and retrieved a handful of rare healing herbs, collected over the past 2 years during his travels across the world. He crushed them with precise movements, mixing them with a bit of his magic, and pressed the herbal paste onto the unicorn's wounds. Minutes passed in silence. Then, at last, the unicorn stirred. Its breathing, once labored, began to steady. The raw wounds faded, its strength visibly returning at a remarkable pace. Maverick watched, momentarily in amazement. No magical creature he knew of could heal this fast, except perhaps for a phoenix. He exhaled, his shoulders relaxing. Then, without looking up, he spoke, his voice shifting once more into the distorted resonance of the Bloodraven. You can come out now. The forest remained still, but Maverick had known for some time that someone, something, had been watching since even before Voldemort had left. A faint rustling of leaves broke the silence. Then, from the shadows of the trees, a centaur emerged. Chapter 69, Purity and Peril II, ch. 89. The Forbidden Forest was a vast, ancient realm where towering trees stretched endlessly into the night sky. It was home to creatures of every kind, beings of darkness, light, and myth. It was a place of undeniable danger, but also of opportunities for those who knew where to look. And deep within this vast, eerie forest, amidst the unsettling quietness broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of owls or distant howl of wolves, a shadowy figure could be seen kneeling beside a small, murmuring stream. Just beside him lay a wounded animal, seemingly a horse at first glance, with fur as white as snow. Yet it bore one unique characteristic, a single horn protruding from its head, revealing it to be none other than a creature of myth and legend, a unicorn. And right now, it was dying. Its body bore the marks of a destructive impact to the back, a half-foot-wide wound gaping deeply. A silver-colored liquid, its blood, seeped steadily into the damp earth, while its chest heaved heavily, each labored breath barely audible as it struggled to draw in air. But it seemed this was not the day for it to take that final breath, as the cloaked figure kneeling beside it had taken action after retrieving something with a tap on the ring on his finger. It was a paste or salve, possibly a healing remedy, and the figure carefully applied it to the creature's wounds while chanting in an unknown language. Moments later, a faint glow spread over the beast's terrible wound, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the torn flesh of the beast slowly began to knit itself back together. Finally, the silvery blood which had been streaming gradually came to a stop. Not far from the small stream, hidden behind thick trees, a pair of sharp eyes had been watching everything from the shadows. It was another creature of magical origin, a centaur, and a resident of this very forest. The eeriness here was nothing unusual to it, but during a habitual stroll tonight, it had heard the pained cry of a creature, one very familiar and under its kind's protection. So, without hesitation, it had rushed toward the source of the cry, only to find itself forced to hide, unable to intervene. After all, after witnessing the brief confrontation, if it could even be called that, and piecing together what it could from their conversation, it had quickly realized this was not a situation within its power to interfere with. Two mysterious wizards, one, the wraith of a dark lord, a lingering remnant of evil, the other, even more terrifying, an archmagus hiding their face. It didn't take a genius to realize that neither wanted to be seen, and if it were discovered, it would be no match for either of them. So it watched. Even after the wraith-infected wizard had fled, even as the other figure tended to the wounded unicorn, it still did not dare to step forward. It did not dare risk its life trying to determine whether this mysterious figure was a friend or foe. Instead, it planned to take the matter to its leader as soon as the figure left, perhaps even involve the school's reciting archmagus. However, in the next moment, that deep, distorted voice spoke. It was so clear, so close, it felt as if the words had come from right beside its ear. "You can come out now, centaur." It was so sudden that it instinctively shifted to the opposite side and looked around, only to find nothing. Then, as its gaze returned to the stream, it saw him now standing, staring directly at it with those crimson eyes that seemed to pierce straight into its soul. A tense silence followed. Only then did the centaur fully grasp that it had been discovered. Without a second thought, it gathered all its strength and prepared to bolt. No, this was no kind wizard. What kind of kind wizard had eyes as red as blood? What kind of kind wizard could make it feel so small with just a glance? But before it could even turn, before its powerful legs could even take a step, it felt something. A weight. An invisible force crashed down upon it, pressing into its very being. It was as if the air itself had turned to stone, heavier than anything it had ever known. How heavy did something have to be to render its six-limbed body completely motionless, not even able to flinch? It did not know. What it did know was that this was a being standing at the very peak of power, a presence that could not be challenged. The last time it had felt this insignificant was when its leader had once attempted to threaten Hogwarts' overseer, warning him and his students not to trespass into the forest. That day, every single one of its kind had understood what it meant to stand before absolute power. And now, for the second time, it felt it, that suffocating pressure, the unmistakable sensation of its own will being dominated. As far as it knew, only the Archmagus among human wizards possessed such a presence. Its earlier assumption had been correct. This was another king. Lord Wizard King, I did not mean to offend, it stammered, struggling to hold on to its own thoughts, which felt as though they were being squeezed from all directions. This is my home, I was only passing. But then, its words caught in its throat. Because it saw the impossible. The unicorn, so gravely wounded that it had believed no amount of magic could save it, slowly, shakily, rose to its feet. The wound was barely visible now, nothing but a crimson scar. Its large, luminous eyes carried exhaustion, but beyond that, there was something else. Something the centaur had never expected to see. Trust. The unicorn, a creature that did not seek the company of other sentient beings, 1 second only to a Qilin in its ability to sense the purest of hearts, took a slow, deliberate step forward, then another. And then, despite its weariness, it gently rubbed its milk-silver coat against the shadowy figure's legs. Affection, gratitude. Even if this wizard had somehow miraculously saved it, even if it had been pulled from the very brink of death, the centaur knew, a unicorn would never act this way unless it sensed true goodness. Had it been wrong? Was this figure, who looked like a demon, truly a saint in disguise? Maverick looked down, bewildered, at the majestic creature rubbing against his legs like an affectionate puppy. To be honest, he had only saved it on a gut feeling, not expecting anything in return, much less this. After tending to its wounds and using up some of his most precious medicinal ingredients, his plan had been to kindly ask the centaur to keep what had happened here a secret, then leave. He hadn't intended to wait for the unicorn to recover, let alone receive gratitude he hadn't even known they could express. And yet, here it was, nuzzling against him like a loyal companion. The strangest part, however, was because this was a unicorn. Every book he had ever read suggested unicorns were second only to Qilins in purity, creatures that instinctively avoided those with even a sliver of corruption in their hearts. So why was this one acting this way toward him? Surely it didn't think he was pure-hearted. Unfortunately, unicorns couldn't speak. Under the watchful gazes of both centaur and wizard, the unicorn affectionately rubbed against his legs a few more times before, with a slight limp, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Weird. Maverick pushed the strange thoughts aside and turned his attention back to the centaur. Their eyes met, and Maverick could see that the centaur's earlier wariness had now changed into fanatic. "Speak your name, centaur," he said, adopting the tone of Bloodraven. "It is Nebulin, great king." The centaur lowered his head in what seemed like submission. "I apologize for doubting your majesty earlier. Had I known, I would not have acted so disrespectfully." The crimson eyes narrowed at the centaur. Doubting what? Exactly? His tone remained even, though inwardly he grew more puzzled with each word this horseman spoke. Nebulin looked almost ashamed. "That you might be an evil wizard. But after witnessing the unicorn perform the blessing ritual, I feel ashamed for even entertaining such blasphemous thoughts." "Blessing ritual?" Nebulin nodded and explained without a beat. "The unicorns in the Forbidden Forest are under our protection, so we know much about them. Ancient knowledge. It is said that if a unicorn shows affection 3 times in a row to a being, like it did with you, rubbing its head against you exactly 3 times, then that person is safe from all soul and spirit-related curses for as long as that unicorn shall live. Any curse you may carry will be passed on to the unicorn itself and negated. It's common knowledge that unicorns are immune to all curses." The shadowy figure's crimson eyes narrowed, its gaze fixed on the centaur as Maverick racked his memory for things related to unicorns he had read. But nothing came to mind. In a normal world, he might have laughed it off, but this was the world of magic, where curses were all too real and could be incredibly dangerous. However, this didn't sound like a bad thing. In fact, it sounded rather favorable to him. His curiosity piqued, Maverick turned his gaze to the submissive-looking horseman. "What do you mean unicorns are immune to all curses?" Nebulin's voice was excited as he explained. "It's exactly as it sounds, Great King. All soul and spirit curses are ineffective against the pure spirit of unicorns." He paused, thinking the figure in front was concerned about the unicorn. "So, you need not worry. Any curse passed on to the unicorn will be cancelled, ineffective. You are truly blessed. We, even the tribe that protects these majestic creatures, have never received such a blessing. And today, I am truly honored to witness it myself." Listening to the centaur speak with such passion and belief on the matter made Maverick consider whether he should study magical creatures more seriously. Perhaps he could ask Newt for some materials, he thought. But that could wait. Right now, he was late for a meeting, and this unexpected encounter with Quirrell and the unicorn had already taken longer than expected. He looked at the centaur, and Nebulin saw those unsettling crimson eyes narrow at him. "What has happened here? I don't want another soul knowing about it, do you understand?" The centaur responded immediately without hesitation. "Yes, Great King, I will keep this secret, you have my word." Maverick observed the centaur's emotions carefully for any flicker of deceit or hesitation. There was none. No sign of dishonesty, no trace of guilt or evasion. Still, words were only words. "I need your oath, bind it with your magic," he added just in case. Nebulin's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly realized this was to be expected. After all, he and this shadowy figure, whose name he didn't even know, were strangers. Even if he now believed this figure to be a kind wizard after witnessing the unicorn's actions, that didn't mean the wizard felt the same way about him. So, after carefully considering it, he did not hesitate. He raised his hand and spoke the magic that would bind him. "I swear, by my spirit and by the ancient bonds of my people, I will keep this secret, as you command. May the stars bear witness to my word." Maverick felt the change in magic settle and knew the oath had taken effect. Satisfied, he turned away without another word. With a slight motion of his hand, the space around him trembled. Then, as if reality itself had cracked, a dark rift split open before him. Nebulin's breath caught in his throat. His kind had many records of human wizards and the forms of magic they wielded. And this was another confirmation of his assumption. As he stared in disbelief, the shadowy figure stepped forward, weightlessly floating into the tier in space. And then, just as smoothly as it had appeared, the rift closed, swallowing him whole. Chapter 70, Foresight CH90. The sun had just slipped below the horizon, leaving the sky painted with the soft glow of fading light. Wisps of golden clouds stretched lazily overhead, while below, New York City stirred to life. Streetlights flickered on, the windows of towering buildings shimmered like distant stars, and the steady hum of traffic filled the air as the city embraced the arrival of night. Just then, a sleek black Mercedes rolled to a gentle stop in front of a towering building overlooking Central Park. Outside, the city buzzed with the familiar hum of traffic and distant sirens, but inside the car, all was quiet except for the soft, soothing melody playing in the background. "Thank you," said the young man in the back seat to the driver, before opening the door with a click and stepping out. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, elegant and businesslike, blending seamlessly into the world of high finance that defined this bustling part of the city. His gaze turned to the entrance, where a middle-aged, Middle Eastern-looking man stood waiting. Well-groomed, dressed in a tailored suit, and he looked every bit the high-ranking executive. As the young man approached, the man extended his hand for a handshake. "How's the teaching life treating you, Maverick?" the middle-aged man asked, shaking Maverick's hand with a firm grip. Maverick smiled, shrugging his shoulders. "It's good, noisy but good." Without wasting time, the two strode inside and made their way to the elevator. As they waited for the doors to slide open, Maverick glanced sideways at the man beside him, who looked completely different now, composed, confident, nothing like the desperate, opportuneless man he met in the Middle East 2 years ago. It was a remarkable transformation, and Maverick found himself pleased with the change. His eyes flicked to the panel above the elevator, watching the numbers count down, 10, 9, 8, and just before the doors slid open, he asked, Ali, how's the other task I asked for coming along? Ding. The Stark couple, Ali asked, raising an eyebrow as they stepped inside. Maverick gave a slight nod. Once inside, they turned to face the door. I did, Ali said after a moment. Want me to start sending you their daily schedule now? He asked, pressing the button for their floor. Not yet, Maverick replied, his gaze sharpening as he watched the doors close from both sides. Just keep an eye on them, but if they're ever driving alone to Washington, I need to know. Ali gave Maverick a pointed look but remained silent. He had learned by now that Maverick's moves never made sense at first, until they did. But he trusted his boss completely, knowing when to ask and when to keep quiet. The elevator hummed as it began its smooth ascent, the number 27 glowing softly on the panel. It wasn't as fast as the high-speed lifts of the modern world, so Maverick, sensing the stillness of the moment, decided to bring up another topic. Did Aisha make it? No, she's still in Australia, Ali replied, adjusting his cufflinks with a quick, practiced motion. The Magic Vision launch is in a week, so she's making sure everything's in place since it's the first branch on that continent. Maverick nodded approvingly. Good. After a brief pause, he asked again, is everyone else here? Yes, Ali confirmed with a nod, then chuckled at the end. That fellow Harvey also came. He glanced at Maverick. Why did you ask him to come? Maverick smirked, glancing briefly at Ali before turning his attention back to the doors. I want to see if he has any second thoughts. He'll be an important figure for the future if all goes as planned. Ali raised an eyebrow. Once again, his boss seemed to be only half explaining things. He sighed, and just then, the elevator bell chimed, signaling they had reached their floor. The doors slid open, revealing a spacious, modern office. This place served only two purposes for now, until he could buy land of his own. For the time being, it was where he gathered his managers from various branches across countries for meetings, and where the Muggle investment projects, still in their early stages, were handled. As a result, the office wasn't crowded. Only about a dozen or so employees were present, all of them Muggle. Without a word, they moved forward, passing the desks. The staff's curious gazes followed them briefly because they only recognized Ali as the big boss and had not seen or even heard of his name. They soon reached the briefing room, where a long, sleek table dominated the center. On one side of the room, the wide windows offered a breathtaking view of lush Central Park, now bathed in orange hues, stretching out just beyond the glass. Seated around the large table were 5 men, ranging from middle-aged to those in their early 30s. As Maverick and Ali entered, they all stood up, showing respect. Each one of them had been handpicked by Maverick, and each had a story, so they all knew exactly who the big boss was. Maverick made his way to the center seat, while Ali took the first empty chair to the right. Take a seat, gentlemen, Maverick said in a flat, professional tone, different from the more familiar one he used with Ali, who was both a friend and subordinate. After everyone settled, Maverick's eyes briefly flicked to Ali before he turned his attention to the others. Brief me on everything. How ready are we for the Magic Vision launch? Maverick said, keeping his voice steady and professional as he addressed the room. The first to speak was, of course, Ali, the general manager of Maverick's all businesses. He pulled out a few notes from his pocket, glanced around at the group, and then began speaking. The preparations are well underway. We've secured the venue in America with the green light from MACUSA. The setup for the live demonstration is complete, and the team's been rehearsing for the past few days. All the alchemical technology to be used has been tested multiple times. We've also finalized the marketing campaign, with ads going out next week to the wizarding newspapers, as well as to magical ministries all around the world. Maverick listened intently, glancing around the room to gauge the reactions of the branch managers as Ali continued. Everything is on track, Ali said. The staff for the launch is ready. We've lined up a solid team to handle the live demonstration, and we've ensured that all technical aspects are covered. The VIP guest list is also set, and we've arranged press coverage from news outlets all around the world. He finished, looking satisfied with the report. Maverick gave a small nod. Good. Now, let's hear from the branch managers. How ready are we to begin sales? He asked, turning his gaze to the man on his left. The first manager, a man in his 40s, leaned forward and spoke. "We're ready, sir. The stores have been stocked with the product, and our staff is fully trained to handle customer inquiries. We've already received interest from local businesses." Maverick nodded approvingly and looked to the next manager, who was in charge of overseeing production. "Any complications, Mr. Suresh? How many units can our team produce?" The man, who also seemed to be in his 40s and of Indian descent, replied, "No complications, sir. The production facilities are running smoothly at the secret locations, and we're able to supply around 100 units of magic vision per day. For the other, less complicated alchemy products, we're able to meet demand easily. After the changes you requested are implemented next month, we should be able to produce 10 times that amount in a day." Maverick nodded approvingly and looked to the next manager, who echoed similar sentiments to the previous two before him. After hearing from the rest, Maverick turned his attention to everyone collectively and added, "My teacher Edward will be attending, like before, but this time he won't be taking the stage. He'll be there to show his face, and some of Hogwarts' teachers will also be there as special guests. In addition to the launch, we'll also be announcing that magic vision will be used to broadcast the upcoming inter-school Quidditch tournament at Hogwarts. It'll be a big part of our marketing push." The room buzzed with interest as Maverick outlined the next steps. He walked the team through the event schedule, going over it like a rehearsal, how each of them would take the stage to showcase specific features of the magic vision system. This was something he recalled from his previous life, how modern keynotes ran in the 2020s. He had picked up on the strategy and shared it with the team, emphasizing how to highlight the product's key features and keep the energy high throughout the presentation. The meeting went on for nearly 2 hours, with plenty of details covered and questions answered. As the discussions drew to a close, Maverick looked at two men who had been mostly silent during the meeting, only listening. He turned his focus to one of them. "Harvey," Maverick asked steadily in a curious tone, "how's your daughter?" Harvey, the man Maverick had recruited some time ago, looked up with admiration for Maverick clear in his eyes. "She's better, sir," he replied in a respectful tone. "Much better. The treatment you arranged, it's working. I can't thank you enough." Harvey was a skilled political strategist, known for his silver tongue, and he had a promising future ahead in the political game, should he choose to pursue it. However, Harvey was always more comfortable behind the scenes and had no desire to run for any position himself. His life took a devastating turn when his youngest daughter, only 2 years old, was diagnosed with an aggressive form of brain cancer. The diagnosis was a blow to him and his wife, who had hoped for nothing but the best for their children. They tried every treatment available, every doctor, every specialist, but nothing seemed to work. Desperate, they sought experimental treatments, but time was running out. The doctors were out of options, and Harvey was starting to lose hope. They ran out of options, and they ran out of money while trying to find an option. In a last-ditch effort, he had no choice but to work as a member of the campaign staff for a corrupt politician who cared little about the public good but knew how to manipulate the system. Harvey's abilities were of great use to this man, who didn't care much for ethics but did care for results. More importantly, the pay was good. Maverick was attending a fundraiser with his mother while visiting her side of the family when he caught the attention of Harvey. Maverick had been in the crowd, listening to the thoughts of various political figures, picking up on their conversations and thoughts to see if there was anyone he could use for his future plans. It was during this event that they met, and Harvey's life changed. The meeting between Maverick and Harvey was no accident. Maverick had been observing the crowd, listening to the thoughts of various political figures when he stumbled upon Harvey's troubled mind. After subtly reading his memories, Maverick quickly determined that Harvey was the perfect man for his plans. It may have seemed cruel or selfish, but in Maverick's eyes, this was a win-win situation for both of them. He saw an opportunity to help someone in need, while also gaining a valuable asset in the process. Without hesitation, Maverick revealed himself as a wizard. If there were any unexpected thoughts from Harvey, Maverick could always use Lockhart's favorite spell to silence them, but fortunately, it didn't come to that. Maverick told him that, with his unique magic, he could cure his daughter. However, the price was that Harvey would have to work for Maverick indefinitely. Harvey didn't hesitate. In that moment, with his daughter's life hanging in the balance, he agreed without a second thought. He was willing to sacrifice anything to save her, and Maverick's offer seemed like the last lifeline. Maverick gave a small, satisfied nod. "I'm glad to hear it. Now, how ready are you for the upcoming congressional election?" Maverick asked, leaning forward, slightly tugging a smile. Harvey's expression changed to one of confidence. "All is good. The campaign is going well. I've been gathering support, and we're on track. My family's backing me as well all the way." Maverick's eyes held Harvey's for a moment, while secretly listening to his every thought. Then, seeing there was nothing to worry about, he turned his attention to the next man. "Jackson, how are the investments I asked you to handle?" Jackson, a sharp Muggle marketing genius, straightened his posture before speaking. "Everything is going well, sir. I've managed to buy shares in the companies you recommended." Maverick's gaze remained steady as he continued. "What other companies have you invested in?" Jackson's expression remained neutral, but his mind worked quickly. "I've diversified the investments, as instructed. A few in the tech sector, a couple in the renewable energy market." He then pushed a file across the smooth table. "The names and details of my personally selected investments are listed here, apart from the few you've asked to secure no matter what." Maverick took the file, opened it, and gave it a brief look. Interesting, he thought, seeing some familiar names as well as a few he hadn't heard of before. It only took a moment for him to skim through the list before turning his attention back to Jackson. "Good work, keep it that way," Maverick said with a small smile. With that, Maverick turned his attention to the room as a whole. "That's all for today. Everyone will see each other next week at the Magic Vision launch." The men all nodded and began to rise, murmuring their thanks as they filed out. Maverick gave Ali, who stayed until the end, a short nod before saying, "See you next week." With a final glance at the now empty room, Maverick walked toward the window to take a last look at the darkened view of the park. After a moment, he apparated back to London with a soft pop. The next morning, the sun filtered gently through the curtains of Maverick's room connected to his office at Hogwarts, casting a warm glow over the modern, sleek interior. The early light brought a sense of quiet anticipation. Everything was proceeding smoothly, just as planned. Maverick turned, brushing aside thoughts of the future as he gathered his focus, preparing for the plans awaiting him at Hogwarts. Chapter 71, The Dawn of a New Era, ch. 91. For centuries, the wizarding world had remained unchanged. Its traditions set in stone, its ways of life moving at a pace that would have seemed unbearably slow even to the most patient of magical beings. While the Muggle world raced ahead, wires crisscrossing cities, machines shrinking to the size of a pocket watch, and news traveling faster than a broomstick, the world of magic remained stubbornly stuck in its old ways. Magicals relied on newspapers to learn about the world beyond their own doorstep. The Daily Prophet dictated what the British magical population knew, just as Le Monde Magique did for the French, and a handful of others served their respective regions. There was no real connection between these scattered communities, no swift exchange of knowledge. News traveled slowly, sometimes taking days to reach the right ears, by which time the event itself was already history. That all changed in 1991. Historians would later call it the turning point, the moment when the wizarding world finally stepped into the age of information. And it was all thanks to a single invention. A young alchemist, smart, creative, and unwilling to follow old ways, introduced a device unlike anything that existed at the time, at least not in the wizarding world. For the first time, witches and wizards could see and hear events as they unfolded, their magical world finally catching up to the speed of the non-magical one. Moving images, real-time news, voices and faces from across the world appearing as though conjured from thin air. It was the beginning of something new. The last week of September passed steadily, as Maverick fulfilled his duties as the professor of Muggle science and alchemy, all while balancing his teaching with overseeing the Hogwarts Quidditch team's practice sessions. When the weekend arrived, marking the end of the month, he once again left the school for America to join his team at the release event for his company's latest product. Thanks to his teacher's support and the connections he had built over time, he managed to gather an impressive number of influential figures from the magical world to attend. Among them were the Flamels, master alchemists from across the globe, ministers of major magical nations, and even the deans of some of the most prestigious magical schools, all coming to witness the event. For the magical community, the experience was entirely new. Until now, new inventions had only been introduced through newspapers, with no live demonstrations to spark true excitement. So, it was no surprise that the invitees' curiosity and interest were fully captured throughout the presentation. Maverick, along with the managers of his company, took the stage one by one to present the device. Right from the start, he openly admitted that it was a replica of Muggle television, and no one so much as raised an eyebrow at the fact that it was based on a Muggle invention. The audience was made up of influential figures who knew exactly what a television was. The reason there were no objections was simple. They all understood that, until now, no one in the wizarding world had managed to create anything like it. Maverick had no doubt that after witnessing its success, alchemists around the world would attempt to replicate it. To some extent, they might succeed in recreating certain features. However, the most crucial aspects, such as broadcasting and cost-effective production, would remain out of reach without the knowledge of how to combine technology and magical alchemy. To protect his work, Maverick had implemented multiple security measures. Anyone who tried to dismantle the device would find its inner workings heavily encrypted, making it nearly impossible to decipher. And if brute force was used, the runic circuits would be completely destroyed, leaving nothing to study. The presentation started with the most basic function, playing moving pictures with sound, before revealing more groundbreaking features. One by one, the managers introduced new applications, from real-time news broadcasts delivered by wizards and witches to instant information sharing across vast distances. They even demonstrated live coverage of major events, making it possible to reach a global audience like never before. During the presentation, he was actually leeching signals from Muggle satellites for the broadcasting demonstration, but the audience didn't need to know that. Besides, that would soon change, as he already had plans to launch his own satellites. And unlike Muggles, he didn't need a massive 25-story building-size rocket to send a satellite into space. Because, well, magic. After demonstrating the device's ability to share information, it was revealed that it could also be used for entertainment. Wizards could now enjoy the experience of watching a play from the comfort of their own homes. In a world where reading books or newspapers was the main form of passing time, this was a whole new kind of entertainment. Everything Muggles had achieved with television, Maverick had not only replicated, but even improved upon using magic. One of the biggest surprises came when he revealed its affordability. No one had expected such a versatile device to be within reach of most wizarding families, yet with a bit of saving, nearly anyone could afford it. Standing before the assembled crowd, he and his team explained the process with clear detail, making sure the audience fully understood just how much the magical world stood to gain from his product. It was nothing short of a revolution. Magic Vision opened doors to possibilities previously unimagined in countless fields, and the event's success surpassed expectations. The very next week, as word spread through newspapers and word of mouth, orders flooded in from all over the world, so many that his production team struggled to keep up. A large part of this success came from the modern marketing techniques he had used, strategies that wouldn't appear even in the non-magical world for years. With Magic Vision's triumph, the name Caesar gained recognition, and the various products under his brand skyrocketed in popularity. His other businesses flourished alongside it, swept up in the momentum of his achievements. Naturally, offers poured in from powerful figures eager to become his business partners. But Maverick turned down every single one. He had no intention of sharing the cake. The only ones with a slice were his teacher's family, who held a share in the company. Those he rejected were understandably dissatisfied, but who would dare to act against him? Not when the name Edward Garling was related to the brand. His teacher's influence wasn't something that wealth alone could challenge. After the successful launch of Magic Vision, Maverick returned to his routine at Hogwarts, dividing his time between teaching, overseeing Quidditch practices, and managing his various projects. October passed quickly, the days growing colder as the castle settled into its familiar rhythm. Before he knew it, the final day of the month had arrived. It was a crisp Thursday afternoon. A thin layer of frost clung to the windowsills, shimmering faintly in the pale sunlight. Outside, the last of the autumn leaves rustled in the breeze, and birds chirped cheerfully despite the chill in the air. Morning classes had just ended, and the corridors filled with the usual swarm of students, their excited chatter echoing through the stone halls. From his office window, Maverick watched the flow of students moving between classrooms, some deep in conversation, others rushing to their next lesson. Down below, two familiar figures emerged from their charms class. Harry and Ron walked side by side, talking animatedly about their latest lesson, the levitation charm, and more specifically, what had happened during class. They passed by other students without paying much attention, too caught up in their conversation to notice who might be listening. But not far from them, a bushy-haired girl suddenly rose from where she had been sitting. She brushed past them quickly, her face set with a tight, unhappy expression, as though she had just overheard something upsetting. Maverick furrowed his brows, his gaze following her retreating figure as she disappeared down the corridor. He knew this moment well. If events unfolded as they had in the story, tonight's Halloween feast would offer more than just pumpkin pasties and floating decorations. Tonight was the night Harry, Ron, and Hermione would truly become friends, the night of the troll in the dungeons. Once they had all vanished into the depths of the castle, Maverick turned away from the window. He had a class to teach. Pushing aside thoughts of what was to come, he left his office and made his way to the Muggle science classroom, where his next lesson was about to begin. Chapter 72, Hallows' Eve Chaos, ch 92. The Great Hall was a sight to behold, decorated for the Halloween feast with an eerie yet exciting charm. Hundreds of floating pumpkins drifted overhead, their carved faces glowing softly with candlelight. Bats flapped their wings as they swooped through the air, while the enchanted ceiling reflected the dark, cloudy sky outside. The long tables were filled with golden plates stacked high with food, roast meats, buttery potatoes, thick slices of pumpkin pie, and jugs of warm, spiced cider. The delicious smells filled the hall, mixing with the lively chatter and bursts of laughter from students enjoying the evening. The excitement was contagious. First years sat wide-eyed, taking in the spectacle of their first Hogwarts Halloween, while the older students, though used to the tradition, were just as eager to enjoy the night. Conversations flowed from one table to another, some about the food, others about the upcoming Quidditch tournament set to begin next week. The staff table was just as lively, with the professors looking relaxed as they enjoyed their meal and the cheerful atmosphere. On one side, Flitwick chatted happily with Septima, chuckling over something between them, while on the other, Hagrid enthusiastically told a story to Professor Sprout, his massive hands gesturing wildly as he spoke. Even Snape seemed less irritable than usual, though he mostly kept to himself, occasionally casting sharp looks at the students who were getting a bit too rowdy. Meanwhile, McGonagall, Stephen, Hooch, and Maverick were deep in conversation, their voices low against the lively chatter around them, as they reviewed the final preparations for the upcoming weekend when Hogwarts would welcome the other schools for the Quidditch tournament. It couldn't be helped. After all, the four of them were the only ones truly overseeing the entire event, while the others, especially Dumbledore, were more like hands-off shopkeepers. McGonagall, in particular, had the most on her plate. Between teaching all 7 years, fulfilling her duties as deputy headmistress, and now overseeing such a large-scale event, her schedule had never been more packed. She rarely had time to meet with them, so tonight, with all of them gathered at the same table, she seized the opportunity to catch up on everything. In the center of the table, Dumbledore's attention gracefully shifted between the professors' conversations, his ever-present smile lighting up the exchanges. He effortlessly engaged with everyone, weaving his charm into the lively chatter that filled the hall. And being the ever-observant man he was, Dumbledore quickly noticed that 4 of his colleagues were speaking in quiet voices, much softer than the lively chatter around them. It seemed like they were discussing something serious and work-related, and to him, this wasn't quite the time for it. He considered interrupting. After all, this was a festive occasion, not a morning briefing. So he leaned slightly toward their side, and spoke just loud enough for the four of them to hear. "Surely, whatever business is keeping you so serious can wait until after the feast. It would be a shame not to enjoy such a splendid evening." The headmaster's voice made the four of them pause and glance in his direction, where they saw, as always, his signature smile. They exchanged a brief, knowing look before the most senior among them took the lead in acknowledging the situation. As adults, they didn't need to be told twice and quickly realized they had become a bit too disconnected from the rest of the festive crowd. "You're right, Albus," McGonagall said with a small sigh, nodding. "Let's not spoil the evening." "Not at all, Minerva. I'm sure it was important," the wise wizard said warmly, effortlessly clearing any tension. He then glanced at the others before settling his gaze on Stephen. "Mr. Stephen, how is school life treating you so far?" Stephen straightened in his seat, glancing down at his plate for a moment before looking back up at Dumbledore. "It's been an adjustment, but overall, it's been great. The students are incredible, and the staff is, well, just as great." The old wizard's eyes twinkled as he leaned forward slightly, his smile widening. "And the team?" he asked. "I trust they are ready for the challenge." "Oh, absolutely," Stephen replied confidently and glanced over at the others. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, his eyes twinkling as he looked around at the four of them. "I know you've all been working tirelessly, and I can't thank you enough. Truly, I have every confidence you'll bring out the best in the students." McGonagall smiled warmly with pride. "The players' teamwork has exceeded my expectations," she said, glancing toward her precious students. "I must admit, the school hasn't felt this united in, well, as far back as I can remember." The light-hearted conversations continued, with everyone now caught up in the liveliness of the evening, contributing their laughter and chatter to the festive air. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. Maverick enjoyed the jolly atmosphere just like everyone else, but every so often, his eyes would dart over to the Gryffindor table. This was Halloween, after all, always a time of trouble in this castle, and he hadn't forgotten what was to happen tonight. He watched Harry and Ron happily enjoying their treacle tart and pumpkin pasties, completely unaware that their actions earlier in the morning had upset the third member of their soon-to-be trio. The little know-it-all, as brilliant as she was still only 11 years old, and it hadn't taken much to break her heart. Maverick scanned the rows of the four long tables a couple of times, just to be sure, and true to his guess, Granger was nowhere to be seen, probably the only person missing from the feast. And then, without warning, the doors to the Great Hall swung open with a loud thud, startling everyone, except of course himself. Heads turned, and the lively chatter of the hall died down almost instantly. He watched Professor Quirrell as he rushed in, his face pale and eyes wide with panic, clearly consumed by frantic urgency. His usual stammering was absent, replaced by a frantic, almost practiced sense of haste. Quirrell stumbled toward the staff table, nearly tripping over his robes as he made his way through the hall, his breath coming in quick, uneven gasps. Finally, he reached the staff table, leaning heavily against it as though the weight of the world was pressing on his shoulders. He gasped for breath, his words coming in frantic bursts. "Trolls in the basement, I thought. You should know." Then, without warning, his head tilted to one side and crumpled to the floor, face first with a loud thud, unconscious. "Tisk, tisk, old Valdi is so merciless," Maverick thought, observing the dramatic fall. Quirrell's nose was probably broken from that impact. Maverick couldn't help but mentally applaud the man's acting, rating a solid 10 for that performance. The whole Great Hall was fooled, except for him and, likely, the old man sitting not far from him. The room was silent for a moment as the realization sank in. The young wizards and witches at the tables sat frozen, staring at the unconscious form of Quirrell. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, panic erupted. Some students scrambled to their feet, rushing toward the doors, while others whispered frantically among their groups. The younger ones, unable to comprehend the situation, broke into screams that echoed through the hall. Chaos spread like wildfire, and the once festive atmosphere turned into a disordered frenzy. And then, "Silency!" Dumbledore stood up, his magically amplified voice slicing through the chaos like a blade. The entire hall froze, his commanding tone ringing sharply in every ear. Students immediately stopped their panicked movements, a few stumbling back into their seats in shock. With a single word, the headmaster's authority brought order back to the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Maverick caught onto something in Quirrell's frantic words before he collapsed. His eyes narrowed as he turned sharply to McGonagall beside him. "He said trolls, didn't he?" Plural. Before McGonagall could respond, both of them felt a majestic wave of magic ripple past them, emanating from Dumbledore. As Great Magus, they recognized the headmaster extending his magical sense to scan the entirety of Hogwarts. Not one to hesitate, Maverick unleashed his own magic, disregarding the questions that might come later. McGonagall, while perfectly capable, lacked the same precision in controlling pure magic. She could, of course, use magical sense, but navigating a maze-like castle such as Hogwarts would take her time they did not have. It was better to let those with sharper control locate the threats and advise accordingly. It didn't take long for Maverick to lock onto the targets. His brows furrowed as he sensed three massive creatures lumbering aimlessly in the basement near the girls' bathroom, as well as a single student. And one of the trolls was nearing dangerously close to the bathroom entrance. Maverick and Dumbledore snapped out of their focused states at the same time, and their eyes met, followed by a nod of mutual understanding. "I'll go," Maverick said firmly. Dumbledore nodded and turned to McGonagall. "Minerva, you go as well." He turned again, his gaze shifting between Snape and Flitwick before settling on the latter. "Filius, you'll follow. Severus, you'll come with me. There are 3 trolls, and I suspect one of them may be an ogre. They're all in the castle dungeons, near the girls' bathroom." While Dumbledore was issuing instructions to the other professors, Maverick was already in motion. In one fluid motion, he placed a hand on the staff table and vaulted over to the other side. With another powerful leap into the air, he launched himself forward. A resounding boom echoed through the hall as he shot over the astonished students' heads, disappearing into the corridor like a bolt of lightning. McGonagall and Flitwick were not far behind. With practiced precision, both conjured magical constructs beneath their feet, elevating themselves above the students. Though they weren't exactly flying like Maverick, their speed was still impressive to the young wizards, who watched in awe as the 2 professors swiftly disappeared into the corridors. "Prefects of each grade, please escort the students of your house back to their dormitories in an orderly and calm manner." Dumbledore's magically amplified voice resonated through the hall, drawing the students' attention back to the staff table. "Do not panic, and trust that your professors will handle this situation." He continued, addressing the remaining staff. "Hooch, Hagrid, Argus, Stephen, and Septima, you will remain here with the students of each house." His gaze then shifted to the others. "Severus, Poppy, follow me to the dungeons. Unfortunately, the Halloween feast must end here." No one voiced any objections. Under Dumbledore's clear directives, the prefects began organizing their housemates, leading them in an orderly fashion out of the Great Hall, accompanied by their assigned professors. Dumbledore himself acted last, ensuring everything was in order before taking his turn. His primary responsibility was the safety of everyone within the castle, and in just a short span of moments, he had set everything into motion. With a graceful wave of his wand, he conjured a construct beneath his feet. Then, alongside Snape and Pomfrey, he rose into the air and surged toward the dungeons, following the others who had gone ahead. The once lively Great Hall, now subdued and tense, emptied swiftly as students were ushered away, and the staff moved with purpose to handle the looming threat. Chapter 73, Hallows' Eve Chaos II, ch. 93. Hermione Granger had not been having a very good day. In fact, it was fair to say she hadn't been having a good time since she first boarded the train to the magical school of Hogwarts. When she was told she was a witch, a human born with magic, Hermione had imagined an incredible new life awaiting her. As someone who always aspired to excel in everything she did, she had set her sights on becoming the best witch Hogwarts had ever seen. But reality had been far less kind. From her very first day, Hermione had been met with scolding or ridicule from her schoolmates and classmates. She couldn't understand why. Whenever she noticed someone making a mistake, her instinct was to correct it. She was only trying to help, offering her advice with the best of intentions. But why? Why didn't anyone appreciate her efforts? Why didn't anyone like her? Today had been no different. If anything, it had been worse. Her classmates had mocked her yet again, this time openly ridiculing her for not having any friends. The words cut deeper than she cared to admit, leaving her heart aching and her confidence in tatters. It hurt, more than she thought it ever could, a pain that lingered and refused to fade. And during the Halloween feast, as the festive atmosphere enveloped everyone around her, she felt more alone than ever, like an outsider who didn't truly belong. She sat quietly, watching her classmates laugh, their faces alight with joy, their voices brimming with excitement. To her, it felt like peering through a window at a world she could see but never touch, a world that felt impossibly out of reach. She couldn't stay there any longer. She had to get away. Hermione ran, her steps echoing in the empty corridors. She needed somewhere to hide, somewhere she could cry without anyone seeing her. The first place that came to mind was the girls' bathroom on the second floor. She figured it would be empty, even the resident ghost likely absent during such a festive time. Once inside, she locked herself in one of the stalls and finally let go. The tears she had been holding back all day poured out in sobs, each one heavier than the last. The walls of the stall became her sanctuary, a place where she could release the weight of her loneliness without fear of judgment. She stayed there, pouring out her emotions until there was nothing left to cry. The release didn't make her feel any better. Her chest still felt heavy, her heart still hollow. But as her stomach growled in protest, she decided she might as well return to the Great Hall and get some food. She was, after all, hungry. Stepping out of the stall, she hesitated for a moment, glancing at the mirror. She didn't want anyone to know she'd been crying. Her puffy, tear-streaked face would make it all too obvious. Moving to the sink, she loosened the faucet and splashed cold water on her face. The chill stung, but it helped soothe the swelling. As she washed, she stole glances at her reflection. Her round, baby-fat cheeks looked even puffier now, the evidence of her breakdown plain to see. She splashed her face a few more times in an attempt to reduce the redness. Thud! The faint sound made her pause. She glanced at the water pooling in the sink, rippling ever so slightly as it slowly drained. Thud! Her heart quickened as the sound repeated, louder this time. Something felt wrong, very wrong. Thud, thud. Each tremor sent small ripples across the water. Hermione froze, her head still bowed over the sink, staring at the ripples as dread crept up her spine. That was when she saw it, a shadow, large and imposing, falling across the white porcelain of the sink. The shadow was far larger than her small frame, and the realization sent a chill coursing through her veins. She wanted to turn, to confirm what she feared, but terror rooted her to the spot. Grrr. A low, guttural growl rumbled behind her, and Hermione's blood turned to ice. She didn't need to look to know, it wasn't a ghost. Whatever it was massive, and it was standing right behind her. Taking a shaky gulp, she forced herself to raise her head, her eyes darting to the mirror. Grrr. The reflection was monstrous. A hulking, green-skinned creature towered behind her, nearly reaching the ceiling. Its thick arms flexed as it gripped a mace that looked more like a giant, spiked log, easily 2 times her size. Her breath hitched. As she stared, the monster raised its mace, the heavy weapon poised to strike. If that blow landed, she knew she wouldn't survive. It would be a messy, brutal end. Pure instinct took over. She ducked, her small body moving faster than the creature could react, and bolted back into one of the stalls. Boom! The deafening crash of the mace striking the sink echoed through the bathroom, shards of porcelain flying everywhere. Hermione barely made it into the stall, slamming the door shut behind her. To the monster, she was nothing more than a scurrying mouse, small, quick, and annoyingly hard to catch. Hermione pressed her back against the stall door, her heart pounding so hard she could hear it in her ears. She clamped her hands over her mouth, trying to muffle her ragged breathing as the heavy thuds of the monster's footsteps drew closer. The wooden door separating her from the monster felt far too thin, and every instinct screamed at her to keep quiet and stay still. Boom! The monster's mace struck the stall next to hers, splintering wood and sending shards flying. Hermione flinched as the sound reverberated through the tiny space, her entire body trembling. The creature growled in frustration, the sound like grinding boulders, and she could feel the vibrations in the floor beneath her. Her mind raced. What could she do? She had her wand, but she hadn't learned any spells that could help in a situation like this. Panic clawed at her thoughts as she racked her brain for anything that might save her. Running was useless. The monster was too big, too strong. Her only chance was to stay hidden and pray at lost interest. But the monster wasn't giving up. Bam! The mace struck again, this time hitting the stall door directly. Hermione screamed as the impact sent cracks spidering across the wood. The entire structure shook, and she scrambled backward, pressing herself into the far corner. "Think, Hermione, think," she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible over the creature's snarls. She scanned the tiny stall, searching desperately for anything that could help her. Her eyes landed on the toilet, an idea sparking in her mind. It was insane, but it might be her only chance. Another crash. The door splintered further, and she could see the creature's monstrous hand gripping the edge, pulling it apart as if it were made of paper. Without hesitation, Hermione climbed onto the toilet seat, her small hands gripping the tank for balance. Holding her breath, she reached up to the overhead pipes, her fingers brushing against the cold metal. The monster let out a deafening roar, and with one final smash, the stall door was gone. The monster stepped forward, its bloodshot eyes locking onto her tiny figure perched precariously above the toilet. It grinned, revealing jagged yellow teeth, and raised its mace once more. Come on," Hermione muttered, her fingers fumbling with the pipe. It was loose, she could feel it. She yanked with all her might just as the monster swung. The mace crashed into the toilet below, shattering porcelain and sending water spraying everywhere. At the same moment, the pipe came free with a metallic groan, and Hermione clutched it like a makeshift weapon. She leaped down, water splashing around her feet, and swung the pipe with all her strength at the monster's knee with a loud thud. For a split second, everything went quiet. To the monster, it was nothing more than a small tap, like a needle prick. It didn't even flinch. Hermione gulped, her body trembling as she slowly raised her eyes to meet the creature's gaze. Its grin spread wider, its jagged teeth gleaming as it prepared to crush her. Panic surged through her veins. She couldn't fight it. She had to run. Without a second thought, Hermione darted to the side, her legs carrying her as fast as they could, but the ogre was quicker than she expected. It swung its mace horizontally, smashing through the stalls and toilets in one swift motion, destroying everything in its path. Hermione ducked just in time, but the debris, wood, ceramic, and broken fixtures pelted her from all sides. Pain flared across her body as jagged shards of wood and other debris tore into her, some even piercing her skin. It would have been excruciating for anyone, but the surge of adrenaline flooding her system dulled the pain, making it more manageable, though it was still sharp and agonizing. She staggered to her feet, gritting her teeth against the fire in her body, and crawled backward until her back hit the cold, unforgiving stone wall. Her clothes were soaked, drenched in a mix of blood, sweat, and water from the broken pipes above. Her hair was a tangled mess, some strands falling across her face, sticking to her skin. But she hadn't given up. Breathing heavily, Hermione scanned the ruins around her, her heart sinking. There was nothing but destruction, no escape, no one to help. She was just a first year, still struggling to grasp the basics of magic, with no offensive spells in her repertoire. She had no other skills, and physically, after that desperate stunt earlier, she knew she was no match for something this monstrous. She might as well die trying. Maybe, if she died, people would remember her as brave, not as the nuisance she felt like now. At least they would say she faced the beast head-on, without running, without fear. Perhaps that would be enough to make her feel like her life meant something. The thought was a bitter comfort. The tears that welled up in her eyes didn't fall. They hovered, but nothing came. Thud, thud. The sound of the ogre's footsteps grew louder, and Hermione's spine stiffened. It was closing in on her. She could hear the dragging sound of its mace against the stone, and the growls of satisfaction as it prepared to finish what it started. She was running out of time. Shakily, she reached into her pocket, pulling out her wand. It felt small and fragile in her trembling hand. She forced herself to calm down, taking slow, steady breaths. Think, Hermione, think. Her mind raced. What could she do? What magic could she use? Then something clicked. Charms class. She remembered Professor Flitwick's lesson from this morning. She had learned how to levitate small objects using the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. If she could just use it on the ogre's mace, keep it suspended in midair long enough for her to escape. It was a crazy idea, but it was the only plan she had. Her heart pounded in her chest as she focused on the heavy, massive weapon in front of her. It was worth a shot. She just had to make it work. With trembling hands, she stretched out her wand, her grip unsteady as the beast loomed over her, raising its massive mace to smash her into the ground like a helpless insect. W-wing, guard. RROOAR. She couldn't finish the incantation. The fear, the pressure, the overwhelming presence of the beast was too much for her to handle. The world around her seemed to blur as the beast's growl echoed in her ears, freezing her in place. At the very last moment, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Her trembling form stilled as she allowed herself one final comfort, a fleeting escape into the happiest memories of this new life of magic. First, her mom and dad. How she missed them now, their reassuring presence, their warm hugs. But in this moment, she didn't want them anywhere near her. She couldn't bear the thought of them in such danger. Then there was the magic, wondrous, incredible magic. Her mind wandered to moments in class that made her heart flutter with excitement. She remembered the deputy headmistress and head of her house, a stern but kind woman who often praised her sharp mind. And Professor Flitwick, the short, charming charms professor who never failed to encourage her. Then there was the alchemy professor, Caesar. He hadn't openly praised her like the others, but she could feel it in the way he treated her, with respect, as if he truly valued her talent. She still remembered his words, "You'll make a fine alchemist one day." An alchemist, huh? She thought, the idea bittersweet. Would that have been her future if this beast wasn't about to end it all, if only she had more time? Chapter 74, Hallows Eve Chaos III, CH 94. Swish, swish, swish. Maverick flew through the castle corridors, zigzagging with desperate urgency. His focus was sharp, locked on the girls' bathroom where the supposed troll had just entered. His magical sense picked up the scene unfolding inside. A little girl, Hermione, entirely unaware of the danger closing in on her. His mind raced. Harry and Ron were supposed to be here to play the heroes in this incident, but his magical sense didn't detect their presence anywhere near the bathroom. He didn't have the time to locate them now. They were either late or not coming at all. This wasn't how it was supposed to be, he thought irritably. Nothing about this incident matched the story he remembered. First, there weren't just one but 3 trolls rampaging through the castle. Second, these creatures were different. They felt powerful, far too strong for 2 first-years to handle, even by some ridiculous stroke of luck. But the one heading toward Hermione, that one was different. Its presence radiated an oppressive strength, far beyond what could be considered a troll. Even its appearance was different. This wasn't a mindless brute, he thought. Its movements were calculated, its towering form exuding an air of menace. Whatever this creature was, it was far more dangerous than the others, and Hermione had no chance against it. Was it even a troll, or had the noseless bastard brought something else entirely? Damn it! He cursed it under his breath. He had been relying far too much on the story unfolding as he remembered it, trusting the narrative to guide things along. His mistake, his carelessness, had put an innocent girl in mortal danger. When did I become so reckless? He chastised himself. Trusting in superstition, in a plot he wasn't even sure was intact anymore, it had been a foolish gamble. And someone else was about to pay the price for his foolishness. Careless, careless. The bitter reprimand echoed in his mind. He swore to himself, then and there, to never let such negligence guide his actions again. Swoosh! Racing up the staircase from the first floor to the second, Maverick bolted toward the bathroom, his heart pounding. Shit! Through the wrecked doorway, he saw the monster, its hulking green body towering over Hermione as she dodged its relentless attacks. The girl was moving desperately, her small frame barely escaping the crushing blows of the creature's enormous mace. Boom, crash, boom. Maverick's teeth clenched as he surged forward. He could strike now, unleash a devastating attack, but Hermione was too close. She'd be caught in the aftermath. Aroezirarar. The green-skinned beast, definitely not a troll and more akin to an ogre, raised its colossal mace, the weapon poised to obliterate Hermione in a single strike. Moving at his fastest speed, Maverick lunged forward, extending his arm and releasing a powerful binding hex. The spell shot through the air like a lightning bolt, colliding with the ogre just as the mace reached its halfway point. The magic flared to life, thick ropes materializing from thin air and coiling tightly around the creature's massive limbs. The bindings wrapped its arms, torso, and legs, rendering it completely immobile. The mace froze in place, trembling slightly as the ogre's restrained grip struggled against the binding hex. It roared in fury, a guttural growl that shook the very air around them, its muscles bulging as it strained to break free. For the first time, Maverick truly felt the raw, terrifying physical strength of the creature. His hex, imbued with his powerful magic, was barely holding on. He was certain this monster's physique was far stronger than a great magus, possibly even approaching archmagus level. That meant this creature's strength was comparable to Captain America, no, even stronger, if his teacher's words were accurate. Author's note, this is only his assumption. The magical ropes shimmered with strain, threatening to snap under its relentless power. But it didn't matter, and he needed was this short window. Whoosh! He bolted forward, reaching the little witch slumped against the wall in mere seconds. Hermione's eyes were tightly shut, her face pale as she braced for the inevitable. She had surrendered to what she believed was the end, completely unaware to his arrival and what was happening now. Without hesitation, he scooped her up, cradling her in a secure hold. Despite the urgency, he moved carefully, now seeing the full extent of her injuries, scratches, bruises, and shards of debris embedded in her skin, staining her robes with streaks of blood. She flinched slightly at the movement, likely from the pain, but her eyes remained closed. "You're safe now," he murmured, though he wasn't sure if she could hear him. He dashed out of the bathroom and into the safety of the corridor just as the ogre let out another earth-shaking roar. Behind them, the magical bindings strained, the shimmering ropes snapping one by one under the beast's immense strength. It didn't take long. Snap! The ogre let out a mighty roar and broke free from its binds. At once, its huge, bloodshot eyes scanned the room and quickly fixed on the small human with murderous intent that promised only death. However, the odds had changed now. Maverick no longer needed to worry about Hermione getting caught in the crossfire. He gently set her down against the wall, ensuring she was far enough, before turning back toward the beast. At the same time, the ogre lunged forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the floor as it barreled toward him, raising its massive mace high, ready to strike with all its might. Maverick didn't flinch. With Hermione secure, he had the freedom to act without restraint. As the monster got closer, ready to swing its massive arm, he stretched out his hands and summoned his magic. Transmute. The air around him shimmered, reality bending as raw magic surged into his transfiguration. In an instant, the walls and floor around the ogre warped, twisting like liquid, then solidifying into thick, glinting chains. It all happened in less than a second. They surged at it like serpents, each link alive with Maverick's intent. They slammed into the creature from all sides, coiling around its arms, legs, and torso with crushing force. The ogre snarled and thrashed violently, but the chains only tightened, restraining its every movement. The bathroom and corridor transformed into jagged metallic spikes, erupting from the floor and walls to further pin the beast in place. The sound of clinking metal and the ogre's enraged roars filled the air, but its movement slowed until the chains finally immobilized it for good. But that didn't stop the ogre from growling, even with the thick transfigured steel covering its mouth like tape. Maverick then completed the final act. With one hand lowered and the other pointed forward, his index finger aimed directly at the beast. In a commanding voice, he chanted, "Nindra Shanti," a powerful sleeping charm he had learned from India. The magic wrapped around the ogre instantly. Its growls dwindled to soft whimpers, its bloodshot eyes began to close, and then, silence. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. The hulking green monster now lay completely trapped and unconscious, its massive form bound in a cocoon of unbreakable metal. Maverick let out a long sigh. If he had wanted to, a single Avada Kedavra would have ended it all in an instant, but he didn't want to resort to that. There would be no consequences, of course, since it was done to save another life and out of necessity. But that wasn't the point. People would see him differently the moment they found out. And they would know, even if he cast it without a wand, that wouldn't matter. He was the only one here capable of performing the curse. He pushed those thoughts aside for the moment and turned to the little girl. Maverick raised an eyebrow. Her eyes were wide open now, filled with awe and amazement as she looked at him. Guess she realized she wasn't about to die after all, he thought. He smiled warmly at her, took a few steps forward, and crouched down beside her. "Stay still, Ms. Granger. I'm going to perform some diagnostic spells. It'll only take a moment." The little witch bobbed her head up and down like a chicken. Maverick chuckled softly at her reaction and retrieved his wand. He waved it gently over her head, and a soft, shimmering glow enveloped her. His magical senses flared, immediately picking up on the extent of the injuries on her body. Professor, you saved me," Hermione's voice quivered, the words breaking through her hesitation. Tears welled up in her eyes, finally breaking free as they slid down her cheeks. I thought I was going to die. I was sure I was going to die." Maverick's expression softened, and he made a gentle shushing sound, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Hush now," he murmured, his voice firm yet gentle. "It's our responsibility as professors to protect the students of this school." Boom. Crash. Boom, booms, boom. His words were cut short as the sounds of loud impacts reverberated from somewhere nearby. Hermione stiffened, her small frame tensing at the noise, but Maverick remained calm. He raised his hand and gave her a gentle pat on the head, hoping to reassure her. His magical senses stretched out, feeling the pulses of magic in the air, and quickly assessed the situation. McGonagall and Flitwick were nearby, each immobilizing one of the trolls. Yes, this time they were truly trolls, big, lumbering beasts with thick, ugly skin. A sigh escaped his mouth as he sensed the professors had things under control. Not long after, the sounds of battle faded, replaced by silence. He glanced at Hermione again, offering her a soft smile. "Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick have dealt with the last of the monsters," he said reassuringly. "Everything's going to be all right." But it wasn't just the professor's battle that caught his attention through his magical sense. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, accompanied by frantic calls. "Hermione! Hermione, where are you? Hermione, there's a troll in the castle. We've come to get you out of here." Maverick glanced at the girl, raising an eyebrow. "Looks like you have some incredible friends, Ms. Granger." Hermione turned her head, lost for words, as the frantic shouts grew louder. She immediately recognized their voices, but it only made her confused. Why were they calling for her? Why were they rushing to her aid? Didn't they despise her? Weren't they the ones who had mocked her, ridiculing her for having no friends? Then, in the next moment, she saw Harry and Ron running desperately toward her. They skidded to a stop when they saw her, but their eyes immediately went wide as they took in the sight of the massive green creature, now bound tightly in chains, and the scene of Maverick's masterfully done transfiguration. Wicked. Chapter 75, Hallows Eve Chaos IV, CH 95. Hermione. Hermione, where are you? Two young wizards in Gryffindor uniforms sprinted through the dimly lit corridors, their faces showing a mix of worry and fear. Their hurried footsteps echoed against the stone walls as they exchanged anxious glances, neither daring to slow down or speak. Boom. Crash. Boom. They froze mid-step, the tremors and thunderous impacts ahead causing their stomachs to churn. The vibrations came from the direction they were headed, growing louder with every step. Gulping, Ron whispered, "Harry, maybe we should turn around. That sounds like a battle and not the kind we want to walk into." Harry hesitated for only a moment before shaking his head firmly. "No, we have to find Hermione. We have to rescue her and apologize." "But..." "No buts, Ron," Harry cut him off, already moving again. Come on. Reluctantly, Ron followed, gripping his wand tightly as they ran through the corridors, calling out Hermione's name. Whatever's happening up ahead, it sounds like it stopped, Harry said, breathing heavily after running for so long. Their voices echoed off the empty stone walls until they rounded the final corner. There she was. But their focus was on her for only a brief moment before their eyes were drawn to the hulking green creature nearby. A towering figure bound tightly in thick, gleaming chains, lying motionless on the floor. Wicked, Ron's jaw dropped as he took in the scene, the word slipping out before he could stop himself. It was hard to tell if it was out of fear or amazement. A brief silence passed until Hermione. Harry's voice rang out as he finally took in the miserable state of the little witch from his house. He rushed over, with Ron trailing a step behind, and came to a halt near Maverick, who was crouched beside her. At this time, Hermione's brain was trying to figure out the big question of why they were here. So she asked directly, albeit barely audible from the exhaustion. "Harry, Ronald, what are you doing here?" she asked weakly, attempting to push herself up. However, Maverick placed a gentle but firm hand on her shoulder, stopping her. "Stay put until Madame Pomfrey arrives to take you to the hospital wing," he said firmly, leaving no room for argument. He could, of course, continue treating her himself, and in fact, he had already addressed the most serious injuries, preventing them from worsening. However, proper treatment would take time, and with an accomplished school healer on the way, there was no need for him to handle it further. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were momentarily lost in thought, unsure of how to answer Hermione's question. They glanced at each other, their eyes darting between Maverick and Hermione, searching for the right words to say. They knew very well that their earlier comments had hurt her, but being barely teenagers, it wasn't in their nature to openly confess. They might try to make up for it with actions, even risky ones, like coming here, but admitting their mistakes aloud was something they found far more difficult. Maverick stayed silent, observing the moment. He knew this was a pivotal point in the trio's relationship, and they had to handle it themselves. And sure enough, it didn't take long before Harry stepped up. "We're sorry, Hermione," Harry said, his voice sincere. "I know we've been mean, saying those things after class today, and even before that." "Yeah, Hermione, we're sorry about everything," Ron added, albeit a bit awkwardly, but his tone carried genuine regret. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, genuine surprise. Perhaps this was the first time anyone had ever apologized to her for treating her poorly. Maverick smiled inwardly, pleased to see the events unfold in a way that mirrored the story he knew. Still, he decided to push them a little further. He straightened up and looked at the two boys, his expression adopting a sterner, professor-like demeanor. "That still doesn't explain why you're here," he said. "Did Professor Dumbledore not give clear instructions on what to do in a dangerous situation like this? Instead, you disregarded the headmaster's orders and ran all the way here. Why?" Ron, unable to hold his tongue, blurted out, though timidly, "But we came to rescue Hermione. We were worried she might have to face the troll by herself." Maverick raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ron's audacity. Even Harry turned to look at his friend, eyebrows raised in disbelief. But Ron seemed unbothered, standing by his words. Before Maverick could respond, Hermione's voice broke through, shaky but filled with emotion. You both came for me?" she asked, her eyes welling up with tears. The boys looked at her, both nodding silently, unsure what to say. Before the moment could linger further, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. All of them turned their heads. Coming around the corner was a group of adults: the headmaster, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey. They all walked with urgency, stopping in their tracks when they saw the scene before them. "Merlin's beard," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his voice filled with shock as his eyes landed on the massive green creature. "That's a bloody ogre." And not a second later came the sharp, reprimanding call of the stern deputy headmistress. "Phileas!" That was all she needed to say, and the charms professor immediately straightened up, knowing exactly what she meant. Apologies," Flitwick muttered sheepishly. Before another word could be exchanged, Madame Pomfrey rushed past them, her robes billowing behind her, and quickly crouched beside Maverick, her focus entirely on Hermione. "My dear child, let me take a look at you," she said gently, her voice soft but firm. There was no need for her to ask if Hermione was all right. One look at the girl told her everything she needed to know. As the healer began casting diagnostic charms, Maverick spoke up, providing her with a quick report. "I've taken care of the internal and external bleeding. She has multiple puncture wounds and debris embedded in her skin that still need to be removed. I also cast a pain-relieving charm on her to ease her discomfort." Pomfrey didn't respond immediately, her attention fixed on her spellwork. A faint glow surrounded Hermione as the diagnostic spell took effect. When the light finally faded, she looked at Maverick with visible appreciation. "Thank you, Professor Caesar. You've done exceptional work on her," she said warmly. Though her tone was sincere, she chose her words carefully. There was no need to emphasize the severity of the girl's injuries in front of Hermione herself. Maverick gave a small nod, then stood to give Pomfrey more space to work. "Your timely actions have saved Miss Granger, Professor Caesar," Dumbledore said, his calm voice carrying a note of gratitude looking at Maverick. "I cannot thank you enough." Maverick gave a modest shake of his head. "It is my duty, Professor," he replied simply, his gaze turning to Hermione, whose eyes, despite the pain she must still be enduring, sparkled with gratitude. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "And I must say, what a brave little lion she is, to have survived an ogre's attack." Before anyone could add anything, McGonagall's stern voice cut through the moment. Her sharp eyes had turned to the two boys standing guiltily nearby. "Speaking of, what, in Merlin's name, are you two doing here instead of following the prefects as you were instructed?" Harry and Ron stiffened, their eyes darting nervously to each other, then back to the deputy headmistress. It was clear from their faces that they hadn't quite prepared an answer for this moment. Before Harry or Ron could stammer out a response, Hermione spoke up, her voice trembling but determined. "Professor McGonagall, it was my fault," she said. All heads turned to her as she tried to sit up, but Madame Pomfrey gently pushed her back down. "Lie still, girl, you've been through enough," Pomfrey said sharply, though her touch was gentle. Hermione obliged, but her words didn't stop. They continued, though her voice was much softer now. "I read about mountain trolls in Fantastic Beasts. I thought I could handle one if I ever saw it. Harry and Ron tried to stop me. They came after me too, to help." Her words hung in the air. While her explanation seemed sincere, none of the adults were fooled. It was clear she was trying to take the blame. Maverick, standing to one side, observed silently, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The events had unfolded just as he'd anticipated. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze shifted between the three students. "Is that so?" Her voice was calm, but laced with suspicion. Harry stepped forward, emboldened by Hermione's initiative. "Yes, Professor," he said firmly. "Ron and I didn't think it was safe for Hermione to be alone, so we went after her." Ron nodded vigorously, though his voice wavered. "We couldn't leave her, Professor. She's our friend." McGonagall's expression softened ever so slightly, but her tone remained strict. "That was reckless. You could have been injured or worse." "But we weren't," Harry argued. "We just couldn't let her face it alone. That's why we came. Besides, Professor Caesar took care of the monster before we even got here." Hermione blinked back tears, touched by his words. Dumbledore, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward. "It seems Miss Granger has found herself some very loyal friends," he said, his blue eyes twinkling. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. "Loyalty is commendable, Headmaster, but their actions could have led to disaster." She turned back to the boys. "Don't even think for a second that you would have been a match for a troll, let alone an ogre. 10 points each from Gryffindor for disobedience." "And 10 points each to Gryffindor for bravery," Maverick interjected, smiling and giving a wink to the children. Harry and Ron stared at him in surprise. McGonagall huffed but relented. "And 10 points to Miss Granger for her honesty," she added, though it was clear she didn't believe the story. Maverick's small smile widened as he watched the trio exchange uncertain but grateful glances. They'd just taken their first steps toward the unshakable bond they were destined to share. Madame Pomfrey clapped her hands briskly. "That's enough excitement for one evening. Miss Granger, I'll levitate you to the hospital wing. Relax and let me handle it. Hermione nodded, finally allowing herself to lean back. You two should go with her, Maverick said to Harry and Ron. Make sure you're checked over as well. The boys nodded and followed as Madame Pomfrey carefully levitated Hermione from the room. The moment they were gone, the atmosphere shifted. The remaining adults exchanged somber looks. Dumbledore broke the silence. Professor Caesar, can you explain what happened here? We've dealt with the other creatures and discovered they were under the Imperious curse. Someone led them here intentionally. Maverick nodded, gesturing to the unconscious ogre. I'm not sure this one was under the Imperious, but... He recounted the events clearly and concisely, how Hermione had been attacked, how she had barely avoided harm, and how he'd stepped in to handle the situation. Snape's cold voice cut through the explanation. And why, pray tell, did you not kill the creature outright? Maverick raised an eyebrow. If you're asking why I didn't use the killing curse, it's because I chose not to. I had full confidence in my abilities to subdue it without resorting to that. Severus, really? McGonagall snapped. We do not encourage the use of unforgivable curses, even in situations like this. Flitwick nodded in agreement. Your handling of the situation was remarkable, Professor Caesar. No magus I know could have managed such a feat. Maverick inclined his head slightly in thanks, but then glanced between them. I suppose this is as good a time as any to clarify something. I am not, as many assume, a magus. I am a great magus, the same rank as the four of you. McGonagall and Dumbledore showed no outward reaction, clearly having suspected this for some time. Flitwick, however, was stunned, his jaw dropped. A great magus? At your age, Merlin's beard, you must be the youngest in history. Maverick chuckled softly. I've earned a few youngest ever titles, Professor Flitwick, no need to make a fuss. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. If you're so accomplished, why hide it? Or is there some other reason you've come to Hogwarts? One that has yet to be revealed. Severus Snape, that is quite enough. McGonagall's voice was sharp as a whip. Indeed, Dumbledore said, his tone firm. I was the one who chose to bring Professor Caesar here, and I stand by that decision. Maverick's expression turned cold as he addressed Snape. You question my motives, Severus, yet you're the one with a murky past. A former Death Eater questioning me? How rich. Snape's face darkened, his hand twitching toward his wand. Maverick's voice dropped, colder than ice. Go on, try it, I dare you. Before anyone could react, a wave of raw magical energy rippled through the room. The debris scattered around the corridor began to rise, defying gravity. The pressure was suffocating, but Maverick's control was impeccable. Only Snape felt the full brunt of it. Snape gritted his teeth, sweat forming on his brow. Slowly, one knee buckled, forcing him to the ground. I am Maverick Caesar, he said, his voice steady and commanding. Remember that. A master alchemist and a powerful mage here to teach. I have no ulterior motives, but I won't tolerate baseless accusations from you. That is enough, Dumbledore's voice rang out, and with a wave of his hand, the oppressive magic vanished. Both of you return to your offices. Minerva and I will handle matters here. Dumbledore sighed inwardly. How in Merlin's name had the discussion turned out like this so quickly? Maverick gave Snape one last cold glance before nodding to Dumbledore. Without saying another word, he turned and walked away. He was eager to leave, and besides, he had no interest in getting caught up in trying to figure out how or why trolls and an ogre had managed to get into Hogwarts. After all, that was obvious to him already. And he was pretty sure Dumbledore knew this already as well, but at the same time, he knew the old man wouldn't do a damn thing about Quirrell either. It seemed Dumbledore was still the same when it came to arranging little Harry's life. Tusk, tusk, poor little Potter. He silently took half a second to mourn the little lion's future troubles. As he made his way to his office, his thoughts turned back to the night's battle. One thing was certain, his great magus-level magic alone was not enough. He was still weak. The ogre's physical strength had opened his eyes, reminding him once again that this world wasn't just one of wizards and magic. His future opponents might not be as magically powerful as he was, but they could excel in other areas. Physical strength, or even supernatural abilities like mutants, some of which were like bugs in their own right. His eyes narrowed, determination settling in. The coming weekend would bring other schools and their deans to Hogwarts. Before then, he needed to make an upgrade. Chapter 76, Awakening CH96. The events of the Halloween feast had left Maverick with a renewed sense of determination. The chaos had been a wake-up call, and he decided there would be no more waiting. It was time to push forward and achieve the breakthrough to the rank of Archmagus. By September, just before the start of the school year, he had accumulated over 2,500 points, and his magical energy was nearing 8,000 units. Now, 2 months later, when his points had climbed to over 3,100, giving him an additional 1,000 points to use even after breakthrough, there was no reason to postpone any longer. But reaching the Archmagus rank was very different from advancing from Magus to Great Magus. According to the system's notes on rank promotion, the process would affect every wizard below the rank of Archmagus over a wide range, and this meant the consequences could be devastating for those 2 ranks below, like the children at Hogwarts, due to the volatile magic that would inevitably leak during the process. That was why he had chosen a remote location, one of the most isolated mountains in the world, Mount Xuanhuan. The tallest peak in the Altai Mountains of Mongolia, it towers over 14,000 feet and lies close to the border with China. Its glaciers, steep slopes, and extreme altitude make it one of the most inaccessible places on Earth, a challenge to reach without meticulous preparation. It had been his choice for some time now. So on that very same night, he left Hogwarts, and a few apparitions later, he arrived here, though the sun was already up because of the different time zone. He first scanned the area for any nearby climbers, and only after flying over the peak and scouting a radius of over 10 kilometers to ensure no humans were nearby, did he finally begin. He found a large, stable rock free of snow to sit on, and without hesitation, began adding points to his magical energy, watching as the system processed each increase seamlessly. It wasn't until the system prompted him to continue from 9,999 units that he paused. With a nod, he selected yes, and the system did its work. The sensation that followed was similar to the one he had felt when integrating the Philosopher's Stone's extraordinary characteristic, an itchy, irritating feeling as if his body was being altered on a cellular level. He knew his body was evolving into a higher form of life, but with each passing minute, the irritation grew more intense. Thankfully, it wasn't unbearable, but that was only what was happening inside him. As time passed, violent bursts of magic erupted from his body at irregular intervals, causing the thick layers of snow around the rock where he sat to shift with each surge. At times, the snow swirled in the air, lifted by unseen forces before being blasted away in an instant, or simply levitated, suspended in midair around him. The magical energy around him was as wild as a storm, reacting unpredictably with the physical matter near him. And even if it didn't physically affect more distant areas, as the system had noted, there was still an invisible pressure within a dozen kilometers radius around him. From a distance, he appeared like a wavering mirage, the energy radiating from his body distorting the air in ripples, as though the space around him had been trapped in the shimmering haze of a scorching midday sun. Even the sky, once clear with barely a cloud in sight before his arrival, had transformed within an hour of the promotion process, as dark clouds gathered unnaturally overhead, now twisting into a spiraling vortex. While all this was happening, Maverick sat firmly in his position with his eyes closed and brows furrowed, focusing solely on the breakthrough. However, the persistent pain and whatever changes were happening to him made it clear, from the beads of sweat covering his face despite the biting cold, that the process was far from pleasant. Time stretched on, the sun climbed higher as the unnatural phenomenon persisted, but as it reached its peak, the swirling clouds above began to disperse. The snowstorm-like chaos, stirred by the volatile magic around Maverick, gradually subsided before fading into calm. Maverick let out a long exhale. That was scary. Yes, scary. Maverick could safely say he had never felt that kind of pain in either of his 2 lives. He was powerful, yes, and one of the most formidable magic users in the world, but until now, he had never experienced such persistent pain. And just before everything had calmed down, It felt like he was being pierced by countless needles all over his body. Yet somehow, he had managed to stay conscious throughout it all. But contrary to how tired he should have been, exhausted from enduring such agony for hours, he felt nothing like it. Instead, he felt invigorated, more rejuvenated than he had ever been. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he noticed was the snow spread out over a large area, with him at the center like a crater. He stood up on his feet and, like always, first conjured a mirror to check for any visible changes to his appearance. But there was nothing. No changes at all. With a sigh, he dispelled the magic and then felt his body. Powerful? Yes, that was the feedback his brain gave. It's common knowledge that the more magical energy you have, the more powerful the spells you cast will be. And he was someone who could see magical energy as a numerical figure, able to attest to this as a fact. Right now, he felt that his magical energy was far greater than it had been yesterday. Finally, he focused on the multiple notification prompts from his system. Body adaptation complete. Rank up, Great Magus Archmagus. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Archmagus. Magical energy, 19,862 plus. Points, 1,092. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Extraordinary characteristics. Excellent grade spellcasting. Excellent grade independent expanded dimension. Excellent grade flight. Excellent grade vitality. Talents. Magical energy manipulation, Master Plus. Magical sense, Master Plus. Spatial rift, Advanced Plus. Dominant spirit, Advanced Plus. Nature energy manipulation, Beginner Plus. Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Alchemy, Advanced Plus. Potions, Intermediate Plus. Spells. Acquired Master Proficiency. Fiendfare Plus, Illusio Lunam Lectorum Plus. Acquired Advanced Proficiency. The system confirmed that he had now stepped into the rank of Archmagus, but upon taking a second glance at the magical energy value, he was truly surprised. When he had advanced from Magus to Great Magus, the increase had been 2,000 or 3,000 units of magical energy, but this time, the value had doubled, from 10,000 to nearly 20,000. And he could feel that number in every fiber of his being. It wasn't just about becoming twice as powerful, it was an all-around improvement. Not only was his magic stronger, but his body and spirit also felt significantly more powerful. Right now, he felt as if he could take on 5 of his earlier self, and he had been no ordinary Great Magus even back at that rank. Next, he turned his attention to the other changes and observed that some of his talents had advanced in proficiency rank. As his teacher Edward had once mentioned, achieving the rank of Archmagus brought significant improvements in the control over mana or magical energy. The talents he had acquired upon advancing to Magus, magical energy manipulation and magical sense, had now both reached master proficiency. Maverick decided to test his newfound mastery, spreading his magical sense to its maximum output. His eyes widened involuntarily as he realized the range had increased not just 2 or 3 times, but many, many times. He could now sense the entirety of Mount Kuin and even parts of the surrounding peaks in the Altai mountain range. Before, he had to fly around just to cover a 15-kilometer radius with his senses, but now that range was easily encompassed from where he stood. Not only that, the level of detail was far sharper. There were no words to truly describe the difference, but to put it simply, it felt as though his perspective had been upgraded from 720p to 4K. Incredible, he couldn't help but mutter, as a smile tugged his lips with the newfound ability. Then, just as he had with magical sense, he tested the power of magical energy manipulation. It, too, had received a significant boost. He could now conjure or materialize pure magic with ease, just as he had seen his teacher do, like it was second nature. Am I becoming a Dragon Ball character? He mused to himself, watching the ball of pure magic he had effortlessly materialized. After a while of testing the 2 talents' new capabilities, he finally focused on the new talent he had acquired. Yes, it was only 1, and unlike the last times he had ranked up and acquired 2, this time there was only 1. A bug, he thought, Where's the button to contact customer service? Shouldn't I get 2 talents instead of 1? He complained inwardly, but the system made no reaction. Sigh. He then refocused on the new talent, nature energy manipulation, to see if he could understand anything. Nature energy, nature energy. Is it another type of energy like magic? Unfortunately, no matter how much he racked his brain over it, the talent was at the beginner-level proficiency, and he couldn't make heads or tails of it. But this situation was nothing for a systematic cheater like him. Without hesitation, he brought up the system menu and decisively added 110 points to the new talent, advancing it from beginner to intermediate, then directly to advanced proficiency. Immediately, his mind was flooded with the talent's information, everything from its nature to its various uses. But it wasn't just his mind. His entire being adjusted to it, as if years of experience with the talent had been compressed into a single moment. As a powerful archmagus with a mind and body far stronger than any regular wizard, he felt no discomfort. There was only a brief tingling sensation for a second before his eyes opened, fully absorbing the knowledge and experience. He hummed, tapping his finger on his chin, mulling over the newfound power. Do I have to fight some evil fire lord now? He thought with amusement. Yes, the new talent, nature energy manipulation, granted him control over the 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth. Moreover, from the knowledge and experience he had just absorbed from the system, it seemed that this ability wasn't tied to magic. Instead, it felt more like a superpower, a natural force that operated outside the realm of traditional spellcasting. What did this mean? Essentially, even if he encountered a situation where magic was suppressed, such as an enchanted space designed to block magic, he could still rely on this power. Looking around, he slowly levitated off the rock where he stood and focused his attention on it. With a smooth gesture, he raised his hand and willed the change to happen. The large rock, which should have weighed tons, floated effortlessly into the air, then began to dismantle and reshape like a Lego creation. With the sound of crunching noises, within seconds, the rock had transformed into a perfect cube, smooth as polished ceramic. He willed the cube to descend, and with a loud thud, it landed back on the ground. The changes resembled transfiguration, but unlike transfiguration, this transformation would be permanent. First, he hadn't altered the elemental structure of the rock, and second, he hadn't used magic to change the shape. He had manipulated the earth itself. That meant he could control not just rocks, but also sand, mud, cement, and possibly even metal. There was so much for him to explore, not only with earth, but with the other elements as well. The most important thing, however, was that with this talent, nature energy manipulation, he would be the only archmagus to possess such control. Like the other talents, it typically took an additional rank advancement for wizards to begin understanding the power of a newly acquired ability. The smirk on Maverick's lips widened into a full grin. This new power, along with the other enhancements he had received from breaking through to Archmagus, was immensely satisfying. Moreover, he knew he would uncover even more about these abilities with time. There should be no mage in this world who can take me down now, not if I play all my trump cards. With that thought, Maverick vanished from the spot. However, what he didn't realize was that his newly amplified magical senses had failed to detect 5 mysterious figures hovering above the mountain, watching his every move since the start of his breakthrough. The little guy left so quickly, a woman's voice said, calm yet laced with intrigue. She was tall and stunning, her beauty akin to that of a fairy. Long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a simple white top paired with black jeans. Around her neck hung a silver necklace featuring the head of a raven with a gem embedded in its eye. Interesting how he managed to master the element of earth so quickly after breaking through, added a man's voice. He was clad in wizarding robes, but his wrist bore a silver bracelet shaped like a serpent, with the same kind of gem embedded in its eye. Is it sheer genius? Ha, jealous he's more of a genius than you? Came a deep, mocking laugh, belonging to a bulky man with a commanding presence. Dressed in casual attire with a golden fur coat draped over his shoulders like a lion's mane, his golden hair gleamed under the light. A sword hung at his waist, its hilt shaped into a lion's head with a gem embedded in its eyes. "Can you, for once, not turn everything into a contest?" Another woman interjected with a sigh. She was dressed in a unique blend of modern and wizarding fashion. Like the first woman, she radiated beauty, but her necklace featured a simple gemstone without any additional designs. "Let us leave," the final figure spoke, his tone authoritative yet calm. He stood at the front, appearing to be their leader. Though slightly older in appearance than the others, he exuded an air of command. His attire was a sleek mix of wizarding robes and a tailored suit, with a luxurious coat draped over his shoulders. "Supreme, is it all right if we make contact with him now? After all, he is," the first woman began, but the leader cut her off with a firm tone. "It is not yet time. He's still far too weak and far too inexperienced. You may approach him, but under no circumstances are you to reveal your identities." The leader paused, his expression turning contemplative, then added, "However, if he manages to figure it out on his own, that's another story." The group nodded in unison at his command, before vanishing into thin air, just as Maverick had moments earlier. Chapter 77, The Tournament Begins Ch 97. The week passed without much fanfare, though the castle buzzed with activity as preparations for the inter-school Quidditch tournament continued. Maverick, meanwhile, carried on with his lessons as usual, teaching alchemy to the first years and Muggle science to the sixth years. Outside of his teaching duties, he was preoccupied with the tournament organizing committee, working tirelessly to ensure every detail was perfect for the arrival of the visiting schools. After all, this was his proposed event, and he was intent on making it flawless. As for his recent advancement in rank, he hadn't mentioned it to anyone, though he no longer had any intention of concealing his strength either. And so, time slipped quietly by, and before anyone realized it, the first Saturday of November arrived. Morning broke with the sun casting a golden glow through the clouds above the towering spires of the castle. The grounds sparkled with a light frost, the air was cool and damp, and it carried the faint scent of pine drifting from the forbidden forest. The great hall, already alive with the hum of students enjoying their breakfast, felt different today. It seemed larger, grander, as though the very walls had stretched to accommodate more, and rightly so for such an occasion. 3 extra-long tables had been added, their polished surfaces gleaming under the enchanted ceiling, which mirrored the cloudy sky outside. The usual house banners had been replaced with the unified colors of Hogwarts, and the room was a buzz of eager anticipation. Over at the staff table, a similar scene unfolded, with additional space seemingly added in preparation for the event. However, a few professors were notably absent. Dumbledore, Maverick, and Professor McGonagall were nowhere to be seen. The morning air was sharp and cold near the Great Lake, the surface of the water rippling faintly under a light breeze. 3 figures stood by the shore, their breaths forming soft white clouds in the chill. The lake lay still, its surface reflecting the pale sky like a polished mirror. Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes swept across the horizon, his hands clasped behind his back in quiet contemplation. Beside him, Maverick stood with his usual calm demeanor, and McGonagall, ever practical, adjusted her emerald robes and stole a quick glance at her wrist watch. "They should be arriving any moment now," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying a note of quiet excitement. "I do hope the arrangements are to their liking." "I'm sure they will be, Albus," McGonagall replied briskly, "though I must say I'll be glad when the formalities are over." Maverick let out a low chuckle as he watched the deputy headmistress looking nervous. But who could blame her? Hogwarts' reputation was on the line, and this was her beloved school. It wasn't every day they welcomed guests from other institutions. "Everything should go smoothly," he said at last, turning his head toward her with a reassuring smile. Just then, a faint ripple of magic stirred the air, drawing their attention as all 3 turned their heads in unison. In the distance, the sky seemed to rip open, the edges stretching wider and wider until they formed a vast, gaping rift, its surface an inky black void. The 3 of them showed no outward reaction, merely waiting expectantly. But they all had a pretty good guess as to who it might be. After all, only Hogwarts and Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic had archmagi as their headmasters. And sure enough, not long after that, a magnificent carriage emerged from within the rift, drawn by a team of majestic winged horses. It descended slowly and gracefully, its silver and blue colors gleaming in the light. The Beauxbatons Academy of Magic's crest was proudly displayed on the side, unmistakable for all to see. The carriage landed softly on the grass, and moments later, the doors opened to reveal a towering, striking woman, Olympe Maxime. Maverick's expression remained calm, though he couldn't help recalling their less-than-pleasant previous encounter. This time, however, he didn't feel the same tension. Things had changed considerably since then. With regal poise, she stepped out, her presence as elegant and commanding as ever. She wore a stunning gown, the fabric shimmering faintly in the light, with intricate lace detailing along the edges. Over her shoulders, a luxurious velvet coat draped elegantly, its deep blue hue contrasting beautifully with the silver embroidery that traced its seams. The coat flowed gracefully behind her as she moved, completing her sophisticated and imposing appearance. Behind Maxime, the Beauxbaton students disembarked in an elegant procession, a mix of boys and girls dressed in sleek, pale blue uniforms that shimmered in the morning light. Among them was a young witch who Maverick was almost certain was Fleur de Lacre. He could sense the Vila magic the moment she stepped out, but to someone like him, it didn't matter in the slightest. Still, she stood out even among such a distinguished crowd, her elegance and composure clear for all to see. But she didn't seem to be part of the Quidditch team. Instead, she appeared to be simply accompanying the half-giant witch. Maverick had read somewhere that de Lacre was Maxime's direct apprentice, much like how he was to Edward. The towering witch and her students approached the trio, her eyes fixed on the headmaster. As she reached him, her expression softened into a warm smile. "Albus," she greeted, her voice smooth with a melodic French accent. "A pleasure seeing you again." "The pleasure is mine, Olympe," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling with his characteristic warmth. "Welcome to Hogwarts." He then turned slightly and gestured to the two standing beside him. "May I introduce Professor McGonagall and Professor Maverick, the heart and the brains behind all of this, as I mentioned in our meeting months ago." Madame Maxime inclined her head gracefully. "A pleasure seeing you again as well, Minerva," she said, glancing at McGonagall first before finally settling her gaze on Maverick. "So, you are the man causing such a stir all over the wizarding world recently," she continued, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sized him up with both her gaze and her magic. "Mr. Caesar? Oh, no, it should be Master Caesar." Maverick didn't flinch and smiled naturally, his expression calm. "A pleasure, speaker. Welcome to Hogwarts." "I cannot sense any magic from you, monsieur," Maxime remarked, her tone both curious and probing. She tilted her head, her eyes studying him intently as though trying to read something beyond his calm exterior. "Professor Caesar has always been like this," Olympe, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. "He has exceptional control over magic and a habit of keeping it suppressed at all times." He shot Maverick a knowing glance before turning his attention back to the visiting headmistress. Maxime briefly glanced at Dumbledore when he spoke, then turned her attention back to Maverick. A wide, unreadable smile spread across her face. "The pleasure is mine, young genius," she said smoothly, without missing a beat. "If you ever consider changing employers, Beauxbaton's doors are always open to you." Cough. Dumbledore quickly turned to McGonagall and said, "Minerva, would you kindly escort Principal Maxime and her students to the Great Hall for breakfast? We wouldn't want the students to think we've forgotten our manners," Dumbledore said, glancing at his deputy with a knowing look. "Of course," McGonagall replied, stepping forward promptly. Fortunately, no other interruptions occurred, and Maxime seemed to have set aside her curiosity for the time being. The reason Maverick suppressed his magic, despite deciding not to hide his strength any longer, was simple. He didn't want to cause a scene. He wasn't sure how Maxime would react if she sensed his magical signature, and he was certain she would recognize it as belonging to Bloodraven. For now, discretion seemed the wiser choice. And so, the Beauxbatons delegation arrived first, and McGonagall led them to the Great Hall, where preparations were already in full swing for all the visiting schools to enjoy breakfast together. No sooner had they departed than another surge of magic filled the air. This time, it came from two directions at once. From the north, a massive, ornate sleigh appeared, gliding over the ground as though pulled by invisible forces. It was Tgthegood, the Russian school of magic. The sleigh was adorned with intricate carvings and glowed faintly with runes, its arrival accompanied by the faint sound of bells. The students, clad in fur-lined robes, stepped out with an air of quiet confidence, their headmaster, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick beard, leading the way. Simultaneously, from the south, the Durmstrang delegation arrived in dramatic fashion. A massive ship rose from the depths of the lake, its dark sails billowing ominously in the breeze. As the ship glided toward the shore, it docked with a low, creaking sound, and the students began to disembark. They wore heavy crimson robes that looked almost militaristic, marching down the gangplank with the kind of precision that made it clear they had been trained for discipline. At their head stood Igor Karkaroff, a figure Maverick instantly recognized. Karkaroff was the headmaster of Durmstrang, but he was also, as Maverick recalled, a self-serving, opportunistic coward and a former Death Eater who had once followed Voldemort during his reign. However, that was the story from the original timeline, and Maverick wasn't sure how much of it applied here. Regardless, it didn't matter, because he sensed the man to be only at a mediocre Great Magus level, not even close to peak, like McGonagall. He watched as the man approached Dumbledore, and beside him was the dean of the other school. They both came to a stop at the same time in front of Dumbledore and him. Albus, Karkaroff greeted first, his voice smooth but carrying a hint of formality. "It has been too long." "Indeed it has, Igor," Dumbledore replied warmly. "Welcome to Hogwarts, and you as well, Victor." He turned to the Tgthegood's headmaster and greeted the same. The man's name was Victor Volkov. Like Karkaroff, he was a great magus, but Maverick could sense that his magical power far surpassed Karkaroff's. What made Victor Volkov particularly notable, however, was his lineage. He was the younger brother of Russia's only archmagus, Alexei Volkov. The Russian Marquis responded to Dumbledore's greeting with a polite, deep, and accented voice. "A pleasure," he responded courteously. Dumbledore gestured to Maverick. "This is Professor Maverick. He has been instrumental in organizing this tournament." Volkov and Karkaroff both acknowledged Maverick with polite nods. A master alchemist was a master alchemist, after all, and both men understood the significance of such a title. The respect and courtesy they showed seemed genuine, if brief, before their attention shifted back to Dumbledore. "Shall we proceed to the Great Hall?" Dumbledore suggested with a twinkle in his eye. "I'm sure all the students are eager to refresh after their journeys." At Dumbledore's words, both Volkov and Karkaroff nodded in agreement, and the group began to move together, heading towards the grand doors of Hogwarts. Chapter 78. The Tournament Begins, ch. 98. The guests from the three schools were soon led to the Great Hall, which had been transformed into a stunning display of warmth and hospitality. 3 additional long tables, placed alongside the usual 4, had been arranged for the visiting schools. Despite the added seating, the Great Hall did not feel crowded. Thanks to the use of impressive space-expanding magic, it had been enlarged to comfortably accommodate everyone. The Beauxbaton students, in their elegant blue uniforms, sat together, quietly observing the hall with polite curiosity. The Durmstrang students, dressed in heavy crimson robes, stood out with their strict and disciplined demeanor. In contrast, the Tgthegood students, wearing deep forest green cloaks trimmed with silver, sat with a relaxed confidence, their easy grace giving the impression that nothing here could faze them. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts students whispered excitedly among themselves, stealing glances at the newcomers. The hall was alive with energy as some students speculated in hushed tones about the visitors' skills and reputations, while others marveled at their unique attire and distinctive mannerisms. It had been years since an event like this had taken place. In the past, the Triwizard Tournament was the only occasion that brought the schools together, but it had been cancelled due to its many dangers, and no one knew when or if it would resume again. Once everyone seemed settled, Dumbledore stood from his seat and raised his hands, gently signaling for silence. "Friends, students, and esteemed guests," Dumbledore said, his gaze sweeping across the room, pausing for a moment on each delegation. "It is with great joy that we welcome our visitors from Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, Durmstrang Institute, and Koldovstoret's School of Magic. Today marks the beginning of an exciting event, one that will celebrate not only our differences, but the bonds that tie us together as a magical community. His eyes twinkled as he added, "Let us embrace the opportunity to learn from one another and make new memories during our time together." The old wizard kept his speech short, warmly welcoming the visiting schools and extending Hogwarts hospitality, while explaining how the visiting students would join Hogwarts classes and the efforts made to ensure they felt comfortable and settled within the castle. A ripple of applause spread through the hall following the headmaster's welcoming speech, and the stage was then handed over to Maverick, who was set to explain the details of the tournament. And Maverick ensured his speech covered every important detail, now that all the schools and their headmasters were gathered in one place. He began with a quick overview of the tournament structure, explaining how the games would be played and outlining how the winners of each round would move on to the next stage. He repeated the details already shared with the Hogwarts students, stressing the schedule. The first round would feature 6 games, starting today, with 1 game held each day after that. He also mentioned that the next group stage would take place in February, with the finals scheduled for May. Next, he talked about the changes made to the Quidditch Stadium to accommodate a larger audience. It wouldn't just be students from the participating schools watching the games, but also members of the public, including parents, scouts, and government officials. He reassured the crowd by highlighting the security arrangements. The British Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Department had been involved to ensure everyone's safety during the tournament. Multiple Aurors, both visible and covert, would be stationed around the stands to maintain security, with the protection of the students being the top priority. Maverick also addressed the safety of the spectators, especially regarding the risk of a bludger flying into the stands. To prevent accidents, alchemical protective charms had been placed on each stand, acting as invisible barriers. He then moved on to discuss the wider reach of the tournament. The games, he said, would be broadcast live across Europe, with Magic Vision donated to each of the participating schools so that students who couldn't be there could still watch in real time. Additionally, many major wizarding locations and public places would have Magic Vision sets installed, meaning that even the general public could watch from afar. Maverick also mentioned the involvement of several newspapers, whose staff would be covering the event. The games would be reported on and featured in the headlines, ensuring widespread coverage. He reminded everyone of the significance of the event, emphasizing once again that all of Wizarding Europe, and possibly even beyond, would be watching. As a professor at Hogwarts and the chair overseeing the tournament, he appealed to all students, not just those from Hogwarts, to show discipline and good sportsmanship throughout the competition. Finally, with a smile, Maverick informed everyone that the first game would take place that afternoon between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. He wished everyone the best of luck, adding, "May the best team win." After Maverick's detailed explanation, Dumbledore officially signaled the start of the grand feast. The Great Hall then brimmed with energy, more alive than ever, as students from all 4 schools, well, mostly those from Hogwarts, turned the welcome feast into a festive celebration. After breakfast, the guest schools and their students were guided to their dormitories and taken on tour of the castle. With Hogwarts being as vast as it was, there was no issue accommodating everyone comfortably. And since it was the weekend, there were no classes, giving everyone the chance to enjoy a little before the games began. As the appointed time for the opening ceremony approached, guests from the public began to arrive through the temporary flue points set up for the occasion, located just outside the castle and near the stadium. Security, personnel, and staff were stationed at these points, ensuring the smooth flow of visitors and guiding them to their designated seats in the stands. Most of the seats allocated to the public had been sold, though not all, which was understandable given that this was the first time an event like this was being held. However, the VIP section, designed for those who wanted to enjoy the games with added comfort and amenities, was fully booked, largely thanks to Maverick's effective marketing strategies. By the time the ceremony was set to begin, the stadium was already alive with excitement, the air buzzing with anticipation. However, instead of heading straight to his seat in the VIP stand with the headmasters, Maverick decided to visit the Hogwarts players' dressing room first to check on the team's energy. Before he even reached the door, he could hear Oliver Wood's booming voice echoing through the corridor, delivering a passionate speech to the team. Maverick paused for a moment, smiling at the sheer enthusiasm in the young captain's tone, and only entered after Wood's fiery pep talk concluded. Inside, the team and their coach, Stephen, turned their heads toward him. Maverick stepped in with a smile, giving the players an appreciative nod. "How's everyone feeling? Nervous, or are you all set for today?" he asked with a light tone. "Not nervous at all, Professor." Slytherin's seeker, Marcus Flint, patted his chest confidently. "I'll catch the snitch before their little sissy of a seeker even knows where it is." Wood stepped forward next with the confidence of a true captain. "We're ready, Professor, and I'll make sure no quaffle gets past me today." More students joined in, expressing their readiness, and finally, Coach Stevens spoke with a steady and reassuring tone. "They're ready, and I believe the kids will surprise everyone today." Maverick's smile widened as he looked at the Hogwarts team. He could feel their energy and determination radiating in the room. "I like the energy, everyone. Remember, teamwork is key, and above all, good luck. We're counting on you." With those words, he turned and left the dressing room, and headed straight to the VIP stands to join his colleagues. The headmasters, special invitees, and nearly all the guests who had booked their seats were already settled when Maverick arrived. At the very front, he saw the three deans engaged in an animated conversation, clearly soaking in the excitement emanating from the crowd. Next to them, in the same row, was the plump Minister of Magic he had met 2 years ago at Buckingham Palace, now chatting with another ministry official Maverick didn't recognize. As he walked past the seats, Maverick noticed the curious glances from the occupants. He recognized some of them, pureblood lords from prominent British families. Others, dressed in various aristocratic styles, were likely foreign nobles whose children were participating in the tournament. Maverick didn't ignore their gazes. Instead, he acknowledged each and everyone who met his eyes, and offered polite nods in return, before finally reaching his seat at the front next to Professor Dumbledore. The man of the hour finally graced us with his presence. As soon as he took his seat, he heard the alluring voice of the French headmistress, who sat just beyond Dumbledore on the other side. "This is one magnificent event you've arranged, monsieur. I can't believe you managed to fill up the stadium for the very first game." Maverick chuckled as he turned toward her. "This is the hard work of many people, Speaker. I can't take all the credit." "And very modest," she said with a playful smile. "Remember, my offer still stands." The old Hogwarts headmaster beside her twitched involuntarily at her words, but fortunately, Maverick's next words put him at ease. "I'm perfectly happy here at Hogwarts," Maverick said, looking at the woman steadily as he met her gaze without flinching. "Though I do appreciate the offer." Some of the occupants raised their brows. After all, he was speaking to an archmagus. Most wouldn't have the confidence to look her in the eye, let alone respond so casually. They took note of this little detail, and whether they saw it as confidence or arrogance, Maverick neither knew nor cared. "How much time until the opening ceremony begins, Professor?" Dumbledore asked, smoothly changing the subject. "Any minute now," Maverick replied. "We've chosen an incredible talent from Hogwarts to narrate the competition, and Professor McGonagall should be with him now, getting ready to start." It was true, rather than hiring a professional commentator, Maverick had decided to give the opportunity to a student. A third-year Gryffindor, Lee Jordan, had the perfect energy and talent for the role. Of course, he wouldn't be alone in it. Professor McGonagall would be there to supervise the boy and keep things in check. Chapter 79. The tournament begins CH 99. The stands exploded with cheers, applause mixing with the electric hum of excitement in the crisp autumn afternoon air. On the stage, a group of witches whirled and danced, their robes shimmering as they moved in perfect harmony to the lively beat of a Muggle song. "What is this music?" a wizard in the front row asked his companion as his foot tapped along to the rhythm without him realizing it. "No idea," the other replied, shrugging, "but it's good, isn't it?" Those of Muggle origins in the crowd exchanged knowing smiles, quietly enjoying the familiarity of the tunes. For everyone else, it was simply magical. The performance held them spellbound, and not one person seemed to care or even wonder where the music had come from. "This is brilliant," said a young witch sitting in the stands reserved for the public. Her eyes sparkled as she clapped along. "I'm glad we decided to buy tickets." Her companion, a stern-looking pureblood wizard in formal robes, frowned but kept watching. "It's unconventional," he muttered, "but not entirely unpleasant." The witches ended their performance with a final dazzling move. Golden sparks shot from their wands in perfect unison and lit up the stage like bright fireworks. The entire audience stood, and some even jumped to their feet as they whistled and cheering with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Unconventional or not," the young witch grinned, elbowing her companion, "you liked it." He gave a reluctant nod, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Perhaps." Among the crowd of spectators, inside the VIP box, Maverick spread his senses to listen to the various feedback and chuckled quietly to himself. He had purposely avoided using velas or the usual opening ceremony acts typically seen at events like this. Instead, he chose to use humans, well, in this case, some very good-looking witches, to kick off the competition with a stunning performance. The tunes he chose were, of course, from Muggle origins. Because quite frankly, Magicals had terrible, terrible taste in music, and his little gamble to use Muggle songs seemed to have been the right call indeed, judging by the reactions. The applause slowly died down as the performers exited the stage, and then Lee Jordan's voice echoed across the stadium. The first match of the competition. On one side, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, we have Team Hogwarts, and on the other side, all the way from the beautiful mountains of France, give it up for Team Beauxbatons. The crowd applauded for both teams, and after which, Lee Jordan announced the names of the players from each team one by one as they soared into the air. Not long after, the referee's whistle pierced the stadium, signaling the start of the game as the quaffle was released. From the very beginning, it was clear that Hogwarts had the upper hand. Their chasers flew in perfect unison, while the Beauxbatons team struggled to keep up as the quaffle moved seamlessly between their opponents. The results of Stephen's training had clearly paid off. Maverick might not be able to tell, but McGonagall and the other professors who had seen these students play before could clearly notice the difference. Most of all, it was the extremely well-coordinated teamwork among the players, who just a couple of months ago couldn't have possibly done this. "And that's another goal for Hogwarts." Lee Jordan's excited voice rang out. "Brilliant, brilliant, they've taken an early lead in just 10 minutes, 20-0 in favor of Hogwarts." The crowd roared as the Hogwarts players regrouped, ready for the next play. "Very impressive," remarked the Durmstrang headmaster, leaning back in his seat with a thoughtful expression. Dumbledore smiled at his counterpart, nodding slightly. He was genuinely pleased by the teamwork his students from different houses were showing, and was glad that he had agreed to Maverick's proposal for an event such as this. Who knew it would be a game of sport that would bring his school together in the same boat? The VIP stand where they all sat wasn't quiet either, as some of the players' parents, presumably ancient noble families, watched intently. Right now, they seemed to barely contain their calm demeanors, occasionally jumping to their feet or joining in the cheers and applause. After all, it was their children out on the field. Maxime, sitting quietly ever since the game began, raised an eyebrow, noticing something. She glanced at Dumbledore and Maverick with a smirk. "Your seeker seems to be taking things very easy. Isn't it because of the additional rule you set for this competition?" Maverick answered, "That rule was set to prevent the games from dragging on. 150 points scored before the snitch is caught to declare the winner is a fair rule for all teams." But he observed the boy in question. It was true. He could see that Marcus Flint had indeed been taking it easy, growing complacent with how easily Hogwarts was scoring. "You're right, he isn't trying very hard to locate the snitch." An hour into the game, Hogwarts scored yet another goal. The scoreboard now read 90-30, and the crowd, especially the Hogwarts students in the stands, erupted into cheers once more. "Hogwarts is dominating," Lee Jordan called out. With an hour into the game, they've already tripled the score of their opponents. As the match progressed, Marcus Flint, the Hogwarts seeker, relaxed more and more. It felt too easy, and his attention began to wander slightly. Unfortunately, that moment of carelessness proved costly. A bludger came hurtling toward him, smashing into his side before he could react. Flint let out a shout of pain, clutching his ribs as he wobbled on his broom, and the referee immediately blew the whistle, pausing the game. "Looks like Flint's taken a nasty hit," Lee Jordan announced. "That's going to hurt." From the VIP box, Maxime's lips twitched in faint amusement. "Your seeker had that one coming, Albus." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Perhaps, but that would serve him a lesson." Over the pitch, Flint seemed to recover quickly from the hit after Madame Pomfrey worked her magic. The game resumed with the referee's whistle, but Coach Stephen appeared to have other ideas. He called Potter to get ready, and 5 minutes later, Flint was replaced by Hogwarts substitute seeker, reluctantly returning to the bench. He didn't voice any arguments, and it became clear that Stephen's training wasn't the only thing respected by the players. His decisions carried weight as well. When Flint sat down, Stephen eyed him for a moment before asking sternly, "Do you know why I switched you out?" The Slytherin senior didn't answer right away, his head lowered and fists clenched under his robes. After a brief pause, he finally raised his head. "I was careless, Coach. I wasn't taking things seriously." "That's right. As the seeker, you're the last person who should behave that way," Stephen said sharply. "Just because there's a new rule about ending the game after 150 points doesn't mean you can forget what your job is. Even if the score were 140-0 against Hogwarts, your focus should be on catching the snitch. That's your damn job. No matter how confident you think your chances of winning are, you are not allowed to sit back and take it easy." Flint nodded silently, taking every word to heart. Though he was arrogant by nature, he held great respect for this famous Quidditch star who was now his coach. And Stephen saw this in Flint's expression, so after the scolding, his tone softened slightly. "The next game with Durmstrang won't be this easy. I need you at your best, so take this time to relax. The second reason I switched you out was to prevent you from sustaining a serious injury before then." The Slytherin captain's eyes lit up at that, and he nodded resolutely this time. "Thank you, Coach, and this won't happen again." Stephen gave him a firm nod before turning his attention back to the game. Years of professional Quidditch had honed his vision to near eagle-like precision, and his eyes locked onto the newcomer on the field. Harry Potter was darting around the pitch, frantically searching for the snitch while effortlessly dodging bludgers that were being, accidentally, sent his way. "Tusk, these kids are already starting to play dirty," Stephen thought to himself. Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the crowd at the decision to substitute a senior player for someone so much younger. The British in the stands, of course, knew exactly who Harry Potter was, but many of the international spectators were less familiar with him. Nonetheless, while Harry was widely recognized as the savior of wizarding Britain, he certainly wasn't seen as the savior of Quidditch. And stepping in as the substitute seeker, Harry Potter. But in any case, the moment Lee Jordan's announcement rang out, the crowd instinctively erupted into wild cheers. Harry, with a focused and determined expression, mounted his broom. Without hesitation, he shot into the air, ready to prove himself and turn the game around. "What a talented little guy," Maxime commented, her eyes following Harry's swift movements in the air. His flying skills were remarkable, and it wasn't just her who noticed. The entire audience seemed to share the same sentiment. This seemingly young substitute for the Hogwarts team was maneuvering through the skies with a level of skill that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his much older opponent. At the same time, some spectators, most likely scouts from professional Quidditch teams, began jotting down notes in their books, their eyes gleaming with interest. "Is he a descendant of Charlie?" Maxime asked, curious. Dumbledore nodded lightly, the last living Potter sadly. "What a pity," Maxime remarked after a pause. "A family that has produced at least one great magus in every generation, to die out all because of one madman." At her words, Karkaroff, seated just a few chairs away, stiffened. The mention of his old master by an archmage was enough to unnerve him, though he quickly tried to hide his reaction. However, his subtle discomfort did not go unnoticed by the others. Dumbledore, Maxime, and Maverick all caught the flicker of tension in his posture. But none of them said anything. Maverick, for one, didn't care, and it seemed neither did Dumbledore nor Maxime. To them, Karkaroff was just a small fish that had slipped away back then, and a little fish, no matter how squirmy, was still just a little fish. Time passed slowly, and the Hogwarts team inched closer to scoring the 150 points needed for victory. However, just after their 12th goal, bringing their total to 120 points, their seeker, Harry Potter, suddenly began displaying some unusual movements. "What the?" Harry murmured under his breath as his broomstick, which had been under his full control until now, started feeling as though something had latched onto it. He scanned his surroundings, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. "Whoa!" he yelped when his broom made a sudden, violent movement, veering left and right as if it had come alive and was trying to throw him off. Harry held on tightly with all his might, assuming it was a malfunction and trying desperately to regain control. "What's going on with the Hogwarts Seeker?" "I don't know, looks like he's lost control." "Tusk, figures, he's just a kid, not ready for the competitive stage yet." The crowd murmured in confusion, some scrutinizing the situation while others voiced their concern, as more people began to notice the abnormality with Harry's broomstick. However, the referee didn't blow the whistle to pause the game. He couldn't. According to the rules, unless the player was injured or separated from their broomstick, intervention wasn't permitted. The game continued, and this mishap seemed to breathe new life into the Beauxbatons team. They began pressing the Hogwarts players harder, gaining momentum as the Hogwarts team struggled to stay focused while constantly glancing at Harry. "Interesting," Maxime commented, her eyes narrowing in amusement as she watched the scene unfold. She turned to Dumbledore and Maverick. "Looks like someone nasty slipped through your security." Unlike most of the audience, the three archmagi in the VIP stand could sense the magic affecting Harry's broom. It wasn't a malfunction, and they knew it was a curse. "Aren't you going to pause the game, Albus?" Maxime asked. Instead of responding, Dumbledore glanced at Maverick, silently seeking his reaction. Unlike Maxime, Dumbledore knew Maverick could also sense what was happening and seemed to defer to his opinion. Has old Valdi decided to act already? Maverick thought while spreading his magical sense in an attempt to locate the culprit. He was nearly certain this was Voldemort's doing. Seeing Harry on the field must have tempted him to seize the opportunity to harm him. "Found you." Maverick locked onto a man sitting inconspicuously at the very back of the public stands. The man's mouth moved rapidly, clearly chanting some dark incantation. Unlike the original timeline, Snape wasn't present to counter the curse, and Hermione Granger wasn't there to intervene and, accidentally, save the day. No matter, Maverick thought, deciding it was time to teach this vile piece of work a lesson. And this was a perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired talent, nature energy manipulation, instead of relying on conventional magic. Focusing on the bench Quirrell sat on, Maverick acted decisively. A moment later, Quirrell's chanting came to an abrupt halt. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped in a silent cry, and his body stiffened unnaturally. A feminine squeak escaped his lips as tears welled up in his eyes. Back in the VIP stand, Maverick smirked as he watched Quirrell's reaction through his magical sense. That's right. He let Professor Quirrell experience his new disaster-level magic, which he had shamelessly plagiarized from a studio next door. He called it Hogwarts' hidden secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Author's note: for those unfamiliar with the reference, let's just say Quirrell might have a hard time sitting comfortably or taking a dump for the foreseeable future. "Looks like Harry Potter's back in the game, ladies and gentlemen." Lee Jordan's voice echoed across the stadium, bringing the audience back to the action as Harry regained full control of his broom. But in that brief moment, Beauxbatons had somehow managed to score 2 more goals, bringing the score from 130-30 to 130-50. Unfortunately, my dear friends from France, unless your team somehow catches the snitch, this game is all but lost to you. The Hogwarts students, along with the majority of the audience, cheered loudly, seemingly agreeing with the commentator's remark. It wasn't biased, just a fact. Unless the Beauxbatons team managed to catch the snitch, they had almost no chance of a comeback. Harry, now steady and refocused, got back into the game almost immediately. Flying swiftly, he dodged a bludger with ease, and as he made a turn, his sharp eyes caught a golden glint darting across the pitch, not too far away. The snitch. His eyes widened briefly, before narrowing with determination. Whoosh! Chapter 80, The Tournament Begins IV, CH 100. The Quidditch pitch roared with life, as the Hogwarts All-Stars clashed against the Beauxbatons School of Magic under a sky streaked with golden clouds. The crowd was a sea of waving banners, scarlet and gold for Hogwarts, pale blue silk for Beauxbatons, each scream and cheer echoing through the stands. Bludgers rocketed through the air, chasers darted in elegant formations, and the sharp crack of broomsticks cutting the wind filled the stadium. High above the chaos, Harry Potter scanned the field with hawk-like focus. His green eyes narrowed behind his glasses, wind whipping through his messy black hair. Then, a glint. A flicker of gold no bigger than a walnut zipped past the Beauxbatons' goalposts. The golden snitch. There, Harry shouted to no one but himself, his heart leaping into his throat. He flattened himself against his broom and surged forward with a burst of speed that made the crowd gasp. The snitch darted upward, a shimmering speck against the vast sky, and Harry gave chase, his cloak snapping behind him like a banner of war. From the Beauxbatons' side, their seeker, a wiry, brown-haired boy, after seeing Harry's movements, spotted it too. His sleek Nimbus 2000 tilted sharply, and he rocketed after the snitch like a blur. The audience erupted, half rising to their feet as the two seekers streaked toward the prize. "Look at Potter go," bellowed Lee Jordan's amplified voice over the commentary box. "He's got that snitch in his sights, and Beauxbaton's seekers hot on his tail. This is going to be a nail-biter, folks." Harry twisted his broom into a steep climb, the snitch zigzagging wildly as if taunting him. It looped around the Hogwarts stands, and he followed, pulling a hairpin turn that sent a ripple of ooze through the crowd. His fingers stretched out, inches from the snitch's fluttering wings, but it darted sideways at the last second. His counterpart was gaining, his broom humming with precision, his face set in fierce determination. The snitch plunged downward in a stomach-lurching dive, spiraling toward the pitch. Harry didn't hesitate. He flipped the broom into a nosedive, the wind screaming past his ears, the ground rushing up to meet him. His opponent did not hesitate either and mirrored him, streaming like a comet. The stands blurred into a wall of noise, screams, cheers, and gasps blending into a deafening roar. "He's mad," someone shouted from the Gryffindor section. "He'll crash," shrieked a Beauxbatons supporter, clutching her friend's arm. Harry's world narrowed to the snitch, its golden glow a beacon in the chaos. He yanked his broom into a sharp turn, skimming just inches above the grass while his knees brushed slightly against the turf. The Beauxbatons seeker hesitated at the last moment, cursing in French as he looped back, but Harry was already climbing again, the snitch weaving through the goal hoops. With a sudden burst of speed, Harry rolled his broom midair, dodging a bludger that whizzed past his head. The snitch veered left, he banked right, anticipating its feint, then pulled into a breathtaking dive. Again, the snitch plunged, and again, Harry dove without hesitation toward the pitch. His opponent was only a couple of feet behind, shadowing him. The crowd leaped up, shouting themselves hoarse, and in the VIP box, half the occupants rose, hands on the rail. "Mon Dieu, Albus," Madame Maxime boomed, her voice rich and unrestrained. "Look at that little daredevil go, 11 years old, and he's out flying his seniors." Dumbledore chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling as he watched Harry's reckless dive. "Oh, his father had that same spark on a broom, you know. Seems the apple didn't fall far." While he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually quite shocked by Harry's flying skills. This was his first time seeing the boy fly like this, and the confidence and control he was displaying at just 11 years old made the old headmaster reconsider some of his carefully laid plans. And sitting just 2 seats away from him, another headmaster shared his thoughts as well. "Too much flash," grumbled Volkov, the dean of the Russian magical school. "He flies like he wants a broken neck, no discipline." The headmasters murmured among themselves. The officials engaged in quiet discussions, and behind them, the many occupants of the VIP box shared their thoughts just as eagerly. In the third row, a couple dressed in aristocratic wizarding finery listened intently to the occupants in the first row. The man was Lucius Malfoy. He had neatly combed blonde hair and a cleanly shaved beard, and beside him was his wife, Narcissa Malfoy. She looked graceful in her sleek black robes, staying calm despite the commotion below. Lucius narrowed his eyes as he watched Harry Potter soar, captivating the dignitaries in front of him. The boy's showy display irritated him, a spotlight on a rival family he could never stomach. "He's rather good, isn't he, dear?" Narcissa murmured, her lips curving faintly as she glanced at her husband's furrowed brows. "Reminds me of his father." She knew that scowl, jealousy simmering beneath his polished veneer, sparked by a Potter stealing the stage. Lucius was predictable that way, but he was her husband after all. The man humphed, typical Potter flair, more luck than skill. He would rather vomit than admit it. In fact, he had even tried to change the team selection when it was announced, but unfortunately, everyone gave the same answer. He was asked to take up any complaints with the new alchemy professor who was overseeing the team, but he didn't have the guts. It was common knowledge that this man wasn't easy to deal with. Most importantly, he simply didn't want to give a bad impression to someone who seemed to have connections everywhere. Mudblood or not, he wasn't foolish enough to offend a master alchemist. On the field, Harry swooped low, skimming the grass as the snitch danced just out of reach, taunting him. He narrowed his eyes, heart pounding, and then a reckless idea took over him. In a wild move, he pushed himself up and with a sway, slowly balanced himself on the handle. The crowd sucked in a sharp, collective breath. Almost there. He outstretched his hand, then finally lunged himself through the air at the snitch. The crowd gasped a sharp collective "oh," rippling through the stands. Unfortunately, to Harry's disappointment, the snitch only grazed his fingers, and he wasn't able to grab hold of it. But then, to his surprise, it darted toward his face. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened involuntarily at the sudden change. Coincidentally, the little golden ball with wings smacked straight into his mouth as he crashed to the ground, tumbling across the grass. The stadium fell silent for a heartbeat. Perhaps it was the explosion of adrenaline, but Harry managed to stagger to his feet despite the injuries from that obviously nasty lunge. "Cough." The snitch fluttered against his tongue. "Cough." And finally, with one last cough, he spat it into his hand. A wide grin spread across his face as he gasped for breath and raised it for all to see. "Did he just?" A stunned voice murmured from the crowd, then the pitch exploded. "Potter's got the snitch," Lee Jordan shouted. Jumped off his broom and caught it with his teeth. Hogwarts All-Stars take it, 280-30. Just after he caught, or rather spat out, the snitch, the Beauxbaton seeker who had been right on his tail, slowed his broom and descended toward him. He hovered a short distance away, studying the thin, frail-looking boy who had just outmatched him, perhaps searching for what made him so special. But this wasn't a video game. He couldn't simply appraise someone and check their talent by staring. In the end, he had to accept the truth. His opponent was monstrously skilled. With a grudging nod of respect, he acknowledged it. Harry grinned back. No words were needed, as somehow they both understood each other's thoughts perfectly. Just as the Beauxbaton seeker flew back to his teammates, Harry's own landed around him, leaping off their brooms to swarm him with cheers and claps on the back. While the Hogwarts team celebrated, taking to the air once again and flying over to the stands where their schoolmates sat, the occupants of the VIP box began congratulating Headmaster Dumbledore and the few Hogwarts staff present on their victory. And Dumbledore, ever so humble, accepted it all with his signature smile, while offering some polite praise to the opponents as well. Lee Jordan was going mad with excitement, loudly calling out Hogwarts' name and praising the players. He even started to declare that they would guarantee the cup, but fortunately, McGonagall stopped him before he got too carried away. He then officially announced the end of the game and reminded everyone that tomorrow's match would be between Durmstrang and Coldofstorets at the same time. The audience began exiting the stadium toward the Floo Points, leaving in an orderly manner with the help of the staff. The same went for the VIP box. After offering their congratulations to the headmaster, most of the guests departed, except for one half-giant witch who remained behind. She wasn't alone. Maverick and Dumbledore were still there as well, seemingly about to have a private discussion. As the last person left the box, Maxime snapped her fingers, casting a silencing barrier around them. Maverick raised an eyebrow at her actions. He had been about to leave, but this woman had asked him to stay for a moment to discuss something. Dumbledore, being his boss and all, assumed she was trying to dig his staff, so he insisted on staying as well. Neither Maxime nor Maverick minded his presence. "Well, now that you've made sure no one can hear us, can you tell me what's this about?" Maverick asked bluntly. They now sat opposite each other, with Dumbledore beside him like a watchful parent. Maxime didn't answer right away and instead watched him with an unreadable smile. Just as Maverick was starting to grow annoyed, the witch finally spoke, and what she said threw him off for a second. "It's been a while, bird boy." Chapter 81, The Weight of Secrets, ch. 101. The air inside the VIP box of the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium was heavy with tension. A limp Maxime rested her elbows on the armrests, studying the young man before her with sharp, measuring eyes. And the young man sat perfectly still while returning her gaze with an expression that was equally sharp, unfazed without a hint of nerves across his face. The older witch's intrigue grew more and more. Most would fidget under her piercing stare, shrinking beneath the weight of her presence. But not this boy. However, that still wasn't the reason she wanted to speak with him today. It was his magic, or rather, his magical signature. During the match today, her sharp senses finally caught a trace of it. It happened when the Hogwarts Seeker's broom was cursed, that his magic flared for the briefest heartbeat. But for someone like her, that was enough to tell whether a wizard was familiar or a stranger. Every witch and wizard had a distinct magical signature, though only those at the Archmagus level could truly perceive these differences. And the moment she felt Maverick's magic, she immediately remembered the mysterious figure from half a year ago who had left a lasting impression on her. It was hard to believe, but her senses had never failed her before. Setting aside her doubts, she grew genuinely curious. How could there be a great magus so young, with such fine control over magic, in some aspects even comparable to her, an archmagus? How was that possible? But then a thought struck her. Could it be a secret method of magical practice? It had to be, or perhaps. Many thoughts ran through her head in the short span of time between Harry's broom getting cursed, him catching the snitch, and the game finally ending with the audience vacating. Finally, she considered that maybe she could use the information she had to ask for his practice methods in exchange for keeping his secret. Was it blackmail? Of course not. But this kid and his teacher had played her like a fool that day. So, she sought to regain her dignity, or at the very least, some measure of interest in return. "How did you find out?" The boy's voice interrupted her thoughts. He sounded calm and curious, rather than surprised, even after she hinted that she knew his secret. Before she could answer, though, a third voice joined in, laced with amusement. "Might I ask, Olymp, who this bird you're referring to is?" Olymp's lips twitched. She had almost forgotten this old man was there with them as well. She glanced at the boy before answering Dumbledore, watching for any sign that he cared if the old man found out about this secret. And sure enough, judging by his expression, it seemed he didn't mind her revealing it while Dumbledore was present. Or perhaps he had already revealed it to him. "The raven figure," she said finally, looking at Maverick. "Last year, the one who brought down Morvain, that was you, wasn't it?" "Oh," Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly, then turned his head toward Maverick, smirking with amusement rather than shock. Maverick exhaled slowly. He had a feeling this old man had known for some time now. So before answering Maxime, he glanced sideways at the wise wizard and asked, "I suppose you've known for a while, haven't you?" Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Oh, I've had my suspicions for a while now. You were careful. But I could still sense the rank from your magic every now and then." He paused, smiling knowingly. "But what truly connected the dots was you being Edward Garling's apprentice." He leaned back slightly. "After the news of Morvain's death, I did a little digging of my own, and, unsurprisingly, Edward Garling's name came up more than once." Maverick nodded thoughtfully. What Headmaster Dumbledore said indeed made sense. He was Edward's apprentice, a great magus, and it had been reported in the news that Bloodraven was also a great magus. Connecting the dots wouldn't have been difficult for Dumbledore. Not to mention, his patroness was a raven as well. Maverick sighed inwardly. Worthy of being called the wise wizard. Fortunately, not everyone knew him as well as Dumbledore did, so not just anybody could connect the dots. Even if they did, it didn't matter much now. That said, he still preferred to keep his alias a secret for as long as possible. His real identity, however, was a different story. He didn't mind people knowing Maverick Caesar's rank anymore. After that brief exchange with Dumbledore, he once again turned back to the tall woman across from him. His brows narrowed slightly as he considered her. How had she figured it out? He had been careful during the match, making sure not to alert her while using his magical sense. It wasn't that he was afraid, he simply didn't want to cause a commotion. His magical sense talent had now reached a master-level proficiency, allowing him to use it with even greater precision and subtlety. He was confident that no one below his rank would notice a thing, and even an archmagus wouldn't detect it as long as he was careful. Unless, of course, he was wrong in his assumption. Was he wondered. How did you figure it out? He asked directly. It was indeed impressive, Olymp answered with a knowing smile. Hiding your magic? Well, until a little while ago today. You slipped up for just a brief moment, but because your magic felt familiar, like someone I've met whose signature was the same. Maverick raised a brow. It seemed her senses were more refined than he had thought. To detect his magic, while he was being careful, would take at least master-level proficiency, which he believed she had as well. Is that it? He asked again. Of course, my senses are quite sharp, Maxime said smoothly. And we Archmagi can perceive unique magical signatures. If we've met once, it would be hard to fool me, even with a near-perfect disguise. That was news to him, something to look into later. And now was not the time to get distracted about it. Setting those thoughts aside, he finally asked the question that truly mattered. So you know I'm Bloodraven, now what? He watched as the woman's expression changed. Amusement flickered in her eyes as she leaned back in her seat, as if she held the upper hand. I can keep the secret, if you join Bobato. Pass, he interjected before she could finish. You can tell the world I'm Bloodraven, I don't have a problem. He shrugged without saying more. The tall witch raised a brow, surprised, while Dumbledore also mirrored the same reaction. They had both assumed he treated that identity as a closely guarded secret and were momentarily taken aback by his straightforward response. Well, in fact, if it was a week ago, their expectations might have been correct, but that was no longer the case. What a rude fellow, she said after a moment, furrowing her brows just like your teacher. Maverick smirked, but didn't retort to her remark. There was no way he would let this woman blackmail him. Aren't you afraid of the attention you'll get? She asked him, her voice laced with amusement. I mean, you're barely what? 20, and already a great magus. People are going to be curious. They would think you have some secret ways of practice. Maverick chuckled. Aren't you thinking the same? She leaned forward slightly, her eyes glinting as she continued. Of course I am. Then, after a brief pause, she leaned back again. But unlike me, some wouldn't care whether you're a student of Garling or a master alchemist. Just because you're a great magus and took down Morvain doesn't mean you're invincible. Who knows? Maybe one of us, a king, someone less concerned about the consequences, might take action directly. Then so be it, Maverick said without hesitation. Even if both of you come at me, I won't care. Maxime scrutinized him for a long moment, her sharp gaze locked onto his. Then, puffed, she let out an uncontrollable chuckle. Dear Merlin, you're just like that bastard Garling. I remember him charging straight at Grindelwald when he was merely a great magus. But, she paused, narrowing her eyes. Do you really think that just because you took down Morvain, a peak great magus, you could stand against a king? The temperature in the room began to drop along with her voice. Maverick felt her magic fill the space around them, not dominant spirit, but the pure, raw power of an archmagus. A week ago, this might have made him flinch. No, even then, it would have only unsettled him because of the pressure. But now, her attempt to assert power over him meant nothing. He remained perfectly still, showing no outward reaction, and simply listened. She was trying to intimidate him with words, but at the same time, he knew she wasn't entirely wrong. In fact, what she said was very likely to happen. Remember, little boy, every rank up gives you more longevity. There are many magus who are children of great maguses that look older than them. What do you think they'd do if they realized there was a way for their children to regain their youth? What do you think they'd do if they realized there's this one person who has a miracle method to break through the ranks? She leaned in even closer, her tone lowering. They'd flock in groups to steal whatever miracle you have, even resorting to taking your family hostage. Rumble. Maxime's words suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as if she had seen something unthinkable. Even Dumbledore, the ever-calm old wizard, looked shocked. Rumble. The room began to ripple. The air grew dense, dense with something unseen. Impossible. Maxime jolted to her feet. Well, I must say I wasn't expecting this, Dumbledore added. In that moment, within the four walls of the room, Maverick allowed them to feel his magic fully for the first time. And just like Maxime, he didn't unleash his dominant spirit. Instead, he also let his raw magic surge. And both of them, being archmagi themselves, could instantly recognize the presence of another archmagus from the sensation of the magic. How about it? He spoke, looking right into her eyes. Do you think I have the capital to protect myself and my family? The room fell silent for a long while, until finally, they both eased off the surge of their magic, and Maxime slumped back down into her chair. She leaned back, letting out a sigh, her eyes narrowing as she studied Maverick. Her expression showed she was clearly frustrated. Do you have a secret practice method or not? She asked again, but more sincerely this time. She wanted only a simple yes or no. Maverick's lips curled into a smirk, but didn't respond right away. The half-giant witch's patience began to wear thin. Well, she pressed, her voice tinged with impatience. Are you willing to share it? If you do, I'll swear an oath to owe you an unconditional favor. Her words this time caught him off guard. A favor backed by a magical oath from an archmagus wasn't something trivial. It was a debt imbued with significant power. Maverick remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I don't have a secret practice method, he said steadily. I'm just extremely talented. Maxime blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then she blurted out without thinking, what kind of ridiculous answer is that? Professor here can attest to it. He turned to Dumbledore, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. You know the extent of my capabilities. I've been able to tap into the talents of a great magus when I was only a magus, and when I became a great magus, I could access the talents of an archmagus. He then turned to Maxime. You saw it for yourself, during my duel with Morvain. Back then, I was definitely not an archmagus. The two older witch and wizard wore thoughtful expressions at that. It seemed, what he said was true. Maxime had witnessed his dominant spirit being unleashed that day, something only an archmagus could do. And Dumbledore had heard from McGonagall that Maverick had been able to suppress his magic even 2 years ago. According to McGonagall, Maverick's magic had only been at the magus level back then. I suggest you still keep your rank a secret, Professor Caesar, Dumbledore finally said. For the sake of your family's safety, it's better to keep it a secret for now. He then turned to Maxime. Apologies, perhaps, madam, you were not able to get what you wanted, but for the sake of this old man and our friendship, please keep it to yourself as well. Besides, it's better to have Professor Caesar here as a friend than a foe, right? Maxime sighed. Fine, I won't ask about it again, but I do have a favor to ask of you. Maverick gestured for her to continue. Once a month, or even once per semester if that's easier, could you come be a guest lecturer at Beauxbaton's alchemy classes? I'm sure that won't be too much of a hassle. I'll dedicate a direct flu point for you, pay you, and you may ask something reasonable in return from me. Guest lectures? Maverick thought about it. It didn't seem like a troublesome thing if it was only once per semester. I want access to your school's complete library and your private collection, he added, laying down his condition. Maxime's eyes narrowed. Quite the appetite. She paused, then nodded at the end. I agree. Maverick smiled and stood from the chair. They had been talking for over an hour now. Let's shake to a cooperation speaker. Speaker? Maxime raised an eyebrow. Kid, now that you mention it, it feels like you're mocking me. We archmagi don't call each other by our titles. Really? Maverick smirked, then a limp. The taller woman's mouth twitched. That sounded even weirder coming from a kid. To her, he was just a kid. Just call me Dean, or Madam, she said finally. This was a tough chapter to write. I had to change so many things from my drafts to make the MC not seem like an edgelord, while at the same time not making him feel like a wimp. Hope you liked it. There will be a time skip next. Chapter 82, Winter Intervention Ch 102. The first inter-school Quidditch tournament turned out to be a resounding success, as proven by the packed stands at the opening match of the competition. Of course, none of it would have been possible without the exceptional work of the promotion team. Maverick had pulled every trick he knew to spread the word about the competition across Europe. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the magical world had very few large-scale sporting events where the public could gather in crowds to spectate. Apart from the Quidditch World Cup, and in the past, the Triwizard Tournament, opportunities for such grand spectacles weren't many. But unlike the Triwizard Tournament, with its life-threatening tasks and nerve-wracking challenges, the inter-school Quidditch tournament was something else entirely, lighter, brighter, and far more welcoming. It brought the schools together in a whirlwind of broomsticks and cheers, a celebration of skill and teamwork rather than survival and daring. Most importantly, it gave more students a chance to take part. Instead of a single champion carrying the hopes of their entire school, full teams took to the skies, each player with something to prove. It was competition at its best, fierce but fair, thrilling yet safe, and above all, a chance to show what they were made of. It was no wonder the biggest wizarding schools had jumped at the opportunity and agreed to take part. With no real danger involved, the competition was a win-win for both students and schools alike. And beyond the sporting spirit, there was another undeniable benefit. It was a fantastic way for the schools to bring in gold. Ticket sales alone would generate a considerable amount of galleons, and that was before factoring in sponsorships and advertisements. Unfortunately for Hogwarts, even though it had been the one to initiate the tournament, it wouldn't be able to reap the financial benefits every year. That was the agreement between the participating schools. Starting next year, the tournament would rotate hosts, with the organizing school chosen through a fair and impartial draw. On the second day of the tournament, Durmstrang's all-star team faced off against Coldofstoretz's finest players in a fiercely competitive match. It was a much more thrilling contest than the tournament opener between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, with both teams flying at top speed, keeping spectators on the edge of their seats. In the end, Durmstrang claimed victory with a score of 150 to 120, as neither team managed to catch the snitch before the first side reached 150 points. Each day, two teams that hadn't yet competed against each other soared through the sky, and by the sixth day, all four schools had faced off once, setting the stage for the next round of the tournament. The host school's team took second place, losing only one game to the Durmstrang team, who went on to win all their other matches. Coldofstoretz claimed third place, while Beauxbatons' Quidditch team had to say goodbye to the competition, as only the top three teams would qualify for the second round to be held next February. During the games, the players from the three visiting schools spent the week at Hogwarts, attending classes alongside the students. This was another benefit of the tournament, apart from promoting sportsmanship. It gave students the chance to experience the teaching methods of other schools. Both the visitors and the Hogwarts students were able to learn from each other, broadening their understanding beyond their own school's curriculum. After the first round ended and the participating teams returned to their countries, news of the competition exploded in the newspapers all around Europe and even the world. Maverick pushed for even more exposure, as his plan was much larger, to promote events like this in every corner of the globe. He dreamed that one day he could organize a regional champions competition, which, in turn, would elevate the tournament to the status of a world stage event. Of course, there were some reports that criticized the competition, particularly from the Daily Prophet, which painted it as nothing more than a money grab for the school, and specifically for Maverick and his company. While it wasn't entirely false, after all, Maverick did monopolize most of the revenue generated from the event. he did ensure that a portion of it went to Hogwarts. The criticism largely came from influential figures who realized just how profitable the competition was and wanted to get their hands on some of the profits. When Maverick rejected them outright, they turned to the media in an attempt to tarnish his reputation. However, their efforts didn't create much of a stir. Maverick, however, didn't plan to let this go unnoticed. He had a plan to deal with the people orchestrating the smear campaign behind the scenes. And, of course, he had an eye on the so-called journalists like Rita Skeeter, who had played a part in publishing the biased articles. Maverick wasn't going to confront them just yet, but perhaps after the competition ended, or even before the finals, he would pay Skeeter a visit to show her exactly where she stood. As for the influential figures, the pureblood families who had tried to undermine him, Maverick intended to pay them a visit as well. He would make it clear that he was not someone to be messed with or drawn into conspiracies. The days that followed the excitement of the Quidditch tournament slowly settled back into routine. In the original timeline, nothing major happened after the Halloween incident and Christmas apart from the trio's adventures, and things somehow played out much in a similar way here. After Hermione recovered from the attack, she became best friends with Ron and Harry, and the three became practically inseparable after that. As in the original story, their adventures eventually led them to discover the Forbidden Corridor, where Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, was guarding something important. They then went straight to the one person they believed knew the most about dangerous creatures. And, as always, the most tight-lipped man in the wizarding world somehow managed to let a few secrets slip. That was all the encouragement the ever-curious trio needed. From there, they dove even deeper into the mystery. The only difference was that, unlike in the original story, they didn't suspect Snape as much this time. During the first Quidditch match, when Harry's broom had been cursed, Maverick had stepped in and resolved the situation before anyone could jump to the wrong conclusion. Of course, Snape had never been the one cursing Harry's broom in the first place, but in the original timeline, Hermione had mistakenly thought he was the culprit after seeing him muttering a counter-curse. She had assumed he was trying to harm Harry, rather than protect him. Still, that didn't stop the trio's curiosity, and it got the better of them. And after Hagrid let slip that whatever Fluffy was guarding had something to do with Dumbledore and Nicola's Flamel, they became determined to find out more. Maverick, of course, kept a close eye on their movements, and none of their adventures escaped his notice. Although he didn't interfere with their activities just yet, he planned to deal with Quirrell, perhaps even personally, before Harry did, and before the final match scheduled for April next year. The last thing he wanted was for any unexpected surprises to disrupt the school's peace, especially with the tournament drawing so much attention to Hogwarts. A major incident, such as another attack like Halloween, which had already been brushed under the rug after much difficulty, could lead to unfavorable PR, or worse, force the tournament to be cancelled altogether. Who knew what Voldemort might have up his sleeve? Maverick wasn't going to take that risk. With that thought in mind, he paid extra attention to Quirrell, in addition to keeping an eye on the trio as the days passed. However, nothing major, nothing worth taking immediate action over, happened, until finally, the Christmas holidays were just around the corner for the school. The air around Hogwarts had turned crisp and biting as winter settled in, and a thick layer of snow blanketed the grounds, turning the entire castle into a sparkling winter wonderland. The cold wind swirled through the trees, their bare branches dusted with white, as snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky. At the beginning of the third week of December, Maverick received a notification from Ali regarding a particular Muggle couple and their movements, something Maverick had tasked him to monitor. He had instructed Ali to inform him whenever their movements happened to coincide in a specific way. And so, when Ali gave him the heads-up, he knew it was time. That very same evening after the dinner feast, he quietly slipped out of the school, apparated out of England, and made several jumps until he finally arrived on a remote road in the United States, leading to Washington, D.C. The road stretched out before him, a long, sloping ribbon of asphalt that wound its way down a gentle hill. To either side, the land rolled away into darkness, dotted with patches of grass and the occasional boulder. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale silver light over the scene, and the air was crisp and still, carrying the faint scent of damp earth. He glanced at his watch, then spread his magical sense and quickly located his trusted subordinate up the hill, standing alone under disillusionment. With another jump in space, he appeared next to him, and of course, he was under disillusionment as well. He then signaled to Ali that he had arrived, after which, he then enveloped them both in a barrier, making them visible to each other, while the barrier remained invisible to anyone outside. Ali wasn't surprised by Maverick's sudden appearance. He simply glanced at him before saying, "They'll be here soon." There was a hint of puzzlement in his eyes, though, as he had never been told why he was tasked with monitoring the Muggle tycoon couple. Despite this, he still followed the orders without question, trusting his leader's judgment. But that didn't mean he wasn't curious, and Maverick could see it in his eyes with just one look. It was time to reveal part of the truth, he thought to himself. Of course, he couldn't explain everything. He couldn't share his knowledge beyond the fourth wall, but he could fabricate a plausible story. "No one knows this," he began while keeping his voice low. "You're the first person I've shared this secret with, Ali. I'm a seer." Ali arched a brow but did not interrupt, and let Maverick continue. "A couple of years ago, I saw their future, or rather part of it. Something significant is going to happen to them soon, and I've been waiting for the right moment to act. So, we're here to stop whatever's coming. Are they going to be in some kind of accident?" Ali asked, not questioning Maverick's mention of being a seer. After all, seers existed in their world, rare but still real. And his boss was no ordinary man, so he believed him without a fuss. Not an accident, an assassination. Chapter 83, Winter Intervention, II, CH 103. The hum of the car engine filled the quiet night as a couple, dressed in formal attire, cruised down a remote highway leading to Washington, D.C. The headlights cut through the thick winter darkness, revealing towering trees that lined both sides of the road. Their skeletal branches sagged under the weight of fresh snow, and the light cast long, eerie shadows over the frozen landscape. Inside the car, warmth fought against the cold pressing against the windows. Howard Stark tapped his fingers idly on the steering wheel, glancing at his wife. "You know, Maria, we could have just flown in the morning." Maria Stark, wrapped in a luxurious fur-lined coat, gave him a pointed look. "And spend another day dodging those insufferable politicians? No, thank you. Besides, you were the one who insisted on driving." Howard smirked, eyes still on the road. "Well, you always say we don't spend enough time together." She sighed, shaking her head with a small smile. "I meant a vacation, not a freezing midnight drive through the middle of nowhere." A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the faint crackle of the radio, jazz mingling with static. The snow continued to fall in soft, swirling flurries, adding another layer to the untouched wilderness around them. Maria adjusted her gloves and glanced out the window. "At least tell me, you actually booked a proper hotel this time, Howard." Howard winced slightly. "Well." "No," she cut in, exasperated. "Not another one of your off-the-radar places." "Hey, that last one had charm." "That last one had no heating." Howard chuckled. All right, I promise this one has all the amenities, 5 stars even." Maria gave him a skeptical look, but let it go. Then she frowned. "Howard, do you hear that?" Howard's eyes were on the road, but the sudden change in his wife's tone made him glance at her before tilting his head. To him, the only sounds were the smooth melody of jazz drifting from the radio and the steady hum of the engine. But then, all of a sudden, the rearview mirror flared a blinding light, forcing him to shut his eyes and slam the brakes in reflex. CRRR. The tires screeched against the cold concrete, skidding for a brief moment before the car came to a sudden halt. Maria let out a sharp scream, her body jerking from the shock of the sudden stop. Everything had happened so quickly, and her heart raced as adrenaline surged through her, causing her to take quick, shallow gasps. She turned sharply to her husband, eyes flashing with irritation. "Howard, what the hell?" Howard, still gripping the wheel tightly, looked just as shaken as she was. He didn't answer. Instead, he quickly turned the key, trying to restart the engine, which had shut down with the abrupt stop. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. If I'd known, I wouldn't have picked this antique, he muttered as the engine refused to turn on. Frustration tightened his jaw. One, because he had chosen a classic car for their evening drive instead of one of his heavily modified ones. And two, because he was certain they were being followed. And whoever was after him wouldn't be some random thug. That much he knew for sure. Maria noticed the tension in his face, and her earlier frustration quickly faded into concern. "Honey," her voice softened, an attempt to reassure him. But before she could say anything more, the low, rumbling growl of the motorcycle engine filled their ears, growing louder. Fast. "That's the sound," Maria blurted out, her voice louder than she intended, perhaps shaken by the sudden turn of events. "I knew I heard another vehicle earlier." "I hear it too, hun," Howard said, still yanking the key. "But whoever that is, I don't think they're here to say hello." The engine let out a painful whine, but refused to start. "You mean," Maria started, but she didn't need to finish. She had the same thought as her husband. After all, she wasn't just any woman, she was the one chosen by the smartest man in the world to be his wife. Before she could speak again, the car finally roared to life. "Brum, brum. Buckle in, hold onto something," Howard barked, giving only 2 instructions before slamming his foot on the gas. The tires screeched, burning against the cold concrete as the car lurched forward. But just as they started moving, bam! A brutal impact slammed into the side of the car. Howard barely had time to register it before he lost control. Screech! The car swerved violently, skidding left and right as it accelerated uncontrollably. The world spun. Crash! With a deafening crunch, it smashed into a tree at the side of the road. Some distance above the crash site, Maverick and Ali watched the scene unfold in eerie silence. Ali stole a glance at his boss, who stood with his hands in his coat pockets, watching the wreckage below with a flat expression. "I thought we were here to save them," Ali asked, puzzled. "In due time," Maverick answered simply. Ali shrugged and turned his attention back to the road below. Still, that kick, that was nothing a normal human should be capable of. He sent a moving car flying off course like it was a toy. Is he a mutant? Maverick's lips curled into an unreadable smile. "You're right, he's not normal, but not a mutant either." Ali sighed, knowing his boss was doing that thing again, half explaining and leaving more questions than answers. He knew better than to press now, so he turned his gaze back to the scene, watching as the assailant parked his motorcycle a short distance from the crashed vehicle. Back with the Starks. "Ag." Howard groaned as his eyes fluttered open. His head throbbed, and when he reached up instinctively, his fingers came away wet and sticky. Blinking through his blurry vision, he saw the dark stain of blood. His own. His forehead must have slammed into the wheel on impact. Then memory flooded back. "Maria," he turned in alarm. Beside him, his wife stirred with a soft groan. Slowly, she sat up, dazed but alive. "Howard, what just happened?" she muttered, still trying to process the crash. "Thank God," he exhaled in relief. They hadn't been going fast enough for the crash to be fatal, if they had. Shoving that thought aside, he reached toward the glove compartment, yanked it open, and pulled out a pistol. "Unbuckle, we need to get out now." Howard fumbled with his seatbelt, unclasping it before reaching for the door handle. Clank! It wouldn't budge. "Damn it," he cursed, ramming his shoulder against the door. The second time, it finally gave way, swinging open with a groan of protest. Wasting no time, he stumbled out and immediately turned, reaching a hand toward Maria. "Come on, hurry." Maria grasped his hand and climbed out, her feet unsteady on the cold pavement. But the moment she steadied herself, her breath hitched. "Ho, Howard, be behind you," she whispered, her voice trembling. Howard froze. A cold dread curled in his gut. He didn't turn immediately, he felt the presence before he even saw it. Then in one swift motion, he spun around, pistol raised. Boom! The shot wasn't from him, but at him. A single bullet struck his hand, knocking the gun clean from his grip. A sharp pain shot up his arm as he instinctively recoiled, crouching slightly from the impact. "Arg!" Howard recoiled, clutching his stinging fingers. It hadn't been a direct hit, but the impact alone was enough to send a sharp wave of pain up his arm. "Howard," Maria screamed, falling to his side in panic. "Are you hit, are you?" "I'm fine," he gritted out, eyes flicking up toward their attacker. And then his breath caught. The man standing before them was clad in a dark combat uniform, a rifle slung over his shoulder. But what made Howard's blood run cold was the metallic sheen of his left arm, gleaming in the dim light. Then finally, his gaze settled on the face. Howard's heart nearly stopped. "You," his voice came out hoarse, disbelief warred with recognition. "Sergeant Barnes." The soldier halted mid-step. You're Sergeant Barnes, Bucky Barnes, but how?" Howard's voice wavered. His mind raced, struggling to process the impossible. "Why are you trying to kill us?" Barnes' expression was unreadable, his eyes empty. But for the first time in a long while, something flickered within them. A hesitation. A memory, no, a feeling he did not recognize. But that intuition lasted only a second before his gaze hardened once more. Without a word, he reached for the rifle slung over his shoulder. "Wait. Wait, Bucky," Howard shouted, desperation lacing his voice. No response. Click, click. The rifle was loaded, and this time Barnes didn't aim at Howard. He aimed at Maria. Why? Because aiming at the woman stirred nothing in him, no hesitation, no conflict. She was just a target. He decided to kill her first, then eliminate the other next. Maria froze. The panic seized her body, locking her in place. She wasn't even screaming, her mind had gone blank. Howard, despite his pain, moved on instinct, throwing himself in front of his wife. Barnes' finger tightened on the trigger. And then, "Would you mind not pointing such a dangerous thing at such a pretty face, Mr. Winter Soldier?" The voice was deep, smooth, and strangely mechanical. Barnes didn't hesitate. Without even looking, he spun toward the voice and opened fire. Bam, 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 bam. Gunfire roared through the night, bullets flying straight toward the newcomer. Then, silence. When the dust settled, their eyes widened in shock. Well, only the couple did. The Winter Soldier, however, remained expressionless, as if witnessing something extraordinary was nothing new to him. Because the bullets had stopped. Not missed, stopped. An invisible force had halted them midair, mere inches from a dark figure standing a few feet away. The couple's breath caught as they took in the sight. The man was dressed entirely in black, a long coat draped over a fitted suit, his boots planted firmly on the cold pavement. A hat sat low on his head, shadowing most of his face. But that wasn't what sent a chill down the couple's spine. It was the darkness where his face should have been. Not a mask, not a blur, just nothing. And in that nothingness, two crimson lights glowed where his eyes should have been. Chapter 84, Winter Intervention III, CH 104. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da click, click. Bucky Barnes, also known as the Winter Soldier, fired round after round at the mysterious figure that had appeared out of nowhere, interrupting his mission. He was an assassin, and tonight's objective was clear to him, and that was to eliminate the Stark couple. Anything or anyone that stood in his way would simply be added to the list, and he had no interest in engaging in dialogue to find out their identity. That was how he had always operated. It was his instinct, what he was, in plain terms, programmed to do. But for the first time, he realized tonight's objective might be more difficult to achieve than his previous, flawlessly executed missions. After emptying 2 full magazines, his state-of-the-art modified weapons had proven useless, and his target turned out to be completely unaffected. Still, he didn't flinch. Even as the bullets froze midair, suspended by some unseen force, before clattering harmlessly to the ground, he remained unfazed. After all, as an agent trained to eliminate only the deadliest threats to his organization, he had more or less encountered people with special abilities, and he had dealt with them as well. So without a second thought, he discarded the now emptied automatic rifle, then drew his most comfortable pistol and fired again. Bams, bam. This time, he moved as he fired, taking a step with each shot, closing the distance between them. He refused to believe that whatever barrier protected the figure could hold indefinitely. More importantly, once he got close enough, he could let his enhanced physique and mastered combat techniques speak for themselves. Meanwhile, the Stark couple sat frozen beside the wrecked car, watching the violence unfold in disbelief. Maria clutched the fabric of her coat tightly, flinching with every gunshot, fear gripping her to the core. Although she was the wife of one of the richest and most influential men in the world, she had never experienced anything like this. She had always been protected, living in a sanctuary-like space no matter where she was. Until tonight. Tonight, she and her husband had decided to go out without their usual security detail, a decision that now felt like a terrible mistake. Howard, however, remained more restrained, not calm but not entirely shocked either. He had seen and even experienced situations, not quite like this, but similar. So, rather than panic, his expression was more composed, and his mind was already working on a plan for escape. Of the two men, he only knew Sergeant Barnes, and unfortunately, that was the one trying to kill him and his wife. The other, a complete unknown, had somehow saved them, but he had no idea who this person was or what they wanted. He would much rather be far, far away from both of them. Bam, bam, bam. A consecutive bangs of gunfire filled the night, but the result was the same. Every single bullet came to a dead stop, frozen in place before clattering harmlessly to the ground. Barnes did not show any surprise, not even frustration. He simply emptied the rest of the magazine as he inched closer and closer to the man. Click! The handgun turned dry as well, the last round spent, but he was now nearly an arm's length away from the figure. Then he heard it, a low chuckle. That was disappointing. The voice was smooth yet unnervingly distorted, like two voices speaking at once, one human, the other, something else. Any other tricks, Mr. Winter Soldier? Without a change in expression, Bucky Barnes discarded the pistol without a second thought and reached into his combat suit with precise, unhesitating movements. A glint of steel caught the dim moonlight as he drew two serrated combat knives. Barnes shifted into a low stance, the knives gripped in a reverse hold. His movements were smooth, like a machine, programmed for one thing and one thing only. Interesting, the figure said, tilting his head slightly as if intrigued. In a slow, deliberate voice, he murmured, "Humor me, then." Barnes didn't need a second invitation. He lunged. His speed was incredible, far beyond that of a normal human. The first blade swept low, aiming for the figure's midsection. Miss. The figure shifted, just enough to let the blade pass through empty air. Barnes pivoted, slashing upward with the second knife. Miss. A simple tilt of the head and the attack sailed past, cutting through nothing. Without breaking rhythm, Barnes launched a rapid series of attacks, each movement flowing into the next, each strike aimed at a vital point. The knives danced, their serrated edges glinting as they sliced through the air with deadly precision. Miss, miss, miss. The figure moved like a shadow, effortless, smooth. It wasn't just speed, it was as if he already knew where each attack would land before it even started. Barnes spun, attempting a brutal roundhouse kick. The figure leaned back just enough for the boot to pass an inch from his face. Barnes adjusted mid-motion, reversing his momentum into a downward slash with his knife. Clang! The knife struck something solid. No, the figure had caught it. Or rather, pinched the edge of the blade between two bare fingers, stopping it just before it could slash his aorta. For the first time, Barnes hesitated. The figure's unseen eyes seemed to bore into him. Then, with eerie calm, he whispered, "Boring." In a blur, the figure moved. Thwack! An open palm struck Barnes' wrist, disarming one knife. Thud! A precise strike to the chest sent Barnes skidding backward, boots scraping against the concrete road. The Winter Soldier straightened, gripping his remaining knife. He didn't breathe heavily, didn't react with anger or frustration. Like a machine, he simply recalibrated. The figure chuckled again. "I'm sorry, but it seems I may have overestimated the strength of a super soldier. Or maybe, my physique is simply on a different level now." Barnes lunged, ignoring the ridicule, but then his body froze mid-step. "Sleep now, soldier. When you wake, your nightmare ends, and your real mission begins." The distorted voice echoed, as if whispered directly into his ear. Then, nothing. His mind went blank, and his body collapsed, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Silence. Is it over? Maria asked shakily, watching the man who had just tried to kill them collapse to the ground. Howard didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed fixed on the mysterious figure, watching as he turned toward them and began walking forward with slow, deliberate steps. There was something deeply unsettling about those blood-red eyes. They had just been saved, and yet, looking into them, Howard felt anything but safe. His instincts flared, and without thinking, he pulled Maria closer. Step. Howard Anthony Walter Stark and Maria Collins Carbonell Stark, you need not be wary of me. Yet. Howard gulped. Yet. What the hell was that supposed to mean? And why use his full name? The only time he ever heard his full name was when Maria was mad at him. Thank you, mister. He suppressed his unease, trying to maintain a composed front. For saving my wife and me. When I get home, I promise to reward you generous. His words trailed off, his eyes widening as the figure raised a single finger and pointed it at them. Wait, please don't kill us. He tensed, instinctively shielding Maria, but before he could react further, a soft glow enveloped them both. A wave of warmth spread through his body. It wasn't painful, it was comforting. He felt the tension in his muscles ease, the stinging from his wounds fade. He glanced down at his hands, watching as the bruises and scrapes disappeared before his very eyes. What in that? The words barely left his lips before the figure spoke again. You will answer my questions truthfully. No lies, no attempts to steer away from them. Howard's mind raced, struggling to process the situation. But he was a man who adapted quickly, and he gave a curt nod. Stand, you are both healed, more or less. Howard hesitated but ultimately complied. What choice did he have? He then helped Maria to her feet, and now they stood face to face with their mysterious savior, or perhaps their captor. My first question, he heard the figure ask in that voice, which sounded nothing like a human at all. Who is Sergeant Bucky Barnes to you? But he didn't have the nerve to comment on that, except to obediently answer the question. Bucky, he glanced at the unconscious man on the ground before turning back to the figure. Once a friend, a long time ago, I thought he had died. He paused, thinking for a moment before adding, he was a good friend of mine. We were acquainted through Rogers. The figure gave a slight nod before speaking again. Chapter 85, Winter Intervention, IV, CH 105. Who is Sergeant Bucky Barnes to you? Bucky, he glanced at the unconscious man before shifting his gaze back to the figure. He was a friend. A long time ago, I thought he was dead. He hesitated, then added, a good man once. We knew each other through Rogers. Howard saw the figure give him a slight nod before asking again. What do you know about the Hydra organization? Hydra? His eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of a name he knew all too well, but it had been years since he had last heard it. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Hydra was, a terrorist organization. It was brought to an end decades ago by an agency I was a part of. The figure nodded once more, showing no other reaction. What do you know about the magical world? Howard tilted his head. You mean the stick-wielders? Maverick raised an eyebrow under his disguise, his eyes twitching slightly. He remained silent, allowing Stark to answer his own question. Howard's thoughtful expression deepened. If you're asking about magicians, I know of them. Then he paused, as if a realization had just struck him. Wait, you're a mage, aren't you? Answer my question, Stark. The figure's voice cut through his moment. Yes, apologies. Howard straightened, regaining his composure. I know about magical people and the hidden world beneath ours. I met some during the war, and I still know a few even now, like my country's super magical Edward. Beside him, Maria stood in silence, absorbing every word. Her world was shifting, her understanding of reality crumbling in mere seconds. But she didn't interrupt. Fortunately, having accompanied her husband to meet many of the world's most influential figures, and overhearing things a civilian technically shouldn't, she had learned when to speak, and more importantly, when to stay silent. So she simply stood frozen, absorbing the overwhelming revelations unfolding before her. You have answered my questions truthfully, Howard Stark, the figure said in that smooth, yet unnerving voice. You are correct, I am indeed a wizard, or a magician as you put it. But more than that, I am an archmagus, much like this Edward you mentioned. Howard's eyes widened in disbelief and subconsciously swallowed hard. Archmagus. Of course, he understood the significance of what that meant. He remembers during the war, when Schmidt's forces were wreaking havoc across Europe, there had been another party, a so-called partner of Schmidt, who was causing disasters elsewhere. While Schmidt used technology trying to bring about nuclear devastation, this archmagus was causing it, like a walking nuclear weapon. Yes, a walking nuclear weapon. That was the conclusion his team had reached about the particular magician who partnered with Schmidt during the war. And the only reason non-magicals hadn't dared to act against the magical world was that the latter had not one, but multiple reusable nuclear powerhouses, such as that person amongst their ranks. Back then, the balance was simply impossible to tip. And now, standing before him, was one of those powerhouses. Howard felt a lump in his throat as his confidence wavered uncontrollably. Then, Mr. Mage, he forced himself to speak, though his voice was strained. Can you tell me why, or what it is you want, in return for sparing me and my wife? Maverick smirked under his mask, though outwardly he showed no reaction. To the Stark couple, all they saw were those blood-red eyes burning within the darkness that should have been his face. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but among us magicians, some are born with unique gifts beyond regular magic. One such ability is the power to see, to witness glimpses of the future. I am one such individual. Howard listened in silence, while his hands clenched at his sides. I do not control these visions, the figure continued. They come to me at random, about people I know, about complete strangers. Some show the next moment, others the next day, or even decades into the future. The figure's voice was eerily steady as he spoke. Years ago, I saw this very night unfold. I saw what was meant to happen here today. And now, I will share with you what I saw, both tonight's events and what follows in the future because of them. Howard and Maria exchanged an uneasy glance. Do not be alarmed, I am merely sharing my memories with you. With a snap of his fingers, the world around them shifted. Their vision went dark. Then, suddenly, they saw it. The same road, their own car. From a third-person perspective, they watched as their past selves drove along the road, just as they had tonight. And then, crash. Their car was hit from behind, the force sending it spiraling into a tree like a mere toy. Maria gasped as she watched the horrifying scene play out before her. Then they saw him. Bucky Barnes emerged from the shadows, his expression just as emotionless as before, cold, unfeeling like a machine. With chilling precision, he reached into the wreckage, grabbed Howard, and brutally struck him down. His metal fist came down again and again, crushing, breaking, leaving him a bloodied mess. Maria turned away, trembling, but the vision continued. After Howard was left barely conscious, they saw Barnes walk around the car and grab her. Maria's breath hitched as she watched, wide-eyed, as herself in the vision struggled, helpless, while the assassin's hand closed around her throat. Then, before their very eyes, he killed her. Howard's heart pounded violently against his ribs as he stared, unable to look away. He saw then their bodies were placed back in the car, carefully arranged to make it look like a tragic accident. And then silence. You both would have died tonight, the voice beside them said. Killed by Sergeant Bucky Barnes, he is known as the Winter Soldier, one of Hydra's top-tier assassins. Howard's head snapped toward the figure. Impossible, we eliminated Hydra after Rogers defeated Schmidt. The figure slowly shook his head. You merely cut off one head. A pause. Then the voice asked, do you know the creed they live by? Howard hesitated. What? Cut off one head, and two more shall grow. The realization sank in like ice in Howard's veins. Hydra was only weakened back then, the figure continued, but it has grown in the shadows, infiltrating your government, even the World Security Council. Sergeant Barnes is one of them. He was brainwashed by brutal means, his memories stripped away, his emotions erased, leaving only one objective embedded in his mind: obey Hydra. Unconditionally. Howard clenched his jaw, his mind racing, but before he could speak, the figure raised a hand. Observe, I shall now show you the future. The scene changed again. Howard gasped. Tony. It was his son, but older. Maverick, of course, didn't conjure the image of Robert Downey Jr. Instead, he delved into Howard's mind, pulling forth the true appearance of this world's Tony Stark. Your son, the figure said, his voice unreadable, will grow up to be more than capable of continuing your legacy as one of the smartest men in the world. But he will also be naive. Howard watched as the vision unfolded. Tony, now a grown man, stood at the helm of Stark Industries, the company thriving beyond imagination. He will make more money than he could ever count. He will elevate your company to unprecedented heights. He will become the richest man in the world. Howard blinked, momentarily relieved, but then, what did he do to achieve this? The scene darkened. He'll become the greatest arms dealer the world has ever known, believing he's only supplying weapons to the government without a second thought. But in reality, his creations will spread across the globe, some falling into the hands of some very dangerous people. Howard's stomach dropped. Your son, to put it simply, will have no regard for the consequences, the figure continued, his voice cold. His weapons will shatter families, fuel endless wars, and leave unimaginable suffering in their wake. Howard's throat went dry. He knew the arms industry all too well. There was always an underground market, always buyers lurking in the shadows. As the figure had just said, it wasn't impossible for weapons to fall into the wrong hands if one wasn't careful. And judging by what he was hearing about his son, or rather, the version of his son who grew up without parents, it seemed Tony wasn't the careful type. Watching his own son become that, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Maria turned to Howard, horror evident in her eyes. And the vision was not over yet. For over an hour, Maverick revealed glimpses of their son's possible future. By the end of it, Howard and Maria stood frozen, struggling to process the overwhelming visions. Their minds reeled from the weight of it all: Tony's rise, his fall, his struggles, and ultimately, his death. Maria's face was streaked with tears, her hands trembling as she clutched her husband's arm. Howard, though outwardly composed, looked visibly shaken. The sheer magnitude of what they had just been shown was almost too much to grasp. Maverick had constructed the illusion with careful precision, pulling from his memories of the Marvel movies he had seen. He hadn't fabricated completely false scenes, but had instead woven together a version of events that felt like genuine glimpses of the future. Some details had been altered, adjusted, but the essence remained the same. Then, snap! A sharp sound echoed in the air, and their surroundings shifted. The visions disappeared, replaced once more by the cold, dark reality of the road they stood on. Maverick's voice broke the silence, now carrying a weight even heavier than before. This is the fate of the world if you were to die today. His crimson eyes burned like embers in the darkness as he continued. Some, if they knew this knowledge, would say it is necessary for your deaths to happen. After all, your son outgrows his narcissism, becomes a man respected by all, and ultimately sacrifices himself for the universe. Howard clenched his fists. Maria let out a shuddering breath. But fate, Maverick said, is not set in stone. A pause. Howard took a deep breath, his mind spinning. Then after a moment he asked, so, now what? Maverick turned to the couple, his presence suddenly heavier, more oppressive. His next words sent a cold chill down their spines. I have saved you from death, because I require something from you. Howard exhaled slowly, the tension in his body lessening. Finally, something he could understand. A trade, a deal. I see, he said, nodding. It was always easier to give something than to do something, and he was one of the richest men in the world. Whatever this mysterious figure wanted, he had no doubt he could provide it. Go ahead, he said confidently. Name it, money, rare items. If it's out there, no matter how expensive, I can get my hands on it for you. Maverick's silence stretched. Then, you are mistaken, Stark. Howard's confidence wavered. I do not need such material things. A pause. Howard's momentary relief shattered. The weight in that cold mechanical voice made him uneasy, and his gut twisted with unease. Whether you agree or not, the figure continued, depends on whether I choose to wake up Barnes and leave like nothing happened, or I save you, and him as well. Howard swallowed hard, feeling Maria's grip tighten around his arm. He didn't want to die, especially after witnessing the tragic future his son would face without him and Maria. And now, given a second chance, alive and well, of course, he wanted to live, to be part of Tony's life. Slowly he nodded. Please, say it. Maverick's gaze swept over them. When he spoke again, his voice carried an unyielding finality. Listen and listen carefully, both of you. Howard felt a strange pressure settle over them, as if the very air had become heavier. You will pretend to be dead. I will arrange a scene exactly like what you saw in the vision, your original fate. Maria gasped softly, her nails digging into Howard's sleeve. I require you to work for me, Maverick continued, his tone unwavering. Until your son embraces his true destiny and becomes the symbol of this world. Howard's brows furrowed. True destiny? Maverick ignored the question. After he recovers from the poison in his body caused by the arc reactor, only then may you reveal yourselves to him or to the world. Maria took a step forward, her voice shaky. You mean, we can never see our son again, not for decades? Until the time is right, Maverick corrected. Howard's heart pounded. His mind screamed at him to reject this insane proposal. Until then, Maverick pressed on, you will disappear. You will not be held captive. But I will use magic to change your appearances whenever you need to go out in public. You will be given new identities. Howard and Maria's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't just about faking their deaths. It was a demand to erase themselves from the world. To leave everything behind. Their son, their legacy, their lives. Howard's mind raced. Was this even possible? Could they really give up everything just like that? But before he could fully process it, he forced himself to focus on the most immediate concern. And what is it, he asked, voice steadier now, exactly that you need me to do? The figure's red eyes glowed brighter. Then, he tilted his head to the sky. Howard felt a deep, unsettling sense of foreboding before the answer even came. I need you, the voice spoke slowly, pausing after each phrase, within the next 20 years. Howard held his breath. With the help of your science and my magic. The figure lowered his gaze from the sky, and his glowing eyes, like twin suns, locked directly onto Howard's. It's to help me terraform a planet. A dead silence fell over the road until... What? Exclaimed the genius billionaire, his voice laced with disbelief. But the figure didn't blink, didn't move, didn't waver. Instead, in a voice as calm as if he were merely asking for a cup of coffee, he said, I need a world, Stark, and you're going to help me get it. Chapter 86, Winter Intervention v. CH 106. Howard Stark stared at the mysterious man before him, his mind still reeling from the absurdity of what he had just heard. Terraforming? It sounded like something straight out of science fiction, yet here he was, being told he would play a role in making it a reality. You're talking about reshaping an entire planet, Howard finally said in a low but firm voice. Do you even understand the scale of what you're asking? And what if I can't make it happen? What then? Maverick remained unmoved. With the science of this era alone, no, it wouldn't be possible. But with science and magic, I'm confident that we can make it work. You're the smartest man alive, apart from your son, perhaps. Don't underestimate your own genius. Howard stared at him for a long moment, searching for words but finding none. He then glanced at Maria, who looked just as shaken as he felt. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. Terraforming requires advanced engineering, atmospheric regulation, resource management. It's not something you just do overnight. We have time. 2 whole decades, Maverick responded, his distorted voice unwavering to the couple as he met their gaze. He needed them to understand, needed Howard Stark to see, that this wasn't an impossible task. And more importantly, that he wouldn't take no for an answer. You're a scientist and I'm an alchemist. With our combined expertise, it will be done, but this conversation will have to continue elsewhere. He turned his head slightly, as if sensing something unseen. We've been here too long. It's time to leave. Before Howard could ask what he meant, Maverick lifted a hand. From the shadows, another figure emerged, a man in his late 30s, dressed in a dark suit. His features and complexion suggested Middle Eastern heritage. Ali, Maverick introduced. Howard narrowed his eyes. You look familiar. Ali smiled. We meet again, Stark. Howard studied him for a moment before realization struck. You're the guy who came with that investor. What was his name? Trying to buy stocks in my company. Ali gave a small nod. Yes, and I remember being decisively rejected. We can talk about that later, Maverick interjected. Can you handle the arrangements here? Howard couldn't help but interrupt. And what exactly does handle the arrangements mean? Maverick glanced at him before gesturing toward the wreckage. Arranging the scene, making sure your deaths remain convincing. With magic, we will create two bodies identical to you, both in appearance and in flesh, he explained vaguely. The Starks didn't need to know the details. The decoys wouldn't be mere illusions or artificial constructs. They would be real people, transformed with polyjuice potion to resemble them. The key advantage of polyjuice was that if someone died while under its effects, their appearance wouldn't revert once the potion wore off. They would remain looking like the person they had transformed into, sometimes for weeks, even months. And Maverick had acquired a far more potent variation of the potion during his travels, one that ensured the disguise would last even longer. Howard stiffened. He didn't understand any of it, and he didn't like it, none of it, but he knew there was nothing he could do to protest. Maverick stepped forward, raising a hand, and made a slow vertical movement in the air. To the Stark couple's astonishment, a rift of deep blue energy tore open the space before them. Without another word, Maverick gestured for them to follow and stepped through first. Howard hesitated, glancing at Maria before taking her hand. Together, they followed Maverick into the unknown, Bucky Barnes' unconscious body silently levitating behind them. They emerged in a dimly lit chamber, a sleek, modern space lined with bookshelves, alchemical tools, and enchanted artifacts. The air was cool, the space eerily quiet. This will be your home for now, Maverick stated, walking forward. A safe house. It has everything you need to live comfortably. 3 bedrooms with attached bathrooms, a fully equipped kitchen, a living room, a library. I get it, the world's most luxurious prison. Congratulations, you've won the award, Howard cut in dryly. Maverick paused mid-step, turning to give him a long, dense stare. The weight of it made Howard flinch and unconsciously take a step back. I apologize, he muttered after a moment, hesitant but sincere. That was out of line. Maverick didn't respond. Instead, he simply continued as if the interruption had never happened. You'll remain here until I finalize the arrangements. Don't think of it as captivity. Once your new identities are established, you'll be free to move as you please. Howard exhaled sharply. He still wanted to argue, to push back against the situation, but he knew it was pointless. And more importantly, he couldn't. Maverick turned his attention to Maria. Do you need rest before we continue? Maria had been silently listening all this time, following her husband's lead. When asked, she decisively shook her head, though the exhaustion on her face was evident. I just want to know what happens next. Maverick nodded. Very well. First, I'll provide you with an alchemic tool that will allow you to alter your appearance in public. I'll need about a week to prepare it. Remember, your old identities are gone. You're no longer Howard and Maria Stark. You'll receive new names, backgrounds, everything. Howard frowned. And what if we, hypothetically, say try to contact someone we shouldn't? Maverick's eyes glowed ominously. That won't happen. He flicked his fingers and a faint pulse of magic spread through the air, sinking into their skin. Howard flinched. Maria tensed. A small tattoo of a raven's head, no larger than a thumbnail, slowly materialized on their wrists. Howard and Maria raised their hands, opening their palms as they felt a slight itch where the mark had appeared. Think of it as a temporary precaution until we can trust each other, Maverick explained. Trust? Howard scoffed involuntarily but immediately schooled his expression, realizing his situation. He didn't say anything else. In reality, Maverick didn't care about his attitude. If their positions were reversed, he would have reacted the same way, he knew that much. So, he continued. The spell won't control you, but if you even consider reaching out to someone from your past, Anyone who could compromise what we're doing, I'll know. And the spell will stop you before you act on it. Howard clenched his jaw but didn't protest. What was there to say? Maverick stepped back. That concludes our arrangements for now. He paused, then turned his attention to the unconscious super soldier lying on the couch. Now, let's see about curing Mr. Barnes. Howard and Maria followed his gaze, their expressions wary. The man who had tried to kill them now lay motionless, as if he were just another person taking an afternoon nap. I still can't believe this is Sergeant Barnes, Howard muttered after a long silence. Maverick glanced at him. If you want to see how I cure him, you're welcome to follow. I'll show you his memories, proof that Hydra is still operating in the shadows. Without waiting for a response, Maverick turned and walked toward one of the doors, Bucky's body slowly lifting off the couch and floating after him. Howard hesitated briefly, then took a step forward. Halfway to the door, he stopped and turned to Maria. "Sweetheart, why don't you rest? Maybe take a shower." Maria didn't argue. She hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Whatever was about to happen, she had no desire to witness it, not from a man who felt more like their captor than their savior. Howard gave her a reassuring nod, before following Maverick into the next room. Inside, Maverick raised a hand, and a solid metal table formed in front of them. With a flick of his fingers, the Winter Soldier's body was gently lowered onto it, then secured tightly with thick, enchanted restraints. The table inclined vertically, positioning Barnes upright so that when he woke, he would be face to face with them. "Let's wake you up," Maverick said, snapping his fingers. A pulse of magic surged through the air, and the unconscious super soldier's eyes snapped open with a sharp intensity. Instinct took over immediately. His gaze darted around the room, assessing his surroundings. To him, it felt like just moments ago, he had been in the middle of a mission, about to confront a mysterious figure who had interfered. Then, nothing, just an empty void. And now he was here in a brightly lit space, staring at that same figure. Bucky tried to move, but his body refused to obey. His enhanced muscles strained against the restraints, yet not a single inch gave way. Whatever was holding him was stronger than any force he had encountered. His sharp, scrutinizing gaze locked onto Maverick, then flickered to the man standing beside him, Howard Stark. Maverick tilted his head slightly. "Not much of a talker, are you, Mr. Winter Soldier?" His voice, masked by distortion, was calm, almost amused. "Or is that the case with all of you?" Bucky remained silent, his stare unwavering, unblinking. Maverick let out a small, dismissive hum. "Doesn't matter." He turned to Howard. "I'm going to delve into his mind and project what I see. You'll feel as if you're inside his memories. Don't be alarmed. It'll be just like before." Howard's eye twitched slightly. The casual way Maverick said that unsettled him more than he cared to admit. But after a tense moment, he gave a reluctant nod. Maverick raised a hand, a faint glow forming at his fingertips as he reached toward Bucky's forehead. Then, darkness. Howard inhaled sharply as everything around him vanished into an abyss. "What just happened?" he asked, turning frantically, searching for the figure who had been beside him just moments ago. Then, that familiar, distorted voice echoed from all around him. "I'm accessing his mind." With that, he saw a swirling vortex form in the void in front of him, and from it, that person took shape, appearing once more at his side. "I swear you're doing that on purpose," Howard blurted out, but he got no response. Instead, the figure met his gaze and gestured to the endless void surrounding them. "What you see is what I see. This is his mind." Howard sighed, feeling dejected. When had he ever been treated like this? But the thought was just that, a thought. What could he even do? So he pushed it aside, took a steadying breath, and looked around the void. "I'm seeing a whole lot of nothing," he couldn't help but say. For a moment, a brief silence settled between them, as they both seemed to take in the endless expanse of nothing. Then the figure finally spoke. "You're right, it's like his mind is an empty void and his thoughts." He trailed off, then pointed toward something in the distance. Howard followed his gaze and spotted a faint flicker of light in the distance where he had pointed. But before he could react, his vision shifted, sudden and seamless, as if he had been pulled forward in an instant. The distant flicker was now much closer, revealing itself as countless shattered fragments, each one glowing softly like scattered pieces of broken glass. "What is this?" Howard asked, looking perplexed. "Memories," the figure murmured in response. "Broken." "What's that supposed to mean?" Howard asked. The figure glanced at him before replying. "Memories are like data." He gestured toward the sea of broken, glass-like fragments. "And what you see here is that data, corrupted, but—" He paused, then added, "fortunately not destroyed, just damaged." Howard raised a brow. Since when do magicals know about computer data? The figure turned his attention back to the fragments. With a casual gesture, he pulled one toward them and said, "We're wizards, Stark, not savages." And the next moment, Howard saw the fragment that was floating towards them suddenly expand. Shifting, swirling, and in an instant, the world snapped into place around him. God damn it, not again. He cursed under his breath. A frozen battlefield. Wind howled through the mountains, biting cold, lashing against soldiers caught in the throes of war. Amid the chaos, a young James Buchanan Barnes, Bucky, clung to the side of a crumbling train, his expression hardened by battle. Howard exhaled sharply. This is, before he died. Maverick didn't respond. His glowing eyes locked onto the scene as it unfolded. The train jerked violently. Bucky's grip faltered. Then he fell. The world rushed past as his body plummeted. He struck the mountainside hard, a sickening crack of bone and ice echoing through the ravine. Snow cushioned some of the impact, but it wasn't enough. His body crumpled, unmoving. Howard winced. He had read the reports. Bucky Barnes had been presumed dead, but now he was watching what came after. Dark shapes moved through the snow. Soldiers, not American. Their uniforms bore a different insignia. Hydra. They approached cautiously, rifles trained on the fallen soldier. One knelt, checking his pulse, then called out in German. The others moved in. Howard clenched his fists. Bucky stirred, barely. He was still alive. Maverick flicked his fingers and the memory fast-forwarded. The scene blurred. Bucky, dragged through the snow, transported to a hidden Hydra facility deep in the mountains. Medical equipment surrounded him and shadowed figures loomed. His arm, his real arm, was gone, lost to the fall. But Hydra had other plans. Howard's breath hitched as he saw the metal grafting process begin. A crude, agonizing surgery, metal fusing to flesh. Bucky screamed, but no one comforted him. Another flick, and the scene changed again. A dimly lit room, cold, sterile. Bucky sat restrained in a heavy metal chair, arms bound, face blank, empty. His eyes, once bright with life, were glassy and hollow. Before him, a Hydra scientist stood with a notebook, reading aloud in Russian. As the words continued, Bucky's body tensed, his fingers curling into fists. The blankness deepened. His breathing slowed, mechanical. Howard felt a pit form in his stomach. Is this how they brainwashed him? Maverick nodded. This is how they broke him. They made him stare at a projection for days, bombarding his mind with commands, words, images, and subliminal messages, all reinforcing obedience and suppressing resistance. They started by exhausting him. Sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, keeping him awake for days until his mind was too weak to fight back. The projections weren't just images. They were hypnotic patterns designed to break focus, to pull his consciousness into a haze where reality blurred and the only thing that remained clear was their voice, their commands. Howard clenched his fists as Maverick continued. They stripped him of everything: memories, emotions, even his sense of self. Every time he resisted, they erased more of him. Not all at once. That would be too obvious, too ineffective. Instead, they rewrote his memories little by little, fragmenting his past, making him doubt what was real. They rewarded compliance with moments of relief and punished defiance with more erasure, conditioning his mind like a machine being reprogrammed. Maverick continued. Eventually, resistance became painful, literally. They linked disobedience with suffering, rewiring his brain so that even thinking against their orders triggered agony. And once his mind associated submission with relief and rebellion with unbearable pain, they didn't need chains anymore. He was theirs. Howard swallowed hard, his throat dry. The sheer cruelty of it made his skin crawl. The memories continued, missions carried out without question. Assassinations, operations that toppled governments. One memory stood out. A Hydra commander giving orders, discussing a mission. The target's name was spoken. Howard Stark, Maria Stark. Howard stiffened. His name, his wife's name, their deaths planned in cold blood. After some time, the vision collapsed into darkness, and once again, he found himself back in the room in reality. But the echoes of Bucky's experiences lingered, like fading whispers in the air, refusing to disappear. He saw the figure turn to him. "Do you see now? Hydra never died. They only went into hiding." Howard's face turned pale, his hands trembling slightly. "Are we going to stop them?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "They will be stopped," Maverick assured him. "Not right now, but they will be." Then, his gaze shifted to Bucky's real, unconscious body, still strapped to the metal table in the safe house. His expression hardened with quiet determination. "But first, we fix him." Raising his hand, Maverick pressed his palm to Bucky's forehead. A pulse of energy surged outward. Bucky's body convulsed, a sharp gasp tearing from his lips as his muscles tensed against the restraints. Then, his eyes snapped open, bloodshot, wild, and filled with something raw. Maverick met the Winter Soldier's gaze, and spoke to him in steady and unwavering tone. "I'm fixing the fragments of your memories," he told him. "Every word they burned into you, every command they forced upon you, I will erase them." Bucky jerked violently, his breathing ragged. His metal arm strained against the bindings, his body writhing as if something inside was fighting back. Howard stepped forward instinctively. "Is this normal?" Maverick held his gaze. "Yes, the conditioning was brutal, but in the end it's just cause and effect, nothing magical, nothing supernatural. Hydra only used science." He paused before adding, "Undoing it will be painful. But that pain also means he's still human." Bucky let out a hoarse, guttural sound, not a scream, but close. Maverick pressed harder, his magic flowing through the super soldier's mind, unraveling the layers of control, peeling away the false obedience Hydra had forced upon him. His master-level proficiency of magical sense and magical energy manipulation gave him precise control, and with occlumency and legilimency at an advanced level, the process wasn't too difficult for him. Images flashed through Bucky's thoughts, missions, orders, faces of people he had killed. Then, whatever was deemed harmful, commands, conditioning, the memories of torture, was erased. At the same time, Bucky's past memories slowly pieced themselves back together. However, Maverick didn't erase the actions Bucky had committed while brainwashed. Those memories, painful as they were, would define him, drive him. Maverick wanted Bucky to remember, not to punish him, but to give him the chance to rise above it. Bucky's breath hitched. "Help me." It was a plea, weak but real. The words broke through the fog, through the conditioning. And Maverick seized the moment to push his magic even deeper. A final, shuddering breath left Bucky's lips, then he slumped forward, unconscious. The room was silent. Howard let out an exhale while running a hand through his hair. Is he cured?" Maverick studied Bucky's still form. "He's free, but recovery, that will take time." Howard looked at the broken man before him whom he once called a friend. Perhaps he'd get to call him that again. "Then let's give him that time," he said after a moment of thought. Chapter 87, Winter Intervention, VI, CH 107. After dealing with Bucky, Maverick didn't stay at the safe house much longer. But before leaving, he made sure to restrain the now former Winter Soldier right in front of Howard. After all, a few memories weren't enough to make up for the fact that this man had once tried to kill him and his wife. So Maverick took extra precautions, securing Bucky properly and reinforcing the room where he was kept. It wasn't strictly necessary, but if it helped put the Stark couple at ease, it was worth doing. Before sunrise, Maverick returned to Hogwarts and slipped back into his routine as if he had never left. With the Christmas holidays approaching, the professors had already begun testing the students on what they had learned during the first term. It wasn't like the year-end exams, just a few assignments, quizzes, and perhaps a light test before they headed home for the break. Likewise, Maverick had his own tests to prepare and administer, ensuring his students were properly assessed. Fortunately, he only had to oversee 2 grades, with just 1 test for each. Compared to the workload of other professors, his responsibilities could be considered fairly light. And his idea was to keep the tests straightforward, with nothing practical involved. For the first-year alchemy class, there would be a short question-and-answer test on basic runes, while the sixth-year Muggle science class would write an essay on their understanding of the scientific principles he had introduced. Both were plain and simple test papers, making them easy to prepare without much hassle. That day, after finishing his classes, he made his way to Dumbledore's office and informed the old wizard that he would be away for the rest of the day. Since he was leaving in the middle of school hours, it was only right to inform the headmaster. Of course, he kept his explanation vague. The matter with the Stark couple was far from over, and he still needed to check on them. Dumbledore didn't pry, only giving him one of those odd, knowing looks before nodding in acknowledgement. Maverick was sure the old man had no idea about his secret operation last night, so why was he still putting on that face? Is he pretending? Tusk. The old guy must have done this to plenty of people over the years, giving himself that mysterious air. Pretentious. One thing he appreciated, though, was that the old man hadn't changed, even after learning he now held the rank of Archmagus. Dumbledore spoke to him the same way he always had, no difference, no unnecessary respect, and Maverick preferred it that way. It kept things simple, and he had no interest in making things more complicated. After notifying the headmaster, he left the castle and apparated to his first stop, Ali. While he was certain his plan would be carried out without a hitch and trusted Ali to handle everything, he still wanted to confirm it personally. And sure enough, Ali had carried out his task perfectly as instructed, arranged the scene with two bodies who looks exactly like the Starks to the flesh. The people that had arrived at the scene a few hours later had apparently swallowed the story whole, with no doubts, no suspicions about their identities. The only thing worth noting was that after the first team left, having cleared the scene, another group arrived and combed the area thoroughly, searching for something. Maverick suspected they were Hydra agents disguised as S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, looking for any sign of Bucky's whereabouts. But their efforts were destined to be fruitless, as he had anticipated this as well. Beyond planting the bodies, Ali had been instructed to restore the area, alter the scene, and erase any trace of the brief battle, ensuring there was nothing left to find. Maverick listened to Ali's report carefully before asking one last time, "You stayed to make sure?" Ali nodded. As far as they know, Howard and Maria Stark are dead. Good. After wrapping up things with Ali, he returned to the safe house to check on his guests, and, of course, his super soldier patient. But first, he altered his appearance, once again becoming the mysterious figure the Starks and Bucky had seen the night before. Upon stepping inside, the scent of home-cooked food filled the air. It seemed there had been a lot of heart-to-heart talking the night before. He made his way to the kitchen and found the Stark couple seated at the table, sharing a meal. They looked much calmer than they had the night before, almost. Maybe a little too calm. Howard was the first to glance up, setting down his fork. "Good morning, you're back." Maria gave a polite nod as well, her expression composed and almost natural. But Maverick could tell it was all for show. He didn't even need to rely on his passive magical sense. Their involuntary microexpressions had already told him everything. A smile tugged his lips as he read their surface thoughts. They seemed to be playing the emotional card, thinking that it could somehow give them some leverage to bargain for conditions. Although they had accepted on some level that their lives had been saved when they should have died last night, but to disappear for 20 years in exchange for that, it seemed too much for the couple. And that kind of thinking likely came from Maria, because despite her calm exterior, Maverick could practically feel the anxiety radiating off her through his magical sense. He did not blame them, as he was not a parent and could not understand the feelings of one. Maria's thoughts were only for her son, like a good mother. Unfortunately for the couple, Maverick had no intention of changing his mind. Before they could even begin to argue for more freedom, he shut them down immediately. "I know what you're thinking," he said. "It won't happen." His tone left no room for negotiation. Then, without wasting another second, he got straight to the point. "Have you made your decision?" The moment they heard his tone and the direct question, their masks crumbled. Maria's eyes welled up almost instantly, while Howard simply sighed. Maverick paid no mind to their reactions. He stepped forward, materialized a chair, and sat down across from them at the same table. The crimson glow of his eyes burned through the darkness of his masked face as he waited for their response. A strangled sob escaped Lady Stark, while beside her, her husband's shoulders sank under the weight of defeat. Did he really have to abandon his identity for 20 years? Was this truly the only way? He and Maria had spent all of last night discussing how they might persuade their savior, or captor, they still weren't sure, to loosen the conditions. But it seemed impossible, judging by the unwavering finality in his voice. Howard shut his eyes for a long moment, then exhaled deeply. In the end, he made up his mind to cooperate for now. Perhaps later, he could bring it up again. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw the figure suddenly point a finger at his wife. A surge of alarm shot through him. Was this it? Had this person finally lost patience? Was he about to harm them? "Wait," Howard called out, but it was too late. A sharp, white light burst from the figure's fingertip and shot toward Maria like a bullet. "Maria," he reached for her, or tried to, but before he could even blink, the beam had already struck her square in the forehead. And then, there was no recoil, no force snapping her head back as he had expected. Instead, her sobbing stopped. Instantly. Then, her expression began to change. Her breathing steadied, and a strange calmness washed over her, as if the weight that had been crushing her just moments ago had simply vanished. This wasn't normal, this wasn't natural. And the next moment, he snapped and turned sharply from his wife to the figure. "What did you do to her?" he demanded to know. "Happiness." That was all the figure said to him, indifferently, as if their lives meant nothing. Howard's jaw tightened, and then glanced to his wife. "What is happening to her? You did something," he asked again while watching her closely for any sign of distress. Maverick didn't respond. Instead, it was Maria who responded to her husband. "I'm fine, dear. I don't know how to explain it, but I can think much clearer now." Howard still looked doubtful, but before he could say more, Maverick's voice cut through the silence once again. "So, what is your decision?" This time, Maria spoke first. "If we cannot see Tony as his parents," she paused, looking at the figure across from her with renewed steadiness, "can we at least see him in disguise?" Howard's mouth fell open as he stared at his wife's newfound confidence. He wanted to ask what the hell had just happened, but the conversation between her and the figure was flowing so smoothly that he hesitated to interrupt. Hearing Maria's question, Maverick paused only for a moment before responding. "Yes." It had been his plan from the start. He knew he had to give them something. He wanted a cooperative relationship with the Stark couple, well, mainly Howard. Or better yet, he would rather have them as trusted partners. Only then could he get the genius scientist to fully dedicate himself to the project. He could technically force him, but that would do more harm than good in the long run. And besides, that wasn't the kind of person he was. But earning the Stark couple's trust would take time. Until then, they would remain under strict supervision, constantly reminded that their lives had been bought under conditions. After hearing his confirmation that she and her husband could meet their son in disguise, Maria let out a sharp exhale of relief. But her mood soured again as she heard his next words. "You may contact him in disguise, but only after 3 years." His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. "Until then, you are forbidden, under any circumstances, from meeting him, not as yourselves, not in disguise, not even indirectly." He leaned forward slightly, and then pressed down his presence on them like a heavy weight. "If you break this rule," he said coldly, and the distorted sound filtered through his mask made his voice even more eerie, "I will erase his memory of you, and your memories of him." For a mother and father, what harsher punishment could there be than forgetting their own child? The couple's eyes widened. Somehow, they fully believed he would do it, and to them, it sounded far more terrifying than anything else he could have threatened. Slowly, shakily, they nodded, finally accepting that they would have to abandon their identities for 20 years. "Good." Maverick leaned back, satisfied with their agreement. Without wasting time, he moved on to explain the next steps. Before anything else, they needed a proper understanding of the magical world. To prepare them, he had arranged a small library in the safe house, stocked with carefully selected books to help them adjust. For the next hour, he laid out the rules, what they were allowed to do and what was strictly forbidden. Just as he was in the middle of speaking, he suddenly stopped. The sudden silence made the Stark couple uneasy. Howard exchanged a glance with Maria, but before either of them could speak, Maverick broke the tension. "Your friend is awake," he said, rising from his chair. "Let's go meet him." He didn't wait for a response, turned and strode toward the door. Howard hesitated, glancing at Maria. She looked shaken, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. "Maria," he asked softly. She swallowed hard. "You go," she murmured. "I just need a minute." Howard frowned but nodded. He knew what was stopping her. That vision, what the figure had shown them last night, must still be fresh in her mind. So he gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before following Maverick out the door, his mind already racing with what they might find on the other side. The two men soon stepped into the room where Bucky was being held. Instead of finding him struggling or attempting to break free from his restraints, they saw him lying there, motionless, his eyes wide open and fixed on the ceiling, as if lost in a world far beyond the walls around him. Pain, regret, those were the only emotions Maverick could sense radiating from him. It was expected. Barnes was reliving his past, years of being a weapon, of being forced to kill, of having no control over his own mind. Now, with Hydra's influence gone and his emotions fully returned, the weight of those memories crashed down on him all at once. James Buchanan Barnes. Bucky heard his name and slowly lifted his head. His gaze landed on the two figures before him, one familiar, the other known only through the memories of his Hydra-controlled self. The man, or whatever he was, who had effortlessly made a joke of his skills. But first, his eyes locked onto Howard, and Stark, in turn, looked back at him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words. Then, with a shaky breath, Bucky's lips parted. I'm so sorry." His voice cracked, barely above a whisper. "Please, forgive me." Howard exhaled sharply, reminding himself over and over, this was no longer the Winter Soldier. This was the friend he had once known. For a long moment, he simply stood there, staring at the broken man before him. Then, with a slow sigh, he ran a hand through his graying hair. "Don't worry about it," he said at last. "I understand." Bucky's breath hitched, his hands clenching into fists as if holding back more emotions than he could handle. Maverick stepped forward and interjected through the heavy yet awkward atmosphere. "You were captured while attempting to assassinate the Starks," he stated plainly. "I've removed Hydra's control over your mind, permanently. You won't be their puppet again." Bucky turned his gaze finally back to him. With just one direct glance, his body flinched involuntarily, his muscles remembering all too well how badly he had been thrashed the night before. It was just a quick reflex, and he forced himself to steady. He gathered himself to speak, but before he could say thank you or anything at all, he heard the figure speak again. "You won't be their puppet again," the distorted voice echoed coldly. "But you will still remember everything. You will have to live with it. That is something I'd rather not change." He then showed Bucky the same visions he had shown the Stark couple, along with additional scenes of Tony discovering that his parents' killer was him. However, he left out anything related to Captain America for now, only showing the brutal fight between Bucky and Tony, both trying to kill each other. Howard was also shown everything alongside Barnes, and when it was over, he finally presented Bucky with his options. "I'm offering you the same choice I gave the Starks. You can live freely, but only under a new identity. I can ensure that no one, not even the most advanced technology, will be able to trace you, and if you agree, you will work for me." Bucky's eyes flickered with something unreadable. "And if I don't?" Maverick tilted his head slightly. "Then you have no purpose, no future, no revenge." "I can promise you this," he added, his crimson eyes gleaming behind his mask. 20 years, that's all. At the end of it, I will help you destroy Hydra." Saying that, Maverick waved his hand, and the restraints binding Bucky vanished. Bucky flexed his fingers, as if testing whether he truly had control over his own body again, then slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position on the bed. He locked eyes with him, deep in thought, and weighed everything that had just been laid before him: the freedom offered, the conditions attached, and the past that would always haunt him. His breath slowed, becoming steady and controlled. He thought about it, really thought about it. The idea of waiting 20 years stirred something deep inside him, a frustration that gnawed at his core. He wanted to go right now and destroy the people who had made him do all those terrible things, but because he remembered doing them, he also knew, on his own, he was powerless against them. His fingers curled against the sheets. "All right," he said finally, his voice stronger than before. "I'll do it." Maverick then left Howard alone with Bucky, giving them the time they needed to sort things out between them. Finally, it was Maria's turn. But unlike Howard, Barnes had never been well acquainted with her. Or rather, before his supposed death, Maria and him had never even met, so accepting him wouldn't be as easy for her as it was for Howard. The memory of last night's attack was still fresh in her mind. How Barnes had pointed a gun at her face, how close she had come to death. And even if the vision of him grabbing her by the throat hadn't actually happened, it felt real enough to leave a lasting unease. Because of all that, it would take her longer to grow comfortable around Barnes. Still, Maria decided to give the man the benefit of the doubt, trusting her husband's judgment. In time, she too would come to accept him, and she was committed to it. With all that settled, Maverick prepared to return back to Hogwarts. But before leaving, he once again advised the three of them to go through the books in the small library and learn more about the magical world. And to earn their initial trust, he promised them a week's time, and after that, they would finally be free to leave the confines of the safe house. Creating Muggle identities in 1990, one wouldn't be a challenge for a wizard, especially not for him. But he didn't just want something that just worked. He wanted something airtight, something that could withstand any level of scrutiny. The first step was official documentation. He would infiltrate the National Registration Department and insert their names into the system, complete with birth certificates and identification cards. These wouldn't be simple forgeries, no fake documents that could be exposed under close inspection. Their records would be real, embedded in the official archives, making them as legitimate as any other citizen. But documents alone weren't enough. People had histories, backgrounds that could be checked. So he would go further, leaving behind a carefully crafted paper trail. School records, medical visits, bank accounts, anything that could make their pasts seem natural and lived in. It was the same way real people left traces of their existence over the years, and he would ensure the same for them. By the time he was finished, only the most thorough investigators with the highest clearance levels would be able to spot anything unusual. After all, something like this could never be said to be 100% foolproof, even with magical means. But even if it ever came to that, he was confident he could handle it. By the end of the week, he wanted everything fully arranged, along with the alchemical piece he needed to create. Fortunately, he didn't have to handle everything himself. Ali would help take care of the paper trail arrangements, and he would take care of the necessary identity documents for all three of them. As for the alchemical tool to alter their appearances, he already has a clear concept in mind. Now, he just needed to bring it to life, a task he planned to begin the next day. Chapter 88, Audience with the Supremes, I.Ch. 108. Muggle Science Classroom, Hogwarts. Time's up, quills down, everyone. Maverick's voice rang out through the quiet concentration that had filled the room. The sound of quills scratching against parchment came to a stop, replaced by the soft rustle of papers and the faint creak of chairs as students moved in their seats. Some students stretched their fingers, stiff from the long minutes of writing, while others exchanged quick glances, curious to gauge their classmates' reactions. But unlike a typical class, where tension and worry would linger after an exam, his students showed none of it. From his place at the front of the room, Maverick saw that not just most, but all of the students seemed happy, relieved, even. They simply leaned back, their relaxed smiles hinting at quiet satisfaction with how the test had gone. The Muggle science class had been a surprise to everyone from the very start of the academic year. At first, many were doubtful about studying something so ordinary, so unmagical. But from the beginning, the students had embraced it. In these few months, they had thrown themselves into experiments, asked thoughtful questions, and approached each lesson with a curiosity that rivaled their enthusiasm for any charms class. A quiet sense of pride settled in as he made the papers rise and hover briefly over the students' heads before guiding them back to his desk. Knowing they had done well in his test, he addressed the class again. "Before you go, I have an announcement," Maverick said, drawing the students' attention. "Tomorrow marks the start of the Christmas holidays, and I won't be assigning any homework for you to do during the break." A few students gasped before quickly exchanging excited whispers. Every other professor had assigned them a pile of work for the break, but this was the only class where they got none. "Because I want you all to enjoy your break. Rest well, have fun, and come back refreshed for the next term." A cheer erupted from the students, and Maverick couldn't help but smirk. "All right, class dismissed." Chairs scraped against the floor as they all gathered their belongings, and they made their way out, while chatting excitedly about their plans for the break. Snow blanketed the castle grounds, the crisp air carrying the deep chill of late December over Hogwarts. Some students braved the cold outside, bundled up in scarves and cloaks, running and tossing snowballs as they enjoyed a bit of last-minute fun. Most remained in their common rooms, relaxing, while the rest gathered in the Great Hall. They were all waiting for the appointed time to board the Hogwarts Express and would soon head home for the holidays. Meanwhile, the professors also gathered at the teachers' table in the Great Hall for a final lunch before the break. Maverick sat with his colleagues, engaged in light conversation with the charms professor seated beside him. "Any plans for the holiday?" Flitwick asked between bites of his meal. Maverick took a sip of his drink before answering. "I'll stay home for a bit, then head to America to spend some time with Bella." "Ah, how lovely," Flitwick beamed. "It's always nice to spend the holidays with loved ones." "What about you?" Maverick asked, setting his glass down. "I've been invited to sit on the judges' panel for the finals of the International Dueling Tournament," Flitwick said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Sounds interesting. Maybe I'll take my fiancé along and come have a look." Flitwick's face lit up. "You should. The tournament is held in Indonesia. It's a lovely country, even for sightseeing." Just then, movement near the entrance of the Great Hall caught Maverick's eye. He turned to see Hermione Granger dragging a large suitcase, or was it a trunk? A coffin? Whatever it was, it looked oversized for her small frame. She stopped by Harry and Ron, who were seated at the Gryffindor table, deeply engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. He half spread his magical sense, tuning into their conversation as a memory from the first movie surfaced in his mind. A small smile tugged at his lips. It wasn't exactly like the scene from the movies, but it seemed the little witch had found some clues about what they had accidentally overheard from Hagrid's slip of the tongue. This time, however, she hadn't hinted to the duo about sneaking into the restricted section. Even so, Maverick had a feeling Harry might still try, especially if Dumbledore gave him his family cloak as a present, just like in the story. He made a mental note to come into contact with it, accidentally and out of curiosity, of course, and see what extraordinary characteristics it might hold. But that would be for a later time, perhaps during the second semester. As he mulled over the thought, he noticed little Miss Know-It-All glancing toward the teacher's table before leaving. Her eyes landed on him precisely, and she gave him a small wave. Maverick raised his glass in acknowledgement and offered a small smile. Ever since he had saved her during the Halloween night attack, she had become quite the admirer of his. Moreover, she now seemed especially eager to learn runes in his class. Fortunately, her newfound enthusiasm wasn't to the point of being annoying, but he could still sense her emotions, a deep respect for him ever since. However, he didn't treat her any differently from his other students just because of that. But if she truly wanted to pursue a career as an alchemist, he wouldn't mind taking her in as an apprentice. Of course, that would be after another year or two, if her enthusiasm still remained the same. After finishing lunch, he bid farewell to his fellow professors. While some would be leaving on the Hogwarts Express alongside the students to enjoy a relaxing journey, he had no desire to take the train when there were other means. So, after arriving at his office, he cast a disillusionment charm over himself, then leaped out of the window, soaring upward until he passed beyond the school's protective wards. After that, it was a simple apparition, and he vanished from the castle location. A moment later, he arrived home in London, the familiar warmth of his house greeting him as he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother and his sister, Sarah, sitting in the living room going over some books. "Brother." Sarah's face lit up the moment she saw him. She ran toward him and lunged into a hug. Maverick smiled and rubbed her head. "Has your school holiday started already?" The little girl nodded as she pulled back from the embrace. "Just today, I'm showing Mom my report card." He smiled and walked over to the sofa, settling into one of the seats. Sarah quickly took the spot beside him. "Are you back for the holidays as well?" his mother asked. He nodded. "School starts again in 3 weeks." Saying that, he leaned back and sat comfortably. His mother gave him a warm, motherly smile. "I never thought you'd become a teacher of all things." Maverick chuckled. "Me neither, Mom, but somehow I'm finding it quite enjoyable." Sarah beamed at him with excitement. "Brother, when are you going to take me to see the magic school?" He paused. He had promised her a tour. "How about this?" he said after thinking for a moment. "I'll take you before school starts." First, he had to meet with Isabella and spend some time with her. After that, before school started, he could make time to show Sarah around Hogwarts. "Not now," she pouted. Maverick chuckled. "Right now, there's no one at school, and I can only take you there when the headmaster returns after the holidays," he said, making up a reason. She sighed. "Okay then," she said, though her disappointment didn't last long. Her eyes lit up again. "Brother, I've learned how to make flowers bloom without making them wither right away." "Oh," Maverick raised a brow, then turned to his mother. "That's right," she confirmed with a proud smile. "She's learned to control her powers much better now. Just last week, she managed to keep the little trees she accelerated the growth of intact after blooming." "Really?" Maverick turned back to Sarah, intrigued. "Let's go, show me." Sarah nodded eagerly and immediately jumped to her feet, dashing toward a door inside. Maverick and his mother followed behind, soon arriving at the basement, a space he had expanded with magic, enlarging it to the size of half a football field. Overhead, bright lights illuminated the entire area, and along the sides, a variety of plants and vegetables were growing in neat rows. Maverick turned to his mother, raising a brow. "Since when did you turn this place into a private garden?" His mother huffed. "Hey, this place is too big. Unlike your teacher's mansion, we don't have a garden surrounding our home, just streets. I figured, since you made this basement so spacious, why not plant some trees?" Maverick didn't know what to say to that. He had originally created this space as a training ground for Sarah to practice her powers, but his mother had somehow planted her flag and claimed a portion of it. Then again, she was his mother. What could he say? "Brother, come." Sarah's excited voice called him over, stopping near a bunch of tiny plants. From the looks of it, they were chili plants, barely sprouted from their seeds. Her powers allowed her to control plants, much like a watered-down version of a certain senju's would release ability from a studio next door. But Maverick suspected there was much more to it than just making trees grow rapidly. Perhaps her magic wasn't limited to just plants. What if it was tied to the very essence of the earth itself, to life's natural energy? If that was the case, then with time, training, and the right guidance, she could become something far more powerful than just someone who could manipulate trees. A force of nature, literally, a true wielder of life and Earth's energy. But that was only his guess. And even if she never became someone that powerful, it wouldn't change the most important thing. She was his sister now. One of her biggest struggles had been that any plant she accelerated would quickly wither, as if it had burned through its life force while growing too fast. But apparently, she had found a way around this. Maverick watched as she crouched near the small plants and placed her palm on the ground beside them. Before his eyes, the plants began to grow. 5 centimeters. 15 centimeters. 1 foot. Soon, the plants reached half his height. Their leaves remained a vibrant green, flowers budded, and small, plump chilies grew, ripening within seconds. Maverick had been focusing his magical sense as well. This time, he noticed something different. An energy from the earth itself was being drawn into the plants, rapidly nourishing them. Before, whenever she used her abilities, he hadn't sensed this. Sarah sat back up, admiring her masterpiece for a moment before turning to him, waiting for his praise. Maverick grinned, showing all his teeth. This time, he didn't have to wait and see, he could already tell the plants wouldn't wither. The energy fueling their growth had come from the earth itself, following the basic principle of energy conservation. "Amazing," he said, his smile widening, "really impressive." Then he turned to his mother. "I guess we don't have to worry about groceries anymore." For the next half hour, Sarah eagerly demonstrated her newfound control over her ability to accelerate plant growth. And just like the first time, everything flourished, without the issue of withering away immediately after. Maverick spent the rest of the day with her, indulging in the simple joys of family. They soared above the bustling city of London, Sarah clinging to him with excitement as she pointed out familiar landmarks. Along the way, she chattered endlessly about school, her teachers, and the little victories that made up her days. By the time their father returned home after sunset, the family of 4 finally sat down together for dinner, a rare occasion these days. Conversation flowed easily as they shared their stories, laughter filling the home in a way that had been missing for far too long. But the warmth of the evening faded the moment Maverick stepped into his room. His magical sense flared, sharp, deliberate, a warning. Something had locked onto his presence. It was deliberate. Whoever, or whatever, was observing him had made sure he knew they were watching. His expression turned solemn immediately. He was an archmagus now, and for someone to track him without him noticing until this moment meant only one thing. They were not simple. And what made him even more wary was that this was happening here, at home, where all his loved ones were gathered under the same roof. If this was an enemy, things would become very difficult. He raised his head, his senses sharpening, locking onto the source of the disturbance. His eyes narrowed. With a decisive motion, he tore open a rift in space and stepped through. In the next moment, about 2 kilometers above his house, space tore open once more as he stepped out, now dressed in full black, ready to confront whoever was so bold to target him. But the sight that greeted him made his eyes widen. Not one, but 2 figures hovered in front of him. The first was a bald woman dressed in flowing gold and deep amber robes. Though she appeared calm, a single glance told him she was anything but simple. Her very presence was unfathomable. And the second was a middle-aged man, likewise a striking figure. He had silver hair that cascaded past his shoulders, a neatly trimmed beard, and sharp, intelligent eyes that gleamed with quiet wisdom. He wore a tailored 3-piece suit, midnight blue with silver embroidery tracing the cuffs and lapels. A pocket watch chain gleamed against his vest, and in his hand he held a sleek, polished cane with a silver handle shaped like an ancient rune. Like the woman beside him, he carried an unmistakable weight, an aura of power, old and vast, like a storm held in quiet restraint.